I was framed by a rich second-generation heir whom I regarded as a brother. Martial arts college entrance exam results invalidated. Thrown into prison, and then exiled to the Northern Wasteland Penal Battalion to die. In the desperate situation, I awakened the system of violent entries. Starting with the lowest security, I directly drew the golden entry, Hundredfold Talent. Practicing for 1 hour is comparable to others' 100 days of hard training. Instantly comprehending the essence of the family's secret techniques, my father appeared and bestowed upon me the growing divine weapon Abyssal Rainbow and a creation-level saber technique. I resolutely declined protection and chose to set foot on the most perilous battlefield of the Northern Wastes. Here, demons run rampant, and formidable enemies surround us on all sides. Yet it is also the finest hunting ground for me to slay foes, accumulate rage points, and draw even more powerful inscriptions. Chapter 1, The Frenzy Entries System. Zhao Hu, I treated you as a brother. Why did you frame me? Lin Tian stared at Zhao Hu, who stood outside the silver-white stainless steel fence, dressed in designer clothes with a shadowy expression, his own face icy cold to the extreme. I've warned you before to give up applying to Jiangnan Martial Arts University, but you forced my hand. You have no idea how much pressure I face being from a martial arts family. One of my cousins, my same-age cousin, voluntarily entered the Human Emperor banner for cultivation and has now become a certified martial artist. Another one of my cousins severed himself with a blade, determined to cultivate, and is now a member of the genius class at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, a third-level body-tempering martial artist, just one step away from breaking through to become a martial master. As for me, I drained my family's finances, took out a loan of 1.8 million, just to seize this one chance to enter the martial arts university and leap over the Dragon's Gate. You, a penniless nobody, how dare you surpass me and take the last admission spot at Jiangnan University? Recalling the past, Zhao Hu's face twisted with bitterness and resentment. But as he looked at Lin Tian, locked behind bars with silver handcuffs, Zhao Hu found the smile creeping onto his face harder to suppress than an AK. Don't blame me, this world operates on the law of the jungle. The weak have no right to resist, while the strong, if powerful enough, can break the law without consequence. Once I become a martial master, I can simply spend money to erase my crimes. But I won't give you that chance. After you were imprisoned, you just happened to catch the new batch of cannon fodder camp. You'll be exiled to join the army, sent to the Northern Wastelands to fight against the Great Slave Dynasty. Most ordinary people can't even reach the edge of a warrior's 150 units of chi and blood, yet you managed to achieve 180 units of chi and blood at the first level of body tempering? So you think 180 units of chi and blood makes you impressive? In the Great Slave Dynasty's Iron Cavalry, every single one is a warrior, with the elites almost all at the first level of body tempering. Even those at the second or third level are everywhere. How do you plan to survive in the cannon fodder camp? Go ahead and die in peace. Try to be reborn into a wealthy family in your next life. Consider this my final piece of advice to you, brother. If you're broke, what's the point of practicing martial arts? You dare make trouble with me without any connections? Poor loser. Piece of trash. Ah ha 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 ha. Zhao Hu laughed heartily to the sky, as if all the humiliation and grievances from these 3 years were completely released in this moment. But as he laughed, he noticed that Lin Tian's expression showed no change at all, still icy, still indifferent, as though being betrayed by him didn't matter to Lin Tian, who seemed more concerned about his motives. But why? How could Lin Tian, coming from a poor background, not feel anger, not cry out to the heavens, and not even beg for mercy when his future was completely ruined? Just for this? Zhao Hu, I'm disappointed in you. You don't deserve to be my brother, Lin Tian said with a stern face. Zhao Hu gasped in shock and snapped in embarrassment and anger. Who do you think you are? The martial emperor of the Great Xia dynasty? Being your brother counts for shit. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you even know what Yuanhong thinks too highly of itself means? You're a clown. A fucking clown. Get out. If we meet again someday, I won't hesitate because of our past friendship. Lin Tian clenched his trembling fists tightly, struggling to restrain himself. He feared he might lose control and punch Zhao Hu's despicable head right then and there. Ha! You're just a criminal now. What are you so proud of? What gives you the right to act so arrogant? Ha! Zhao Hu raged uncontrollably. At that moment, the jailer suddenly shouted, visiting time is over. Zhao Hu's massive frame jolted as he quickly turned around, forcing a smile. Brother jailer, could you possibly spare me a little more time? Not unless you pay extra, the jailer drawled lazily. Zhao Hu's face instantly darkened, turning uglier than pig's liver as he turned his head and glared fiercely. Lin Tian, I'll be waiting for your ashes to be sent back. Then I'll scatter them in front of your family. Lin Tian arrogantly raised his head, paying no attention. Bang! Zhao Hu kicked the stainless steel railing, yet dared not linger. With a fierce glare at Lin Tian, he scurried away. Outside the iron window, no trace of any figure could be seen. Lin Tian finally sighed, crossing his legs as he sat on the cold, gray concrete floor. The icy sensation sent shivers down his spine, yet he was too preoccupied to react. Looking back on the past 18 years, as a transmigrator, I must say I've been quite successful. Poor in wealth, yet gifted with extraordinary talent. Combined with hard work and dedication, along with the experience and insight from my previous life as a boxer, I'd been the envy of others since childhood. Top in grades, top in character, and excelling in sports, gaming, and even looks, all first class. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he always treated Zhao Hu as a brother. Whenever Zhao Hu dragged him to play games, stay up all night, surf the internet, flirt with girls, play basketball, or eat late-night snacks, he would willingly sacrifice his training time to accompany him. It was all because on his first day in the dorm, his bed broke. Zhao Hu generously gave him the bed he had bought for 3,000 bronze coins to sleep in, while he himself slept on the floor. This brotherly bond is something Lin Tian has always held dear in his heart. But who would have thought? All of this was nothing but Zhao Hu's sugar-coated bullets. From the very first day of enrollment, he had already marked me as his rival. It wasn't until the very end, when all seemed lost, that this despicable, scheming bastard finally bared his claws. He leveraged the trust built over 3 years of living side by side to make Lin Tian drink the Maedon without hesitation. While it appeared to replenish trace elements and repair damaged meridians, it was actually laced with Red Bull, a banned substance that can temporarily boost one's chi and blood by 3 to 5 units. Yet, the martial arts college entrance exam strictly cracks down on cheating methods like Red Bull. If discovered, one would immediately lose qualification for the martial arts exam and face a minimum prison sentence of 3 years. He had already successfully passed the internal selection at Jiangnan University and secured a recommendation. Participating in the martial arts college entrance exam was just to avoid any regrets in life. Who could have imagined that Zhao Hu would resort to this tactic? Straight to reporting. I originally wanted to plead with the dean, take on the school's 30-year student loan in exchange for an admission spot for him. But who would have thought? It's nothing that he reported me, I'm still young after all. It's just pitiful that my parents have been working tirelessly away from home, striving to earn money to support my studies, and my grandmother painstakingly raised me and my younger sister Lin Meng, all hoping I would succeed. Yet, I was framed by a villain and ended up behind bars. Soon I'll be sent to the Northern Wasteland to serve in the military, just to be cannon fodder. Even if I were to return, Mom and Dad would likely have gone gray with worry. Grandma is getting older, I hope nothing happens to her. And my sister is still so young. Lin Tian's fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. He was filled with endless regret over Zhao Hu's betrayal, but to seek revenge and to keep his family from worrying, he had no choice but to strive and survive. Grow stronger, stronger than even the noble family backing Zhao Hu. This is the only fundamental way to break all shackles. Otherwise, even if Great Xia ultimately delivers justice for me, everything will be too late, and without formidable strength, one would still end up as prey on someone else's chopping board. Since I possess martial talent, I can no longer slack off in martial cultivation because of any person or matter. Lin Tian's gaze was resolute, the light in his eyes seemingly amplifying like a raging fire. In this world, martial arts reign supreme. When the meteor streaked across the sky over 300 years ago, all modern technology turned into the foam and shadows of the past. Powerful demons and monsters hunted across Blue Star, utterly shattering the order known as modernity into fragments. From the chaos of this turbulent era arose martial artists, who became the new centers of power. They gathered surviving humans, established fortified cities, and used advantageous terrain to fend off the monsters layer by layer. From small villages, they expanded into great nations, founding one new dynasty after another. After more than a century of dynastic fragmentation, the lands of Huaxia finally witnessed the first unified imperial dynasty of the martial arts era, the Great Xia Empire. From then on, the martial emperor ascended as the rightful ruler of Huaxia, governing the people on behalf of heaven and commanding the 9 provinces. Once again, Huaxia became the strongest nation on Blue Star, a beacon of humanity in the martial arts era and the ultimate bulwark against the demonic tide. Time marches on, and 300 years have passed. Does the martial Dao dynasty also follow the cycle of historical inevitability? No one knows for sure, but in the prosperous era of martial arts, the strong dominate all. Under the creed of martial supremacy, the entire Great Xia dynasty has descended into a frenzy of internal competition to advance in martial realms. Cultivation through loans, self-castration for cultivation, entering the human emperor banner for training, drug-induced cultivation, all are manifestations of extreme pathology. Taking the martial arts college entrance exam and serving the martial emperor and aristocratic families has become the only path for the vast majority of people at the bottom to climb into the lower middle class. He knew this all too well, which is why he silently allowed himself to slack off and give up. After all, talent was lacking, and the end result would just be becoming a dog for the martial emperor and aristocratic families after graduation. But, these elites wouldn't even give them the chance to be dogs. The insane competition leads to those at the bottom continuously oppressing those beneath them. If one day I can become the strongest in this world, the first thing I will do is burn the imperial treasury into ashes of splendor and trample the bones of the nobility on the heavenly streets. Let this twisted world perish and usher in a brand new era. Even if I can't, I will become as strong as possible. Let Zhao Hu know the consequences of betraying me. Let my family live in peace and joy, in this sick world. No one supports my lofty ambitions, so I'll tread through snow to reach the mountain's peak myself. I, Lin Tian, will never bow to injustice. Lin Tian clenched his palm tightly, his nails digging into his flesh until the excruciating pain forced him to relent. At that very moment, a sudden sound echoed in his mind. Ding, detecting the host possesses astonishing willpower, meeting the binding conditions. Frenzy entry system binding. Binding successful. Chapter 2, First Golden Entry. System? Thought you weren't coming. I never thought it would require this method to unlock. Lin Tian, having read countless web novels in his past life, knew full well this was the key to defying fate. With his unparalleled martial talent, he was confident he could achieve revenge and even change the world. But with such a system to speed up the process, why not take advantage of it? In his line of sight, a faint blue light panel appeared, visible only to Lin Tian himself. The Frenzy keyword system, as the name suggests, allows the plundering of keywords by slaying enemies while accumulating frenzy points. Once frenzy points reach a certain threshold, high-level keywords can be drawn. Keyword levels: white, green, blue, yellow, purple, red, gold. Frenzy points required to draw the first gold keyword, 100 points. Current rage value, 0. So, this system requires me to continuously defeat enemies, whether they're humans or demons. If I follow the usual life path, attending a martial arts university, then graduating to join a dojo, the imperial court, or the military, it would waste at least 3 full years of my time. Moreover, in martial arts universities, you mostly have to stay on campus and follow the academy's and teachers' directives. Only when accepting missions or imperial orders can you leave. And even then, most of the rewards from these missions go to the teachers and the school, effectively making students work for the institution for 3 years while earning pitifully little. On top of that, we still have to pay tuition and cover all living expenses on campus. Being sent to the Northern Wastelands, even if it's to the cannon fodder battalion, means having the chance to fight on the battlefield for a long time. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel his blood surge with excitement. The battlefield. There isn't a man who hasn't imagined himself as a mighty general, charging into the fray of war. Wielding a sword, clad in armor, astride a steed drenched in sweat and blood, drawing his blade to command the armies, invincible in battle, unstoppable in conquest. Falling in battle wrapped in horsehide, dying for homeland and nation. Such heroic and tragic struggles, facing death with defiance, are utterly enthralling. Not to mention, now equipped with an unrivaled system of berserker buffs, when utilized properly, one can rise unstoppably on the battlefield. Ding, detecting that the host is facing life difficulties, qualifying for the welfare policy of the minimum living guarantee group, you have been granted the subsistence allowance benefit. Would you like to claim it immediately? Claim immediately or refuse? I, Lin Tian, a full-grown man of 7 feet, need subsistence allowance? Lin Tian scoffed in disdain. Decided to decline. Ding. You have successfully claimed the subsistence allowance benefit. But didn't you refuse? Lin Tian frowned, carefully recalling what just happened. Oh, it seemed he clicked the wrong button, mistaking the decline option for the immediate claim. Ah, so careless. Lin Tian couldn't help but curse inwardly. You have obtained the first golden entry, Hundredfold Talent. Hundredfold Talent, gold while equipped. Your talent will receive a hundredfold amplification. A hundredfold? Lin Tian was utterly astonished. He considered his own martial arts talent to be far superior to others. But if it could be enhanced a hundredfold, that would undoubtedly surpass others by 101 levels. Talent is incredibly important in the path of martial arts. If your talent is low, no matter how hard you try, even exhausting your lifetime efforts, you can only reach the level of a martial arts master. With sufficient talent, one might reach the martial master level in just a few months, surpassing the lifelong efforts of others. The officially disclosed martial arts realms are non-martial artist, martial master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, town guardian, martial marquis, martial king, and martial emperor. Beyond these, since no known human has reached such levels yet, further realms have not been revealed, at least not officially. With my original talent, striving my whole life, reaching the grandmaster level would have been the absolute pinnacle. But now with a hundredfold amplification, the grandmaster level amplified a hundredfold, perhaps I can break through beyond grandmaster, become a regional guardian, or even a martial marquis, truly achieving the rank of a general or marquis, crossing this insurmountable class divide. Lin Tian trembled with excitement. For ordinary people, becoming a general or marquis is already the ultimate limit. To once again carve out a territory and reign as a king, or to dominate martial arts as an emperor, one must possess great fortune. It's no longer just a matter of talent. But with the Berserk Trait System, if I can truly bridge the gap between classes, perhaps I can stand at the pinnacle of this world. There should still be some time before I'm sent to the Cannon Fodder Battalion in the Northern Wasteland. I might as well practice some techniques. Constant self-improvement is the true path. Lin Tian sat cross-legged and, following the advanced cultivation method, drew the surrounding spiritual energy into his body, refining it into pure energy to temper his entire being. The current hierarchy of cultivation methods in the Great Xiao dynasty, from lowest to highest, is as follows. Basic cultivation method, elementary cultivation method, intermediate cultivation method, advanced cultivation method, and supreme cultivation method. Despite living in the martial epoch where everyone can practice martial arts, most people only have access to the basic cultivation method. Higher-level cultivation methods are typically controlled by martial arts schools, training halls, the imperial court, noble families, sacred lands, and royal cities. Jiangnan First High School teaches the elementary cultivation method, which is 10 times faster than the basic cultivation method. Zhao Hu, coming from a martial arts family, possesses an intermediate cultivation method, which allows his cultivation speed to be 10 times faster than that of the basic cultivation method. However, he was practicing a modified version of the basic cultivation method improved by his father Lin Yao, which was another 10 times faster than Zhao Hu's method, comparable to an advanced cultivation method. Due to concerns about Zhao Hu's psychological imbalance, this fact had always been kept hidden. Yet, his father Lin Yao had always been in poor health, suffering from a serious illness that even medical technology couldn't cure. With low vitality and no spiritual energy fluctuations, how could he possibly know such an advanced cultivation method? After cultivating for just 1 hour, my qi and blood actually increased by a full 1 calorie. Lin Tian exclaimed in astonishment. His qi and blood now stood at 181 calories. Previously, during cultivation, the increase was only 0.01 calories per hour. Even with the nourishment of demon beast flesh and some low-grade elixirs, it had never been this fast. But now, with his talent enhanced a hundredfold, he could directly gain 1 calorie of qi and blood in 1 hour, equivalent to what would have taken 100 days of cultivation before. For non-martial artists, the highest qi blood value is 100 calories, while those who practice martial arts can break through this limit. When the qi blood value reaches 150 calories, a qualitative change occurs. They can punch through an ordinary door or a thinner wall with a single strike, earning them the title of martial artist. The body tempering martial artist realm is further divided into 3 levels of tempering. Each level is measured by an increase of 30 calories, with power rising almost step by step. Upon reaching the 3rd level of tempering, bronze-colored patterns appear on the skin surface, marking the bronze skin martial master realm. In the bronze skin martial master realm, ordinary weapons like knives, spears, and clubs can hardly penetrate the skin. Even lower-powered firearms such as pistols or submachine guns, as long as they don't hit vital areas, can be withstood without breaking the skin. At my current progress, practicing continuously for 29 hours will bring me to the 2nd level of body tempering. Another 30 hours of practice will take me to the 3rd level, and a further 60 hours will elevate me to the martial master realm. As long as one becomes a martial artist, they gain certain immunity privileges and can offset or exempt themselves from punishments by paying fines. Even if falsely accused of cheating in the martial arts college entrance exam, they can still evade consequences. Chapter 3: The Divine Artifact, Abyssal Rainbow. Of course, merely cultivating martial arts techniques can only enhance one's vital energy and physical constitution. The reason martial artists could replace gunpowder armies and become the mainstream of the martial era was due to their formidable offensive methods martial arts techniques. Martial arts techniques are divided into 9 tiers. Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 are classified as inferior techniques. Tier 4, Tier 5, and Tier 6 are classified as intermediate techniques. Tier 7, Tier 8, and Tier 9 are classified as superior techniques. Above these exists the widely circulated category of creation martial arts. However, these are martial arts possessed only by the offspring of high-ranking officials and nobles. Each technique can seize the very essence of heaven and earth, far surpassing firearms, ammunition, missiles, or even nuclear weapons. My family was impoverished, and the school only provided basic martial arts fundamental sword techniques, basic knife skills, rudimentary spear methods, elementary horsemanship, none even reaching the 1st tier. Instead, my father had me train in a unique martial art from childhood, the art of sword drawing. It has no rank, no variations, just one move, draw and strike. Every winter and summer break, my father forced me to practice this single technique. But I've honed it to perfection. What else could be different? Lin Tian recalled the movements of the sword drawing technique, replaying them over and over in his mind. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss in his movements. Previously, he had always followed the prescribed steps: bend the waist, sink the body, lock the gaze, draw the sword. It looked fluid, but it lacked soul. It was merely a mechanical sword draw. Drawing the sword isn't every single draw meant to slay the enemy? If it's merely for drawing the blade, no matter how swift the sword, it serves only for defense or intimidation. But if drawing the blade is for striking, then every movement exists solely to serve that single, decisive slash. Lin Tian seemed to grasp the insight, but there was no sword in the cell, and borrowing one from the guard was out of the question. So he picked up his daily toothbrush, wedging it into his left palm with the bristles facing outward. Closing his eyes tightly, he meditated inwardly, focusing on a single point before him. His hips and legs coalesced as one, unleashing an instantaneous burst of power slash. Swish! Lin Tian drew the toothbrush and slashed swiftly. The toothbrush sliced through the air, striking the focal point. With a sharp crack, it snapped clean in two. Yet the immense force propelled the flexible plastic toothbrush deep into the reinforced concrete wall. Judging by the toothbrush's power, if I were wielding a blade right now, this wall would undoubtedly be sliced clean through. In other words, the true power of the sword drawing technique has doubled. No, it should be called sword drawing slash. Lin Tian's expression grew solemn. The profound essence of the sword drawing slash, how had he failed to grasp it for so long? But with a hundredfold boost to his innate talent, he grasped it completely in mere moments. How formidable must those with exceptional talent among the nobles and descendants of the sacred city be? The gap between them might be as vast as a chasm. Yet he possessed the system, coupled with absolute dedication and astonishing willpower. Perhaps he could still rise to surpass them. Tianer, you've actually grasped the essence of the sword draw slash? Suddenly, a voice both authoritative and profoundly familiar echoed from behind him. Father? Lin Tian spun around, staring at his father, Lin Yao pale-faced yet with eyes still piercingly bright, his own expression a mix of shock and self-reproach. Even among the geniuses of our clan, few have ever grasped the sword drawing slash from the sword drawing art. Tianer, your talent surpasses even your father's. Surprise flickered across Lin Yao's pallid face, but his gaze grew unwavering. Dad, what do you mean by the family? Lin Tian pressed against the stainless steel bars of the cell, his curiosity evident. Lin Yao smiled bitterly. Don't be afraid, child. I've come to rescue you. The truth is, you weren't born into poverty. It's just that your father failed. During the clan's genius competition years ago, I couldn't defeat the genius from the main branch. Instead, I was struck down by a single move, gravely wounded in near death. Unwilling to burden the clan, I chose to leave Hangzhou and seek my fortune in Jiangnan. Dad, who injured you? Lin Tian asked, his face darkening. That doesn't matter. What matters is getting you out of that cell as soon as possible. Lin Yao lifted his head slightly, straightening his back with effort. He waved his hand and said, though I'm past my prime now, I did bring honor and benefits to the family in my day. Using this old face of mine to ask the old master for a chance to secure your parole shouldn't be too difficult. The Lin family of Hangzhou? Lin Tian murmured. The Lin family of Hangzhou was a formidable presence among the four great clans of Jiangnan. Their patriarch, Lin Jin, possessed the strength of a grandmaster. He could wield even a falling leaf or a petal as a blade. He had single-handedly slain demonic beasts of the war general tier, successfully defending Hangzhou. His grandfather was a grandmaster? But, Tianer, you seem to have other ideas? Why not share them with your father? Lin Yao stared intently at Lin Tian's expression. Lin Tian steadied his thoughts and looked at his father, Lin Yao. I'm going to the Northern Wastes. To the cannon fodder corps. Lin Yao's pupils flinched. His furrowed brow relaxed only to tighten again as he snapped, that's the Northern Wastes. You're going to the cannon fodder corps. What are cannon fodder? They're expendable material used to deplete the defender's resources and stamina during sieges. Have you gone mad locked up in that cell? No. I haven't gone mad. Lin Tian shouted back. Precisely because I haven't gone mad, I'm going to the Northern Wastes. It may be perilous, but that's where my opportunity lies. If I stay sheltered forever, I'll just keep getting stabbed in the back by so-called brothers. How am I supposed to grow? Do you expect me to rely on you to bail me out forever? Lin Yao seethed with anger and humiliation. He never imagined his son would dare defy him. Yet a flicker of relief flickered through his fury. This kid seems to be finally growing up. He's learned from his mistakes and wants to test himself. But the Northern Wastes are harsh. From soldiers to commoners, the Great Slave Dynasty shows no mercy toward our Great Xia Empire. Even within their own ranks, the cannon fodder battalions are despised. Are you certain you wish to return? Lin Yao demanded sternly, attempting to project paternal authority. Yet the recent outburst had strained his lungs, triggering an uncontrollable cough. I must go. If I don't, how can I make that scoundrel Zhao Hu lower his guard? If I stay in Jiangnan, he'll know I'm out for revenge and will surely use his family's influence. That would only make it harder to uncover his crimes and exact vengeance. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Being stabbed in the back by someone he considered a brother was an immense humiliation to him. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes, swallowing a mouthful of bloody phlegm, yet the light in his pupils grew more terrifying. I understand. I will investigate the evidence of Zhao Hu's frame against you. But I hope it is you who returns to exact vengeance, not this old father of yours. I will handle matters with your mother and sister. Furthermore, there are certain things it is time for you to receive. As he spoke, Lin Tian watched his father extend his palm upward. In the blink of an eye, a deep crimson tang sword appeared in his open hand, as if dripping with fresh blood. This blade is called Yuanhong. It resonates with my very soul, a treasure that can be endlessly upgraded. Alas, the number of souls required is truly immense. By the year I was gravely wounded, I had only managed to upgrade it to the 3rd grade. Though the higher its grade, the more easily Yuanhong's killing intent will influence your mind. But in the Northern Wastes, in the cannon fodder corps, survival is paramount. Now, all you need to do is offer a drop of your blood to bind it to you. Within the blade lies a creation-grade sword technique. I once engraved the Blazing Abyss Cataclysm slash. It consists of 3 transformations and 9 variations. My talent was limited, so I only mastered the first profound principle, but that alone was enough to make me stand above all others. Lin Tian's eyes blurred with emotion. His father possessed a creation-tier sword technique, yet still couldn't defeat that formidable clan prodigy. But the opponent had struck him down with a single, utterly humiliating blow. One day, he would restore his father's strength either to go himself or to avenge him through his son. Tick-tock. A single drop of blood fell upon the Yuanhong blade. The blade emitted a hissing sound like water evaporating. Lin Tian felt a fragment of his soul being drawn away, entering the Yuanhong blade. With a single thought, the blade was absorbed into his own body. Within it lay a crimson scroll of blade techniques, bearing the bold characters, Blazing Abyss Annihilation Blade. The path ahead is yours alone to walk. Lin Yao raised his head, eyes tightly shut, hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a deep, solemn voice. Father, I will return victorious, covered in glory. Lin Tian's eyes burned with intensity. Survive the first day first, Lin Yao retorted, his chin lifted haughtily. His body taut, he strode away. Chapter 4, Fate Level Martial Arts. The Northern Wastes. Autumn winds howled, sweeping across a landscape of barren hills, yellow earth, and scattered gravel. A green-painted train rattled past, its steam engine blaring a shrill whistle as it entered Shintai Pass. This frontier lay where the Great Xia Empire met the Great Slave Dynasty, a land perpetually ravaged by war and smoke-filled battlefields. You are all criminals. Rather than rot in prison, come to this frontier and fight for the Great Xia Empire. Slay generals and enemies, earn military merit. First, it will absolve you of your criminal status. Second, it will pave your path to glory and wealth. Don't even think about running. This is Shintai Pass. The iron cavalry of the Great Slave Dynasty can't get in, and you can't get out. If you somehow manage to escape, there's scarcely a living soul within miles. Only the vultures in the sky. A burly officer bellowed within the cannon fodder camp. Bone vultures were demonic beasts unique to the Northern Wastes. Though only first tier in power, they possess two deadly traits, flight and feathers covered in bone spines. These spines rendered them impervious to spears and cannons, and ordinary martial arts couldn't pierce them. Once entangled, no vehicle was safe unless it was an armored transport. These criminals were mostly ordinary folk, though some martial practitioners were among them. Yet most lacked any backing and were unlikely to ever become martial masters. For once one reached the martial master tier, they were utterly set apart from commoners, revered as martial masters. They enjoyed legal immunity. Paying fines could absolve their crimes. Even if they fell into criminality, powerful generals would recruit them as personal guards. Lin Tian stood in the ranks, his mind still dwelling on the creation-grade martial technique his father had given him 3 days prior, the Blazing Abyss Annihilation Blade. The Blazing Abyss Annihilation Blade comprised 3 forms and 9 variations. The first form, Ember's Feather Scorching Heaven, evolved from the sword draw slash. When combined with the Abyssal Rainbow, it unleashes 3 raven-shaped blades of fire, effortlessly shattering the defenses of first-tier demons. Over the past 3 days, he had practiced this technique hundreds of times, yet he had yet to find an opportunity to use it. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead of the group. No, I refuse to be branded with the radish mark. Once you're here, you have no choice. Just behave. Smack. A sharp crack echoed. The troublemaker was branded with the radish mark, bearing the starkly imprinted character for steal. In Jiangnan, you dared to steal the spirit-gathering pills from the martial arts group. Now in the army, you dare to steal the army's spirit-gathering pills. If we don't brand you with the radish mark, how else can we warn you to stop committing crimes? The burly officer barked sternly. But I'm innocent. That spirit-gathering pill was mine to begin with. My supervisor refused to share it with me, wanting to keep it all for himself, the troublemaker wailed. So that's your excuse for breaking and entering? You were only going to pay for your cowardice and incompetence, but now you'll pay for your stupidity too. Get out. Next. What are you standing around for? Why are you staring at me? Want to turn things around? Want to clear your names? Use your fists. Charge into battle. Earn your military honors. This is your only chance. The officer barked. The once dazed crowd's eyes instantly cleared, even flickering with a faint glimmer of fire. At that moment, a rider galloped up outside the cannon fodder camp. Where is Captain Song? Hurry! There's no time. Multiple outposts outside the city are under attack by the Great Slave Cavalry. Mobilize the cannon fodder regiment immediately. The young officer in white robes shouted. But these cannon fodder haven't even been trained yet, they're brand new. Captain Song groaned. Time is critical. Who has time for such concerns? If the outposts fall, we'll all be held accountable, the young officer in white robes bellowed, brandishing his lance. Resigned, Captain Song grabbed the nearby copper gong and struck it violently. Don! 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 The deafening clanging reverberated through the air, making everyone's heads buzz and their minds go blank. Captain Song swung himself onto his horse, snatched the armor and weapons handed by his foot soldier, and bellowed at the top of his lungs, all men. Form squads of 10 immediately. Fall into formation and march out to meet the enemy. Each 5 heads you take counts as 1 kill. Charge! Clang clang clang. The surrounding foot soldiers drew the swords at their waists. Anyone who refuses will be executed on the spot. Captain Song added. At these words, the convicts of the cannon fodder camp had no choice but to fall into formation. Though some squads were larger and others smaller, they were roughly divided. Soon, the infantry brought out weapon after weapon-bladed swords with broken edges, iron blades chipped at the cutting edge, and worst of all, some were given nothing but wooden sticks. Lin Tian was relatively fortunate, receiving a dagger albeit a rusty one. What? This is the junk gear you're giving us? How the hell are we supposed to fight with this? No armor is one thing, but at least give us decent weapons. Ha, we're cannon fodder. What did you expect the court to give us? I heard that a North Leon commander with a 3,000-man unit only has 1,300 soldiers under him. Their forces are severely depleted, which is why they resort to using criminals as cannon fodder. And cannon fodder is great, right? If they die, it doesn't waste the court's grain. If they survive, they don't get paid, and they can earn the army some glory. Then what about the remaining 1,700 men? Where did they go? Where else? They're all a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled men collecting empty salaries. Some aren't even here. What? The loud ranting of a man within the cannon fodder camp instantly sent shockwaves of panic through the crowd. They could accept atoning for their crimes through service, but they couldn't accept becoming cannon fodder. You're asking for death. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Song Tuanzhang's eyes. The next moment, he drew his longbow, knocked an arrow, and fired. With a sharp whistle. The man was instantly decapitated, the arrow piercing through his skull. He collapsed with a thud, blood flowing freely. Whoever dares to disrupt military morale again, like this man, will be executed without mercy. Captain Song roared in fury. He drew another arrow, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. Every man trembled in fear, none daring to meet his stare. At that moment, Lin Tian suddenly stepped forward, raised his arm, and shouted, "Those who don't want to die, follow me. Retreat now and you die. Stay and you might have a chance. Right. Let's fight to the death. We're not women, damn it. Just do it and get it over with." I refuse to believe those big slave iron cavalry are that formidable. One after another, the convicts in the cannon fodder camp shouted their agreement. Song, the camp commander, shot a surprised glance at the youthful yet handsome and martial Lin Tian. He said nothing, merely drew back his bow and spurred his horse forward. Lin Tian followed the main force, riding his dark brown horse under the watchful eyes of the cavalry, heading toward an outpost outside Xiantai Pass. Calling it an outpost was a stretch. It was more like a village built against the mountainside, complete with defensive works, heavy machine guns, and narrow paths for cavalry charges. Logically, such a stronghold should only require 500 defenders. Even an attack of 3,000 men might not crush it swiftly. Yet the sight was horrifying. Not only had the outpost been breached, but it resembled the impact zone of a meteorite strike. A colossal crater gouged through its center, obliterating the entire stronghold from its heart. With cavalry charging in from all sides, the surviving infantry had virtually no chance of escape. Those bastards. The young officer in white robes gripped his spear tightly, his face contorted with fury and agony. At that very moment, a deafening roar erupted from all directions. Charge! Charge! From both sides of the hills, 2 cavalry units clad in cloth armor and wielding scimitars charged forth. 9 rows advanced in formation, 3 rows raced toward the retreat route, 3 rows charged inward, and the remaining 3 rows attacked head-on, joining forces with another cavalry unit to encircle the enemy. We're ambushed. Song, the company commander, wore an expression of utter gravity. Chapter 5, Charging into Battle. Don't retreat. Charge forward. Charge. Kill them quickly. Song, the squad leader, drew the treasure blade at his waist and swung it at the cannon fodder unit. With his martial arts mastery, he utterly overwhelmed the entire group of cannon fodder. Ah! 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 One after another, criminals fell dead beneath Sergeant Song's blade. This sent fear rippling through the ranks, causing prisoners to frantically shove those ahead of them. The prisoners at the front, seeing the heavily armed Danu iron cavalry closing in, instinctively tried to retreat. But those behind them kept shoving forward, one after another. This was a recipe for disaster. It's over. Draw your swords and strike. At that moment, a thunderous shout seized everyone's attention. Lin Tian charged from the rear of the formation to the very front, suddenly drawing the rusty dagger from his waist. A dazzling flash of white light erupted. The giant slave cavalryman, riding a yellow stallion and wielding a curved blade, had his helmet, neck, and cloth armor sliced open by the dagger. Even the horse's head beneath him bore a bloody gash. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Martial skill. This was undoubtedly martial arts. This greenhorn actually knows martial arts. The criminals were utterly stunned. Martial arts techniques, even in this era of flourishing martial arts, they weren't something ordinary people could access. Even if an ordinary person had the chance, wouldn't they be learning it at a martial arts academy? Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the great slave iron cavalry. You have gained rage points 1 and successfully looted the following entries: horsemanship white, swordplay on horseback white, horseback archery green. A pleasant system notification sounded in Lin Tian's mind. His right hand, gripping the dagger, tightened with renewed vigor. The first gold skill grants me a 100-fold boost to my innate talent. 100 rage points will unlock my second golden skill. meaning I only need to slay 100 Great Slave Iron Cavalry to obtain my second golden skill. Without hesitation, Lin Tian spotted another Great Slave Iron Cavalry charging ahead and repeated the process. Draw and slash. A flash of white light erupted. Another Great Slave Iron Cavalry rider tumbled from his horse. In the blink of an eye, several more Great Slave Iron Cavalry lay defeated at Lin Tian's feet. Damn it! If a scrawny kid can take down a slave cavalryman, what the hell am I afraid of? I'm in my prime. Kill. Kill these sons of ES. Take them down. Seeing this, the criminals' bloodlust ignited. One by one, they grabbed their weapons and fought with all their might. However, facing the disciplined Great Slave Cavalry for the first time on the battlefield and as infantry against cavalry, these criminals were inevitably slaughtered in an instant. Yet some managed to wound horses or trip them, temporarily disrupting the Danu cavalry's momentum. But they were ultimately cannon fodder, and it wasn't long before the Danu cavalry carved a path through them. It was at this very moment. The young commander in white robes raised his spear and bellowed, "Follow me into the enemy ranks. Avenge General Jiang. Charge!" A unified, thunderous battle cry erupted. Infantry clad in armor and wielding sharp spears charged alongside heavily armored cavalry brandishing Tang and Modao swords. They launched a thunderous assault against the Danu cavalry who had broken through, then swept back with near unstoppable momentum. On the battlefield, Lin Tian slayed several foes. If 5 kills counted as 1 merit, he had already earned at least 1.5 merits. The average strength of the Danu Iron Cavalry is at the martial artist realm, with vitality around 150 points. Some elite units possess strength at the first level of body tempering, boasting vitality around 180 points. These past days, I've been honing my martial arts by day and cultivating by night. My chi blood has now reached 205 points. Just 5 more points, and I'll reach the second level of body tempering. Paired with the double damage sword draw slash, dealing with them is a breeze. But this is a battlefield, not some simple monster slaying quest. I could be surrounded by more and stronger Great Slave Iron Cavalry at any moment. Seeing the Great Xia army enter the fray, Lin Tian decisively mounted a warhorse seized from the Danu Iron Cavalry and joined the rear ranks in the slaughter. He hadn't known how to ride before, but looted skills were skills. The white tier, equipping this one instantly taught him horsemanship. Even mounted archery and sword techniques. Barely had Lin Tian departed when the encircling Great Slave Iron Cavalry slaughtered every last criminal in the cannon fodder camp. Finding himself the sole surviving cannon fodder, Lin Tian was momentarily at a loss for how to feel. Yet his resolve only hardened. He had chosen the right side. Though Song Yi was the garrison commander, he preyed on criminals. The young officer in white, however, had returned to the pass to seek reinforcements to save the so-called General Jiang. Who was the most worthy to follow? The answer was obvious. General, the cannon fodder regiment is wiped out. May I join your ranks? Lin Tian reined his horse to a halt before the young officer in white and asked. Who? The young officer swung his spear back at Lin Tian. Only his quick reflexes saved Lin Tian from a direct hit to the arm, a blow that would have severed it cleanly, just like the arm of that slave cavalryman flung into the air. Recognizing Lin Tian, the young officer barked, "Kill 30 more before bothering me again." Yaha! With that, he swung his spear and plunged back into the fray against the Danu Iron Cavalry. He didn't even need martial arts techniques. A single spear thrust pierced the Danu Iron Cavalry's cloth armor, skewering their hearts and killing them instantly. Even arrows fired at the Great Slave Iron Cavalry couldn't pierce the copper-colored patterns covering their skin. Above martial artists lay the 9 realms of martial Dao. Martial masters encompass 3 realms: copper skin, silver tendons, and golden organs. Copper skin, bronze patterns emerge on the skin, rendering it impervious to bullets and impenetrable to blades and spears. Silver tendons, joints creak like bowstrings, explosive power triples, a single swing shatters armor and pierces doors. Golden organs, the 5 viscera resonate with the thunderous roar of tigers and leopards, granting endurance that lasts 7 days without exhaustion. This white-robed young warrior is at least a silver tendons martial master. Have you killed 30 yet? Perfect timing. Tossing aside the dagger, Lin Tian picked up the Great Slave Iron Cavalry's curved blade. Though slightly bent, it was still a blade, and a blade could be used. Draw and slash. On the battlefield, Lin Tian wielded the curved blade. Though untouched by blood, he fought with growing ferocity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the Great Slave Iron Cavalry. You have gained rage points 1 and successfully looted the following traits: horsemanship green. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the Great Slave Iron Cavalry. You have gained rage points 1 and successfully looted the following skills: swordsmanship on horseback green, horseback archery white. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the Great Slave Iron Cavalry. You have gained 1 rage point and successfully looted the following traits: horsemanship white, swordplay on horseback white. Ding! In less than an hour, he had slain a full 23 Great Slave Iron Cavalry. Combined with the previous 8, that made a total of 31. He had gathered over 50 white skill entries and 15 green ones. But at the same time, his stamina was nearly depleted. Such relentless killing inevitably drew the attention of the Danu Iron Cavalry's elite forces. The best course now was to close in on that young commander in white robes. At the same time, on a small hill outside the stronghold, a white-robed subordinate general watched Lin Tian charging bravely into battle and asked curiously, "Whose subordinate is this? How can he be so fierce? Not only does he master the Danu's horsemanship, but he also knows their mounted combat techniques? That one-handed sword draw and strike, he wields it with consummate skill." "General, the leader of this force is Song Yi, the commander of the cannon fodder regiment at Xiantai Pass. You sent Shi Yong to seek reinforcements from him. This must be one of Song Yi's men," replied a man clad in black armor. "Song Yi's men? Then why are they dressed like criminals? Could it be another setup orchestrated by Song Yi?" the white-robed deputy general questioned. "General, shall I question them?" the black-armored man offered. "No need." The white-robed deputy general declared in a deep voice, "The right grand chieftain of the great slave dynasty sent Hu Wu to destroy our stronghold. Now they lie in wait like rabbits by the stump, having revealed all their cards. Notify Captain In Xian and Captain Wang Qian to each lead 800 men to ambush and destroy the Danu Hu Wu. The rest will accompany me to launch a relief attack. I intend to see that sword-wielding youth myself." Chapter 6, Slaying Generals to Earn Merit. On the battlefield, Lin Tian intended to spur his horse toward the white-robed lieutenant, but was ambushed by several Danu Iron Cavalry. The leader, his face thick with stubble and hands adorned with bronze-colored patterns, was none other than a copper-skinned martial artist. "Great Xiaoman, surrender now and lay down your blade and you shall live. I know you're a criminal from the cannon fodder regiment. If you choose to serve my Danu forces, I'll grant you the rank of centurion." The copper-skinned warrior circled his horse, surveying the scene with his curved blade in hand. In Great Xia, copper-skinned martial masters are squad leaders. Only silver-vein martial masters can become centurions. I'm merely a martial artist at the first level of body tempering. Don't try to intimidate me. Draw and strike. Lin Tian raised his blade. A flash of white light streaked past, grazing the copper-skinned warrior. Fine swordplay. The copper-skinned martial artist dared not block the strike head-on. After all, while he could withstand the blow without breaking, the immense impact would still shock his bones and internal organs. But that's all you've got. The copper-skinned warrior's eyes narrowed with resolve. Gripping his curved blade, he spurred his horse forward, aiming straight for Lin Tian's face. A chi-refining stage martial artist was indeed a fighter, but compared to the copper-skinned warrior, he lagged far behind in vitality, strength, speed, and ability to withstand blows. Clang! Lin Tian swung his blade to parry the copper-skinned warrior's casual strike. The immense force nearly overwhelmed him. It wasn't just his wrist that went numb, his entire arm ached. The cold gleam of the curved blade was mere inches away. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian summoned every ounce of strength within him. He couldn't let up. He absolutely couldn't let up. "Ha!" The copper-skinned martial artist sneered contemptuously, signaling to the two great slave iron cavalrymen behind him before continuing, "In the Great Xia dynasty, you're a criminal, cannon fodder. But come to my great slave dynasty, and you're a guest of honor. Why can't you grasp this simple truth? Poof. Even if the Great Xia Empire is in such a sorry state now, it remains the rightful heir of Huaxia. To abandon that legitimacy and come here to serve as a barbarian under you would be to betray my teachers and destroy my ancestors." Lin Tian replied with a light laugh. "Humph. How dare you?" The copper-skinned warrior surged with rage, channeling spiritual energy into his wrist as he swung his blade down with brutal force. Drop! Unable to withstand the immense force, Lin Tian was flung from his horse. Sharp stones tore into his skin, blood seeping out like crimson scales, stinging with each wave of pain. As two iron-clad slave cavalry closed in to capture him, Lin Tian ignored the pain, rolling frantically on the ground. He darted out from beneath the chest of the yellow stallion, causing the two slave cavalry to collide head-on, sending both man and horse tumbling. "Don't even think about running." Whoa! The copper-skinned martial artist reined in his horse to pursue. How could Lin Tian's two legs possibly outrun the golden stallions for? Looks like I'll have to use that move. Lin Tian decisively halted his steps, turning to face the copper-skinned martial artist head-on. Though he'd only ever rehearsed this move in his mind, he'd long since mastered it. Using it for the first time would pose no problem whatsoever. Why did that kid suddenly stop? A sense of foreboding instantly gripped the copper-skinned martial artist. From the moment he first laid eyes on this youth, he'd known he wasn't an ordinary criminal. After all, what greenhorn would ever volunteer for military service? Most likely, they're scions from prominent families, either specially dispatched or volunteering to enlist. Once captured, the minimum reward would be a bounty. If handled skillfully, it might even be possible to extort a hefty sum from the noble house behind them or even drag the entire family down. But such aristocratic offspring undoubtedly have their own trump cards. Caution is essential. Chirp! At that very moment, a piercing shriek erupted from the sky, nearly shattering eardrums. Even the curved blade in his hand vibrated and trembled in resonance with the sound. Oh no! It's a bone vulture! A first-tier flying demon! A Danu Iron cavalryman cried out in terror. The bone vulture's sunken eye sockets held no eyeballs, only two glowing green phosphorescent orbs. Its wings protruded with bone spurs, and the feathers along the edges had ossified into razor-sharp blades. Its clawed feet were hooked, covered in bluish-gray human skin, each as large as half its body. Chirp! The bone vulture screeched again, flapping its skeletal wings to launch four spear-like bone spurs. 3 iron cavalry slaves had no time to dodge. Pierced through the body by these bone spears, they died instantly, unable even to utter a sound. The copper-skin warrior rolled off his horse to evade the attack, but his steed, a yellow stallion, was not so fortunate. Pierced through, it let out a mournful cry and collapsed, dead. You brat! You're lucky. Today, I won't capture you. Gritting his teeth at the fallen comrades, the copper-skin warrior leapt onto Lin Tian's horse. Draw and slash. Lin Tian charged forward, drawing his blade to sever the horse's leg. The yellow stallion, losing a leg, writhed in agony and lost its balance. Within moments, it threw the copper-skin warrior from its back, sending him crashing to the ground. You brat! You're asking for death. The copper-skin warrior scrambled to his feet, seething with rage. He no longer sought to capture Lin Tian alive, he intended to kill him on the spot. Spiritual energy surged through his body, channeling into the hook-shaped blade. With a sweeping motion, he struck. Crescent Moon Blade. The curved blade sliced through the air, cutting with a shrill sound. Lin Tian neither dodged nor flinched, facing the copper-skin martial artist's attack head-on. He adjusted his breathing, inhaling, exhaling. This was the moment. Come forth. Abyssal Rainbow. Ash feathers scorching the sky. A blood-red, demonic blade materialized in Lin Tian's grasp. Channeling the divine tier martial technique Blazing Abyss Annihilation Blade, he manipulated spiritual energy in an unconventional manner, unleashing a single strike that spawned 3 raven-shaped blades of fire. Even a first-tier demon's defenses could be shattered effortlessly, let alone a copper-skinned martial artist? Puff, puff. As scorching flames engulfed him, the copper-skinned martial artist felt not just resentment but utter disbelief. Then, the 3 crow-shaped fire blades effortlessly sliced through his bronze-patterned armor, instantly cleaving him into 3 segments: left, middle, and right. The abyssal rainbow blade suddenly glowed crimson. Lin Tian could distinctly sense something gray entering the blade's core, likely the soul of the copper-skinned martial artist. He wondered how many more souls would be needed to elevate the blade from 3rd grade to 4th grade. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the copper-skin warrior. You have gained 5 rage points and successfully looted the following traits: Crescent Moonblade green, writing skill white, slave language white. Current rage points, 60-40 points remaining to draw the 2nd golden skill. A single copper-skin martial artist yields 5 rage points? Ultimately, he must slay foes of higher realms. Lin Tian slowly rose to his feet, feeling the aching soreness radiating from every muscle in his body, breaking out in a cold sweat. Who would have thought that a Fate tier martial skill was indeed formidable, capable of defeating foes beyond its tier? But when physical strength couldn't keep up and it was forced into use, wouldn't the muscles just go numb? Chirp! At that moment, the bone vulture circling overhead let out another bone-chilling cry. Damn it! Is this where I, Lin Tian, meet my end? He gritted his teeth. The perils of the battlefield were truly beyond imagination. Wretched beast! Don't you dare harm my kin! Suddenly, another booming voice thundered through the air. A white arrow flashed by, piercing the bone vulture clean through. Carried by its momentum, the vulture traced a graceful arc through the sky before crashing with a thud right in front of Lin Tian. In the realm of martial arts, warriors transcend ordinary mortals. Yet only those who reach the martial artist rank possess the strength to contend with even the lowest tier first stage demonic beasts. To pierce a first tier demon with a single arrow, the attacker must be at least a grandmaster level powerhouse. Chapter 7, Promoted to Personal Guard. Young man, are you alright? Dozens of horsemen arrived. The leading general, clad in gleaming armor, dismounted and approached Lin Tian. He patted the youth on the shoulder, his clear laughter carrying a warmth that lit up his eyes. Thank you for your rescue, General. Lin Tian bowed respectfully. The commander paused, curious. How did you know I was a general? Lin Tian replied confidently, only a grandmaster or higher could kill a first-tier demonic creature like the bone vulture with a single arrow. In our great Xia, those with vital energy exceeding 100 units are common foot soldiers. Martial artists are enlisted soldiers. Those at the first level of body tempering are 3rd-class soldiers, the 2nd level are 2nd-class soldiers, and the 3rd level are 1st-class soldiers, who also serve as squad leaders commanding 7-12 men. A copper-skin martial master is a squad leader, commanding 3-5 squad leaders. A silver vein martial master is a centurion, commanding 3-5 squad leaders. A gold viscera martial master is a 1,000-man captain, commanding 3-5 centurions. Upon ascending to grandmaster, one is titled a general, matching the strength of 2nd-tier demons and effortlessly crushing 1st-tier demons. The Grandmaster realm itself is divided into 3 tiers: Jade Marrow, Spirit Platform, and Blood Furnace. A Jade Marrow Grandmaster is a deputy general, commanding 3-5 centurions and leading at least 3,000 troops. The arriving commander smiled without comment. Behind him, a centurion remarked, "You guessed right. Our General Jiang is a Jade Marrow Grandmaster known as the White Robe Deputy General. He commands a full 5,000 troops, a truly formidable force. You're in luck, kid. Hey, don't say that. General Jiang reached out to stop the centurion's flattery, then turned his gaze to Lin Tian. He scrutinized him closely, noting Lin Tian's lion-like nose and jawline, his brow ridge as steep as cliffs, his narrow eyes gleaming with a fierce, torch-like intensity. His eyebrows, like broken blades, slanted sharply into his temples. Ears broad and thickly fleshed, cheekbones soaring like solitary peaks piercing the sky. His face bore the cold steel hue of crimson dawn. Though still slightly youthful, it undeniably radiated the aura of a sovereign and noble, a natural-born military leader. Young man, what is your name? General Jiang inquired. Lin Tian lowered his gaze slightly, pausing before replying. My surname is Lin, my given name Tian. Lin Tian? Lin. Could it be the Lin family of the imperial capital? General Jiang pressed. No, Lin Tian shook his head, lying. The imperial capital Lin clan is renowned for their overlord spear and dragon-slaying blade, unmatched masters of both sword and spear, pillars of our great Xia dynasty's military. The blade technique you just used to slay that martial master bore the fierce, domineering style of the imperial capital Lin clan. I mistakenly thought you might be connected to them. It seems I overthought it, General Jiang said with a look of regret. I come from Jiangnan, born into poverty. I was supposed to be admitted to Jiangnan Martial Arts University, but now I'm just a newly enlisted criminal in the cannon fodder regiment. Lin Tian said bitterly. A recommended student? General Jiang froze, staring in astonishment at the surrounding centurions. If you were admitted to Jiangnan Martial Arts University, how could you become cannon fodder? Were you framed? Betrayed? Lin Tian's face turned as cold as ice. He said in a chilling tone, my classmate and so-called good friend, for his own selfish gain, framed me for taking Red Bull. During the martial arts college entrance exam, I noticed something was off and wanted to withdraw voluntarily, but he reported me instead. I took the exam to avoid leaving regrets in life, and it was his persistent invitation that made me go. Who would have thought? Using blood-boosting stimulants during the martial arts college entrance exam crossed the imperial red line, earning him a 3-year prison sentence. His release coincided with the recruitment drive for the cannon fodder battalion. Had General Jiang not intervened today, you likely would have perished on the battlefield. Is this man truly your good brother? Utterly treacherous. The blatant actions of a villain, the centurion denounced. General Jiang declared in a resonant voice, I witnessed your fierce combat prowess. Just moments ago, you single-handedly slew the Iron Cavalry's copper-skinned martial artist, earning considerable merit. It seems you possess both ambition and a thirst for vengeance. How about this, join my ranks as a member of my personal guard. I shall ensure your safety. When you feel your strength is sufficient, you may return to Jiangnan to clear your name. What do you say? Lin Tian, though unworthy, is honored to serve the general. Lin Tian bowed with clasped hands. If you're to serve as personal guard to our General Jiang, you should kneel on one knee. What's this clasped hands gesture? Does our General Jiang not deserve your kneel? The centurion barked harshly. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed sharply. Not necessary. A man's knees are made of gold. Especially for a man of Lin Tian's caliber. General Jiang smiled brightly at the centurion and teased, tell me, at his age, what cultivation realm were you at? The centurion looked utterly bewildered. I had just become a martial artist back then. My chi and blood were barely at 150 points. And your strength? General Jiang turned his gaze to Lin Tian. Martial artist realm, body tempering stage 1. Vitality. 205 units. Lin Tian declared. Whoa! The assembled soldiers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. In the Great Xia dynasty, martial arts training was universal. By age 5 or 6, children began tempering their bodies. After 6 years of primary school, their physical fitness matched that of adults, with vital energy around 80 units. During junior high, bodies entered a rapid growth phase. Talented individuals could increase their chi blood by 20-30 units over 3 years, reaching the peak physical condition of humans before the martial era. During the 3 years of high school, most individuals reached 100 chi blood points, while the gifted attained 130-149 points. Such individuals could enter martial arts universities. Those with 150-plus points became martial practitioners, qualifying for admission to prestigious martial arts universities. Only those reaching 180-plus points, achieving the first level of body tempering, gained direct admission eligibility. Now consider Lin Tian. At 18 years old, he was at the first level of body tempering, yet his chi and blood reached 205 units, just 5 units shy of advancing to the second level. In the imperial capital, he could compete for a spot at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. In Jiangnan, he'd be the undisputed martial arts champion. Such a prodigy, and Jiangnan Martial Arts University actually chose to send him to prison, only to use him as cannon fodder? Oomph. Jiangnan Martial Arts University is blind as a bat, letting brother Lin Tian's brilliance go unrecognized. Serves them right to lose such a martial arts prodigy. General Jiang spat out in fury. The other centurions no longer dared to look down on Lin Tian. The reason was simple: at 18, he was already nearing the second tier of body tempering. In another half year, wouldn't he be approaching the third tier? Another year, and he'd be a copper-skin martial artist. 2 more years, and a silver vein martial artist. In just 3 to 4 years, Lin Tian would possess strength equal to theirs. And that was for an ordinary person. Lin Tian was a prodigy. Perhaps 2.5 years would suffice, or even less. General Jiang. It's such a relief you're not dead. I truly thought you were gone. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the distance. The approaching rider was none other than the young officer in white robes. Spotting General Jiang, he tumbled from his horse in his haste, scrambling toward the general on all fours. Hey, you fool, always so reckless. I'm fine. Actually, I left long before the great slaves attacked the stronghold. General Jiang dismounted and caught the young officer's arms with both hands. Then why did you deceive me? I truly believed you were lost, the young officer protested, his voice tinged with hurt. Well, if you didn't believe I was dead, how could I make the enemy army believe it too? That way, I could pull off a mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind maneuver. General Jiang laughed brightly. Ah! The young officer in white robes pushed General Jiang's hands away and stomped his foot in frustration. Ha 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 ha. General Jiang roared with laughter, then approached Lin Tian, grabbing his hand and introducing him. Come. This young officer in white robes is Yuanhong. He wields a spear like a master and is my sworn brother. Currently a silver-veined martial artist, he serves as a centurion. Centurion sure. Lin Tian bowed respectfully. My full name is Jiang Ming is in brightness. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Jiang. Jiang Ming patted his belly and laughed heartily. Brother Jiang. Lin Tian replied respectfully. Yuanhong looked at Lin Tian, his mind flashing back to the earlier scene where his spear had nearly severed Lin Tian's arm. He immediately grew anxious. Brother, you're taking such a weakling as your junior? Chapter 8, Second Tier of Body Tempering. Yuanhong was thoroughly displeased. Jiang Ming, however, froze for a moment before waving his hand. I didn't take him as my sworn brother. Good. Yuanhong shot Lin Tian a dismissive glance. But if Lin Tian wants to, I guess I could just swallow my pride and agree. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ming chuckled awkwardly. A look of shock flashed across Yuanhong's face as he stepped in front of Lin Tian. My spear just now nearly blew your arm off. You can't even beat me. If word gets out, it'll be a complete disgrace to my big brother. I refuse. Brother! Jiang Ming called out softly, pulling Yuanhong's arm as he tried to persuade him. I saw everything Lin Tian did on the battlefield just now. With only a body tempering stage 1 cultivation, he slaughtered 31 iron cavalry slaves. Then, taking advantage of the bone vulture's attack, he killed a copperskin martial artist. With strength like that, how can he be considered weak? What? Yuanhong froze, staring at Lin Tian in disbelief. He did look heroic, but also very young, clearly just a newly minted adult. How could he possibly possess the strength to slay a copperskin martial artist? Lin Tian shook his head and sighed softly. My father taught me a single sword technique from a fragmentary manual. I trained relentlessly for 10 years since childhood just to master this one move. That sword technique must be a supreme martial art. It's a pity it's only a fragment, containing just one move, Jiang Ming lamented. No. That doesn't make sense. Yuanhong snapped sharply. If he possessed the skill to slay a copperskin martial artist at such a young age, why would he be assigned to the cannon fodder regiment? A flush of embarrassment spread across Jiang Ming's face. Brother, are you deliberately picking a fight with me today? Brother, I'm only thinking of you. Yuanhong pouted. I know you mean well, but Lin Tian was wrongfully sent to the cannon fodder regiment in the first place, betrayed by his own brother. And now you're attacking him? Is that right? Jiang Ming clapped his hands, speaking with effort. Yuanhong's face fell as he muttered, I wouldn't stab you in the back, big bro. No, that's not. Jiang Ming turned his head impatiently and continued, anyway, Lin Tian went into battle today, killed enemy generals, and earned his stripes. His achievements are more than enough to promote him to the personal guard. Go handle the paperwork. Yes, brother. Yuanhong replied weakly. Jiang shot Yuanhong a stern look and snapped, how many times have I told you? Address me by my title when we're outside. Yes, General Jiang. Yuanhong declared loudly. Go on now. After dismissing Yuanhong, Jiang Ming turned to Lin Tian with a smile and introduced him. This is Wei Shan, captain of the 100, my personal guard commander. Captain Wei. Lin Tian bowed with clasped hands. This Wei Shan, the very man who had just been forced to kneel, was now his superior. Wei Shan rested his right hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, tilted his chin up, and said in a sarcastic tone, I'm not worthy of you calling me Captain Wei. Question mark. Jiang Ming nudged Wei Shan's arm and murmured reproachfully, Old Wei? We're all on the same side now. What's with the attitude? Hurry up and take charge of him. If he doesn't measure up, I'll hold you accountable. Wei Shan's face darkened, but he remained silent. Jiang Ming pointed at Wei Shan and barked, That's an order. Yes, sir. Your subordinate obeys. Wei Shan reluctantly clasped his hands in response. He glanced at Lin Tian, then said dismissively, "Follow me." Lin Tian bowed, then followed Wei Shan. He was given the armor and warhorse of a fallen comrade, and soon found himself marching back to Xiantai Pass with the troops. The crescent moon hung high in the deep, dark sky. The night in the northern wastes was chillingly cold. Even with his robust constitution and vitality at 205 points, Lin Tian couldn't withstand the chill, forcing him to don an extra layer of long sleeves and pants. The personal guard unit numbered exactly 300 men, fully staffed with no spare quarters. Thus, Lin Tian shared lodgings with Wei Shan, the captain of the guard. Wei Shan slept in the bedroom, while Lin Tian took the living room. Otherwise, he would have to share a wooden bunk bed in the barracks with the other guards, or sleep on the floor under the watchful eyes of 8 men. But that would leave him no time or space to practice his sword techniques at night. After all, his sword technique wasn't some fragmentary manual, it was a complete, life-altering martial art. My chi and blood currently stand at 205 units. Just 5 more units, and I'll break through to the second stage of body tempering. In the past, that would have taken a full 500 days. Now, it can be achieved in just 5 hours. Lin Tian sat cross-legged, drawing in the surrounding celestial and terrestrial chi. He activated an advanced cultivation technique, channeling the chi through his meridians at an accelerated pace. His organs then transformed this energy into vital chi and blood. This process essentially accelerated the renewal and regeneration of his body's cells. As the spiritual energy refined his body, tiny, foul-smelling black impurities began to surface on his skin. The first body refinement produced the most impurities, dark, foul-smelling, and stubbornly difficult to wash away. Yet the enhancement gained from this initial refinement felt like a complete rebirth. Subsequent refinements, the second, third, and beyond, yield progressively fewer impurities. While the sensation may not match the first refinement's intensity, the gains achieved are significantly greater. After 3 refinements, the physical body's efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy increases by an entire tier, earning it the designation of a spirit body. It's said that in this world, some truly gifted individuals possess special constitutions, born as spirit bodies. Upon reaching adulthood, they possess the strength of martial masters. With casual practice, they can easily become grandmasters or even supreme masters. But this is practically legend, never witnessed firsthand, nor has the Imperial Court ever promoted such claims. But I have the Berserk Trait System. My Berserk value has already reached 60. I only need another 40 points to unlock the second golden trait. The first golden trait grants a hundredfold enhancement at cheat level talent. I wonder what the second golden trait will be. Lin Tian mused as he continued his cultivation. 5 hours passed swiftly. As his chi and blood reached a critical threshold, Lin Tian distinctly felt the blood rushing through his veins accelerate wildly. Something seemed to be trapped beneath his skin. With a single burst of force, he could compel it out. "Break!" Lin Tian roared, snapping his eyes open. The next instant, the chi and blood trapped at the threshold surged upward. Impurities erupted violently from every pore as his entire body became unblocked. His vision, sense of smell, strength, agility, and processing speed, nearly every aspect of his being received an all-around enhancement. Snap! Snap! Lin Tian flexed his fingers, and a thin layer of black grime clung to his fingertips, stretching into threads. Is this the second stage of a martial artist's body tempering? Excellent! I've achieved it! Lin Tian's gaze burned with intensity. Though this achievement seemed insignificant, all great endeavors were built upon countless small breakthroughs. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly echoed outside the door. Broken through? Oomph, you really are diligent. Go wash up. There's a welcome ceremony for you later, don't forget. Wei Shan's face remained cold. A welcome ceremony at 11 or 12? Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Is there a problem? Wei Shan asked haughtily. No, I'll attend. Lin Tian replied indifferently. This so-called welcome ceremony was likely nothing more than a trap. But since he, Lin Tian, dared to come to the northern wastes, he wasn't afraid of anything. Chapter 9, The Banquet at Hongmen. Xuanti Pass, Military Camp, Pasture Dormitory. Yuanhong was playing cards. He played a pair of 3s, only for his opponent to immediately trump him with a royal flush. Just as he was seething with frustration, the main gate suddenly swung open. Spotting Wei Shan approaching, Yuanhong hastily tossed his cards aside, kicked over the table, and feigned excitement. Old Wei, what's the situation? Did that kid show up? Wei Shan placed his index finger to his lips and whispered, he's here, right outside. But he just broke through to the second level of body tempering. Second tier of tempering the body? Yuanhong was stunned. Sure, the kid was only 5 chi blood points away from the second stage, but he couldn't have broken through in less than a night, right? Humph, he must have exaggerated before. Claiming he was 5 chi points short? He was probably only 0.0 something short in reality. But it doesn't matter. I've got plenty of ways to get back at him. Old Wei, let him in. Yuanhong snapped angrily. No problem. Wei Shan walked over. After a few steps, he turned back. Old Wei, is there another problem? Yuanhong asked. Wei Shan frowned. What if we mess with him like this, and he goes snitching to brother Jiang? Whoa. Shi Yang immediately panicked. Why bring it up now? Was he trying to screw him over? Relax, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. I'll give you 2 pounds of erguatu later. That should cover it, right? Shi Yang grumbled. Wei Shan waved his finger back and forth at Shi Yang, his face filled with astonishment. You're really rolling in it, aren't you? Just you wait. I'll bring him in right now. Outside the main gate, on the lawn. After washing up, Lin Tian followed Wei Shan all the way here. Sergeant Wei, if this is a welcome ceremony, why must it be conducted like a secret operation? Lin Tian asked calmly. This is the military. Discipline is strict. Even back at school, didn't you have to turn off the lights and go to sleep after 11 at night? Wei Shan replied, his expression cold. Lin Tian remained silent. The school did indeed require lights out and sleep by 11. But who among them didn't sneak out to practice in the dead of night? Especially Zhao, whose cultivation gear and tools were downright luxurious. His thermos held a concentration-enhancing brew, keeping him perpetually focused. After training, he'd down a cup of protein powder extracted from ox demons to rapidly repair damaged muscles. By enhancing muscle dimensions and density, he achieved a swift boost in chi and blood. Even the talcum powder he carried was laced with stimulants, allowing him to train all night without sleep. Worst of all, the school not only condones this practice but also offers student loans. Students without funds to train can take out loans spanning 20 or 30 years. Some schools even offer relay loans. If you can't repay, your children can take over. Had this occurred centuries ago in an era still recognized as a nation, the state would have absolutely banned it and provided resources free of charge. After all, despite its class divisions, ancient China genuinely treated its people as human beings, unlike the current imperial court. Lin Tian had once worried whether Zhao Wu's body could endure such strain. But it seemed as though some small magical devices had been implanted within him, enhancing his metabolic capacity. His body had been transformed. Was it useful? It certainly did. Even though Lin Tian's innate talent far surpassed Zhao Wu's, Zhao Wu could still achieve nearly the same level as him thanks to these enhancements, falling only slightly short. Each year, he gained an additional 5-10 points of vital energy. Of course, within the military, especially on frontier lands like the Northern Waste, such intense competition was unheard of. They lived on the edge of a knife every day, facing death on the battlefield at any moment. Cultivation? Unless forced into drills, they preferred entertainment or the thrill of combat to gain vitality. Moreover, they simply lacked the resources for cultivation. Maintaining their vitality without it declining with age was already a blessing. The welcoming ceremony is just ahead. Let's go in. Wei Shan added. Lin Tian glanced at the gate and thrust his hand forward, shoving it open with force. The wooden doors slammed against the wall with a loud thud. Shi Yang sprang to his feet, bellowing, "What's wrong with you? We're holding a welcome ceremony for you, and this is how you barge in without a shred of manners? Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Saves you from having to find another excuse." Lin Tian strode forward, surveying the assembled officers without a trace of fear. "Oomph. You've got some nerve, kid." Shi Yang gave him a thumbs up, then continued, "But today isn't about criticizing you. It's just to remind you that this is a military camp, not a school. Rank trumps everything, that's the rule. Got it? So, General Jiang outranks you. Whatever he demands, you must obey, right?" Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Whoa. Shi Yang sucked in a sharp breath, realizing he couldn't get the upper hand with Lin Tian through words alone. He clapped his hands and continued, "But that's not the main point today. The main point is, all of us here are preparing a welcome ceremony for you." "Right, we've prepared some beef and mutton for you," chimed in one of the squad leaders. "But we haven't slaughtered them yet. Fresh meat is best when it's just butchered," another squad leader added. Shi Yang stepped onto a stool and waved his hand. "I've got the table, bowls, chopsticks, and wine already. But if you want to eat, there's one condition." "Brother Young's feast isn't free," a squad leader declared loudly. "The condition isn't hard. You slaughter as much as you eat." Shi Yang suddenly grinned, stepped down from the stool, and sauntered toward Lin Tian. He slapped the youth's shoulder with a carefree air and teased, "Never encountered demons in the school's greenhouse, did you? You're not afraid to kill people, so slaughtering a few cattle or sheep shouldn't be a problem, right? Don't worry. These cattle and sheep aren't demons. They're just imbued with spiritual energy, making them comparable to ordinary Qi refining stage 1 practitioners. You're already at Qi refining stage 2, so slaughtering them should be a breeze. Here's a butcher's knife perfect for cutting up cattle and sheep. These are our rules. If you want to join, just follow them." Wei Shan walked up from behind, carrying the butcher's knife. Lin Tian took the slaughter knife and felt his limbs go numb. The blade was nearly as big as half his body, weighing at least 50 or 60 pounds. Using this thing to slaughter cattle and sheep? Just carrying it a short distance would drain his strength. But if this was their way of intimidating him, it wasn't much to worry about. "Hey, Lin Tian, you're not backing out, are you?" Shi Yang leaned in close, his eyes narrowing with a sly grin. Wei Shan folded his arms, sneering contemptuously, "We soldiers may be born to die, but none of us are cowards." Clang. Suddenly, Lin Tian raised the massive butcher's knife in his hand and declared loudly, "If I eat it all, does that mean I can kill them all?" Just as Wei Shan opened his mouth to respond, Shi Yang beat him to it, slapping his chest and declaring, "Go ahead and slaughter them all if you've got the guts. I'll cover the bill." "Alright." Lin Tian hoisted the slaughter knife and began walking steadily toward the pasture. The others hurried to follow. Wei Shan tugged Shi Yang's arm and whispered, "Are you crazy? Each cow costs 5,000 credit points to slaughter, and a sheep is 3,000 credit points. That's just here on the base. If you did this outside, the price would be at least 10 times higher. Aren't you afraid he'll bleed you dry? Look how strained he was just raising that knife. How many do you think he can handle? 2 or 3 tops. Those 2 or 3 will ease my heart's resentment, it's worth it," Shi Yang declared defiantly. He'd already had it in for Lin Tian for a while. Why did this kid get Big Brother Jiang Ming's favor the moment he arrived? Why? Tonight, he was going to teach Lin Tian a lesson, make him learn his place. Chapter 10, The Second Golden Skill. Inside the cattle pen. Lin Tian carried a large slaughter knife, feigning great effort. In truth, he discovered a trick during his earlier workout. Using the power of his waist and elbows could counteract most of the knife's swaying motion and muscle strain, thereby reducing fatigue. No matter the era, beef and mutton were never cheap, especially a whole carcass. Today, he was going to make sure Yang paid dearly, rubbing salt in his wounds and showing him that Lin Tian wasn't someone to be trifled with. "Kid, don't say I'm picking on you. You slaughter a cow, I'll slaughter a sheep." At that moment, Shi Yang entered the sheep pen wielding a long spear, separated from Lin Tian only by a fence. Poof. Lin Tian gripped his knife with both hands, his gaze fixed on the cattle in the pen. These beasts were as thick as mountains, their muscles bulging in massive lumps. Even a blade might struggle to make a dent. If they were startled or enraged, those hard, massive horns would charge forward and an ordinary person would likely be gutted on the spot. A slaughter knife is still a blade. It can still draw and strike. Holding his breath, Lin Tian concentrated, mentally rehearsing the slaughter knife straw technique. He aimed at the rear end of an old cow munching on grass and swung his blade down. Zzzzzzz. A slow, thick flash of light streaked through the air. The rear half of the old ox was instantly cleaved in two. But the slaughter knife in Lin Tian's hand slammed heavily into the ground as a result. The spear moves, and the white dragon roars. White dragon spear, shatter. Shi Yang thrust his spear casually, instantly decapitating an 80-kilogram sheep. The flock, sensing the scent of blood and the sound of slaughter, scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, the cattle herd where Lin Tian stood turned red-eyed one by one. "Ha ha ha ha. That kid probably doesn't know, huh? They say the cattle of the northern wastes carry ancient bloodlines in their genes like those of the ancient tusked beasts. At the sight of red, they go berserk. He's struggling to slaughter just one. There are over 100 cattle here, he's definitely in for a rough time. I'll bet 5 credits he won't last 5 minutes. You're overestimating him. I'll wager 100 credits 30 seconds. The mocking laughter of the squad leaders reached his ears. Lin Tian paid them no mind. Because these cattle had gone bloodthirsty, and seeing them had made his own eyes burn with fury. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the demon bull. Gains 0.5 rage points. Acquired trait, brute strength white. Current rage points, 60.5. Accumulate 100 rage points to draw a second golden skill. Slaying these demon cattle also granted rage points. Though only 0.5 rage points per kill, there were over 100 of them here. Slaughter them all, and you'll unlock a second golden trait. And it's safer than going to the battlefield. This isn't bullying him at all. This is clearly a massive blessing being handed to him. And so, draw sword slash. Draw. Slash. Draw. Slash. Lin Tian transformed into a mighty warrior on the spot. Blade rose and fell. One demon bull after another fell beneath his slaughtering blade. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the demon bull. You have gained 0.5 rage points and acquired the trait, stubbornness white. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the demon bull. You have gained 0.5 rage points and acquired the trait, brute strength white. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the demon bull. You have gained 0.5 rage points and acquired the trait, endurance white. Current rage points, 85.5. Accumulate 100 rage points to draw a second golden trait. 1 demon ox equals 0.5 rage points. Lin Tian had just finished an exhausting spree, slaying a full 51 demon bulls. But it wasn't enough. It still wasn't enough. Pant, pant. The slaughter knife plunged into the ground. Lin Tian braced himself with one hand on its hilt, kneeling on one knee. Sweat poured down his cheeks as he gasped for breath. Even these envious beasts, ruthlessly slaughtered by Lin Tian, were now cowering in fear. One by one, they cowered in corners, trembling in fear. What beasts they are! No, he's worse than beasts. At least 50 demon bulls, right? He's a killing machine. Who knew this kid was so ruthless? But I recall, for every ox he kills, Captain Sure must slaughter a sheep in return? The voices of the squad leaders reached Yong's ears. Yong burned with shame and rage. He snorted coldly, grabbed his spear, and plunged into the sheep herd. Spear after spear pierced through bodies, his efficiency utterly crushing Lin Tian's. Wait. Wei Shan had intended to watch the spectacle, but the sight of the corpses of cattle and sheep strewn across the ground struck him as more terrifying than a sea of corpses and blood. He quietly approached Yong from behind and whispered, "Old Shi, have you lost your mind? A cow is worth 5,000 credit points, a sheep 3,000. If you really slaughter 50 of each, that's hundreds of thousands of credits. Are you really going to spend that much money just to get back at that kid?" Clang. The cold gleam of the gun barrel pressed against Wei Shan's face. Yong held the gun, his face dark. "When have I, Yong, ever gone back on my word? If you try to stop me, don't blame me for being rude. Hey, you. Ouch." Wei Shan shook his head repeatedly. Meanwhile, after a brief rest, Lin Tian stood up. With great effort, he pulled out the slaughter knife, ready to butcher once more. Rage points. These are all rage points. Lin Tian's heart raced with excitement. Though opportunities to fight on the battlefield had increased for everyone in the military camp from cannon fodder to personal guards, only what was actually gained counted. Kill. 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 Slaughter them all. Lin Tian's mind held only this single thought. Blade raised, blade fell. Mechanical slaughter. Merciless slaughter. Even when exhausted, he would continue. Kill. 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 The squad leaders who witnessed this scene were all stunned. Even though they routinely slaughtered enemies like weeds on the battlefield, none possessed such a deep-seated bloodlust as Lin Tian. This kid looks fierce and unyielding, brave beyond compare, but how can he be so bloodthirsty? Wei Shan frowned deeply. Suddenly, he realized sharing a dorm with such a butcher meant locking his door at night. What if Lin Tian sleepwalked, picked up a kitchen cleaver, and stumbled into his bedroom? Sigh. Oomph. At that moment, Yong let out a cold snort and suddenly flung a sheep into the cattle pen, landing it right in front of Lin Tian. Though he said nothing, it was clear Yong had reached his limit and was starting to resort to dirty tricks. However, Lin Tian casually swung his blade again, instantly finishing off the half-dead demon sheep at his feet. Fortunately, the incredibly pleasant system notification finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the demon sheep. You have gained 0.5 rage points and acquired the trait Epilepsy White. Current rage points, 100.00 rage threshold reached, eligible for golden trait draw. Would you like to draw a second gold attribute now? Yes or no? Damn it. Do I even need to think about it? Of course it's yes. Ding, drawing the second golden trait. Congratulations on drawing the second golden trait, Liquid Jade Golden Body. Glazed Golden Body Gold, a formidable physique from ancient times. At its pinnacle, 3,200 gilded meridians surge through the glazed marrow substance, impervious to all arts and indestructible by the Tao. Current unlocked stage, Primordial Embryo. Liquid Jade Golden Body Primordial Embryo, physical form instantly hardens by 100%. Weapons and spells of equal tier cannot inflict damage. Holy crap! With this Jade Gold physique, you're invincible against equals. And this is a powerful physique from the ancient era. The system hasn't deceived me. What a steal. Take off. Chapter 11, Body Tempering Pill. Kid. Are you deliberately picking on Yong? 5,000 credit points for a cow, and a full 3,000 for a sheep. Even if he's a centurion, he couldn't possibly afford that much. You're a complete bastard. Wei Shan rushed over, grabbed Lin Tian by the collar, and shouted down at him. Ha! Lin Tian tossed aside the broken slaughter knife, shoved Wei Shan aside, and swept his cold gaze across the crowd. His voice was icy. So today you all wanted to intimidate me? Well, let me tell you this. Unless you bully the weak and beat me to death with your fists, I, Lin Tian, will never bow to any one of you. The sheer force of Lin Tian's presence in that moment shook even the weakest among them, a copper-skinned martial artist, to their core. It was as if the Lin Tian standing before them was no longer a weakling barely at the second level of body tempering. He was a tyrant fighting with his back against the river, staking everything on this final battle. Yong, didn't you say you'd never go back on your word? Fine. I killed 49 cattle and 1 sheep. You must kill 49 sheep and 1 cattle totaling 800,000 credit points. Pay up. Scrape together 800,000 credits, empty your entire stash. Lin Tian's lips twisted into a half-smile, his Adam's apple rolling as if swallowing not saliva, but the poisoned tip of a blade. Yong kicked open the corral gate and strode forward, towering over the defiant Lin Tian. He slammed his spear into the ground, then surveyed the pale, bewildered crowd. His voice carried a hint of desperation. Yong. I keep my word. I never go back on my promises. At that moment, an angry voice suddenly echoed from beyond the pasture. Keeping my word? And you'll never go back on your word? The squad leaders turned to see the newcomer, their faces turning green with fear. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing on the spot. Question mark. Yuanhong looked utterly bewildered. Why the sudden dash? All of you, come back here. Who gave you permission to run? The newcomer barked again. Yuanhong looked over and turned pale with fright. Big brother. I was wondering why none of you were in the dorms late at night. I thought you were off indulging in some wild parties again. Turns out you're slaughtering cattle and sheep for fun here, huh? If you're so brave, why don't you slaughter them on the battlefield? What's the point of slaughtering them on the pasture? Huh? The man was none other than Jiang Ming, one hand on his hip, the other pointing at the fleeing group as he cursed and ranted. Brother Jiang, I slaughtered all these cattle and sheep, Lin Tian gritted out. And half of them are mine, Yuanhong declared, lifting his head haughtily. Jiang Ming froze, glaring at Yuanhong with contempt. You're a centurion, yet you're here squabbling with a rookie? Think you're pretty tough, huh? Yuanhong fell silent. One ox is worth 5,000 credit points, one sheep is worth 3,000 credit points. There are at least 100 animals here, easily worth hundreds of thousands. Even if we sold you off, you couldn't scrape together that much. Jiang Minghong declared. Even as a deputy commander, he couldn't scrape together that much money on short notice. I'll pay for it myself, Yuanhong stammered. You'll pay? Pay my ass. Jiang Ming pulled out his belt, cursing under his breath. Yuanhong glanced at the belt in Jiang Ming's hand, his face falling. Brother, if you want to hit me, just hit me. Beat you? Not now. Hurry up and pack your stuff. Back to the dorm. Jiang Ming rolled the belt into a tight coil with both hands and tossed it into the air with practiced ease. Thud. Jiang Ming's belt pierced straight through the corrugated iron roof of the ranch. After several swings, the roof was riddled with holes. Lin Tian frowned in confusion. Brother Jiang, are you doing this too? Of course we're running. 800,000 yuan. That's enough to sell all three of us. Whoever wants to be the sucker can take it. Jiang Ming declared loudly. The next second, he scooped Lin Tian up and charged toward the exit. Lin Tian was stunned. He was actually skipping out on the bill? The next day, when the ranch manager opened the door, it was absolute hell. The next day. Inside the military camp. Yuanhong knelt on the ground, silent. Jiang Ming didn't even glance at him. Instead, he smiled at Lin Tian standing nearby and said, bullying new recruits may be a time-honored tradition in the military, but you're different. You're a prodigy. Sooner or later, you'll rise to greatness. You shouldn't have to endure this humiliation. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. It wasn't really bullying. He wanted to slaughter a sheep for his welcome ceremony, so I just slaughtered a cow for mine. Oomph. Bullying is bullying. Yuanhong, stand by my actions. I don't need your charity or protection. Yuanhong retorted coldly. Shut your mouth. If you keep talking like this when the Inspector General arrives, I'll beat the crap out of you, you hear me? Jiang Ming snapped. Yuanhong curled his lips in resignation. Got it. Oof. Jiang Ming exhaled in relief before pulling a small box from his robe and handing it to Lin Tian. Here. For you. Yuanhong, curious about its contents, looked up and saw the small box. His pupils dilated in shock. He jumped to his feet and shouted, Big brother. You can't do this. That thing's worth $1 million. What do you mean no? You bullied Lin Tian, kept saying you'd treat us, but can you even come up with 800,000 yourself? I'm your big brother. I'll make this decision. Mind your own business. Jiang Ming slammed the table in anger. But, before Yuanhong could finish, Jiang Ming fixed him with a piercing glare. General Jiang, I can't accept this. Even if I did, it could only be 800,000 yuan. And if I did take it, I'd turn it over to you. Lin Tian declared loudly. Ha. Jiang Ming lifted the box in his hand, studying Lin Tian with a knowing look. Do you know what's inside? I don't know, Lin Tian replied. Inside is an extremely rare body tempering pill. Jiang Ming's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. A single body tempering pill sells for a staggering 1 million credit points. An average family might barely scrape together 110,000 to 120,000 credits in a year. It's incredibly expensive, but its effects absolutely justify the price. Most martial artists max out at the third level of body tempering before starting to cultivate copper skin and advancing to martial artist. But taking this pill further purifies the body, achieving a truly flawless physique. Chi and blood absorption, spiritual energy refinement, reaction speed, everything reaches a whole new level. A towering edifice rises from level ground. In the martial path, beyond innate talent, one must rely on foundational strength. Only with steadfast roots can one journey further. Body tempering pill. A fiery glow instantly lit up Lin Tian's face. At Jiangnan First High School, he had only seen them in textbooks and on multimedia displays. Each pill could be said to harness the very essence of heaven and earth. They were a class of auxiliary medicines that far surpassed any health supplements like Qi and blood tonics. Their effect on enhancing martial artists was simply too remarkable. Back when Li Daochang was still crown prince, his ascension to martial emperor was made possible by consuming the mirror-shattering pill. It propelled him into the martial emperor realm, allowing him to stand out among the imperial princes and inherit the throne. Even so, those capable of refining such pills remain exceedingly rare. It's no exaggeration to say they are 1 in 10,000. An alchemist must first be a formidable martial artist, which immediately eliminates 95% of candidates. Second, they must master the control of divine flames. Without divine flames, relying solely on ordinary flames, it is nearly impossible to refine pills that can aid martial cultivation. Acquiring is exceedingly difficult, as they are almost exclusively found in the world's most magnificent and perilous locations. Only then do factors like soul strength, various materials, and alchemy equipment come into play. It is no exaggeration to say that every alchemist is a figure of strategic importance. The pills they concoct, even the most basic chi and blood pills, become objects of contention among major martial arts factions, noble clans, universities, sacred grounds, sects, and the imperial court. Now, a body-tempering pill worth $1 million was right before them. All he had to do was ask, and it would be his. Chapter 12, Fight until they're convinced. But, Brother Jiang, I cannot accept this pill. No reward without merit. I don't need it either. Lin Tian waved his hand in refusal, his tone righteous and resolute. His response left Shi Yong and Wei Shan beside him utterly bewildered. This was a body-tempering pill worth $1 million. What are you saying? You're my personal guard. Do you even know what a personal guard is? At critical moments, you're supposed to charge into battle with me, facing life and death together. It means I'm entrusting my very life to you. I give you a body-tempering pill to protect my life. Do you think my life isn't worth even one such pill? Jiang Ming pointed at the body-tempering pill in his palm and asked sternly. Brother Jiang. Lin Tian choked back tears. He was only at the second level of body tempering. How could he possibly protect a grandmaster like Jiang Ming? Moreover, once he grew stronger, he still intended to return to Jiangnan for revenge. This was clearly an act of kindness without expectation of return, a generous gift prepared solely because Jiang Ming held him, Lin Tian, in high regard. At this point, if I, Lin Tian, refuse it, I'd only appear pretentious. Brother Jiang, for the kindness of bestowing this pill upon me today, I shall repay you 1,000-fold in the future. Lin Tian bowed respectfully. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ming's hearty laughter echoed as he handed the body-tempering pill to Lin Tian. Patting his shoulder, he added, we'll worry about repaying the favor later. Right now, your top priority is cultivating to the 3rd level of body tempering. After all, while this pill can enable your 4th body tempering, you absolutely must reach the 3rd level before taking it. Otherwise, your body simply won't withstand the force. It could damage your meridians and internal organs, jeopardizing your martial arts future. I'll grow stronger as quickly as possible. Lin Tian declared from the bottom of his heart. Just then, a soldier entered, whispered something in Jiang Ming's ear, and departed. Jiang Ming's expression turned cold as he murmured, I'm heading to the commander's quarters. If the inspector general arrives, you must stick to your story, insist you didn't leave yesterday. No trouble making. With that, he strode away. Inside the tent, Shi Yong bowed, brushed dust from his knees, and approached Lin Tian, his gaze fixed intently on the exquisite box in Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian swiftly tucked the box into his robe and coldly retorted, What? General Jiang has barely left, and you're already eyeing it? Shi Yong grinned savagely. Do you know the origin of this body-tempering pill? I don't know, nor do I wish to know, Lin Tian replied. This body-tempering pill comes from the battlefield. It was spoils of war my elder brother seized from the great slave dynasty, but he never turned it in. It was meant for his younger brother in Lushan, Shi Yong said, his eyes locked on Lin Tian. When I rise to power someday, I'll repay Brother Zhang's younger brother 100-fold, Lin Tian declared loudly. Someday. Can you guarantee you'll ever have that day? Haven't your teachers taught you the principle that a man is not guilty for possessing a treasure, but the treasure itself brings guilt? I hear this is the body-tempering pill of the great slave dynasty's young princess. And as for geniuses? Before they truly mature, they're nothing but lowly children. Shi Yong's gaze burned like fire as his voice grew louder. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. If Sergeant Shi wishes to fight, I, Lin Tian, though only at the 2nd level of body tempering, am willing to see this through to the end. Ha 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 ha. Shi Yong roared with laughter, then suddenly lowered his head, his gaze locking onto Lin Tian. I'd been waiting for you to say that. A confident, white smile spread across his lips. But I won't take advantage of you. I'll suppress my cultivation to match yours both at the 2nd level of body tempering. No weapons. Just bare hands. Let's settle this once and for all. What do you say? Lin Tian snorted lightly. I bet you'd want a little something at stake, wouldn't you? And wouldn't that just happen to be the quenching body pill in my hand? You're a smart one, just my type to deal with. That Quinty pill? You won't be able to keep hold of it. Shi Yong declared confidently. What Brother Jiang gave me, I'll fight to the death to keep. And if I win, what then? Lin Tian countered. Then I'll give you my life. Old Wei, you be the witness. With that, Yong swung his fist straight at Lin Tian's face. Had Lin Tian not reacted swiftly enough, Yong's fist would have struck his nose squarely. After dodging, Lin Tian didn't hesitate. He twisted his waist and delivered a sweeping kick. Yong, quick as lightning, leapt upward, his hands forming claws as he lunged fiercely toward Lin Tian. To everyone's surprise, Lin Tian neither dodged nor flinched, catching Yong's tiger descending the mountain strike head-on. He's fine? He's actually fine? Even Wei Shan, watching from the sidelines, was stunned. Yong's tiger descending the mountain strike was powerful enough to overwhelm even a first-tier demonic bone vulture. What kind of physique did Lin Tian possess to withstand it? Ha! Seizing the moment while Yong was stunned, Lin Tian grabbed his wrists, flipped him over, and dragged him backward. With a single motion, he hurled Yong over his own head, slamming him face first onto the ground in front of him. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Yong was slammed hard. Wei Shan, standing nearby, stared in disbelief. Even though Yong had suppressed his cultivation to the second layer of body tempering, his inherent strength remained that of a silver vein martial artist. The gap in foundational power was undeniable. How could he have been counterattacked by Lin Tian? After just a few exchanges, he'd been killed outright? Oof. Do you admit defeat? Lin Tian brushed off his disheveled clothes and coldly retorted. Last night, he had obtained the second golden skill slot, Liquid Gold Body. Though it was only in its first stage, Primordial Core, it could instantly harden his body, doubling his defense and making him nearly invincible against opponents of the same tier. Yong suppressing his cultivation to the second stage of body tempering? That was practically begging to be beaten. I refuse to admit defeat. Yong's pupils contracted into two icy stars, his angular face brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, he roared He grabbed his competition pouch and charged at Lin Tian. But Lin Tian seemed unfazed, countering with a backfist elbow strike, a whipping roundhouse kick, and a hook punch. The jade gold body didn't just grant defense. Arms and fists fortified to maximum hardness also delivered devastating force. Thud. Put. Ah. Yong was stunned by the blow. He never imagined Lin Tian's fists could be this hard. Not only could he punch him until he vomited, but he could also withstand his killing blow. It was downright unnatural. Unbelievable. Is this what a true genius looks like? At the same cultivation level, he was so overwhelmingly strong it felt utterly hopeless. But Yong refuses to accept it. Refuses. Enough. Suddenly, Wei Shan roared, his silver vein martial artist aura erupting as he instantly closed the distance. Seizing Lin Tian's fist with one hand and Yong's wrist with the other, he coldly declared, "This contest Lin Tian wins." Oof. If you still refuse to concede, I'll beat you into submission. Lin Tian declared. A contest of ruthlessness? Lin Tian could outdo anyone. I refuse to accept it. I, Yong, refuse to accept it. Refuse. Yong snarled viciously, but as he roared, tears began to fall uncontrollably. This kid, his defenses are crumbling? But he deserved it. Who did this fool think he was, messing with Lin Tian? Still not convinced? Look at what you've been reduced to against someone at your level. Fine, let's call it even. Just don't bother Lin Tian anymore. Wei Shan said impatiently. I don't care. If you want to keep messing with me, Lin Tian will gladly oblige any time. Unless you bully the weak, you'll never stand a chance. Lin Tian retorted defiantly. Wiping away tears, Yong declared defiantly, Lin Tian, you wait. I'll defeat you someday. Right now, I owe you my life. But I'll win it back. Same as always, I'll be waiting. Lin Tian declared loudly. A free silver vein martial artist as a sparring partner? I couldn't ask for more. Chapter 13, The White Rope Group. Oomph. Lin Tian. Don't get too excited just yet. Yong shoved Wei Shan aside, spat out a threat, and then slunk away. He must have felt utterly ashamed. The guy did keep his word, refraining from using strength beyond the second level of body tempering. Otherwise, with just a casual grab from Wei Shan, a silver vein martial artist, and a bit more force, his fist would have been ruined. Lin Tian, consider yourself fortunate that the man standing before you today is a comrade, not an enemy, Wei Shan said coldly, though the look of contempt had vanished from his face. If it were an enemy, I'd beat them to death. Running away in disgrace isn't my style, Lin Tian. Lin Tian retorted stiffly. Wei Shan paused. Had anyone else uttered those words, he would have dismissed them as empty boasts. But Lin Tian, this man who could slaughter cattle with bloodshot eyes? It wasn't impossible. No one in the unit will give you trouble from now on. I hope you know what's best for yourself. Wei Shan shook his head and turned to leave. Back in the dormitory, Lin Tian retrieved the creation tier martial art his father had left him, the blazing abyss annihilation blade. Though unmatched at his level, reality wasn't a game. The battlefield was ruthless, where the strong preyed on the weak with brutal honesty. Cultivating chi and blood, advancing one's realm while important pales in comparison to mastering a creation grade technique that allows the weak to defeat the strong, even slaying foes of higher tiers. The Blazing Abyss Annihilation Blade has 3 forms and 9 variations. The first form is Ashen Feathers Scorching the Sky. I've already mastered its basics. With the Abyss Rainbow Blade, I can unleash 3 raven-shaped fire blades. But the first variation, Crimson Crow's Cry, requires a full 9 fire blades to truly unleash its power. Lin Tian pondered the sword technique while practicing with his long blade. His Hundredfold Talent enhancement meant he didn't need to actually strike. Mental simulation paired with physical movement allowed him to learn just as effectively. The trade-off, however, was that it couldn't form muscle memory and his physical prowess wouldn't improve with practice. Ultimately, he still needed a private space to train. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hum! After an afternoon of practice, sweat had long soaked through Lin Tian's shirt. Fortunately, the results were remarkable. The raven-shaped fire blades unleashed by his Ember Feather Scorching Sky technique had doubled from 3 to 6, nearly doubling their destructive power. Just then, a slightly anxious voice came from outside the door. Is Lin Tian here? The captain of the Imperial Guards sent me to escort you to the camp. Lin Tian frowned. Although Jiang Ming was taking the blame for the incident, losing so many cattle and sheep meant the higher-ups wouldn't be taking it lightly. Sending someone to summon him to the camp tent now was punishment imminent? Coming. Lin Tian stripped off his sweat-soaked shirt, gave himself a cursory wipe, and changed into fresh clothes. Creak. The door creaked open. The visitor was quite polite, bowing his hands and smiling. But judging by the rank insignia on his uniform, he was a damn corporal at least at the 3rd level of body tempering. Corporal. Lin Tian saluted in military fashion. No need for formalities, time is tight, don't delay. Come with me now. The corporal waved him on, then led Lin Tian straight to the camp tents without pause. Along the way, they encountered several fellow guards from the Imperial Guard Battalion. Upon seeing Lin Tian, they murmured among themselves, their eyes darting away one after another. Only 18 years old. Already at the 2nd level of body tempering? He can't even beat Shuyong, the captain of 100 men and General Lianzhong's sworn brother? Even though Captain Shi lowered his cultivation level, one must admit that this Lin Tian, he's a true prodigy. It seems only our commander Sun Yan's talent surpasses his in the Northern Wastes? Sun Yan comes from a distinguished military lineage of our great Xia dynasty. I was thinking of causing him some trouble, but now it seems that if I dare to do so, I'll be the one in trouble. Hearing the murmurs among his personal guards, Lin Tian finally understood why the sergeant before him treated him with such deference. Power. Pure, raw power. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, he must become stronger at any cost. Outside the camp tent, the sergeant walked to this point, turned, and said, Lin Tian, this is as far as I can take you. Hurry inside. Don't keep the generals waiting. Furrowing his brow, Lin Tian bowed with clasped hands before striding directly into the tent. True to his expectations, he immediately sensed an atmosphere starkly different from that of the daytime. A row of squad leaders stood in formation along the tent's perimeter, while the centurions sat encircling the 3,000-man commanders. To the left of the main seat occupied by Jiang Ming sat Shuyong, while Wei Shan occupied the seat to his right. So what was he here for? Could it be they were about to start criticizing and attacking him? Whatever. Since I'm already here, I don't mind if the storm comes down harder. Lin Tian thought to himself, his face involuntarily contorting into a grimace. But Shuyong, along with the 3,000-man captains he had never met before, looked equally astonished at Lin Tian's arrival. General, he's here, Wei Shan announced, clasping his hands respectfully. MHM. Jiang Ming nodded, lifting his gaze to meet Lin Tian's. Don't be nervous. I summoned you to observe. Thank you, General. Lin Tian bowed, then casually found a spot to stand. A hint of appreciation flashed across Jiang Ming's face, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Turning to the assembled commanders, he declared in a solemn tone. Now that everyone is present, we may proceed with today's business. At these words, the generals immediately focused their attention, listening intently. Gentlemen, I stand by my words. The battle robes of our White Robe Regiment have always been meant to be stained with enemy blood. I ask you, do you still possess that unyielding, forward-charging spirit? Jiang Ming sat upright, his voice booming. The generals shouted in unison, white robes stained crimson strike fear into all foes. Wherever we march, we conquer all. White robes stained red, enemies tremble in fear. Lin Tian murmured the words, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Excellent. Jiang Ming acknowledged the general's spirit and resolve, then continued. We've received orders from Commander Su. Our White Robe Regiment will soon be responsible for supplying the Xin Tai Army's autumn grain. But where will grain come from in the northern wastes? We'll seize it from the great slave dynasty, our enemies. A heavily armored 1,000-man commander slammed his fist on his knee and shouted, General Jiang, just say the word. Who do we fight? My Anlu troops will be the first to charge. Oomph. Why should all the glory go to your battalion? Does that make my 2nd battalion some stepchild? General Jiang, I, Wang Zhe, speak for all 2nd Battalion soldiers. We demand to lead the charge. Another 1,000-man commander named Wang Zhe roared, clad in feathered armor. Though the 3rd Battalion is newly formed, we too stand ready to serve as your vanguard. The final commander, Gong Fei, clasped his hands and declared in a clear voice. Ha ha ha, I'm pleased with your enthusiasm, but this time our target is a tough nut to crack. Jiang Ming laughed heartily, though his expression remained as solemn as before. At that moment, Captain Wei Shan of the Personal Guard spread a newly drawn map over the central map table. The black ink still glistened with a faint sheen. The He tribe? And Lu's expression changed instantly upon seeing the name on the map. He gasped, General, the River Tribe has 20,000 people. At least 10,000 able-bodied men and women are mounted warriors carrying blades. Their chieftain, Waliji, is a blood furnace grandmaster. His strength is second only to Commander Sun Yen. The 9 realms of martial arts were divided into 3 stages, martial artist, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. Martial master is subdivided into 3 realms, copper skin, silver tendons, and golden organs. Master is further divided into jade marrow, spiritual platform, and blood furnace realms. A jade marrow grandmaster can easily handle 5-8 gold viscera martial masters. A spirit platform grandmaster can handle 3-5 jade marrow grandmasters. A blood furnace grandmaster can handle 5-8 Lingtai level grandmasters. Even the strongest among their forces, Jiang Ming, is merely a jade marrow grandmaster. How dare you try to provoke a blood furnace grandmaster? Chapter 14, a sensational debut. You were all scrambling to step forward just now. How come once you found out who your opponents were, you suddenly got cold feet? Was all that reckless bravado just an act? Jiang Ming's voice boomed like thunder. General, that fearless disregard for death is a trait revealed only in desperate situations when facing overwhelming foes. But now, knowing full well it's suicide, we're still charging headlong into certain death instead of seeking a way out. This is simply... Ah! Wang Zhe spread his hands helplessly, utterly exasperated. Bang! Jiang Ming leaned on the map and declared, this is Commander Su's order. Are you suggesting I disobey it? Did Commander Su say anything about annihilating the Yulajai tribe? Gong Fei asked. He only ordered us to find a way to seize Waliji's cattle and sheep, Jiang Ming replied. Hearing this, Lin Tian understood perfectly well. Commander Sun Yen had seen through Jiang Ming's attempt to shield his subordinate, deliberately assigning an impossible task to test him. Lin Tian, you seem deep in thought. Why not share your insights? Jiang Ming, noticing Lin Tian's expression, knew the young man had grasped the situation. He deliberately posed the question to give him a gentle warning, hoping to prevent Lin Tian from causing further trouble. Lin Tian blinked but remained silent. The 3,000-man captains around him stared at Lin Tian as if he were some rare curiosity, examining him from every angle. You know, this kid's got a pretty unique look about him. And Lu chuckled. Too bad he's too green, Wang Zhe remarked indifferently. Lacks the weathered, battle-hardened look of a soldier. After all, he's a prodigy from a martial arts academy. How could he possibly be compared to us ordinary folk? Gong Fei glanced unabashedly at Shi Yong beside him. Clearly, they were already aware of the duel between Lin Tian and Shi Yong at the same cultivation level. Poof. Shi Yong seethed inwardly, but in this setting, he had no room to act out. Originally, Lin Tian had no intention of saying anything. But with these 1,000-man captains openly displaying their contempt, if he didn't step forward to confront them, it would be a disgrace to Jiang Ming. So be it. Let these modern men witness how this ancient man reincarnated from 2025 and trained in dragon-slaying arts handled such predicaments. Lin Tian stepped forward, positioning himself before the assembled commanders. Scanning their gazes, he declared in a clear voice. General Jiang. Commanders. Though I am but a lowly officer, a plan is formed in my mind that might just make this mission a breeze. Hearing this, the generals were stunned, including Jiang Ming himself. He hadn't expected Lin Tian, a kid fresh out of school, to not only remain calm and unafraid in this situation but also have the audacity to propose his own plan? Was he deliberately showing off, or just putting on airs? Lin Tian, let me remind you, every man here is a battle-hardened veteran, a seasoned commander who's seen countless wars. Are you certain you have a brilliant plan? Wei Shan spoke with deep skepticism, hoping to give Lin Tian an easy way out. To everyone's surprise, Lin Tian's voice grew even louder. Brilliant or not, let me speak first, then judge. Speak. Jiang Ming commanded decisively. In an instant, all the generals became intensely curious about Lin Tian. They were eager to see what tricks this greenhorn could possibly pull. My plan is simple, lure the tiger away from its lair, Lin Tian declared. Oh, I was wondering what it could be. Before Lin Tian could finish, and Lu chuckled softly, leaning forward. Yulajai is a blood furnace grandmaster and the chieftain of the river tribe. How many battles has he fought? How many worlds has he seen? You want to lure this mighty tiger away? Ha, I can't imagine how you'd manage that. Even if you did lure him away, who here could possibly hold him captive? In an instant, the generals shook their heads and chuckled, all thinking the same thing. What were they expecting? After all that anticipation, this is what they come up with? What a waste of emotion. Lin Tian remained unhurried, his smile brimming with confidence. Precisely because he is a blood furnace grandmaster does he fall more easily into the trap. Gentlemen, observe this, what do you see? With that, Lin Tian produced an exquisitely crafted box. As he lifted the lid, a potent medicinal fragrance wafted out, causing the assembled soldiers' eyes to widen in astonishment. Body tempering pills. These are actually body tempering pills. Wang Zhe exclaimed. Wasn't that thing in General Zhang's possession? How did it end up with you? An Lu was utterly baffled. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Ming burst into laughter, his head thrown back. I see what you're playing at now. You plan to use the body tempering pills I gave you to lure that old fox Eulagi into snatching them, luring the tiger away from its lair, then ambush his tribe? Exactly. Lin Tian confirmed. But it can't be deliberate exposure, it must appear accidentally spilled. This body tempering pill is priceless, yet guarded by me, a mere second-tier body tempering practitioner. With Waliji being a blood furnace grandmaster, it'd be hard for him not to be tempted. Whoa! The generals couldn't help but gasp in shock. Because if Lin Tian's plan worked, not just Waliji, anyone would be unable to resist such temptation. But there's still one problem, Jiang Ming pressed. Even if Waliji can move freely within our army, unless his men are distracted, we still can't ambush his tribe and seize their cattle and sheep. Lin Tian suddenly let out a sly grin. General, this is precisely when we need someone to impersonate a personal guard of the Danu Iron Cavalry. They must send word that their leader has fallen into Commander Sun Yan's trap and is now surrounded, requesting reinforcements from our army. Eulagi is their leader, their pillar. If he dies, the He tribe will face enslavement and disintegration. Chaos will erupt, and they'll rush to his rescue. Once their main force searches for Waliji, the 2,000-man commanders General Zhang has ambushed in advance can lead their troops to attack the He tribe and seize vast herds of cattle and sheep. Damn! The generals exclaimed in unison, good heavens! They pondered it carefully. This was practically a no-cost, high-reward scheme. With minimal effort, they could outmaneuver a blood furnace grandmaster and the entire river tribe's 10,000-strong army, then raid their homes and seize their livestock. Absolutely brilliant. Good heavens! How did I never realize you were a tactical genius? I thought you only had the makings of a warrior, never in my wildest dreams. This truly surprises me. You're also a strategist. You'll absolutely become a commander capable of leading an entire army, just like Commander Su. Jiang Ming praised enthusiastically. Lin Tian's performance had completely surpassed his expectations. Even Shi Yong and Wei Shan were looking at Lin Tian with newfound respect. As for the 3,000-man captains and Lu, Wang Zhe, and Gong Fei, they could scarcely believe their eyes. Excellent, excellent. Your strategy was excellent, but your body tempering pills are too risky. There's a chance they could be lost. Your strength is nearly unmatched among your peers, yet your battlefield performance leaves much to be desired. I should reward you properly, and I will, right now. Jiang Ming paced back and forth within the tent. Suddenly, he halted, his face flushed as he stared at Lin Tian. How about this? I'll pass down my clan's supreme martial art, the mystic footwork, to you. I'll give you 3 more days and a private training room. What do you say? The moment these words left his mouth, the assembled generals were stunned. This was a supreme martial art technique. Chapter 15, 7th grade martial skill. In the Great Xia dynasty, ordinary people had no right to cultivate martial arts techniques. They could only learn basic moves, most of which were free. True martial arts techniques, even the lowest tier first grade ones, cost 100,000 credit points. Second grade martial arts techniques typically cost over 500,000 credit points. Third grade martial arts reach 1 million credit points. These 3 tiers are collectively known as the lower grade martial arts. They are usually held by high schools, universities, noble families, and martial arts organizations, representing martial arts that most people can learn through diligent practice. However, once a martial skill reaches the middle tier, its price skyrockets exponentially. 4th grade martial arts start at a minimum of 5 million credits. 5th grade martial arts techniques start at over 10 million. 6th grade martial arts techniques command a staggering minimum price of 30 million. Crucially, these are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even with exceptional talent, without the endorsement of a prominent family, influential figures, or the imperial court, they remain unattainable. Above that lies the realm of supreme martial arts. Even a 7th grade technique casually commands a value of over 100 million. Grade 8 martial arts techniques are worth over 10 billion. Grade 9 martial arts techniques command over 10 billion. Crucially, these are all items with prices but no market. Even scions of noble families, second-generation members of martial arts organizations, or imperial offspring may not have the opportunity to learn them. Most are passed down only among the true elites within their own clans. Above 9th grade martial arts lie the transformative grade martial arts. Each creation grade martial art, taken individually, is worth hundreds of billions. They represent the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. They are held exclusively by the sacred grounds, the imperial family, and the direct lineages of the top-tier clans. Within martial arts organizations, only the chairman, the director, and their direct lineages are permitted to inherit them. General Jiang. Even if the trace's hiding step is only a 7th grade martial art, it still belongs to the upper echelon of martial arts, worth hundreds of millions. Whether you're willing to teach it is one thing, but whether Lin Tian can obtain authorization from the Jiang family is another matter entirely. If the military inspector discovers he lacks authorization on the battlefield, it would ruin him. You must think this through carefully. And Lu hurriedly bowed his hands in earnest persuasion. His words were not entirely without basis. Among those born into poverty or humble families, there truly existed such prodigies, individuals capable of mentally evolving the martial techniques displayed by their opponents. Through relentless simulation and deduction, they could grasp the essence of these skills, mastering them to a significant degree, or even fully assimilating them as their own. But in the Great Xia dynasty, stealing another's martial technique without authorization from the Martial Arts Patent Bureau carried a minimum sentence of 3 years. If one sought private instruction, not only would the Martial Arts Patent Bureau never grant authorization, but the act itself was illegal. Unless one paid the tax on martial arts instruction to the tax bureau, typically around 5%, it was forbidden. This means that purchasing a 7th grade martial art costing over 100 million requires not only the 100 million fee but also an additional 5 million in taxes paid to the imperial court. Meanwhile, the seller of the martial arts technique must pay 15% of the transaction value, 15 million yuan, to the imperial court, euphemistically termed the wealth disparity levy. It's essentially robbery by another name, but what can anyone do? Who could possibly stand up to the sole martial emperor of the 9 provinces? Sacred grounds? They're beyond the empire's jurisdiction, and both sides often exchange favors. To put it bluntly, they're in cahoots. Major conflicts rarely erupt, they're bound by mutual interests. Indeed. General Jiang. We all know how much you value talent. But teaching him your family's supreme martial arts techniques directly? That's simply too indulgent. And weren't you primarily concerned about Lin Tian's safety when you decided to teach him martial arts? This way, you're asking me to protect him. With you and me working together. That's far better than him running off alone, isn't it? Wang Zhe also stepped forward, clasping his hands before Jiang Ming, pleading earnestly. Their arguments were undeniably sound. Crucially, this was top-tier martial arts technique. Especially the footwork. Unlike common spear techniques, sword techniques, or blade techniques, footwork was an extremely rare martial skill throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. Jiang Ming had promoted him to personal guard, gifted him body-tempering pills, and now offered him the mysterious footwork. This debt of gratitude keeps growing larger and larger. It would be difficult for him, Lin Tian, to repay it later. General Jiang, this humble officer believes such supreme martial arts should not be taught to me. Riding a herd of swift horses and protected by your generals, I should be able to escape. Lin Tian said, clasping his hands in respect. Yet satisfaction spread across Jiang Ming's face. It only solidified his resolve. Clapping his thigh, Jiang Ming declared loudly. Have you forgotten? Our commander Sun Yan once clashed with that Waliji. Even with Sun Yan's extraordinary talent, he can only flee in disarray when facing the blood furnace Grandmaster Waliji. Beyond his formidable cultivation, Waliji also rides a second-tier mount, the Mystic Bone Eagle. The Shin Bone Eagle's skeleton is exposed like a black iron frame, its wings formed from countless bone spines fused together. Compared to the bone vultures we encountered before, it's not just a little stronger, it's incredibly fast. If that eagle locks onto you, I ask you, who here could possibly escape? At these words, the assembled generals hung their heads in shame. Lin Tian couldn't help but frown deeply. Back on the battlefield, if not for Jiang Ming's timely intervention, he likely would have fallen victim to that bone vulture. Now, with the second-tier Shin Bone Eagle appearing, the danger seemed to have grown even greater. But no matter what, since he, Lin Tian, had chosen this path, he would never retreat. Besides, there were still 3 days left before the hunt. He was sure he could come up with a solution. Besides, at that moment, Jiang Ming suddenly demanded in a loud voice. Did I teach Lin Tian the mysterious footsteps? Was it the mysterious footwork I taught? I taught him the most basic footwork I ever learned at martial arts school. Free of charge, understand? As for whatever insights Lin Tian gained from it, what business is that of mine? Holy crap! Can you even play like this? Lin Tian was dumbfounded. Jiang Ming had already stiffed the ranch before, and now he's pulling some new stunt here teaching martial arts. Though this phrasing might sound a bit derogatory toward Jiang Ming, what Lin Tian really wanted to say was Jiang Ming is a damn genius. His thought process is just too bizarre. Having someone like this as your boss? It couldn't be any better. Even if we back down 10,000 paces, what if we get caught? Then what? He'll be facing mortal danger on the battlefield. Our Great Xia Empire has a legal principle called emergency avoidance. If he taps into immense potential to survive danger, even the law shows mercy. Paying back taxes would absolve him of criminal liability. Relax, Lin Tian. Just focus on learning. But I can't teach you much more than a trick or two. That way, I can at least account for it to the family. Jiang Ming finally fixed his gaze on Lin Tian once more. At that moment, Lin Tian felt a new weight settle upon his shoulders. Though Jiang Ming was somewhat unconventional and defied the rules, he was undeniably a charismatic and admirable elder brother. No wonder Shi Yong, Wei Shan, and Enlu all held him in such high regard. General Jiang. Your humble subordinate. 1,000 words swirled in Lin Tian's mind, but the moment he opened his mouth, only one sentence remained. Your subordinate will not fail in this mission. Chapter 16, Body Tempering Third Realm. Ha 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 ha. Good. Then it's settled. After the military deployment meeting concludes, come to my tent. Jiang Ming laughed heartily. Yes, General. Lin Tian replied. With Jiang Ming's final approval, the matter was settled. But in the days that followed, within the camp, Lin Tian could distinctly feel one unfriendly gaze after another fixed upon him. Though subtle, they were undeniably present. After the meeting concluded, Lin Tian followed Jiang Ming to his own tent. Contrary to expectations, Jiang Ming's quarters were remarkably simple for a deputy commander. Yellow jute mats covered the floor, a rough clay water jug sat on a elmwood table, and beneath a cracked leather map in one corner lay only half a scroll of military documents. How much did you learn back at the camp? Jiang Ming asked, removing his helmet and setting it aside with a warm smile. There are so many intricacies to military campaigns and warfare. And becoming a subordinate general is no easy feat. Lin Tian replied honestly. Indeed, you possess remarkable natural talent. Jiang Ming praised. Then, Jiang Ming shed his armor and changed into martial arts training attire. You studied at the Martial Arts Academy, so you should know why martial arts are divided into 3 tiers, right? Lower tier martial arts enhance combat prowess. Middle tier martial arts can elevate your martial realm. High tier martial arts can manifest extraordinary techniques. And only when you master creation tier martial arts to their peak can you attain a domain. Within that domain, not only does your martial skills power surge dramatically, but it can even manifest miraculous effects that rival the heavens and earth. But creation tier martial arts are simply beyond the reach of people like us. Even the Lost Steps, merely a high-grade 7th rank technique, possesses numerous wondrous methods. Take the first variation of the mysterious traces step, a blur of flowers blinds the eye. Once you master this technique, your legs will move like a graceful deer dancing across the grasslands, impossible to predict where your next step will land. Watching your footwork closely, even an eagle's eyes would be dazzled. Jiang Ming began demonstrating the steps as he explained the mysterious traces step. Even as Lin Tian concentrated intently, he couldn't discern Jiang Ming's movements. It felt as though the entire room was filled with Jiang Ming's legs, left legs, right legs, legs everywhere. Watching any longer would make your eyes cross. Now, I'll slow down the steps. How much you can learn depends entirely on your own talent. Jiang Ming added, his movements gradually decelerating yet remaining fluid and unbroken. This time, though still taxing to watch, Lin Tian seemed to discern the subtle shifts, the connections between each step, how spiritual energy flowed. His mind was deep in thought. The terrifying mental prowess granted by his hundredfold talent was fully manifested in this moment. In no time, Lin Tian had deciphered the entire mysterious traces step. As Jiang Ming performed the steps, the complete form of the mysterious traces steps gradually materialized in Lin Tian's mind. The mysterious steps mastered. Learned. With your talent, you should have grasped the basic footwork. Over the next 3 days, focus on reviewing and practicing it diligently. While it won't bring about a fundamental transformation, it will at least lead to noticeable improvement in your footwork. This is all I can do for you. Be cautious and vigilant during the operation in 3 days' time. Jiang Ming withdrew his disappearing steps and added. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang, the kindness you've shown today, Lin Tian will never forget for the rest of his life. Lin Tian bowed deeply. Aha, I've only taught you a few moves. Though the mysterious steps are merely a high-grade martial art, if perfected to its ultimate form, it could potentially become a creation-level martial skill. But perfecting such techniques has always been the domain of the sacred lords of the Holy Lands, the patriarchs of the great sects, or even His Majesty the martial emperor of our great Xia dynasty. Jiang Ming said with a warm smile. Brother Jiang, what kind of person is our martial emperor? Lin Tian asked, his brows furrowed. His Majesty the martial emperor? According to the court's accounts, he is the most enlightened and powerful figure in China's millennia of history, second only to the founding emperor of the Xia dynasty. He inherited the imperial mandate, led China in repelling demons and monsters, and upheld the majesty of the great Xia dynasty. He is truly an emperor without equal throughout the ages. Jiang Ming praised enthusiastically. Then why, here in the Northern Wastes, have we never clashed with demons? Instead, we've only fought the great slave dynasty, Lin Tian pressed. Well. Jiang Ming frowned deeply, speaking slowly, the primary duty of our great Xia imperial city's forces is to defend our homeland. The great slave dynasty has repeatedly violated our borders. Engaging them is entirely reasonable. But the great slave dynasty is merely a dynasty, while our Huaxia is an empire. Lin Tian pressed further. Jiang Ming's expression darkened. He glanced nervously around, covered Lin Tian's mouth, and snapped, "Don't think about things you shouldn't. You're a smart man. If you want to make a place for yourself in the Great Xia dynasty, abandon those unrealistic notions immediately." Lin Tian said nothing. Instead, he took several steps back, performed a deep, drawn-out bow toward Jiang Ming, then departed. Everything was understood without words. When one is weak, knowing too much is an original sin. But he, Lin Tian, possessed a system. Sooner or later, he would uncover every demon and monster lurking behind this bizarre world. After leaving Jiang Ming's tent, Lin Tian was led to a training room. After confirming no one was spying or disturbing him, he began his training in the mysterious traces step. A profusion of flowers blurs the eye, a fawn dances across the grasslands, but in truth, the essence of the mysterious traces step is simplicity like a phantom, rendering the opponent utterly unable to grasp your movements. Some of the movements are flashy, meant to deceive the opponent. But if my speed is fast enough to slip past them with a single shoulder dip, why bother with those deceptive steps? By the end of the day, Lin Tian discovered with astonishment that not only had he made minor improvements to the mysterious steps, making them more practical, but his vital energy seemed to have surged dramatically. My chi blood was at 210 points. Just 8 hours of practicing the mysterious steps has increased it by a full 2 points. So this is what they mean by mid-tier martial arts advancing one's realm. It actually boosts chi blood levels? This martial skill truly reaps multiple rewards. Still, compared to advanced cultivation methods that yield 1 chi point per hour, it falls short. Of course, that's because I have a golden skill line with a Hundredfold Talent bonus. And my second golden attribute is the growth-type glazed golden body. The power of golden attributes is truly formidable. For the hunting operation in 3 days, I must seize every opportunity to slay as many foes as possible and accumulate rage points. Lin Tian was filled with anticipation. Even though the next golden attribute required a staggering 1,000 rage points after obtaining his second one, his motivation remained unwavering. After all, no other source of power could match the might of a golden skill slot. 3 days passed swiftly. Lin Tian cultivated advanced cultivation techniques at night and practiced martial arts during the day. Day 1, the supreme martial art, the mysterious footwork. On the second day, he mastered the creation-grade martial art, the blazing abyss annihilation blade. On the third day, he combined the two. His footwork became elusive and unpredictable, while his sword technique grew fierce and formidable. More importantly, over these 3 days, by pairing these two martial arts techniques, his vital energy and blood surged by a full 30 points. His total vitality reached 240 units. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar within his body. A thin layer of black impurities suddenly surfaced on Lin Tian's body. And this signified body tempering third realm. Achieved. Chapter 17, Rescue Mission. Body tempering third realm. 240 chi blood points. Among peers of the same age, this was absolutely godlike. Even Zhao, born into a prestigious family with access to abundant cultivation resources, only reached 179 chi blood points after the college entrance exams. Even Chang Ruowei, this year's martial arts top scorer in Jiangnan, was only at the third refinement realm. And soon, Lin Tian would break through to martial artist. Then, as long as he avoided penalties, the law wouldn't touch him. 3 rounds of body tempering is the limit for ordinary people. But the body tempering pill can be used at the 3rd stage, allowing me to reach the 4th stage. What a pity. I can't take it immediately. Otherwise, reaching the 4th level of body tempering would have given me a much better chance against Yulajai. Lin Tian stared at the body tempering pill in his palm, struggling to suppress the urge to swallow it. After all, small impatience could ruin a grand plan. Just then, a knock sounded at the door outside the training room. Knock knock knock. Wei Shan called out in a loud voice. It's almost time to depart. Lin Tian, General Jiang usually spoils you. But in times of war, military law is strict. Even General Jiang won't be able to protect you. On the battlefield, anything can happen. Everything depends on fate. Lin Tian stowed away the body tempering pill and replied, I'll be out after I wash up. Bang. The next second, the training room door was kicked open. What the hell time is it, and you're still, you? Wei Shan glared at Lin Tian in fury, but when he saw the impurities on Lin Tian's body, he stuttered. This layer of impurities was unmistakably the sign of breaking through to the 3rd level of body tempering. He never imagined that in just 3 days, Lin Tian had broken through again. Such a rapid advancement would be considered terrifying even in Luo capital. Did you sneakily take some forbidden drugs, you brat? Wei Shan demanded, his eyes fixed on him. Lin Tian wiped himself down without a care, replying indifferently, What business is it of yours whether I did or not? How does it affect you? Wei Shan froze, clearly displeased. His face darkened as he snapped, Hurry up. We're heading to the cannon fodder camp to receive a new batch of recruits. You're coming with me. General Zhang's orders. Yes, Captain Wei. Lin Tian replied. A short while later, Lin Tian had already changed into his military uniform, clad in sturdy armor and wielding a curved blade at his waist. Though Wei Shan hadn't said it outright, the look of envy in his eyes spoke volumes. Shuanti Pass, within the cannon fodder battalion. Camp Commander Song Yi was drilling the cannon fodder. Though their weapons remained battered and broken, proper military discipline must still be instilled. Otherwise, how could they obey orders and sacrifice themselves for the frontline troops? By order of General Jiang Ming, Personal Guard Captain Wei Shan has arrived to take command of the cannon fodder battalion. Wei Shan clasped his fists in salute. Commander Wei? Ha, your superior is quite the figure, a favorite under Commander Sun Yan, right? Though I heard he recently made some mistake and got sent out to fight the troublemakers? Don't worry. It's just a defeat, nothing more. Song Yi patted Wei Shan's chest, but Wei Shan casually stepped back to avoid it. I can't agree with what you're saying, Commander Song. Who says we're destined to lose? So what if they're the Blood Furnace Grandmasters? So what if they're the River Tribe? Just watch us return victorious. Wei Shan gripped the sword at his waist and declared haughtily. The Grandmaster realm is divided into Jade Marrow, Spirit Platform, and Blood Furnace tiers. Your General Jiang is merely a Jade Marrow Grandmaster. What does he have to fight a Blood Furnace Grandmaster with? All talk. Song Yi tossed over a token, about to turn and leave, but caught a glimpse of Lin Tian out of the corner of his eye. His body froze instantly. You're that kid from the cannon fodder camp earlier? Song Yi narrowed his eyes. Wei Shan stepped in front of Lin Tian and declared loudly, he's now a member of my personal guard unit. All paperwork is in order. Commander Song, any objections? No objections here. But I happen to have another cannon fodder from Jiangnan Martial Arts High School. Wonder if you two know each other. A sly grin spread across Song Yi's face. Lin Tian's massive frame trembled. He clasped his hands and asked, may I inquire, Captain Song, who is this person? Might I have the honor of meeting him? Certainly, but who might that be? My memory seems a bit unreliable lately. Song Yi pretended to scratch his head and rub his cheek. Wei Shan shot him a cold glance before decisively pulling a card from his pocket. The number 1000 was prominently displayed on it. He then slipped it into Song Yi's pocket. Captain Wei is always so straightforward. Song Yi grinned smugly and added, this person's name is Li Yuanhong. Wasn't it father who exposed Zhao Hu, sending him to prison and then to the cannon fodder battalion? Well then, father will surely keep Zhao Hu alive so he can come seeking revenge himself. Li Yuanhong. Lin Tian murmured. In his memory, Li Yuanhong had always seemed mentally unstable, constantly claiming he was trapped in another cultivation world while sharing a body with this martial arts realm. He frequently made bizarre gestures in class, earning him the reputation of a freak among the entire school. Still, as his roommate, Lin Tian had always looked out for him. Li Yuanhong, in turn, had repeatedly hinted, sometimes deliberately, sometimes obliquely, that Zhao Hu was trouble, insisting they weren't real brothers and so on. Unfortunately, Lin Tian had dismissed it as Li Yuanhong's delusions. Little did he know. Li Yuanhong had been right all along. But why had he ended up in the cannon fodder camp? If you want to bail someone out, it's simple. Song Yi, don't mince words this amount. Song Yi held up 3 fingers. Wei Shan frowned and looked at Lin Tian. Do you know this guy? Yeah, we were roommates back in school, Lin Tian replied. The next second, Wei Shan decisively pulled out a silver card. The number displayed was a striking 3,000 credit points. Song Yi glanced at it but made no move. Wei Shan snapped, what? Not the right price? For anyone else, that'd be the price. But for Li Yuanhong? It's gotta be this much. Song Yi grinned slyly, holding up 3 fingers. You! Wei Shan flew into a rage, but gritted his teeth and pulled out 3 more gold cards. Each displayed a staggering 10,000 credit points. Deal, Song Yi roared with laughter. Lin Tian was dumbfounded. To rescue one person. It actually costs 30,000 credits. But why would Wei Shan choose to help him rescue someone? Don't look at me like that. I may not care for you, but since you're part of my white robe army, if you're in trouble, I'll help if I can. That's one of our core beliefs. Never abandon a single brother. But don't go thinking all the great Xia Empire's armies are like this. Only the white robe army operates this way. Also, you have only half an hour. Report back here immediately after that. Wei Shan stood with his back to Lin Tian, his tone as aloof and cold as ever. Lin Tian's eyes stung with tears as his voice cracked slightly. Understood, Brother Shan. Brother Shan? Do you think you're worthy of calling me that? A flicker of panic crossed Wei Shan's face. His cheeks flushed as he turned to reprimand Lin Tian, only to find the young man had vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had departed with a disheveled man in tow. Instantly, Wei Shan's face fell into a sullen scowl. Chapter 18, splitting into 4 groups. Lin Tian? Is it really you? Great. I knew I'd see you. Outside the cannon fodder battalion. Li Yuanhong's shirt collar stood out like crumpled newspaper, yet his face broke into a broad smile upon seeing Lin Tian in full military uniform. What do you mean, I knew I'd see you? Did you come looking for me on purpose? Lin Tian asked, supporting Li Yuanhong. Yes. I practice aura reading. I can see dragon energy within you. But now, your dragon energy is shrouded in 3 parts of dark mist. This is a time of grave danger. Li Yanwang exclaimed excitedly. But? Qi reading? Dragon Qi? Black mist? Lin Tian was dumbfounded. What the hell was this nonsense? Even if Li Yanwang was mentally unstable, he shouldn't be throwing himself into the cannon fodder brigade for some vague, intangible nonsense, right? And how was he even connected to this? I know you probably won't believe me. But I'm running out of time. That old goat of a Taoist is about to feed me the corpse-solving Taisher. After that, I might end up stuck in another world, a world of immortal cultivation. Li Yanwang continued. Lin Tianran was even more dumbfounded. Immortality cultivation? Cultivate my ass. This is the realm of high martial arts. You carry dragon energy. You will surely ascend to the immortal realm someday. When you do, you must come find me. I'll be in the hall of cultivating the heart. As Li Yanwang spoke, he began foaming at the mouth, seemingly on the verge of fainting. Though Lin Tian found the situation utterly bizarre, he couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. He reached out, pressed his thumb firmly against Li Yanwang's filter, and channeled a portion of his spiritual energy to help stabilize Li Yanwang's condition. Fortunately, Li Yanwang's body soon ceased trembling. Yet, utterly weakened, he gasped, "There's no time. Water can avert disaster. Remember. Water." "Got it," Lin Tian replied, his brow furrowed. He had expected Li Yanwang to continue rambling, but upon hearing his response, Li Yanwang's eyes rolled back, his body going completely limp as if dead. "Hey! Damn it!" Lin Tian scrambled to catch Li Yanwang, preventing him from crashing to the ground. He placed his index finger beneath Li Yanwang's nostrils. No breath. Oh, there was breath, but it was incredibly slow, like a turtle breathing. Ugh. Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. Even though Li Yanwang was a huge liability, he had genuinely helped Lin Tian before, offering warnings. Now, it seemed he was in some kind of serious trouble. Let's settle him in the barracks at Weishan. No other place is safe. Lin Tian sighed again. Just then, Li Yanwang's limbs suddenly began moving on their own. But it was anti-gravity propelling him skyward. He was being lifted up. Yet there was no external force at all. Could it be he really is in another world? His warning, perhaps I should take note of it. Lin Tian quickly pressed Li Yanwang back down and hurriedly escorted him back to the barracks. To prevent Li Yanwang from moving around, he specifically brought shackles and chains to restrain him. Of course, food was placed beside the shackles, arranged in a circle around him, within easy reach, ensuring he wouldn't starve. After completing these tasks, Lin Tian hurried back to the White Robe Corps. The winds of the northern wastes were like bone-piercing blades, sweeping iron-gray clouds across the barren plains where withered grass stretched endlessly. The purple crowns of wild thistles were stripped bare, their pale, wispy remains fluttering like torn souls summoning banners. Grass seeds fell only to be crushed into dust by the grit beneath. A 5,000-strong white robe force marched methodically from Xiantai Pass toward the northern mountains. Yet amidst this grim landscape, the laughter of the commander riding a dark bay horse carried on the wind to every soldier's ears. Ha 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 ha. Lin Tian, you're really making rapid progress in your cultivation. How long has it even been? You've already reached the 3rd level of body tempering. Give you a bit more time, and you'd be a martial master already. Jiang Ming walked at the front of the group, laughing heartily. 3rd tier of body tempering? When he first arrived, he was barely at the 2nd stage of body tempering, right? Damn impressive. A genius like him would actually come out here with us to risk his life? No way. But his talent and strength are undeniable. Whoa. I'm starting to think this trip might just be a gold-plating journey. The entire unit was filled with a light-hearted and cheerful atmosphere. Only Lin Tian looked gloomy and didn't respond to Jiang Ming's words. Ha! Jiang Ming's lips curved into a faint smile as he nudged Lin Tian's arm with his elbow and whispered, "Don't worry. Under my command, once you reach Martial Master, I'll promote you to Corporal. If you become a Grandmaster, I wouldn't mind handing you this Deputy Commander position myself." Seeing Jiang Ming's raised eyebrow and sly grin, Lin Tian sighed inwardly. What a blessing to encounter such a leader. He hadn't done anything yet, merely shown his talent and already received Jiang Ming's full backing. Compared to his past unwavering devotion to Zhao Hu, which ended in betrayal. It proved true, whether you suck up to men or women, whether you're a suck up yourself, in the end, you'll have nothing. But Lin Tian would never betray brother Jiang Ming's goodwill. Yet Li Yanwan's warning lingered. Encountering water could turn misfortune into fortune? Brother Jiang, no, General Jiang, is there water at the river tribe settlement we're heading to? Lin Tian frowned. Haha, you actually care about this? Of course. If you want to lead troops in battle someday, you really need to know the terrain well. That's a lesson you can't skip. Jiang Ming blinked, paused thoughtfully, then seemed to recall something as he slowly continued. The river tribe did have a river before. But during the conflict between the river tribe and the water tribe, that river was severed when it passed through the water tribe's territory upstream. This happened 3 months ago. The primary reason Commander Su sent our White Robe Regiment here was to probe whether these two tribes are genuinely at odds or merely putting on a show. But now, with your diversionary tactic, we can execute a swift, decisive raid to strike at their heart, disrupting their defenses. If the river tribe refuses to request cattle and sheep from the water tribe for winter, their people will starve. Should the water tribe swiftly come to their aid, it proves they've long since reconciled. Should they delay assistance, internal tensions will surely escalate, perhaps even erupting into open conflict. In short, we gain advantages while exposing their true strength, paving the way for our next move. Isn't that a win-win situation? Good heavens! It turns out his earlier strategy coincided perfectly with that of the unseen commander, Sun Yan. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to execute. But the river tribe had no river. This was truly not a good sign. Enough. It's time to divide our forces. Next, I will lead the entire 500-strong personal guard regiment to provoke the Waliji of the river tribe. Suddenly, Jiang Ming reined in his horse and turned, barking orders at the generals behind him. Centurion Sure, heed my command. Disguise your men as Danu cavalry as planned. Once Waliji is lured out, march immediately to the main camp of the river tribe. And Qianfu and Wang Qianfu, heed my command. You two shall lead 3,000 men. Once the main force of the He tribe moves out, immediately launch an attack to raid their cattle and sheep. Captain Gong, heed my command. Let 800 men to a position 10 kilometers away to provide backup. Use your discretion. As the three commands were issued, the generals responded in unison. Your servant obeys. Advance. Jiang Ming bellowed. The original single column of troops instantly split into 4 separate forces. Lin Tian, following behind Jiang Ming, couldn't help but breathe harder. This time, as a triple refinement realm cultivator, he faced blood furnace masters several realms above him. This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous mission. But on the battlefield, what soldier shies away from a tough fight? Or rather, is one who fears such battles truly a soldier? Bring it on. Chapter 19, The Blood-Soaked Battlefield. A warlike fire burned within Lin Tian's heart. It was the very essence of manhood, the desire to fight, or perhaps, the instinct to fight. Are these cannon fodder units moving with us? In Lin Tian's line of sight, a ragged column clad in identical uniforms came into view, marching to the very front of the personal guard battalion. No talking during march. One more violation, and you'll face court-martial. Wei Shan's icy voice suddenly rang in his ears. But the next second, Wei Shan added in a deep voice, the cannon fodder battalions exist to absorb fire and wear down the enemy for the main force. The personal guard battalion is the elite of the elite. It would be unthinkable to expend them in such a manner. Lin Tian remained silent. He was profoundly grateful to have encountered Jiang Ming. Otherwise, in this battle against the river tribe, he would be the cannon fodder. But in ancient times, during humanity's most glorious era, no soldier was ever discarded. There was no such thing as a cannon fodder regiment. Back then, soldiers were rigorously trained by the state and sincerely respected by the people. In today's world, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the old ways are gone. Nearly 1,000 soldiers advanced in orderly formation across the boundless wilderness. A cold wind howled past. Were it not for the sun and the sky casting shifting shadows, one would have no clue what time it was. Within the ranks, only the clatter of hooves, the clang of armor, and the panting of horses could be heard. They marched on for an unknown duration. Suddenly, Jiang Ming reined in his horse beside Wei Shan and said in a deep voice, by all logic, the closer we get to the river tribe's territory, the more herdsmen from the great slave dynasty should be grazing their flocks. Why is there still no sign of them when we're only 10 kilometers from the river tribe's territory? Wei Shan pondered for a moment before pulling a bamboo tube-shaped device from his robe. Extending it, he placed it over his right eye to observe. After shifting angles repeatedly, Wei Shan abruptly lowered the device, his voice filled with horror. General, the entire river tribe settlement is completely deserted. What? I sent scouts last night and there was no sign of movement. They should still be here. How could they vanish overnight? That's tens of thousands of people. How could it happen so fast? Jiang Ming snatched the binoculars and saw it was true, just as Wei Shan had said. On the battlefield, the most terrifying thing is the unknown. Faced with the unknown, any decision could become the first step into an abyss. General, what should we do now? Should we play it safe and retreat immediately? Wei Shan asked. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes to slits. After a moment's thought, he ordered, send out scouts to reconnoiter. If any unusual activity is detected, signal us immediately. Yes, sir. Wei Shan immediately blew his whistle. Soon, over 30 personal guards spurred their horses out from the ranks, spreading out in all directions to scout. Clop 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 clop. The clatter of hooves echoed across the wilderness. Oi! At that moment, a piercing screech like a steel saw tearing through hollow iron pipes suddenly split the sky. The entire army instinctively looked up. A giant eagle swept across the sky and soared away. Trouble! Jiang Ming drew his sword first and bellowed, front ranks become rear ranks. Rear ranks become front ranks. Turn around and advance in the opposite direction. Beep beep. Wei Shan immediately sounded the bugle call. The entire army instantly began shifting formations, executing a near 180-degree turn. The cannon fodder battalion that had been charging at the very front now, in the blink of an eye, became the rear guard holding the rear. "Follow me!" Jiang Ming bellowed at Lin Tian. His horse was the finest. With a sharp tug on the reins, he effortlessly charged to the very front. Even spurring his horse to chase, Lin Tian could only reach halfway. Then, to his horror, he realized that the path they had come along had somehow been blocked by two massive armies, like scissors cutting through cloth, severing the road and separating its two halves. The river tribe had ambushed them. But how could this be? How did they know the White Robe Corps would attack them today? "Raise the signal! Raise! Iron shields, close ranks!" Jiang Ming bellowed. The front 3 rows of shield-bearing guards immediately raised their iron shields high above their heads, joining them together to form a defensive wall. Swish, swish, swish. From the sky above, countless arrows poured down like a torrential rain. Even Lin Tian, possessing the 3rd level of body tempering and the luminous golden body, dared not attempt to intercept these arrows and could only take cover beneath the shields. But the cannon fodder at the rear weren't so fortunate. Most were struck down by a single arrow, while others were pierced by multiple arrows and died instantly. "General! The enemy's iron cavalry is approaching. Grant me permission to lead the charge." Wei Shan drew the sword at his waist, his expression resolute. "Wait! Wait!" Jiang Ming pressed down on Wei Shan's sword as the Danu cavalry closed in. When they were just 100 meters away, he commanded decisively, "Now! Charge! Charge!" Wei Shan charged forward first. Dozens of personal guards followed in his wake. At that very moment, the arrows in the sky halted mid-air. Clang! Lin Tian was about to draw his curved blade and join the fray when he felt someone seize his arm. Turning around, he saw it was Jiang Ming. "What strength do you have? Charging out to die? Stay by my side." Jiang Ming barked. Lin Tian had no choice but to hold back. Calmly considering it, he realized Jiang Ming was right. Though those were berserk points, what use were they if he didn't survive? Clang! Clang! In the rear, Wei Shan fought fiercely with his personal guards, while in the front, a large force of iron cavalry charged in during the arrow barrage. Caught between two fronts, it was a dead end. All members of the White Robe Corps. Charge! Jiang Ming drew his sword. 400 personal guards raised their spears in unison, roaring. White robes stained crimson, enemies tremble in fear. Wherever we strike, we sweep all before us. Kill! Amidst the deafening clamor of battle, Lin Tian felt his heart pounding like it was stuffed into a turbocharged engine, thumping wildly. His vision sharpened to an extraordinary clarity. Even the dust particles dancing in the wind became crystal clear. His entire body surged with power. Clang! He drew the curved blade at his waist, murmuring, come on, come on! It's time to unleash my fury." Lin Tian reined in his horse and charged into the fray against the advancing iron cavalry. His sword-drawing strike had reached a level of mastery bordering on divine. With his body tempering 3rd realm strength, he could take down a great slave iron cavalryman with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a great slave iron cavalryman. You have gained rage points 1 and successfully looted the skill, equestrian skill white. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a great slave iron cavalry. You have gained rage points 1 and successfully looted the skill, swordplay on horseback white. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a great slave iron cavalry. You have gained 1 rage point and successfully looted the skill, horseback archery green. Swish! SSSSHHH. Puff, puff, puff. A casual slash pierced through flesh, blood splattering upon armor. This feeling of bathing in blood on the battlefield so damn satisfying. Not to mention, it stacks up the rage gauge. Chapter 20, The Might of the Blood Furnace Master. In less than half an hour, Lin Tian had already slain 34 iron cavalry slaves. Current rage, 34 1000. Unfortunately, most of these cavalrymen possessed only warrior-level strength. A few reached the 1st or 2nd tier of body tempering, but none had reached the 3rd tier. Charge into the enemy ranks, spear howling like a dragon. On the battlefield, Jiang Ming swung his spear like a dragon, slicing through the sky with a deafening roar. Nearly every thrust carried a 1,000-pound force, flinging the great slave iron cavalryman flying. Spear, horse, and white robe he swept through the battlefield as if unopposed. Lin Tian had counted. Jiang Ming's killing pace was measured in seconds. A head fell every 10 seconds. Whether it was a 3rd-tier tempered body captain or a copperskin martial artist squad leader, none could withstand even a single exchange with him. If only he possessed such lethal efficiency, he could easily slaughter several hundred men in this battle and secure 1,000 points of fury without breaking a sweat. Alas, he was only at the 3rd level of body tempering now. And Jiang Ming was a Jade Marrow Grandmaster. Copper skin, silver tendons, gold organs. That was the 3rd tier of martial artist. Only then comes the 3rd tier of Grandmaster, Jade Marrow, Spirit Platform, and Blood Furnace. Jade Marrow Grandmaster, as the name implies, signifies a state where jade-like essence seeps from the bone marrow, nourishing the entire body and accelerating wound healing nearly tenfold. As long as the jade marrow remains, one can fight on until it dries up, sustaining 3,000 chi blood points. The spiritual platform master constructs a special platform within the mind to gather spiritual energy, cultivating the 5 senses to such an extreme that a 6th sense emerges. This allows them to sense killing intent within 10 zhang, with vital energy typically reaching 6,000 units. Blood furnace masters possess blood boiling like molten mercury within their bodies, their body heat capable of melting gold and iron. Each strike roars like a fierce tiger, fist shattering diamond, strength breaking all techniques. Their vitality now approaches a staggering 10,000 units. The disparity between them is beyond imagination. Clank, clank. After clashing, the once fearless great slave iron cavalry now dared not advance further. The white robes of Jiang Ming, the white robes of Lin Tian, the white robes of every white robe core warrior all were stained crimson. Without exception, it was the blood of the great slave iron cavalry. At that moment, a thunderous voice suddenly echoed from the heavens. Truly worthy of the white robe army that strikes fear into the northern wastes. Too bad your commander Sun Yan isn't here. Otherwise, you would not meet your end here today. All eyes lifted to see a towering figure plunge directly from the Shin bone carving. From a height of dozens of meters, he plummeted down without a sound. Thud. The ground was smashed into a massive crater, sending fragments of rock flying everywhere. Yet the newcomer stood upright, arms crossed over his chest, looking perfectly unharmed. I presume you must be Eulagi? Jiang Ming gripped his spear firmly and addressed him directly. Since you know my name, why not surrender immediately? Waliji barked. Jiang Ming gripped his spear tightly and replied, we happened to pass through this area. We did not come here to fight you. Is that so? Yet my intelligence indicates you came seeking me out. Waliji raised his gaze, revealing the stitched scar across his left eyelid. The razor scar on his neck slanted diagonally into his closely cropped, dark-skinned head. Someone had indeed leaked the information. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. No one despised traitors more than he did. At that moment, Jiang Ming suddenly roared. Kill! The soldiers roared in unison, kill! Jiang Ming was the first to charge at Waliji, spear raised. Stubborn resistance. Waliji clenched his right fist, his surging chi and blood pulsing like a deafening pile driver thud. Thud! Thud! The fierce fist collided with the sharp spear, sparks flying from the impact. After several exchanges, Waliji stood immovable as a mountain, effortless and unshaken. Jiang Ming, however, was constantly shifting angles, sweating profusely from the exertion, yet unable to budge Waliji an inch. Old turtle, is standing still all you've got? Jiang Ming cursed. Waliji's pupils contracted sharply. He lunged forward like a pouncing tiger, unleashing a punch that stirred up a scorching whirlwind of sand before it even connected. Bam! The punch landed. Dust filled the sky. But Jiang Ming was unharmed. Instead, he leapt from his horse, weaving in and out through the dust with dazzling agility. Lin Tian recognized it immediately. This was the supreme footwork technique Jiang Ming had taught him earlier, the mysterious traces step. Even when given a chance, you're useless. Old turtle, is that all you've got? You expect me to surrender? Did a donkey kick you in the head? Jiang Ming challenged. Giggle. Waliji clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles cracked. But suddenly, his clenched jaw relaxed, a faint smile touched his lips, and he beckoned toward the sky with a flick of his finger. Oi! A piercing cry. The black vulture dove straight toward Jiang Ming. Brother Jiang, watch out. He's feinting east to strike west. Lin Tian shouted. Chirp. Another piercing cry. The Shen bone eagle locked onto Jiang Ming's position and lunged forward with deadly force, bone spurs raining down one after another from its wings. Unlike the previous bone vulture, the Shen bone eagle fired far fewer bone spurs. Yet each one behaved like a cruise missile, capable of short-range lock-on targeting. Clang! 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 The spear swept aside several bone spurs, but Jiang Ming's footsteps of the mysterious path halted as a result. At that very moment, Waliji's killing intent arrived. Mountain-shattering fist. Though a low-tier martial technique, the one wielding it was a blood furnace grandmaster. Waliji's mountain-shattering fist unleashed a fist wind that condensed into illusory blue rock, the air exploding with thunderous roars. Even Jiang Ming, a jade marrow master, dared not meet it head-on. No! Yaowaha! But Jiang Ming had no time to dodge. He could only swing his white dragon spear, unleashing a white dragon to parry Waliji's mountain-shattering fist. The spearhead's white dragon clashed with the fist like a needle against a blade, erupting in a powerful shockwave upon impact. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Put! The spear shattered into fragments. Jiang Ming was hurled dozens of meters away. Spurting blood splattered the ground, a sight that was truly shocking. Brother Jiang! Lin Tian, unable to conceal his concern, swiftly executed the mysterious steps, dashing over in mere moments to catch Jiang Ming. Thud! The moment he caught him, Lin Tian felt like he'd caught a private car, the kind that smashes right into you head-on. He was slammed to the ground, both legs buckling under the weight before he could catch him. Is the residual force of a blood furnace grandmaster's punch truly this terrifying? Lin Tian dared not imagine what would have happened if he had taken that punch head-on. Would he have been reduced to dust on the spot? Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a liquid as smooth as jade flowed over Jiang Ming's body. His once weak frame gradually regained its strength. Don't hesitate. Run now. Don't look back, never look back. Jiang Ming sprang to his feet and shoved Lin Tian away with a backhand push. Lin Tian stumbled from the shove but stubbornly steadied himself, declaring loudly, "The White Robe Corps never abandons any brother. Wei Shanwei as personal guard captain told me that. But if we both die, who will avenge us? You were betrayed by your own brother, and with your extraordinary talent, you're content to die here?" Jiang Ming snapped. "My vengeance, my talent, those are my own affairs. I may betray myself, but I cannot betray you, brother Jiang." A resolute glint flashed across Lin Tian's face. The next second. Clang. Lin Tian drew the sword his father had given him in prison, the Abyssal Rainbow Blade. Chapter 21, Bloody Battle. Though the Yuanhong blade was currently only a third-grade weapon, its ability to conceal itself within the body and emerge from the fingers was a capability reserved for high-grade weapons. Fine blade. It's mine. Waliji's eyes flashed with excitement as he leapt high into the air, grabbing hold of the Xianbone eagle's claw and gliding toward his target. Ash feathers scorching the sky. Lin Tian slashed diagonally with the Abyssal Rainbow Sword. Facing the advancing Waliji, he counter-slashed, unleashing a full 6 crow-shaped blades of fire. Bang! 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 Yuliji, however, neither dodged nor flinched. He braced himself for the onslaught, allowing all 6 crow-shaped blades to strike his body. Through the sky-piercing wall of flames, Waliji cackled maniacally, his eyes fixed on the Yuanhong sword in Lin Tian's grasp. He lunged forward, reaching out to snatch it. Ugh! Just as his hand closed in, Waliji felt his body jerk to a halt, his grasping motion freezing instantly. Chirp! The Xianbone eagle let out a piercing cry, snatching Waliji and soaring past Lin Tian's back. In the blink of an eye, they had pulled dozens of meters away. To wield a blade technique at the third level of body tempering that makes even this blood furnace grandmaster's body tremble. Yuliji clutched the Xianbone eagle's talons as they soared through the air, his voice cold. Boy, that's a fate-level martial skill. So what if it is? Today, I die, and you gain nothing. Lin Tian shouted, blade raised, legs slightly bent, not daring to relax even an inch. Oomph. Even if you possess a creation-tier martial skill, so what? Before absolute power, you all shall die. Waliji's face darkened. Chirp. The Xianbone eagle let out another piercing cry, swinging its talons to hurl Waliji toward Lin Tian. You foolhardy brat. Turn to dust. Mountain-shattering fist. Waliji charged forward, his massive fist capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Get out of the way. Jiang Ming grabbed Lin Tiandao's arm and instantly executed the mysterious steps, swiftly creating a gap of over 10 meters in mere moments. Boom! The fist slammed down. The entire ground trembled. Countless fragments of rock were sent flying by the shockwave. The residual force slammed into Jiang Ming, the pain like being shot by a bullet. Even though Lin Tian was shielded behind Jiang Ming, who blocked all the flying debris, the repeated impacts still made Lin Tian feel as if his internal organs were being shattered. Worse still, could he evade this punch? Could he evade that strike? Chirp. The Xianbone eagle, a second-tier demonic beast whose power rivaled that of a Jade Marrow Grandmaster. Being targeted by such a flying demon was perilous enough, let alone when its master was a Blood Furnace Grandmaster. Lin Tian, do you regret joining such a brutal operation? But let me tell you, this is war. You won't always face foes weaker than yourself. Survival depends on 2 things, your own refusal to give up, and your comrades' refusal to abandon you. Lin Tian, survive. Avenge us. Just as the Xianbone eagle dove in for the kill, Jiang Ming kicked Lin Tian out of the way. With his spear shattered by Waliji's punch, he had no choice but to bare his fists against the Xianbone eagle's attack. Crash! Thud thud thud. The Xianbone eagle's claws were enormous and incredibly sharp. In just a few strikes, they tore deep gashes through Jiang Ming's copper armor, leaving bloody marks. Brother Jiang! Lin Tian roared. Though they'd only known each other briefly, Jiang Ming had trusted him completely. A brother like this Lin Tian couldn't let him die. Where are the White Robe Corps' personal guards? Follow me to rescue the general. At that moment, Wei Shan rode forth brandishing his sword, followed by dozens of horsemen. With a single shout, dozens more riders immediately joined them, swelling their numbers to 100. You insignificant ants dare challenge the heavens? Waliji leapt forward, charging into the ranks of the white-robed cavalry. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he shattered the entire formation. One punch severed a man's head from his body. One punch split a warhorse clean in 2, sending the halves flying apart. Another punch sent Wei Shan spewing blood, his sword-wielding right hand shattered on impact. Brother Shan! Brother Shan! Lin Tian roared and screamed, his eyes red with fury, yet his heart was gripped by utter terror. But he was only at the 3rd level of body tempering. 3rd tier of tempering the body. He couldn't win. Yaha! Lin Tian roared with fury. He raised the abyssal rainbow blade with both hands. Forward. 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 Draw and slash. Ash feathers scorching the sky. Aya. Kill. 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 Lin Tian's eyes blazed with fury. But his chaotic Dao heart could not unleash any truly threatening attacks. Even as the great slave iron cavalry before him was swept aside in waves. He couldn't save Wei Shan. He couldn't even get close to Jiang Ming. Ha 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 ha. I love seeing you like this, helpless and enraged. Weakness is your original sin. Without strength, who gave you permission to bark like a dog on the battlefield? Waliji stomped on Wei Shan's body, laughing up at the sky. Run. Run. Don't look back. Don't hesitate. Aya. Jiang Ming roared, snatched the spear from the ground, and thrust it forward, striking the Xian Bone Eagle's eye with unexpected precision, blowing its head apart. My Xian Bone Eagle. My Xian Bone Eagle. No! Waliji kicked Wei Shan aside with a savage stomp, roaring with fury as his rage reached a boiling point. I'll take your corpse. To bury it with my mystic bone carving. Mountain-shattering fist. Waliji seized his scorching iron fist and lunged toward Jiang Ming at lightning speed. The punch struck with such blinding speed that Jiang Ming couldn't react in time. The sheer force shattered Jiang Ming's spear, crushed his armor, and sent his body flying like a lifeless corpse. Brother Jiang. Lin Tian stared blankly at Jiang Ming flying through the air, his heart wrenching in agony. The pain was unbearable. But he understood, preserve the Green Mountains, and you'll never fear a shortage of firewood. Only by staying alive could he seize the chance for revenge. Water, encounter water, turn misfortune into fortune. Lin Tian recalled the words Li Yanwang had spoken to him before he went into seclusion. At this moment, he cared not whether they were true or false, he had to try with all his might. Puff, puff. Without hesitation, he executed several stepping traces techniques, caught Jiang Ming on his back, and took off running. Run like hell. No looking back. No slowing down. With every ounce of strength. You won't get away. Xuangu Diao, take me. Xuangu Diao. A flash of shame and anger crossed Waliji's face. The next second. He leapt onto his horse, roaring with fury, charge. Charge. Catch that brat. And the deputy general behind him. 100 taels of silver as reward. Kill. In an instant, countless Danu cavalry charged after Lin Tian like madmen. 2 legs, even employing the elusive footwork, could never outpace 4-legged warhorses, nor match their endurance. But Lin Tian somehow caught up to a runaway warhorse, grabbed its tail, and leapt onto its back. Brother Jiang, water. Where's the water? Any water? Water. Water. Lin Tian roared, violently shaking Jiang Ming behind him. Jiang Ming struggled, enduring excruciating pain, weakly pointing southwest before collapsing unconscious. Giddy up, giddy up. Lin Tian didn't hesitate. Floodwaters raging ahead? He'd deal with that later. Every second counts. Chapter 22, Desperate Situation. Hurry. Hurry up. Faster. Giddy up. Across the vast plains of the northern wastes, a youth galloped at full speed, carrying an injured, unconscious man on horseback. Clop 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 clop. Behind the youth, thousands of Danu iron cavalry pursued relentlessly. Ignorant brat. Cease your futile struggle. You dare kill my Xian Bone Eagle? You shall die without exception. And you 2 ants, how dare you lay claim to top-tier weapons? Dismount and surrender at once. From his saddle, Waliji's eyes blazed crimson as he cracked his whip and bellowed. Chieftain, that lad's footwork and martial arts are truly exceptional, the deputy commander shouted, turning his head. Hurry up. Move it. Damn it. With Xiangu Diao slain and the pursuit thwarted, Waliji was consumed by rage. Chief, they seem to be heading toward the Water Tribe, another voice called out nearby. The Water Tribe? Waliji's pupils dilated. Gritting his teeth, he growled, the Water Tribe chief, Donovan, is a blood furnace grandmaster like me. He controls the upper reaches and deliberately cut off our river tribe's water supply. I was planning to negotiate with him personally today. But if Donovan spots those 2 scoundrels, he'll know something's amiss and won't let them go easily. Transmit my orders, they must be intercepted before the great Xia forces reach the Water Tribe. At any cost. Pursue them. Waliji roared. Yes, chief. The subordinate commander slapped his horse's flank with all his might. The horses beneath them galloped with renewed vigor. Their advantage lay in having horses to switch between when one grew weary, another could take its place. Lin Tian, however, had only 1 horse and 2 riders. The awkward truth was that the journey from the battlefield to the Water Tribe territory took nearly an hour, far too short to warrant changing horses. Chief, the Water Tribe's territory lies just ahead. Shall we continue the pursuit? The lieutenant asked again. Waliji gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Since we're already here, let's settle this matter once and for all. Dispatch messengers to the Water Tribe immediately. Tell them that tomorrow morning, I will personally confront Donovan and settle this once and for all. Demand that he surrender the water source. Otherwise, the entire army of our river tribe will march on the water tribe without delay. Yes, chief. The lieutenant clasped his fists in salute, then immediately dispatched a squad toward the water tribe's territory. Deep within the mountains, the horses were already panting heavily. Surrounded by dense forests, if they didn't slow down, a collision with a tree trunk could snap a horse's neck and that would be the end of them. But Lin Tian dared not slow down. He dared not. The current situation demanded exceptional horsemanship. Fortunately, he had always kept the skill points reserved. Among the previously unlocked skill entries, the highest equestrian skill was green. The tier levels were white, green, blue, yellow, purple, red, gold. Upgrading from a white skill slot to a green one requires 10 white skill slots. Similarly, advancing from green to blue also requires 10 green skill entries. Thankfully, he had a whopping 30 green entries. More than enough to reach blue. Upgrade. Hurry up and upgrade. Lin Tian roared inwardly. Ding. Consumed 10 green skill points in equestrian skills. You have successfully obtained 1 blue skill point in equestrian skills. Would you like to equip it immediately? Equip. Equip. Hurry up. Lin Tian shouted anxiously. Ding. You have equipped the blue skill slot equestrian skills. The moment the system notification sounded in his mind, Lin Tian could distinctly feel his muscle memory shifting. His mind gradually filled with countless postures and techniques related to horsemanship and riding skills, as if he had been riding horses for 10 years and had become an unparalleled master. The dense mountain forest before him seemed to thin out and become easier to navigate. Left, left. Right, turn right. Jump. Jump now. Turn. Turn. Lin Tian reined in his horse. Drawing upon the terrifying dynamic vision and reaction speed granted by his extraordinary talent, he actually managed to swiftly traverse this mountain forest. However, beyond the forest lay a sheer cliff. 1,000-foot sheer wall carved by knife and axe, its bluish-gray rock face riddled with jagged fissures. Dead pines clung to the crevices like the claws of dying eagles, while mist and clouds tore into wisps among the protruding, jagged rocks. Under normal circumstances, Lin Tian might have composed a poem, but now cliff. Cliff, for heaven's sake. Then, a maniacal laugh echoed from behind him. Ha 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 ha. Boy. You have nowhere left to retreat. Dismount and surrender at once. Hand over your movement techniques and martial arts skills, and I might consider giving you a quick death. Unlike the stumbling and fumbling of his other subordinates, Waliji rode cautiously yet advanced with remarkable fluidity. As a blood furnace grandmaster, his vision far surpassed that of ordinary men. He could clearly see Lin Tian's predicament and felt immense joy welling up inside him. Damn it! Even if I, Lin Tian, am crushed to dust, I will never surrender. Lin Tian dismounted, scooped up Jiang Ming, and stared at the bottomless precipice. His heart pounded wildly, and even his legs trembled. But now, there was no turning back. Then we charge forward without hesitation. Charge! Ya-ha! Lin Tian roared, clutching Jiang Ming as he began executing the mysterious steps. Grass too short to hide horse hooves? No ing way. I'll run on sheer cliffs. Gravity? Go ahead and drop me to my death, you bastards. 18 years from now, I'll be a hero again. Lin Tian roared as he plunged off the cliff. That roar, that leap had left Waliji utterly dumbfounded. Giddy up, giddy up. Waliji spurred his horse to the cliff's edge, utterly unable to believe what he'd just witnessed. That kid actually dared to jump off the cliff. Peering over the edge, Waliji's eyes widened in shock. Lin Tian was moving along the cliff edge in a diagonal line, desperately trying to maintain an upward trajectory. But with the added weight of another person, his center of gravity pulled him downward again in no time. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Waliji scrambled back onto his horse and immediately gave chase. The horse galloped along the cliff's edge, dared not go too fast. Aya aya waya. After only a few steps, Waliji heard a piercing scream, growing fainter and fainter. And it was getting lower and lower. Could it be? Waliji dug his heels into the stirrups, propelling himself into the air. Looking down, he saw Lin Tian clutching Jiang Ming as they glided through the sky in a perfect arc. With a splash, they plunged into a vast lake. And that lake was no ordinary body of water. Not only did it contain frigid fish, but it also harbored a chilling pool that made the entire lake bone-numbingly cold. Even as a blood furnace grandmaster with blood boiling like a combustion engine, he dared not stay in that lake for more than 3 minutes. With Lin Tian's body tempering third realm strength, entering it would likely turn him into an ice sculpture instantly. Even Jiang Ming, a Jade Marrow grandmaster, severely wounded as he was, could never endure more than 5 seconds in that lake. Waliji stared at the towering spray rising from the lake and couldn't help but curse, damn it. Chapter 23, The Earth's Core Fire in the Cold Pool. Within the cold pool. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Even with Lin Tian's second golden trait, the jade-like golden body, he couldn't withstand the icy chill of this cold pool. Yet here he was, clutching Jiang Ming as they plunged into the icy depths already over 10 meters down. To break the surface would demand immense physical exertion, yet every movement would draw the biting cold deeper into his body. Could he survive before being frozen solid? Abandon Jiang Ming. Absolutely impossible. Perish together? Not until the very last moment would Lin Tian accept his fate. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Tian's foot missed the step with a thud. He staggered, his breath uneven, nearly swallowing the icy pond water. Rolling bubbles collided with his nose like ice pucks. He dared not even open his eyes. Yet his body acutely sensed something preying on his vulnerability. The faint ripples in the water were precisely detectable by his jade gold body. Perhaps I could activate the mysterious steps technique. Underwater, I might use the creature's body to escape this predicament. Though this notion seemed like a fairy tale, it was the only way out in this desperate situation. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The sound of flowing water grew ever closer. Lin Tian's body tensed up. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the mysterious steps, twisting his body. Unexpectedly, the stealth step underwater was painfully slow. He didn't know if he could evade the creature's attack. Thud. Plop splash. A dull thud echoed as Lin Tian was struck from behind. The bone-chilling cold water of the pool lashed against him like a knife, forcing him to activate his glass-like golden body. He tensed every muscle, boosting his defenses to the absolute limit. Yet he couldn't let go. If he did, Jiang Ming would be swept away. Yet without reaching out, he couldn't withstand the impact of the incoming object. At that very moment, Lin Tian suddenly sensed the surroundings were warmer than he'd imagined. Then, the incoming object abruptly spun around and fled at breakneck speed. Could it be that I, Lin Tian, am truly going to meet my end here? He thought bitterly. A light, ethereal whisper suddenly reached his ears. At this point, you still can't abandon your companion? Then, Lin Tian felt his body being lifted by a mysterious force, warm, gentle, and utterly irresistible. He had no idea how much time passed. Puff puff. Ah. Ha. 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 Finally back on shore, Lin Tian collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Icy pond water streamed from his eyes and trickled down his crotch, only to evaporate almost instantly. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a limestone cave. Stalactites and stalagmites intertwined like jagged teeth. A faint blue glow seeped from crevices in the ceiling, flickering like fireflies drowning. Deep within the cavern's majestic dome, blind fish hunted shadows in the murmuring underground river, while millennia-old frost seeped from the stone walls. Most crucially, though no sunlight penetrated this cavern, it possessed a bright light and a warm environment. Found it? You're quite the level-headed lad. This is the very source of the cold pool's subterranean fire, the ethereal voice remarked again. Lin Tian followed the sound and saw the woman. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall adorned with silver leaves, her eyes as clear and deep as autumn water. She wore a plain silk gown adorned with emerald mint leaves, her skin translucent as ice porcelain. Her slender wrists like swan necks, jade fingers twirling orchid buds. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful. Though she appeared only 17 or 18, she radiated an air of graceful poise and ethereal charm, truly extraordinary in demeanor. However, under his intense gaze, a hint of irritation flashed across her face. Lin Tian hastily clasped his hands in a bow. Thank you, Lady Knight, for saving our lives. We are soldiers from the Great Xia Imperial City, pursued here by the eulogy of the Great Slave Dynasty. We have no desire for the Cold Pool's Earthcore fire, you may rest assured. That's because you don't know what the Cold Pool Earth Fire is. The girl retorted, the Cold Pool Earthcore fire ranks 82nd on the Earth Fire list, yet it serves as the core seed for synthesizing the Blue Lotus Earthcore fire, which ranks 17th on the Heavenly Fire list. Even without the chance to synthesize the Blue Lotus Earthcore fire, possessing this flame alone could grant you the potential to become a 7th-grade alchemist in one fell swoop. You must understand, even the mightiest alchemist in your Great Xia Empire, the Medicine King Sun Qingji, is only a 7th-rank alchemist. A single Cold Pool Earthcore fire could grant someone the potential to become a 7th-rank alchemist? That's outrageous. But remember, the divine fire chooses its master. In 3 days, it will fully mature. Who knows? It might just select one of you two. Then the girl smiled sweetly. But Lin Tian couldn't shake the feeling that if he dared show even the slightest hint of desire, the girl would absolutely break his legs. May I ask, young heroine, how might we depart from here? Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings. All he saw were caverns, with the cold pool below them. There was scarcely another path. This cold pool is so bone-chilling precisely because the Cold Pool Earthcore fire absorbs the vast majority of its heat. Once the Cold Pool Earthcore fire matures, and I take it, this pool will become an ordinary cold pool. Even with your 3rd-tier body tempering cultivation, you'll be able to enter and exit with ease, the girl patiently explained. 3 days? Lin Tian frowned deeply. According to the plan, they should have already reunited with the main force by now. Instead, they'd been driven here by Waliji. But Waliji wouldn't let them go. So, Shi Yang must have successfully tricked the river tribe's army into following him, taking the cattle and sheep with them, right? But if 3 days passed and the main force assumed both he and Jiang Ming were dead, that would be trouble. They had no idea about the traitor. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. Why dwell on so much? Here are 2 beads of resurrection grass. Give them to him and he'll recover in a few days. The girl casually tossed 2 red medicinal pellets. Catching them in his palm, Lin Tian merely sniffed them. His chi and blood surged in response. These resurrection herbs must be incredibly valuable. Lady, we're mere strangers. Why did you help me? Lin Tian asked, puzzled. You're asking about that? A mischievous smile finally touched the girl's lips. As a healer, curing illnesses and saving lives is simply my duty. May I ask your name, Lady Knight? Should Lin Tian ever achieve his lofty ambitions, he will surely repay your kindness. Lin Tian bowed respectfully. Hee, what a spirited young man. My name is Xieshua Jian. Whether you can find me in the future is another matter entirely, so let's not talk about repaying me. Focus on taking care of yourself first. Xieshua Jian covered her lips, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Xieshua Jian. I'll remember that name forever. Lin Tian murmured. Her words clearly stemmed from her lofty status, convinced this penniless youth could never hope to reach her level. But Lin Tian possessed the fierce word system. Sooner or later, he would stand atop this world. Perhaps when they met again at the pinnacle, it wouldn't be too late to repay the debt. Whether you remember or not doesn't matter. We're just passing strangers anyway. But I should warn you, while the resurrection herb can cure illnesses, it still needs a catalyst, the cold fish. If you can find 10 cold fish before nightfall tomorrow, then I'll help you make the resurrection pill. Xieshua Jian raised her jade-like finger, speaking with great solemnity. 10 cold fish, you say? I understand. Lin Tian stared down at the icy cold pool, his throat involuntarily tightening. Yet without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the abyssal rainbow blade and plunged back into the icy pool with a splash. Little did he know, Xieshua Jian behind him gasped in astonishment, that's a growth-type divine artifact. How did he obtain it? Chapter 24, The Resurrection Pill. Seems Lin Tian has quite a few secrets up his sleeve. Then let this divine physician uncover them one by one. Xieshua Jian watched the bubbles rising from the cold pool, her cunning smile returning once more. Beneath the cold pool. Cold. Still bone-chilling cold. And the surroundings were utterly desolate. Where were those frigid fish? Where would they emerge from? After swimming for less than a minute, Lin Tian couldn't endure it any longer and turned back, splashing onto the shore. Feeling his body temperature rise again, Lin Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the cold would have seeped into his body, damaging his meridians, and even his martial arts cultivation would have suffered. Ha 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 ha. This is a frigid pool, and you just charged right in? Are you crazy? Xieshua, seeing Lin Tian's flustered state, laughed until she was doubled over. Lin Tian's face flushed crimson as he asked, then what should I do? Ahem. Xieshua Jian cleared her throat and said in a clear, melodious voice, cold water fish are bloodthirsty creatures. Especially the vital energy of martial artists. To these fish, it's a potent tonic. Once they catch a whiff, they'll swarm like bees to honey, but don't attract too many, okay? Like that? Lin Tian murmured, raising his Yuanhong blade to make the cut. Xieshua Jian's eyes widened as she watched intently. But then Lin Tian suddenly lowered the blade. He scraped several clotted blood lumps from the unconscious Jiang Ming beside him, warmed them into liquid blood, and sprinkled it directly onto the cold pool. Xieshua Jian couldn't help but pout, muttering, this dumb kid actually has some brains, how boring. At first, the blood water stirred not a ripple. But as time passed, more and more black, slimy things began to swim toward it, each over a meter long. Plop. Suddenly, a cold water fish leapt high, revealing its silvery scales and a gaping maw full of sharp teeth. So that's what had me in its sights earlier? Thank goodness she saved me. Otherwise, I'd have ended up as fish food for sure. Gazing at the cold gleam of those fangs, Lin Tian shuddered with lingering fear. But now, it was these cold fish who should be trembling. Draw and slash. Lin Tian swung the Yuanhong blade, delivering a swift and decisive slash. Most of these cold fish were only at the second level of body tempering. With his third-level body tempering strength, combined with the Yuanhong blade, sword draw slash, and his elusive footwork, he could easily kill one fish every 10 steps without a single drop of water touching him. Within mere breaths, over a dozen cold fish lay slain. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the coldfish. You have gained 1 rage point and acquired the trait, Cold Resistance White. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the coldfish. You have gained 1 rage point and acquired the trait, Aquatic White. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the coldfish. You have gained 1 rage point and acquired the trait, Aquatic Green. Ding! Current rage points, 49. Accumulate 1000 rage points to draw the 3rd golden trait. Even Xieshua Jian hadn't expected Lin Tian to kill so swiftly once he started. She had assumed it would take at least a full day to gather enough kills. However, the more coldfish corpses piled up here, the more blood pooled, which only attracted even more coldfish. You fool! Ugh, you little cutie. Ugh, I mean. Lin Tian, stop now. Don't kill anymore. If you keep going, the cold fish will only multiply. You'll never finish them all. Xia Shuijian cried anxiously. The more I kill, the more appear? Lin Tian froze for a moment, then slashed even faster. He'd been fretting about insufficient rage points, and now this stroke of luck? Then he had to kill them all. Draw and slash. 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 In the blink of an eye, Xia Shuijian realized the youth before her seemed like a completely different person, utterly bloodthirsty. Moreover, his speed, strength, reaction time, everything had risen to a whole new level. Was he born for slaughter? Does he enjoy killing fish this much? Xia Shuijian crossed her arms, sitting cross-legged on the ground in a huff. She made up her mind she would watch Lin Tian fight until he was utterly spent, begging her for mercy in utter exhaustion. Only then would he truly understand the price of blind slaughter without regard for his own strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the cold fish. Gained 1 rage point. Acquired trait, cold resistance white. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the cold fish. Gained 1 rage point. Acquired trait, aquatic white. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying cold fish. Gained 1 rage point. Acquired trait, aquatic green. Ding! Time ticked away, second by second. Lin Tian only noticed his sword strikes growing slower and slower. Current rage points, 234. Accumulate 1000 rage points to draw the 3rd golden skill. But seeing the significantly advanced progress bar filled him with motivation. Kill 1 more. 1 more. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian stood almost atop the floating corpse of the cold fish, swinging the abyssal rainbow blade. Even when knocked into the water by the cold fish, he never stopped swinging his blade. Even as the cave floor became littered with the corpses of cold fish, his blade never ceased its dance. Stop killing them. Ah! You'll exhaust yourself if you keep this up. Xia Shuijian rose anxiously, flicking her wrist to unleash a crimson flame that enveloped Lin Tian, rescuing him from the swarm of fish. Such miraculous power was a first for Lin Tian. Don't be surprised. This is the power of the divine flame. It can not only refine pills but also transform at will for battle, or even, to save you, you reckless bloodthirsty maniac, Xia Shuijian said with a mix of anger and exasperation. Huff. Lin Tian lay on the ground, intending to rest for a moment. After all, the allure of the rage value was tempting, but whether he'd live to claim it was another matter entirely. 10 cold fish should be enough. Do you think we can make the resurrection pill now? Lin Tian asked. Well. Xia Xianjian scratched her slightly flushed cheeks, sticking out her tongue with a dreamy look in her eyes. Actually, I already have the revival pill here. You don't need any cold fish at all. That's fantastic. What would I need to offer to get the revival pill from you? Lin Tian asked excitedly. Xia Shuijian froze, glancing questioningly at Jiang Ming on the ground. Curiosity piqued, she asked, who is he to you? Why do you care so much about him? Could it be that you too? Oh my gosh. He's my superior and my dear elder brother. I was framed and sent to the cannon fodder battalion. On the battlefield, I fought bravely but was targeted by the bone vultures. Fortunately, he came to my rescue, took me as his personal guard, taught me advanced combat techniques, and gave me special treatment. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one who delights her, and a man would die for the one who recognizes his worth. I, Lin Tian, a lowly commoner, have been so valued by Brother Jiang. How could I not come to his aid when he faces danger today? Lin Tian's eyes glistened with tears, his face etched with grievance. He knew he should be rational with his Berserker Trait System. If he just played it safe, he could become the strongest. But he couldn't do it. Lin Tian wasn't the kind of selfish, cold-blooded, heartless person. Oh, come on. Stop crying, I can't stand seeing boys cry. Xia Shuijian swayed her delicate frame as she pulled 2 small black pills from her bosom, offering them to Lin Tian. Here, these are resurrection pills. Take them. What? You don't want it even when I'm giving it to you. Xia Shuijian observed Lin Tian's reserved demeanor and mused thoughtfully, how about this? Waiting here is terribly boring. If you can make me laugh, make me happy, I'll give you the reviving pill as a reward. Would that work? Deal. Chapter 25, the 3rd golden entry. Lin Tian agreed immediately. But immediately, worry clouded his mind. How does one make a girl laugh? Flirting? Complimenting her looks? That he could manage with his hands. But making her laugh? He didn't even know what tickled her funny bone. Put. At that moment, Xia Shuijian caught sight of Lin Tian's dazed expression. Even with her hand over her mouth, she burst into a silvery bell laughter. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Did I just make you laugh? Xia Shuijian's laughter abruptly stopped, and she replied sternly, that doesn't count. Fine. Lin Tian frowned. Put. Xia Shuijian nearly burst out laughing again. Lin Tian was speechless for a moment, but he felt that making Xia Shuijian laugh was still pretty easy. Anyway, he'd give Jiang Ming the revival pill first and see what happened. Gazing at the 2 pills in his palm, Lin Tian felt his resolve strengthen. He took a step toward Jiang Ming. Thud. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a muffled thud echoed through the cavern. The immense force knocked Lin Tian off balance, nearly causing him to drop the revival pills into the icy pool below. No! It's the Cold Fish King. It must be because you killed too many creatures earlier, all that bloodshed attracted the Cold Fish King. Xia Shuajian tensed, assuming a defensive stance. While the cold fish were only at the second level of body tempering, the Cold Fish King was a solid first-tier powerhouse, comparable to a silver vein martial artist. Thud! Thud! 2 more thuds echoed. Xia Shuajian's expression grew even more grave. Still not just one. It's 3 whole ones. 3 Cold Fish Kings are here. This is bad. With my strength as a gold core martial artist, I could indeed take on 3. But alchemists in the early stages level up fast while their offensive skills lag behind. If all 3 Cold Fish Kings target us simultaneously, I'll be fine, but Lin Tian, you must be careful. As she spoke, Xia Shuajian summoned the crimson within her body. With a flick of her delicate fingers, the fiery energy instantly transformed into a massive woven net, covering the frigid pool within the cavern. Puff, puff, puff. Plop, plop. Plop, plop, plop. The Cold Fish King leapt fiercely, only to be ensnared by the net woven from the strange fire. Scorched by the flames, it tumbled back into the icy pool, spinning several times before finally coming to a halt. In its place came the frenzied assaults of other cold fish, reckless and relentless, one after another. Cunning creatures. Xia Shuajian gritted her teeth, yet felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, bright sparks erupted from her body, scorching her white silk robe. Seeing the flames about to reach her skin, Lin Tian hurriedly shouted, "Miss Shuajian, you're on fire." Ah! Xia Shuajian's slender frame trembled. She looked down and her face turned pale. Oh no! Why did it have to happen now? Of all times. We're done for. Little cutie. What should we do? We're going to be buried in the belly of that fish together. Why, I don't want to end up in that ugly fish's stomach. Smack! 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 Lin Tian frantically slapped at the flames on her body, his palms turning crimson from the effort, yet he dared not stop. But after dousing her fragrant shoulders, her slender waist burst into flames. After slapping her waist, her beautiful legs caught fire. Smack! Ah! Xia Shuajian let out a soft shiver, glaring at Lin Tian in both shame and anger, though her own movements halted. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, 3 Cold Fish Kings led thousands of cold fish leaping out of the icy pond. Oh no! Tray-stepping technique. Lin Tian had no time to apologize. Clutching Xia Shuajian, he moved like a phantom. After several swift shifts, he created distance between them, but stumbled and fell. Fortunately, after rolling over a dozen times on the ground, he narrowly avoided the cold fish's attack. Stay here, don't move. Lin Tian set Xia Shuajian down, summoned the abyssal rainbow blade, and plunged back into the swarm. Because Jiang Ming was still there. Little cutie. Are you crazy? Xia Shuajian watched Lin Tian's dashing silhouette as he sliced through the cold fish one by one. Though her words were filled with reproach and alarm, her eyes sparkled with admiration. After all, how could a girl of her age resist a boy who was loyal, tall, handsome, and had saved her life? When the blade leaves its sheath, heaven and earth narrow cold light severs the thread of fate first. The setting sun shatters into crimson arcs, thunder. Draw the blade and strike. Amidst the swarm of fish, Lin Tian, sword in hand, forged a bloody path through the horde. Though the Cold Fish King's power was greatly diminished outside its icy pool, it remained a first-tier demonic beast. Its strength matched that of a silver vein martial artist, with 600 vitality points, far beyond what Lin Tian's current 240 vitality points at the 3rd level of body tempering could hope to challenge. Thud, thud, thud. Dodging several more attacks, he finally reached Jiang Ming's side. In a moment of crisis, necessity dictated action. Lin Tian flung Jiang Ming to safety, then. Of course, he continued the slaughter. I can't take on the Cold Fish King, but you lot? I can't just slaughter you at will? Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian plunged back into the fray. Blade flashes, blade falls. Cold fish corpses rain down like a storm. Wait, what kind of constitution does this guy have? His recovery is way too fast. He's been bitten multiple times by the cold fish, yet his defenses never broke. Could he be the legendary Liuli Holy Body, ranked among the top 10 in the ancient era? Impossible. Even in its early stages, the sacred body of Jade could summon a golden body. Ah, I should worry about myself first. As a girl, I was born with the divine fire holy body, accompanied by crimson cloud scarlet fire. But my fire element is too intense, so I can only balance it with the earth core fire from the cold pool. Poor me wah. Xia Shuajian hugged the cold cave rock, murmuring as she used her body fire to heal her wounds. Not long after, Lin Tian staggered over, his body drenched in blood. Finally tired? I suggest you rest. Once I absorb the cold pool's earthcore fire, I'll ascend to the Grandmaster realm. Then, wiping out these minnows will be as easy as lifting a finger. Xia Shuajian felt the fiery energy within her gradually subside. She decisively retrieved another revival pill from her bosom and slipped it into Jiang Ming's mouth. With a flick of her fingers, the pill slid down his throat and into his stomach. Master Realm, huh? Lin Tian's brows furrowed. Originally, he had considered himself exceptionally gifted, approaching the second tier of body tempering at 18, then attaining the third tier in less than half a month after acquiring the Berserk Trait System. But now, this girl before him could effortlessly reach the Grandmaster realm simply by absorbing a strange fire. In the martial arts path, talent truly matters most. Does heaven reward diligence? So does genius. Mortals? Want to defy fate? Want to rebel against heaven? Impossible. But since Lin Tian chose this path, he would never give up easily. Ha! Wait, how long did you even rest before grabbing your blade and starting the slaughter again? Xia Shuajian stared at Lin Tian, rising once more, utterly dumbfounded. Watching him plunge back into the swarm of fish, she couldn't help but curse inwardly, what a fool. Time. It slipped away, bit by bit. Lin Tian was either killing fish or on his way to kill fish. Even when Xia Shuajian lay on the ground in all sorts of provocative poses to tempt him, not a single flicker of desire stirred within Lin Tian. This only made Xia Shuajian grow more unreasonable and brazen in her advances, like forcing him to eat fish she had already bitten into. Covered in her saliva. Saliva, you say? Or using her jade-like feet to trample and trace circles on his abs? Blushing, shy yet wickedly smiling? Sometimes, she'd even put on a disgusted face? Damn it! Does he think Lin Tian is Hello Kitty? Does he have no temper? Die! Lin Tian sliced the last cold fish to pieces. Furious rage erupted from his heart. Finally. 3 days had passed. Ding! Current rage value detected at 1000. Do you wish to immediately draw the third golden attribute? He had slain over 950 frigid fish. The fury gauge was finally maxed out. And you ask if I want to draw the third golden attribute? System, are you brain dead? Answer me. Look me in the eyes. Why ask that? Tell me why. Of course I'm going to hit you. Beat me hard. Chapter 26, Fourth Realm of Body Tempering. Ding, drawing the third golden trait. Congratulations on drawing the third golden trait, Danyang Holy Physique. Danyang Sacred Physique Gold, a formidable physique from ancient times. As one's realm advances, it awakens 3 innate flames: red dust fire, bone-chilling flame, and heaven-stealing fire. With each tier advancement, it can absorb 1 additional into the body, transforming it for personal use. At full mastery, 10,000 elixirs converge, all fires submit. It can refine the spiritual energy of mountains and rivers, grant immunity to heavenly thunder tribulations, and imbue the body with a single elixir law capable of shattering all techniques. Current unlocked stage, Primordial Embryo. Danyang Holy Body Primordial Fetus, automatically absorbs 1 type of into the body, awakening alchemy talents. Holy crap! It's the Danyang Holy Body. Doesn't that mean absorbing just 1 type of makes 1A? A flicker of fervor crossed Lin Tian's face. A alchemist. Even at the first rank, it's like stepping both feet into the noble circle. A surefire leap to the heavens. Even the Lin family and Luo Jing, if he were to reveal his alchemist status, they would surely overlook past grievances. But Lin Tian will never betray his own group. Nor will he forsake his original purpose. This is a martial arts empire where man devours man. This is a world maddened to the point of sickness. Sooner or later, Lin Tian would use his alchemy skills to cultivate countless followers and overturn this entire system. But before that, he must find a way to obtain a divine flame. After all, while Lin Tian could seize enemy, he could not take Xia Shuajian's. This is a matter of principle. At that moment, Xia Shuajian's voice echoed. Lin Tian, the cold pool earth core fire is about to mature. Those 3 cold fish kings will stop at nothing to devour it. I need you to guard me. Though your strength is somewhat lacking, you should be at the 3rd level of body tempering, right? Here, take this quenching pill. It will help you reach the 4th level of quenching. Body tempering pill. 1 costs over 1 million. And that revival pill, its price is beyond estimation. No need. I already have a quenching body pill. Lin Tian hurriedly pulled out the box containing the body tempering pill from his robe. Oh? You have one too? You're so chubby? Never would have guessed. What kind of pill is it? Let me see. Xia Shuayan reached out, unleashing her to snatch the body tempering pill. She opened it, sniffed it, then tossed it back into Lin Tian's hand with disdain. Unless you're a saint body, this kind of body tempering pill won't last you 2 uses. You're better off saving it to sell. Use mine instead. Even if you're just a mortal body, you can temper it at least 3 times. 3 times? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, curious. Isn't the maximum supposed to be 2 refinements? See? That's the gap in knowledge among you lower class folks, but it's not your fault we want to spread this knowledge, but the martial emperor of your great Xia dynasty won't allow it. Alright, then I'll reluctantly enlighten you. Truth be told, there are actually 9 levels of body tempering. Xia Shuayan declared clearly. Lin Tian was even more bewildered. 9 levels? Exactly. True martial artists undergo 9 levels of body tempering. But most people's physiques can't handle it. 5 rounds is the absolute limit. Alchemists, however, using the purest herbs and potent restorative properties, can gain an extra round, making it 6. But to break through to the 7th level? That requires either a sacred physique or a divine physique. Of course, such physiques aren't found in ordinary people. And the fate of ordinary people who possess sacred or divine physiques, they get tricked into the Yin kingdom in the south, where their bones are dug up, their organs harvested, and everything transplanted into the second-generation martial prodigies. And those who carry out such deeds are almost always grandmasters. Ordinary people have no chance to fight back. But you shouldn't have to worry about that sort of thing, Xia Shuijian said vividly. Lin Tian's face darkened further, his urge to curse growing stronger. In this day and age, is it a damn crime for an ordinary person to be more talented than martial second-generation scum? How is this any different from robbing ordinary people of their future? There's another crucial point: body tempering can actually continue after reaching the martial master realm, but only for those with sacred or divine physiques. Others simply won't get the chance, Xia Shuijian declared proudly. Is that so? Lin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He possessed both the glass-like golden body and the holy body of Dan Yang, meaning he wouldn't be blocked from advancing to the martial master realm due to body tempering. Quick! Take this body tempering pill I personally refined. It will absolutely ensure you break through to the 4th level of body tempering within an hour. I'll guard your cultivation for you, and then, I want you to guard mine. Xia Shuijian tossed over a quenching pill. Catching it in his hand, Lin Tian knew this was no time for sentimentality. With the Cold Fish King lurking within and the Blood Furnace Grandmaster Waliji and his army threatening from without, danger loomed at every turn. Enhancing his strength was the only choice. The quenching body pill was typically bitter, but the one Xia Shuijian gave him was sweet. The moment it touched his tongue, he felt a colossal surge of medicinal power shoot skyward. As it washed down his throat, Lin Tian felt every muscle in his body quiver with excitement. No longer was it blood surging through his veins, but molten crimson sand. With each heartbeat, the roar of a bursting river echoed in his ears, the sound of capillaries reshaping under immense pressure. Deep within his bone marrow, firecrackers crackled and popped, while his spine stretched upward vertebra by vertebra like a dragon shedding its skin. His vital energy and blood visibly surged. Pores spewed foul-smelling black mist as skin cracked like a parched riverbed. As the old skin peeled away, it made the sound of tearing oilcloth, while the new texture glowed with a cold bronze sheen. 4th tier of tempering. Just like that? Lin Tian could scarcely believe it. Good heavens! You've reached the 4th stage of body tempering, and copper skin has already appeared on your body. Could you possibly be the glass-like holy body? Xia Shuijian stared in disbelief. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before replying, I possess the glazed golden body, but in time, I shall also attain the sacred body. This. Hearing Lin Tian admit it himself, Xia Shuijian found it even harder to believe. A sacred body. This is a sacred body. And it appeared in some dumb kid. No wonder his recovery was so fast. Who'd have thought that saving someone offhand would turn out to be a holy body? But you must be careful. No matter how powerful you become, never reveal your divine body. Otherwise, you might face a united assault from all the great masters. They won't tolerate a holy body emerging among individuals. Xia Shuijian stared blankly at Lin Tian. Yes, I understand. I'll keep it hidden. Lin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least for now, Xia Shuijian showed no ill will toward him. No, you won't. Xia Shuijian shook her head. You're at the 4th level of body tempering. Your qi and blood should be around 270 calories, yet you possess copper skin. When you reach the 5th level, you'll transform into silver skin. At the 6th level, you'll become gold skin, manifesting a golden body. Even if it's merely gilded, it's still a golden body. How monstrously powerful is a golden body? It can even defend against attacks beyond your tier. Such a transformation is utterly impossible to conceal. Unless you obtain the solid color pill. Xia Shuijian's expression grew grave. How does one obtain it? Lin Tian couldn't help but frown slightly. He certainly didn't want to reveal his golden body only to be snatched away by martial arts experts who'd rip out his entire sacred physique. Right now, I'm only a 3rd-grade alchemist. Solid color pills require 4th-grade skill to refine. But my teacher is, well, she can make them. When the time comes, I'll just go ask her for some Xia Shuijian chuckled. A bitter smile touched Lin Tian's lips. Even with his Danyang sacred body, he needed a 4th-rank alchemist to refine the solid color pill. For an ordinary person to turn their fortunes around was truly an uphill battle. But the harder it was, the more satisfying it would be when he finally overturned the heavens. Chapter 27, The Strange Fire Enters the Body. Xiao Tian, look. The cold pool's earth core fire is about to bloom. At that moment, Xia Shuijian pulled Lin Tian's arm and stopped beside the ice crystal lotus platform of the cold pool's earth core fire. The deep blue petals of the cold pool's core fire had begun to glow fiercely white in places, while the lotus heart pulsed with swirling streams of pale blue and white flames. The outer flames of the cold fire had solidified into a frost shell resembling millennia-old mystic ice, while the inner flames churned like molten lava. Crimson gold fire essence seeped through the cracks in the ice layer, clinging to the surface without dripping. Within a 10 jang radius around the lotus platform, even the cavern walls burned beneath a frosty coating, where crimson and azure crystalline flowers blossomed from the ashes. Such a dreamlike scene was unlike anything Lin Tian had ever witnessed. Yet, the unfolding of the fire bud at the heart of the cold pool was far slower than he had imagined. It should be ripe in another 2 or 3 hours. The closer we get to harvesting the fruit, the more nerve-wracking it becomes. Xia Shuajian stroked her ample bosom, her exquisite face betraying not a hint of anxiety, only her usual sly mischief. Through this ordeal, Lin Tian finally grasped the importance of cultivating true strength, not getting bogged down by illusory power gaps. Clang! Lin Tian summoned the abyssal rainbow blade, resting it horizontally across his palm, and once again began comprehending the creation tier martial technique, Scorching Abyss Cataclysm Blade. The Blazing Abyss Annihilation Blade comprised 3 forms and 9 transformations. The first form, Embers Scorching the Heavens, possessed enough power to wound Copper Skin martial masters while he was still at the martial artist realm. The first variation, Scarlet Crow's Cry, had already cultivated 6 crow-shaped fire blades. If he could master 9, they would converge into one, unleashing the true Scarlet Crow that sliced through the sky with a cry like its own cry that was the true Scarlet Crow's cry. If one could grasp this, even a Silver Vein martial master could break through with sheer force. Ha! Training again? Oh my, are you this diligent and hardworking? You're making me anxious. Xia Shuajian sprawled on the ground, idly drawing circles in the air as she watched Lin Tian with boredom, then couldn't help but smile affectionately. Seeing him work hard makes me feel like I'm working hard too, right? Hee hee, I really am a little genius. La 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 la. Xia Shuajian flicked her hair, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Tian's handsome profile. Wait, on his martial arts. Wait. This martial skill, how can its power be so terrifying? Even top-tier martial skills aren't this strong. Only a creation-grade martial skill possesses the power to kill enemies beyond its tier. My goodness, creation grade. This is a creation-grade martial skill. Watching on, Xia Shuajian gaped in disbelief. Before her eyes, Lin Tian wielded the growth-type divine artifact, the abyssal rainbow blade, unleashing a staggering 9 raven-shaped fire blades. Though it posed no threat to her as a gold viscera martial artist, an ordinary copper skin martial artist might meet their end in an instant with the slightest misstep. Its power rivaled that of a silver vein martial artist. Absolutely terrifying. It is indeed a creation tier martial technique, but only a fragment passed down to me by my father, Lin Tian replied, sheathing the abyssal rainbow blade while concealing the truth. An incomplete text? What a pity. Xia Shuayan shook her head and sighed. Your father must have been the pride and joy of a great clan. Otherwise, he would never have passed down a creation level technique to you. Judging by your current circumstances, your family must have fallen into decline, which is why you ended up here. Truly, every single item on your person if exposed would be fiercely coveted by countless people. Lin Tian replied solemnly, having chosen this path, there is no turning back. What if a grandmaster wipes you out with a single strike? Xia Shuajian pressed. If there's no way to avoid it, why not fight with everything I have? What's death? Since ancient times, who hasn't faced it? Some deaths are lighter than a feather, others heavier than a mountain. Lin Tian replied. So do you choose to be lighter than a feather or heavier than a mountain? Depends on the situation. Depends? Xia Shuayan stammered, speechless. You're pretty clever, huh? You bet. Lin Tian jabbed Xia Shuajian's arm and shouted, look. It's the cold pool's earth core fire. It's about to mature. Xia Shuajian shot up like a startled rabbit, reaching the ice crystal lotus pedestal in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. The footwork she just displayed was far more profound than the mysterious trace's step. The cave was now encrusted in snow-white crystalline ice, even the floating spiritual energy frozen solid by the frigid chill. The lotus petals at the heart of the cold pool's earthfire had turned completely white-hot, blazing with bright, ghostly blue flames. Upon closer inspection, it seemed a translucent little blue fire dragon dwelled within the lotus core. My little fire dragon mommy's been waiting for you for so long, come into mommy's arms. Xia Shuajian formed a spell seal with both hands, swift yet gentle. The rosy crimson clouds of the crimson cloud fire swiftly extended toward the lotus platform, feeding energy to the newborn little fire dragon. Infused with this power, the little fire dragon gradually came to life, even lazily stretching across the lotus heart. Yet, despite Xia Shuajian's bridge off, it remained utterly indifferent. This shouldn't be happening. I'm nourishing it with the essence of crimson cloud fire. It should feel gratitude and be drawn into my body. Why is it refusing? It's only the 82nd ranked earth fire, after all. Could it be that I'm not worthy enough? I beg to differ? A crimson flush of anger spread across Xia Shuajian's jade-like cheeks as she clenched her fists, determined to force the cold pool earth core fire into her body. The immense force pulled the little fire dragon toward her like a magnet. As the little fire dragon approached the fire bridge, Xia Shuajian beamed with delight. But she never imagined it would suddenly whip its tail, accelerate, and dart straight into Lin Tian's body. What? The strange fire. My divine flame. Epsilon 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 hashtag. How did it get inside you? Xia Shuajian stared at Lin Tian's innocent expression and burst into tears. Lin Tian genuinely looked bewildered and hurriedly explained, I really didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. But you're actually the legendary Danyang's sacred body. How is that possible? How is that fair? Wah? I can't live like this, wah. Xia Shuajian broke down in tears. Lin Tian was clearly just a dumb kid, how could he have such incredible luck? First the glazed golden body, then a creation-grade martial skill, and now a Danyang holy body? Xia Shuajian was a genius in the Tao of alchemy, born with a sacred body of divine fire. At just 18 years old, she was already a golden viscera martial artist with 1,000 units of chi blood. But this was the result of stacking resources, talent, and relentless effort. Years of pride seemed to shatter at Lin Tian's hands? Ugh. SSSSHHH. At that moment, Lin Tian suddenly let out a wretched cry of agony. Xia Shuajian looked over and saw the blood streaming from Lin Tian's wrist, along with the faint blue little fire dragon in his palm. She was utterly terrified. You're crazy? The divine fire has just entered your body, and you're forcing it out. This will affect your source energy. While it's not too late, quickly absorb it back. This was meant for you. I have no right to possess it. Lin Tian declared with unwavering resolve, reaching out to cradle the cold pool earth core fire. Xia Shuajian's small mouth opened slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Yet she suddenly clenched her teeth and declared resolutely, though I need the cold pool earth core fire to purge my fire poison and advance to the Grandmaster realm, it's not absolutely essential. Since the cold pool's core fire has chosen you, then you are its master. Xia Shuajian said, closing her eyes. Take it. Lin Tian forced himself to speak through the surging blood in his veins, his voice sharp. Xia Shuajian opened her eyes, casting one last reluctant glance at the cold pool's core fire, her expression deeply conflicted. Chapter 28, Two Tigers Clash. But after deep contemplation, Xia Shuajian shook her head and refused. Take it, Lin Tian. The cold pool earth core fire has already entered your body. Even if it were to enter mine again, it would reject me. It is no longer my fire, it would only hinder me. If you truly feel guilty, then help me purge this fire poison until I find my next type. Lin Tian held out the cold pool earth core fire and countered, how exactly do you plan to find it? These strange fires only exist in the world's most extraordinary, magnificent, and perilous places. They're not exactly easy to come by. You wouldn't know, would you? Though your talent surpasses mine, I have an exceptional mentor. She's an elder of the Medicine Alliance. You know the Medicine Alliance, right? Even the great Xia Empire dares not offend that colossal power. All I need to do is pout a little for her, and it'll be sorted. Xia Shui crossed her arms, speaking with evident pride. Are you sure you're not just saying this to get me to accept the cold pool earth core fire? Lin Tian frowned, feeling guilty as he looked at the little fire dragon in his palm. I'm not being that dramatic. They chose its master. What could I do? We're not enemies, we're friends, right? Xia Shuajian smiled at Lin Tian, sending him flirtatious glances. Lin Tian avoided her gaze, his face heavy with guilt. Just take it, consider it a welcome gift. Friends share good things, right? I'm not that stingy. Xia Shuajian stared intently. Lin Tian's face flushed crimson, and he dared not utter a word. Seeing Lin Tian's bashful avoidance, Xia Shuajian grew even more excited, her smile growing wider as she prepared to tease him further. But just then, her slender frame suddenly trembled, and her expression changed dramatically. Oh no! A Grandmaster level expert is approaching. They know about this place, they're here for it. Lin Tian, quickly absorb the cold pool's earth core fire into your body. If I try to absorb it now, it'll take at least half an hour to calm the little fire dragon's resistance. Even if you're giving it to me, you have to make sure he doesn't get snatched by that Grandmaster level expert, right? Xia Shuajian gripped Lin Tian's arm, her expression grave. Lin Tian pondered back and forth, trying to determine whether Xia Shuajian's words were true or false. But he recalled that just 2 days prior, he had been discovered by Xia Shuajian shortly after entering the cold pool. Perhaps she had set up some sort of array here that could sense approaching individuals. Moreover, those 3 cold fish kings, which had been ferocious moments ago, had suddenly vanished, clearly sensing the aura of a powerful opponent. He knew that Wu Leiji, the Blood Furnace Grandmaster, would never let him go. Lin Tian. Don't waste any more time. If we delay any longer, we'll lose your dear brother too. Xia Shuajian urged. Helpless, Lin Tian had no choice but to draw the cold pool's core fire back into his body. He sighed, I owe you a strange fire. Someday, I'll repay you with the finest, most top-tier strange fire. Alright, I'll remember. Let's hurry. My master left a secret passage here leading straight out of the cold pool. We should go now. Take your big brother with us. Xia Shuajian urged. With a wave of her hand, the entrance to the tunnel appeared overhead. But this damn thing was a limestone cave. Even in ancient times, it would require large-scale drilling machinery like shield machines to break through. And now, in the age of high martial arts, where all things coexist with spiritual energy, the strength of caves had increased by who knows how many orders of magnitude. And yet Xia Shuejian's master had somehow forced a passage through it? Even when he combined the Abyssal Rainbow Blade with the Blazing Abyss Annihilation Blade, he couldn't leave a single mark on the cave, not even a Grandmaster could. Xia Shuejian's master, a Medicine Alliance elder? At the very least, a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. At that moment, a groan echoed from the ground. Ugh! Where am I? Hell! After a long time following his ingestion of the revival pill, Jiang Ming finally awoke. Clutching his forehead as he surveyed his surroundings, he couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Tian? How did you? Didn't I tell you to survive? Ah, since things have come to this, let's each seek a better rebirth. Lin Tian laughed heartily. Brother Jiang, you're not dead. Her elixir saved you. Pills? You're an alchemist? Jiang Ming stared at Xia Shuejian in shock. Xia Shuejian merely swayed the third-grade badge hanging at her waist, saying nothing. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's pupils dilated. He immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and bowed. Jiang Ming, Deputy General of the White Robe Army in the northern wastes of the Great Xia Dynasty, pays his respects to the alchemist. Rise, this isn't a formal occasion, there's no need to be so bound by etiquette, Xia Shuejian said indifferently, though her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. With permission granted, Jiang Ming rose to his feet. After all, in the Great Xia Dynasty, a first-rank alchemist held a status equivalent to that of a deputy general, a second-rank alchemist was on par with a general, and a third-rank alchemist commanded authority equal to that of a supreme general. Even if the General Sun Yan himself were here, he would have to pay his respects to this young girl. Splash splash. At that moment, the splashing sounds beneath the cold pond grew increasingly distinct. Xia Shue's expression changed abruptly. She hurriedly exclaimed, "Quick! Stop dawdling! Follow me into the secret passage! Go!" Lin Tian helped Jiang Ming to his feet, then executed the mysterious steps, leaping upward into the secret passage. Xia Shuejian followed closely behind, promptly sealing the passage behind them. But after scrambling upward a few steps, she bumped into Lin Tian's calf. Xia Shuejian snapped, "Why aren't you moving? This passageway door can be blown open." "They're coming," Lin Tian whispered. "Shoo." The sound of splashing water echoed from outside the passageway door, immediately followed by a furious curse. "Damn it! Who the hell beat us to it? Who?" The newcomer was nearly beside himself with rage. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. That voice wasn't eulogize, it belonged to someone else. "Chief. There are signs of other people moving around nearby. Still warm, and they've killed quite a few cold water fish. Also, we've discovered eulogize troops have been operating near the cold pool these past few days." "Could it be?" Another voice, clearly that of a subordinate, spoke up. "Eulogize dares? He keeps talking about negotiating with me, yet behind my back, he's already seized the heartfire of the cold pool. This is outrageous. He's nothing but a villain. We were worried he might detect something amiss through water temperature changes, but now it seems this river should have dried up long ago. There's no need to hold back out of some shared heritage across the water. The victor writes history, that's the only truth. Pursue him. I'll settle accounts with Waliji immediately." The so-called chieftain, enraged, plunged back into the frigid pool with a splash. "You lot stay here and search. Don't miss a single trace." "Yes, sir." In the secret passageway, Jiang Ming frowned deeply. That man just now must be the leader of the river tribe. Like Waliji, he's also a blood furnace grandmaster. Donovan! Good heavens! Just for the fire at the heart of the cold pool, he'd sever his own tribe's water source? Truly, most people in this world are utterly despicable. Xia Shuejian said bitterly. Now we face not only Waliji but also Donovan. Our situation is perilous, but staying here is even more dangerous. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before decisively hoisting Jiang Ming onto his shoulders. He began climbing upward, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. "Right, let's get out of this secret passage first." Xia Shuejian followed closely behind, not daring to be careless. Chapter 29, Escape to Freedom. "Shu, someone's outside. Be careful." Inside the secret passage, Lin Tian had been climbing for over 10 minutes. Just as he was about to open the grass-covered door concealed beneath the soil, Xia Shuejian grabbed his ankle. A golden viscera martial artist's hearing far surpassed that of a Quan T 4th-tier martial artist like him, especially during movement when external sounds were easiest to overlook. Now, halting his movement to listen intently, the sound seemed to be growing louder. "Damn it! Those great Xia bastards are disgusting. They invaded our tribe just to steal our cattle and sheep. Arato is a idiot. How could he fall for such an obvious diversion tactic?" Outside the secret passage, Waliji cursed furiously. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This Waliji killing Wei Shan, wounding Jiang Ming, losing his entire personal guard unit. Serves him right. Still, it would be even better if he could reveal who the mole was. Those two great Xia men must be found. I will use their bones to honor my Xian Gudiao. Waliji added. "Chief, we've searched for 3 days. Could they already be dead? Or have they escaped? Impossible. Waliji roared angrily, my men are everywhere around this entire cold lake. Unless that great Xia commander has recovered from his wounds, he couldn't possibly escape my ambushes and surveillance. If they're dead, the cold lake fish would only devour their flesh. We'd definitely see human bones floating to the surface. Keep searching. Yes, Chief. Shortly after the subordinate left, he returned once more. Bad news. Chief. Donovan is attacking. The subordinate exclaimed in panic. What? Waliji leapt to his feet, his voice thick with disbelief. How the hell did that son of a get here? You're the son of a... Waliji. You're the one with a guilty conscience. You ing bastard. Die. Take this wolf blood boiling slash. Donovan lunged forward, slashing his palm open. Blood streamed onto his greatsword, instantly igniting the blade. Enveloped in a swirling inferno, it hurtled toward Waliji. Thud. Waliji scrambled to dodge, but the blade's shockwave still caught him, sending him tumbling across the ground several times. Ing hell. You're pulling out the big guns right off the bat? Did I ever cross you? You ing cut off my water tribe's river and I haven't even come looking for you yet. You're the one who came knocking first, huh? Waliji clenched his fists, cursing furiously. Cut the crap. Hand over the cold pool's core fire this instant. I can give you a quick death. Donovan drew his blade and swung again. What heart fire? Are you saying there's a strange fire beneath this cold pool? Wait, you damned the river for that fire? Waliji froze in shock, then erupted in fury. Stop playing dumb. You took the cold pool's core fire, hand it over now. Hand it over. Donovan swung his blade again with a backhand strike. Waliji met the blow head-on with his bare fists. Clang! Clang! In an instant, rocks flew everywhere, and the wind howled fiercely. Within just 3 minutes, the two had exchanged no fewer than 30 blows. As a blood furnace grandmaster, his forged iron bones allowed him to bare knuckle-block low-grade weapons. But the true deciding factor in victory lies in one's foundation. Waliji, relying solely on his fists, was naturally at a disadvantage compared to Donovan. Even if these two fight themselves into mutual destruction, one dead and the other crippled, it wouldn't matter. The crucial thing is that Lin Tian and his two companions are holding the line in the secret passage, this damn straight corridor. They can only keep pushing forward, there's nowhere to rest. Holding out like this for so long, especially while supporting someone else, is incredibly exhausting. If they were to fall, those lurking in the cavern's icy pool would definitely sense something was amiss. Then, there's a high chance our whereabouts would be exposed. Lin Tian, what should we do now? Should I climb up first to draw their attention, then you and your dear big brother can escape? Xia Shuejian suggested from below. Lin Tian frowned deeply. Though Xia Shuejian was a golden viscera martial artist, their opponent was a blood furnace grandmaster. That was a full major realm difference, 3 minor realms. Even Jiang Ming, a jade marrow grandmaster, had been utterly crushed by Waliji. If Xia Shuejian went up, she'd likely be killed instantly. At best, she'd be gravely injured, possibly even losing limbs. Up above, 2 blood furnace grandmasters clash fiercely. How powerful could those left behind possibly be? Besides, we came from the cold pool. You have your, I have mine. Once we're in the cold pool, that vast lake is ours to roam. Let's go straight to the cold pool. Lin Tian proposed. Xia Xian's eyes lit up. Who knew you looked so clueless but think so strategically? If we can't beat blood furnace masters, can't we at least crush these ants? Let us go, let us go. Let us crush the weaklings. Soon. The trio swiftly descended the secret passage and plunged into the cold pool. Who? Ha? It's you too. There's a secret passage after all. Donovan's men, clad in thick rubber thermal suits, pulled back their hoods. Though their movements were slow, their strides remained steady. Spotting Lin Tian and the others, they immediately drew the curved blades at their waists. Crimson Cloud Scarlet Fire, attack. Burn through him. Xia Shuejian summoned a vast expanse of crimson flames, which surged toward the enemy's insulated coat. What? Damn it! Unable to withstand the intense heat of the enemy plunged toward the icy pond. Yet they refused to be extinguished, even by water. When an alchemist wields a strange flame, it's like gaining a power completely beyond the reach of martial artists. Even a grandmaster would struggle to endure being consumed by such flames. Truly terrifying. Jiang Ming couldn't help but marvel. Xia Shuejian shook her head and sighed. It's only effective against minor ants like jade marrow grandmasters. If it were a blood furnace grandmaster whose chi and blood constantly boil like a furnace, their heat resistance is already formidable. My strange fire might barely touch them before they charge right up and cut me down. Jiang Ming felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had worked so hard to cultivate to jade marrow grandmaster level, yet in Xia Shuejian's words, he was merely a lowly insect? But for alchemists, that was indeed the case. Sigh. Let's go. The strange fire won't kill him. He'll definitely go report this. We need to escape quickly, the sooner the better. Otherwise, if he catches up, we'll all die. Lin Tian warned. Right. If we escape quickly enough, we can return to the army. Once I report this to Commander Su, he'll see justice done. The White Robe Regiment's vengeance, Wei Shan's vengeance, it must be exacted. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth, seething with rage, but accidentally tugged at his still healing wound, triggering a fit of coughing. Brother Jiang, I'll carry you. Lin Tian decisively hoisted Jiang Ming onto his back. With a splash, he plunged into the frigid pool first, allowing the core fire within the icy depths to envelop him and shield him from the biting cold. Xia Shuiguan stared at Lin Tian's retreating back, utterly stunned. Wait, I never taught him how to use the. He just watched me use it a few times and figured it out himself? If that's true, his talent is beyond belief. Who was the true prodigy here? At that moment, Xia Shuijian was genuinely questioning reality. But with danger closing in, she had no time for doubts. She plunged into the icy pool herself, joining the desperate escape. Fortunately, though the journey was oppressive, they finally surfaced before sunset, escaping to freedom. Chapter 30, Grandmaster of Martial Foundations. Dark clouds swept away, blue skies restored, 10,000 foot peaks climbed by day's end. Looking back, the icy pool holds only fleeting memories galloping with a song, I laugh at the mortal world. This 7-character quatrain perfectly captured Lin Tian's current state of mind. He had thought he was trapped in a desperate situation, facing peril at every turn. Yet looking back, not only was he unharmed, but he had also gained the 3rd golden skill slot. The holy body of Danyang met the prodigious alchemist Xie Shuijin, and saved Jiang Ming from imminent danger. This feeling of surviving a catastrophe and reaping rewards was simply exhilarating. But oh! The enmity he'd incurred and the debts of gratitude he'd accumulated were utterly staggering. Lin Tian watched Xie Shuijian riding her horse in the sunset, stretching her waist and singing joyfully. His sword-like eyebrows furrowed into a deep frown. Whoa! After being stuck in that hellhole for 3 months, I finally see the light of day again. La 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 la. In her excitement, Xie Shuijian stood lightly on the horse's back, twirling and dancing. Golden Viscera martial artist. Having endured copper skin and silver sinews, refining her internal organs, her mastery over her body had reached an astonishing level. You've already endured the hardest part, why sulk now? We've been through life and death trials together. Rest assured, with your speed, becoming a martial master should be swift once we return. I'll arrange for you to be promoted to corporal. Keep up the good work, I'm counting on you, kid. Jiang Ming reined his horse closer, raising an eyebrow with a sly grin, looking anything but a leader. But Lin Tian knew this was precisely because Jiang Ming genuinely regarded him as a brother. And if they ever faced the battlefield again, Jiang Ming would never hesitate. A squad leader, huh? My ambitions run a bit higher than that. A faint smile touched Lin Tian's lips. Is that so? Then you'd better surpass me first. Brother Lin Tian. Giddy up. Ignoring his injuries, Jiang Ming pulled back on the reins and spurred his horse to accelerate. Giddy up. Lin Tian possessed the blue-tier horsemanship skill. Though Jiang Ming had gained the initial advantage, the roads of the northern wastes weren't always smooth. Riding a horse required skill. Within 30 breaths, Jiang Ming sensed a figure closing in beside him out of the corner of his eye. He glanced over. Hey, it really was Lin Tian. You're something else, kid. I'm starting to believe you can lead me through these mountains and forests. Your horsemanship is impressive. Jiang Ming exclaimed in surprise. He dared leap off a cliff fearless of death. What can't he do? Behind them, Xie Shuijian reined in her horse and joined the chase. Yeah. I'd jump off a cliff. Embrace death to live. I even have a system now. What else could possibly be impossible? Nothing is impossible for those who are determined. Lin Tian spurred his horse forward, galloping toward the setting sun. His eyes regained their brilliance, deep and vast like the Milky Way. An air of proud independence radiated from him, shimmering once more in the sunlight. This was the sun-kissed youth who rode the wind. Whoa! After riding dozens of miles, Lin Tian finally reined in his horse. Looking ahead, he saw a small squad approaching. Clop clop clop. Behind him, Jiang Ming spurred his horse onward, racing to meet them. Wonderful! The general isn't dead. The general is still alive. Shi Yang's voice was as loud and tearful as ever. He spurred his horse to Jiang Ming's side, leapt down, and clutched the general's thigh, weeping bitterly. Everyone said you were dead. Only I believed the general's boundless fortune would see him through. Jiang Ming cradled Shi Yang's head and asked in a deep voice, Are the soldiers of the White Robe Regiment all right? Wei Shan, is he okay? They're all dead, slaughtered by Yilajai's troops. The captain of the Imperial Guard survived, but he lost an arm. He's lying in the infirmary, still unconscious. Even if he wakes up, he'll likely never. Shi Yang was so overcome with grief he could barely speak, tears streaming down his face. If not for the traitor's betrayal, how could Wei Shan have ended up like this? Jiang Ming seethed with fury. Wei Shan was his personal guard captain. Over the years, he had fought alongside him in campaigns across the land, a true confidant. Now, he had been betrayed by his own men. Though surviving was a blessing in itself, for a soldier, failing to return home wrapped in a horsehide shroud only to come back crippled and sick, facing the rest of his life under the gaze of others, was undoubtedly cruel. Clank! Lin Tian clenched his fists in righteous indignation. Suddenly struck by a thought, he exclaimed, General Jiang. When I was at Xintai Pass with Captain Wei, we visited the cannon fodder battalion and met their commander, Song Yi. Could this mole be connected to him? Song Yi? That bastard who treats lives like grass yet covets wealth like gold. If it's him, I'll flay his skin and tear out his tendons. Wei Shan gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes. Do not act rashly. For now, it's only suspicion. We must not make this public, or we'll never uncover the true mole. Our top priority now is to report the intelligence about the two major tribes clashing violently to Commander Su. We must request his troops to suppress both factions and avenge our brothers of the White Robe Regiment. Jiang Ming's eyes blazed with intensity as he declared with iron resolve. Right. Revenge. Wei Shan wiped away tears, his eyes blazing with fury. Brother! Commander Su actually arrived personally with 10,000 troops the very day after you set out. He was waiting only for news of your whereabouts to crush the river tribe. At that moment, the desolate land echoed with wave after wave of thunderous hoofbeats. Both Jiang Ming and Wei Shan instantly composed themselves, bowing respectfully with hands clasped. Lin Tian, pay your respects. This is our White Robe Army's commander Sun Yan. Jiang Ming barked. The commander, the Martial Foundation Grand Master? Lin Tian bowed, yet couldn't help but lift his gaze. The figure rode a white warhorse. His silver armor glinted in the sun, a black iron lion helmet pressed against his temples. His brow was sharp as a blade at dawn, radiating heroic vigor. Behind him, a black cloak billowed like swirling thunderclouds, its rustling sound like war drums urging onward. The tip of his crimson-plumed spear dripped with blood. The knuckles gripping the reins were twisted with veins like coiled dragons, undoubtedly a seasoned warrior. Yet his face appeared far younger than expected. The white-clad soldiers behind him mounted warhorses with crimson firecloud patterns tattooed on their legs, distinguishing them from the pure white steeds of Jiang Ming's personal guard. Your humble servant, Jiang Ming, greets Commander Su. As Sun Yan closed to within 5 or 6 meters, Jiang Ming called out in a clear voice. Old Jiang, you've got some nerve, huh? Walking straight into an ambush and still managing to survive? Sun Yan's voice cut through the air like a freshly tempered tang broadsword, a cold gleam still carrying the lingering heat of the forge. Ah! If not for this alchemist and my personal guards risking their lives to save me, I might never have seen you again, General. Jiang Ming choked out. Dan Master? What rank? Sun Yan narrowed his eyes at Xie Shuajian. Xie Shuajian revealed the third-grade jade pendant at her waist. Third rank? Sun Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. He exhaled sharply, then acknowledged with a sigh, Sun Yan, commander of the Northern Wastes, greets a third-rank alchemist. Xie Shuajian lifted her chin haughtily, glancing at Lin Tianxue. Their eyes met, and she raised her eyebrows dramatically, as if to say, see? This divine physician is quite formidable. A third-rank alchemist held status comparable to a general. Even a first-rank alchemist holds status equal to a deputy general. The status of A was truly exalted. Fortunately, Lin Tian now possessed the qualifications to become an alchemist himself. Chapter 31, Crushing the River Tribe. Sun Yan extends Jiang Ming's gratitude to the alchemist master. May I inquire which elder you studied under, alchemist? I am the third son of Su Jin, the Marquis of War from Luo, capital of the Great Xia. If you do not mind, I can have my family prepare some tea and gifts. Sun Yan bowed respectfully once more. That won't be necessary. I studied under Elder when fueling of the Medicine Alliance. I'm here on my own mission, so it's not convenient to discuss. Also, just to mention, this young man before you will be my master's future disciple, Xie Shuijin said softly. A disciple of Wen Fueling? Sun Yan couldn't help but startle. That Wen Fueling is the Medicine Alliance's top-tier elder, with cultivation depths unfathomable. 18 years ago, she was already a general-level powerhouse. By now, she's likely reached Martial Marquis or even Martial King. Whoa! Has she been granted a Marquis title or even a fiefdom? Xie Shuijin was right, she truly had an exceptional master. But when exactly did Lin Tian become Wen Fueling's future disciple? Since your master Wen Dan's disciple, staying in the military camp might not be appropriate. Sun Yan's expression grew slightly stern as he looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's massive frame trembled as he hurriedly protested, Commander Su, I have no desire to join the Medicine Alliance. I wish only to remain in the military camp and fight valiantly for Great Xia. Lin Tian. You must understand, this is Wen Fueling, the Medicine Alliance's top-tier elder. She stands at the very pinnacle of the entire Great Xia. You were framed to be here in the first place. Now, if you could become Master Wen's disciple, do you realize what an incredible opportunity this is? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Ming, though reluctant, understood the stakes and pressed his case as earnestly as he could. Even my father, a Martial Marquis, falls a tier below Master Wen Dan in both strength and standing. I know your deep bond with brother Jiangming and your duty to the nation, but wouldn't serving under Master Wen Dan allow you to better serve Great Xia and Jiangming? Sun Yan urged as well. Lin Tian merely bowed his hands in silence, his gaze unwavering and resolute, showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. Xia Shui was dumbfounded. Curving her slender waist, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she pouted indignantly, "Aren't you usually so sharp? Why are you acting so foolish now? My master is so formidable, doesn't that make him worthy to be your teacher? Besides, staying here means living on the edge of life and death every day. You could get killed by a blood furnace grandmaster any moment. You wouldn't stand a chance against either Waliji or Donovan. And you don't even need to take out a loan for tuition to study under my master. So many second-generation martial artists want him as their teacher, but he doesn't even look their way. Even if he did, tuition for a single semester starts at 30 million yuan. What do you think? With such a huge bargain offered to you, how could you possibly refuse?" A bitter smile flickered across Lin Tian's face. He knew full well that Xie Shuijian meant every word she said. But the system required constant combat to earn more golden skill lines. If he hadn't earned 3 golden attributes on the battlefield, how could he have ever caught Wen-Fuling's eye? The battlefield was his best refuge for now. Moreover, although Wei Shan appeared cold, had a foul temper, and looked down on him, he had generously paid to redeem Li Yanwang, indirectly saving his life. This debt of gratitude must be repaid. Jiang Ming had been gravely injured and treated him well. There was no way he could betray him now. Truthfully, these two paths aren't mutually exclusive. The matter of apprenticeship isn't urgent. Master Xia Dan can temporarily stay with our forces while we gradually untangle Lin Tian's situation. Though we're a border garrison, the White Robe Army will do everything possible to meet Master Xia Dan's needs. At that moment, Sun Yan spoke again. Xia Shuiyan pursed her lips. Seeing Lin Tian's stubborn expression, she could only sigh softly, "Very well. But rest assured, I won't interfere in military affairs, nor will I freeload. I can provide some free pills." "Excellent." Sun Yan's eyes lit up as he promptly clasped his hands in a bow. At that moment, Jiang Ming knelt on one knee, followed by Wei Shan. Then, Jiang Ming bellowed loudly. "General Su, I have confirmed that the River Tribe and Water Tribe are at odds. Their chieftains, Eulagi and Donovan, have already clashed violently. Now is undoubtedly the prime opportunity to eliminate them. I implore you, General, to issue the order. Let our troops crush the River Tribe and avenge our fallen brothers of the White Robe Army." Noticing the military discussion, Xia Shui sensibly stepped aside, pulling Lin Tian along with her. However, Lin Tian stubbornly refused to budge, leaving her feeling rather awkward. Sun Yan glanced at Lin Tian and said calmly, "Lin Tian of the White Robe Corps Personal Guard Battalion." "Present." Lin Tian answered loudly. "Your primary task from now on is to attend to Xie Shuijian," Sun Yan declared. Lin Tian instinctively looked up at Sun Yan. Sun Yan instinctively glared at him, only to find Lin Tian showed no fear whatsoever even though he was a Martial Foundation Grandmaster. "Do you have any objections?" Sun Yan frowned. Lin Tian shook his head and bowed respectfully, replying, "This subordinate accepts the order." He. Xia Shuixian, delighted, tugged Lin Tian's arm and pulled him aside. Lin Tian was speechless. He wanted to destroy the River Tribe too. Engaging Eulagi and Donovan directly will only lead to unnecessary casualties. Instead, while they're fighting each other, let's raid their stronghold and plunder their wealth. Sun Yan turned his back, waved his hand decisively, and barked, "Order Deputy Generals Wang and Zhang immediately. Each take 5,000 troops to wipe out the River Tribe and Water Tribe settlements, then join me here." "Yes, General." The bodyguards acknowledged the order and spurred their horses away. Within the military hierarchy, a deputy general typically held the cultivation level of a Jade Marrow Grandmaster. Below that rank were assistant generals and deputy generals, corresponding to the cultivation levels of Spirit Platform Grandmasters and Blood Furnace Grandmasters respectively. Only Grandmasters of Martial Foundation could command an entire army as a commander-in-chief. Under the military system of the Great Xia Dynasty, an army numbered over 30,000 men. It had one commander, 6,000 personal guards and directly commanded troops, 2 deputy commanders each overseeing 2,500 men, and 1 guard captain commanding 1,000 men. 2 deputy commanders each command 12,000 troops, each overseeing 4 assistant commanders managing 6,000 troops each, and further subordinate to them are 8 subordinate commanders each commanding 3,000 troops. Jiang Ming, being a field regiment with an independently developed structure, could command up to 5,000 men. In times of peace, it served as the primary combat unit of the Great Xia border forces. Now, with 2 deputy commanders at the Blood Furnace Grandmaster level each leading 5,000 well-equipped troops, the river and water tribes devoid of any Blood Furnace Grandmaster resistance were essentially defenseless sheep. They could only submit to slaughter, to be arbitrarily butchered and trampled underfoot. At that moment, Sun Yan spurred his horse forward, his voice booming with authority, "The rest of you follow me. Do not let Nua Duowan and Waliji escape. Giddy up." They spurred their horses onward. The group raced back toward Cold Lake Mountain. Upon Cold Lake Mountain, Donovan and Waluigi fought fiercely, locked in a stalemate for nearly 2 hours. Crash! Finally, Donovan's blade struck Waluigi, sending him flying dozens of meters. He slammed into the mountainside, spitting a mouthful of blood defeated. Ha 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 ha. Yuanhong, you little punk. How dare you fight me? I told you. Hand over the cold pool's core fire and I'll give you a quick death. You're the one who chose to seek punishment. Donovan laboriously sheathed his greatsword, towering over Waluigi as he stepped toward him. How many times have I told you? If I had the cold pool's core fire, would I still be fighting you now? I'd have simply had the Shenbone Eagle carry me away. Let me be honest with you. I didn't come here for the cold pool's core fire at all. I came for 2 people. A general of the Great Xia Empire and his personal guard, but they possess destiny-level martial arts and a growth-type artifact. I cornered them here days ago, and they fell into the cold pool. Now it seems your cold pool's core fire has likely been taken by them too. Waluigi gritted his teeth. Oomph. There's no other path beneath the cold pool. Your guess is wrong. Donovan scoffed, but he knew Yuanhong's temperament well. In this situation, Yuanhong would never lie. So what was really going on? Report. Just then, the subordinate who had been struck by Xia Shuajian's rushed over, panting heavily. His clothes were scorched through, yet his skin was encrusted with a layer of ice shards. Donovan narrowed his eyes. What exactly is going on here? Chapter 32, Capturing 2 Masters in 1 Battle. Chief. There's a secret passage beneath the cold pool. Someone entered through the tunnel, injured me with a strange flame, then fled. I'm lucky to be alive, or I wouldn't be able to report this to the leader. Hearing his subordinate's explanation, Donovan clenched his tiger-like fists. I never imagined there was actually a secret passage beneath the cold pool. At that moment, Yuanhong inquired, was it a subordinate general and a young upstart? Yes, but there was also a little girl. She's the one who injured me with that strange flame, the subordinate replied. Good. 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 Donovan. Do you understand now? I never came for your strange fire. Yet you sought to kill me for that fire. And now you'd sacrifice the entire river tribe to your ambition? What a heartless bastard you are. Waluigi pointed an accusing finger at Donovan's nose as he shouted. Poof. Donovan lifted his head haughtily, his eyes darting nervously. Gritting his teeth, he declared, since it's come to this, if you want war, bring it on. I wouldn't mind killing you today and then devouring the river tribe. I may be at a disadvantage, but I won't be wiped out. If I choose to leave, can you stop me? Waluigi stood up once more. Donovan gripped his greatsword tightly, his voice cold. Then what do you want? Compensation? Or something else? I'll cooperate with you. The divine fire is yours. The creation-grade martial arts are yours. The divine artifact is yours. But release the water source and give my river tribe a path to survival. Additionally, I want those 2 men dead. Waluigi's eyes blazed with fury. Agreed. A flicker of delight crossed Donovan's face. Such a small price to pay for such astonishing gains, no way was he passing that up. Donovan! You fool! Waluigi is clearly tricking you. He's using your blade to kill first, then denying it afterward. What can you do about it? At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from behind the mountain. Lin Tian galloped his horse atop the hill, radiating formidable presence. Humph! Yuanhong! If you dare deceive me, I'll kill you right now. Donovan seethed with fury. You brat! I let you escape before, consider yourself lucky. Now you have the nerve to come looking for trouble? Waluigi gritted his teeth in fury. Yet his subordinate shouted loudly, Chief! It was him who escaped at the cold pool. He's the boy. What? The strange fire. My divine flame. Donovan's entire body trembled. Puff puff. Lin Tian revealed the cold pool earth core fire in his palm and said indifferently, You mean this? Give it to me now. Ah. Donovan lunged forward, swinging his blade in a furious flurry of slashes, nearly roaring, Give me the... or die. The sheer pressure of that strike pinned Lin Tian to the spot, leaving him utterly immobilized. Facing a powerhouse of this caliber, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. How could he possibly leap levels to kill an enemy? Damn it! Lin Tian cursed under his breath. He was still too weak. But given enough time, he could absolutely surpass every single person present. Just as the great blade was about to strike. Whoosh! A spear adorned with fiery cloud patterns thrust forward. A white dragon was carved into the shaft. It cut through the air with a dragon's roar. With a single thrust, it pierced through Donovan's right arm. Pft, pft. Ah! Donovan collapsed to the ground in agony, letting out a wail. Who? Waluigi nearly lost his soul at the sight. Grandmasters are divided into 3 realms, Jade Marrow, Spirit Platform, and Blood Furnace. Above the Grandmaster realm lies the Grandmaster realm, further divided into 3 tiers, Martial Foundation, Soul Flame, and Heavenly Gate. Grandmasters represent the pinnacle of martial cultivation. To attain this realm, one must engrave martial runes onto their bones, each engraving granting the ability to withstand 10,000 gene of force. In short, even a Martial Foundation Grandmaster is no pushover for a Blood Furnace Master. The assailant who took down Donovan with a single spear strike possessed strength at least at the Martial Foundation Grandmaster level. You dare lay a finger on my men? You'll have to get past me first, Sun Yan of the Northern Wastes. Sun Yan leapt down the hillside, standing alone amidst the enemy ranks. Yet none of the tribal warriors present, not even Waliji, dared advance. Instead, they all retreated step by step. Commander Su. A misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Had I known he was your subordinate, I would never have dared to harbor such wicked thoughts. Waliji scrambled to offer a fawning smile. Ah! Sun Yan yanked the spear from Donovan's arm, causing him to howl in agony. He then pointed the spear at Waliji and sneered coldly, I heard every word of your conspiracy just now. Waliji gritted his teeth, lowered his head slightly, and shot a glance around. The next second, he tried to bolt. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Sun Yan thrust the spear forward again. Ah! Waliji let out a piercing scream as the spear pierced his right thigh. The spear plunged diagonally into the ground, pinning him in place. Unable to fall forward, he was trapped on the spear, forced to brace himself against it. Cold sweat poured from his forehead as blood gushed from his leg. A tribal chieftain, a Blood Furnace Grandmaster, even if severely weakened, shouldn't he be treated with such brutal disregard? It could only be said that Sun Yan, a Grandmaster of Martial Foundations, was simply too powerful. Those who wish to live, lay down your arms and surrender. Follow me to Xiantai Pass. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Sun Yan pointed his spear at the forces of the two tribes. Wherever the spear tip swept, every enemy trembled in fear. They dropped their weapons, knelt on the ground, clasped their heads with both hands, and awaited capture by the approaching Great Xia soldiers. Hee, pretty impressive for a Grandmaster of Martial Arts, huh? My master is even stronger. Care to change your mind now and come with me to seek him as your teacher? Xia Shuijian approached from behind, her face beaming with excitement. Lin Tian remained expressionless, offering no reply. Oomph. Your commander promised to serve me well, and you even said you'd make me laugh. Just as I thought, boys never keep their word. Xia Shuijian pouted indignantly. Lin Tian sighed helplessly. Then how am I supposed to make you laugh? Easy. Just come with me to seek a master, and I'll laugh at your jokes. Xia Shuijian laughed. Lin Tian pursed his lips and said, I'll have to think of another way. Whatever. Xia Shuijian pouted, her delicate hands resting on her ample assets as she muttered under her breath, this divine healer refuses to believe there's a boy in this world I can't handle. After that, the group followed Sun Yan's lead, returning once more to the Xiantai Pass. With Waliji and Donovan captured, their respective tribes, the River Tribe and Water Tribe, had also lost large numbers of able-bodied men. Combined, the total exceeded 10,000, a truly staggering sight. Upon returning to the pass, Lin Tian immediately headed to the military hospital to check on Wei Shan's condition. Lying on the hospital bed, Wei Shan had been staring blankly at the ceiling, seemingly resigned to his fate. But upon hearing Jiang Ming's voice, he immediately struggled to sit up, only to be gently supported by a pair of warm, strong hands. Old Wei, just relax, Jiang Ming said. Wei Shan tried to speak, but his words choked in his throat. I'm sorry, General. I can no longer protect you. Just focus on recovering. Eulogii has been captured alive by Commander Su. The He tribe has been crushed. The White Robe Camp's vengeance. Commander Su has avenged us. Jiang Ming clasped his old comrade's hand, his eyes brimming with tears. When you return, go find my younger brother in Lushan. My family will take care of you. Someday, we'll grow old together. Old Wei. Don't give up on yourself, understand? Got it? I understand. I will. I will live to see that day. Wei Shan replied with a bitter smile. Jiang Ming gave Wei Shan a firm pat on the back, then turned to Lin Tian. You have something to say to him too, don't you? Just say it here. If it's inconvenient, we can step aside first. No need, Lin Tian declined. Wei Shan looked at Lin Tian, surprise and astonishment evident on his face. Back on the battlefield, this kid had charged recklessly for his sake. Though they'd only known each other briefly, this kid's character was truly someone you could count on. Moreover, whether it was his innate talent or his intellectual prowess, he was truly exceptional. But what was there left to say to someone like him, now reduced to a useless shell? Chapter 33, The Inspector General of Xiantai Pass. Ah. Back then, both Shi Yong and I couldn't stand you. Now it's your turn to look down on me. Say whatever you want. I won't care about a word of it. Wei Shan kept his eyes closed, his head raised, speaking without moving a muscle. Brother Shan, focus on recovering. I have the potential to become an alchemist. I'll find a way to restore you to normal. Lin Tian said gently. Wei Shan slowly opened his closed eyes, staring at Lin Tian in near disbelief. His mouth fell open involuntarily, utterly speechless. He turned to Jiang Ming and whispered, Brother, he says he has the potential to become an alchemist. Is this even possible? Absolutely true. Jiang Ming affirmed. Holy. Wei Shan was dumbfounded. This is an alchemist we're talking about. You brat. Good heavens, you truly possess the innate talent of a dragon and phoenix. But I'm just a lowly personal guard captain, a silver vein martial artist. How could I possibly deserve such fine pills? It's not worth it at all. Wei Shan waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly, despite the motion tugging at his wounds. There's no question of worthiness, Brother Shan. Have you forgotten what you told me before leaving seclusion? As fellow white-robed soldiers, we must never abandon or forsake one another. Lin Tian declared passionately. Brother Lin Tian. Wei Shan gripped Lin Tian's hand, overcome with emotion. I know I might become a burden to you someday. I don't care if you keep your promise or not. But this brotherhood Wei Shan, accept it. So I'm the eldest brother? Jiang Ming suddenly interjected. Wei Shan continued, I'll be the second brother, and Lin Tian, you're the third. What about Shi Yon? Lin Tian frowned. He's the fourth brother. Wei Shan hesitated before declaring decisively. No. Jiang Ming hurriedly interjected, let's just stick to our original roles. Anyway, from now on, we're all brothers. Brother Ming. Brother Shan. Lin Tian addressed them. Jiang Ming, Brother Tian. Wei Shan, Brother Tian. At that moment, it seemed as though Lu Guanzhang's oath of brotherhood in the Peach Garden echoed through the crowd, accompanied by Teacher Lu's rendition of the song, This Bow, Loyalty and Bravery. Xia Xueyan, standing nearby, felt goosebumps rising all over her body. Brother Tian? Brother Tian? Someone unaware might think they're addressing the Heavenly Emperor. A bunch of grown men spouting such sappy nonsense, aren't they embarrassed? Yet her impression of Lin Tian grew increasingly favorable. After all, who wouldn't love a boy so loyal and devoted? Little Lin Tian, you're getting more and more interesting, such a cute boy, Xia Xuejian couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Tap tap tap. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed outside the hospital room. Shi Yang ran in, panting heavily, General, it's bad news. ? Jiang Ming furrowed his brow deeply, reassuring Wei Shan, rest assured and focus on your recovery. We'll handle the urgent matters first. As soon as the group left the ward, Shi Yang blurted out impatiently, General. Yuanhong and Donovan, they've taken their entire armies and fled. What? How could this happen? What on earth is going on? Jiang Ming clenched his fists, seething with rage. Shi Yang gritted his teeth. Yuanhong and Donovan were both bound by Qi blood locks, but someone broke them free. They took advantage of the handover between the new wave of cannon fodder battalions and fled en masse. Song Yi. It must be that traitorous dog Song Yi. Shi Yang cursed furiously. Let's go check the cannon fodder camp first. Jiang Ming strode ahead. The group arrived at the cannon fodder camp. Just as they were about to confront Song Yi, they discovered an execution platform had been erected within the campgrounds at some unknown time. Song Yi was actually handcuffed with blood energy restraints, crouching halfway on the ground. A burly, broad-shouldered man with a red bandana tied around his forehead held a gleaming broadsword in his hand. Commander! I'm innocent. I truly did not let that Yuanhong and Donovan escape. It was someone else. Song Yi wailed and wept. The man known as the military governor sat before him, gray hair flecked with sly black strands, the collar of his silk-black shirt slightly rumpled. Gold-rimmed glasses obscured his inverted triangular eyes, while his trousers bore creases sharp as blades, deliberately stained with wine. He now regarded Song Yi at his feet with a look of amusement. If someone else did it, then produce the evidence. Without proof, you're just making excuses. Anyone facing death will try to justify themselves. But if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Guards, behead him. The military governor waved his index finger, his expression dripping with contempt. Commander Yang. I'm innocent. No. My accomplices haven't confessed yet. Song Yi suddenly roared. Hold on. Commander Yang ordered again. The executioner halted his cleaver, waiting for instructions. Bending down, General Yang grabbed Song Yi by the scruff of his neck and coldly warned, who are your accomplices? One wrong word and you'll face an additional charge, slow slicing, mind you. I. Song Yi gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. As he stammered, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Tian. His eyes instantly widened. He's my accomplice. Lin Tian. He bribed me to pull people out of the cannon fodder battalion. He himself was rescued from that battalion by Jiang Ming. Lin Tian froze. Wait, how did this get dragged into his name? Oh? Is that so? So you're guilty of bribery? Military Governor Yang rose and turned to face the dashing Lin Tian, his eyes suddenly flashing with hatred. Commander! Jiang Ming hurriedly clasped his hands in salute. As a deputy commander, I have the authority to pull strings. Therefore, Lin Tian joining my White Robe Regiment is entirely justified. But he's just cannon fodder, what right does he have to be recruited? Who recruited him? If you don't explain this clearly today, no one leaves. General Yang's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand, summoning 4 long swords that pierced the air around Lin Tian and the others. Sword control? A Grandmaster of the Heavenly Gate? No, he must be a Grandmaster of Martial Foundations. He has engraved the incantation for sword control into his bones. Xie Shui faced him as if confronting a formidable enemy. Grandmaster of the Heavenly Gate? Lin Tian's heart trembled with shock. This was an existence even more powerful than Sun Yan. His vital energy alone reached a staggering 100,000 units. Even a Grandmaster of Martial Foundation possesses 30,000 units of vital energy. Commander! That man wasn't captured by him, it was my personal guard captain, Wei Shan, who captured him. He was gravely wounded by Yilajai, losing an arm, and is recovering at the military hospital. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and I were hunted down by Yilajai and nearly killed. How could we possibly let Yilajai escape? My White Robe Regiment and these two tribes share a blood feud. I implore you, Commander, to discern the truth. Jiang Ming immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in a salute. Couldn't that blood feud be merely a pretext for your criminal activities? Commander Yang snapped. Hearing this, Lin Tian felt numb. Blood feud? This was bloody well a blood feud. How utterly heartless could one be to ignore such a feud and instead commit crimes? You, the Inspector General, are quite skilled at twisting the truth, aren't you? At that moment, Xie Shuijian stood with her hands on her hips, her voice filled with indignation. Superintendent Yang narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercingly fixed on Xie Shuijian. And who might you be? Third-rank alchemist, disciple of Wen-Fuling, elder of the Medicine Alliance Xie Shuijian. Xie Shuijian declared, lifting her smooth chin with pride. Third rank? Superintendent Yang froze. This was a rank comparable to a general, equivalent to a Grandmaster of the Heavenly Gate. Instantly, his face twisted in discomfort as if he'd swallowed a bitter pill. Waving his hand dismissively, he grumbled, since alchemists Xia vouches for them, I suppose it's settled. Yang turned to face Song Yi, a flash of madness in his eyes. He snatched the butcher's cleaver from the man's hand and swung it down with brutal force. Ah! Song Yi let out a piercing scream. The next second. Snap! The head rolled to the ground. A silver-veined martial artist lay dead. Blood splattered across Yang the military governor's face. He blinked, tossed aside the blade, and sneered, You treacherous scoundrel! You nearly made me offend a third-rank alchemist. You deserve death 1,000 times over. 1,000 cuts from this blade wouldn't satisfy my vengeance. However, Lin Tian's brow furrowed even deeper. Though Song Yi deserved death, he clearly wasn't the mole. The real mole must be someone else. Chapter 34, Copperskin Martial Artist Realm. Lin Tian, be careful. This Inspector General Yang is narrow-minded and jealous of talent. The one pulling the strings behind him is His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, someone we can't afford to provoke. Jiang Ming saw Lin Tian's gaze fixed on the departing Yang, and hurriedly whispered his warning. Gritch. Lin Tian clenched his fists, his voice filled with resentment. Sooner or later, I will uncover the true mastermind behind Wei Shan's severed arm. That young inspector didn't even give Song Yi a chance to respond. He's definitely hiding something. But what exactly he's hiding isn't the point. The point is, this Yang inspector is definitely up to no good, he's a major pest. Xie Shui exclaimed anxiously. But what can we do? He's backed by the 8th Prince. Even Chen Ping, the garrison commander of our Xiantai Pass, wouldn't dare say he should be beheaded. And he's a Martial Foundation Grandmaster, just like Commander Su. Jiang Ming spread his hands helplessly. Whatever. I'm just an alchemist anyway, not interested in meddling in your military affairs, I'm off to refine some elixirs. General Jiang, prepare an alchemy chamber for me. Xie Shuijian waves dismissively. Your servant obeys. Jiang Ming bowed respectfully. Lin Tian prepared to turn and leave. Lin Tian, come with me, Xie Shuijian called out lightly. Lin Tian's face darkened. This was clearly an order to make him a slave. Xuanti Pass, Alchemy Chamber. Xie Shuijian had just dismissed a second-rank alchemist who'd come seeking guidance. Clapping her hands, she declared with supreme arrogance, a mere self-taught alchemist like you can only scrape by at the frontier. And you dare ask me to teach you alchemy? Humph, delusional. Lin Tian stared at Xie Shuijian, desperately wanting to retort, what about me? Little Tian, focus on your cultivation. Though I cannot impart top-tier cultivation techniques or alchemy methods, I can offer you an opportunity to observe, Xie Shuijian said with a smile. However, Lin Tian simply crossed his legs where he stood and began his cultivation practice. Xie Shuijian's face immediately fell, and she muttered, what a bore. The thought of having to refine body-tempering pills for such an insensitive man made Xie Shuijian seethe with anger. Add some chili. And some mint too. It won't affect the potency, hee, but it'll let you experience the thrill of ice and fire at the same time. Holding the pepper and mint, Xie Shuijian couldn't help but burst into laughter as she imagined the scene. Ha 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 ha. But as she watched Lin Tian cultivate, his surging qi and blood filling the air, she froze in shock. This level of qi cultivation, at least 1 card per hour? That's the pace of top-tier cultivation methods. Wait, what's his background? How could he possibly have top tier? No. This is still an advanced cultivation method. but he possesses the Jade Gold physique. He's actually on the verge of forming the Jade Gold Holy physique. Damn it! He also possesses the Danyang Sacred Body. Recalling this, Xia Shuajian couldn't help but gasp in shock. Lin Tian was born with 2 sacred bodies even across the entire eastern continent. He was among the top-tier existences. Why is it so spicy? Cough cough. Ha! And it's ice cold. Oh no! Xia Shuajian stared at the pepper and mint dust scattered across her wrist, her face flushing crimson. Achoo! Achoo choo choo choo. The sneezes boomed like thunder. Lin Tian awoke from his cultivation and instinctively stepped forward. He took off his own coat and draped it over Xia Shuajian. Touching her forehead, he couldn't help but frown deeply. A golden viscera martial artist can catch a cold? Smack! Xia Shuajian pushed Lin Tian's hand away, wrapping herself tightly in the coat. Her face flushed crimson as she pouted. What's wrong with being a golden viscera martial artist? I'm a golden viscera martial artist, but I'm still a girl, aren't I? Lin Tian shook his head and stepped back, resuming his cross-legged meditation. Having endured Zhao Wu's betrayal, he was now resolved to grow stronger by any means necessary. Not burdened by heavy debts and having obtained the system, this was already his greatest fortune. Wei Shan, Jiang Ming, and Xie Shuajian were all benefactors on his path to power. He would treat them all equally. Time flew by. Over 3 days, Lin Tian devoted nearly every waking moment to cultivation, his chi blood soaring from 270 points to 299 points. He was clearly just 1 point away from breaking through to Copper Skin Martial Artist, yet he was stuck right here. No matter what he tried, he couldn't break through. To break through to Copper Skin Martial Artist, besides meeting the chi blood requirement, you must also possess the technique to temper your skin into copper armor. This is typically something you'd only encounter at a martial arts academy. It's perfectly normal that you can't master it on your own. Lin Tian, become my master's disciple. Not only will you gain the method to cultivate a Copper Skin Martial Artist, but you'll also gain a powerful patron. After identifying Lin Tian's dilemma, Xia Shuajian promptly launched into another round of persuasion. I've never met your master. She might not even consider me worthy. Lin Tian replied indifferently. Oh, is that why? My master is incredibly kind. Besides, you possess a natural dual saint physique. Who wouldn't want a disciple like you? Xia Shuajian blinked innocently. Lin Tian frowned deeply and added, if I become her disciple, I won't be able to go to the battlefield. I want to go to the battlefield. Xia Shuajian stared at Lin Tian as if he were a freak. Someone actually wanted to go to war? But then she recalled Lin Tian's bloodthirsty fish-killing spree in the cold pond earlier. It seemed the battlefield might actually suit him better. Fine, whatever. If you don't want to apprentice, then don't. Xia Shuajian said, her face falling. But when I return to Jiangnan someday, perhaps I'll personally visit your doorstep with generous gifts to seek your tutelage if Master Wendan is willing to accept me, Lin Tian added. Shuijian's face lit up instantly. Hee, I don't care if you're just making empty promises. I believe you anyway. Come on, little junior disciple, little Tian disciple. Take this scroll, it's for the martial artist realm. And this red one? That's for the Grandmaster realm. And this purple one, this is for the Grandmaster realm cultivation scroll. I haven't formally joined a sect yet. Isn't it inappropriate to pass these on to me? Lin Tian flushed. Sooner or later you'll join a sect. Why rush it now? Right, little Tian? Xia Shui raised her eyebrows dramatically. Seeing Lin Tian still hesitating, she quickly adopted a stern tone. Little Tian, you don't want to remain stuck at the 4th level of body tempering forever, unable to advance to the Copper Skin Martial Master realm, do you? Ugh. Fine. Lin Tian shook his head and reluctantly accepted the scroll. Unfolding the blue martial artist cultivation scroll, he discovered a crucial revelation explaining why he couldn't break through. First, he hadn't aligned with the celestial timing. Second, copper skin, it wasn't skin colored like copper, but skin engraved with copper patterns. Merely possessing copper skin was only the foundation. Without the copper pattern cultivation technique, progress was impossible. To engrave copper patterns onto the skin, one must practice the Ziwu flow organ refining method, sit facing north at midnight under moonlight, use the spring while breathing technique to draw earth energy into the kidney meridian, form the black tortoise seal with both hands, activate innate kidney essence, and channel the essence through mental focus to engrave the copper patterns. Second, at noon, one must sit facing south under the blazing sun. Using the spring while breathing technique, channel celestial energy into the heart meridian. Form the azure dragon seal with both hands to activate the 9 yang blood, opening energy pathways for the copper patterns. Only then do the patterns become truly effective, marking the true entry into the realm of copper skin martial artist. No wonder I couldn't break through, so this is what it takes. Midnight approaches. Shuejian, I must now focus entirely on preparing for the copper skin martial master realm. Once I break through, I will surely thank you properly. Lin Tian committed every detail to memory, set down the scroll, and strode purposefully toward the courtyard. Shuejian had intended to ask what form this gratitude might take, only to see Lin Tian shed his outer robe, revealing a body sculpted with well-defined, elastic muscles, a chiseled physique. Bulging pectorals, rows of defined abs. Slurp slurp. Xia Shuejian wiped her nose, noticing the coldness felt off. Glancing down, she saw red blood. Cough cough. Xia Shuejian's face flushed crimson instantly. She quickly tilted her head back, yet her beautiful eyes kept darting toward Lin Tian. Yet, the more she glanced, the more blood flowed. This is killing me. Chapter 35, The Medicine Alliance Elder. Midnight Seal. Noon Connection. Time flew by. On this sun-drenched afternoon, Lin Tian felt the vital energy within him gathering toward his skin's surface, coalescing into a peculiar pattern. Its exterior appeared copper-colored, yet the meridians within gradually grew translucent as if their texture and strength had risen by an entire tier. The jade-gold body, it seemed that every stage of cultivation brought a qualitative leap. Then, with a roaring sound within his body. Boom! The copper-hued patterns on Lin Tian's body and skin solidified completely. With this copper armor, blades and spears could not pierce him, and even ordinary cannon fire would struggle to penetrate. Copper Skin Martial Artist Realm. Achieved. He had officially stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. At my current level, even the martial arts champion Chang Ruowei in Jiangnan wouldn't be my match. Jiao Hu. Do you truly believe that sending me to the cannon fodder battalion and framing me for imprisonment will be enough to destroy me? Little did you know, this was the beginning of my rebirth. Now that I've become a martial master, once my certification is successful, I can pay to expiate my own sins. Then, once father finds evidence of Zhao Hu's crimes, we can leave the northern wastes for Jiangnan. I'll reclaim everything I've lost. Lin Tian gently traced the intricate copper patterns on his body. Their exquisite brilliance gave him the illusion that beneath the immortals, he was invincible. Yet he knew that with the system and relentless effort, the day he ascended to immortality would come. In the Great Xia dynasty, the martial emperor represented the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet this was by no means the limit of this world. He, Lin Tian, would pierce the heavens and become the new sky of this land. Dare to command the sun and moon to usher in a new era. Yet all this required steady, methodical progress achieved step by step. SSSSSSSSSS. Approaching his desk, Lin Tian swiftly penned the truth of his status as a copperskin martial artist upon the envelope. As for seeking apprenticeship under Elder when fueling of the Medicine Alliance, that prospect was still a distant dream, best left unsaid. Though technology had flourished centuries ago, since the dawn of the martial era, it had remained firmly in the hands of powerful martial artists. After the martial emperor unified the Great Xia Empire, technology became an exclusive privilege of the elite, utterly inaccessible to commoners. If a commoner contracted cancer, even if technology could easily cure it, access wouldn't be granted. Or it would come with a price tag of hundreds of millions of credit points. Commoners. Ordinary folk. Regular people. Where would they get hundreds of millions of credit points? Even instant messaging was a privilege reserved solely for martial artists, and then only for communication among themselves. Sharing it with family was forbidden unless one attained the rank of martial master. For ordinary people, unless they sold their labor to the imperial court, corporations, or martial arts universities, there was simply no opportunity to access instant messaging. Yet the Great Xia Empire isn't entirely stingy toward commoners. The entertainment industry, games, films, literature thrives, and even brothels flourish. But ordinary people can never access the truly high-end services. Only by becoming a martial artist does everything serve that purpose. But isn't becoming a martial artist just working for those second-generation martial elites? Yet without becoming a martial artist, one is doomed to remain mere ants. Grow stronger. You must become stronger. Stronger than the martial emperor himself. Stronger than the heavenly Tao itself. Son has not disgraced your trust, father. Wait and see. Sooner or later, I will cure your illness and personally avenge you, taking down that genius from your clan who crippled you. Lin Tian choked out. Father, mother, sister. These days must have been filled with worry for them. But there's no other way to grow stronger, one must continually face life and death. After finishing the letter, Lin Tian spent another 500 credit points to mail it. Yes, sending a single letter cost 500 credit points, enough to live in Jiangnan for nearly half a month. But this was a military camp, everything cost more than outside. Having originated from the cannon fodder battalion, he already carried a debt recorded by the imperial court and treasury, a so-called atonement loan. This meant the court had taken out a bank loan on behalf of criminals to cover the fines required for their offenses. Additionally, being transported to the northern wastes incurred travel expenses, while joining the cannon fodder battalion required training fees. The opportunity to atone for his crimes by fighting on the battlefield also came with a hefty cost. None of these fees had been paid by him, they were covered by the state. In other words, his total debt to the armory now stood at 36,800 credit points. Daily interest accrued at 100 credit points. Each slain soldier of the Great Slave Dynasty earned him 100 credit points, but 15% went to the imperial court as tax, and another 15% to the army for construction, leaving him with only 70 credit points. However, if he were to be promoted to squad leader, killing soldiers would no longer yield rewards. Instead, slaying soldiers of equal or higher rank would grant at least 1,000 credit points, plus a 10% share of the rewards from the soldiers under his command. For most, this path seemed as difficult as climbing to the heavens, a dead end. But for Lin Tian, charging into battle was not only a means to earn credit points but also the only way to accumulate system rage points and unlock more golden attributes. Returning to his dorm room, Lin Tian pushed open the door and immediately sensed a chilling, murderous aura inside. Before he could ponder further, he saw Xie Shui standing obediently beside the sofa, her head tucked in like a frightened little chick. Seated on the sofa was a woman whose snow-white hair cascaded like spilled moonlight. A triple vermilion mark between her brows flickered like dancing crimson flames, while her eyes shimmered like stars floating on a frigid pond. Her robes layered like newly unfurled crane feathers, her pure white sleeves embroidered with silver-threaded flowing cloud patterns, a jade medicine gourd and a bronze medicine pestle engraved with qilong patterns hung at her waist. Her aura was cold and distant, radiating an otherworldly quality that commanded respect but forbade familiarity. One hand cradled an amber teacup, her crimson lips touched it lightly, yet she did not drink, setting it upon the tea table. Clang! The great doors behind Lin Tian slammed shut in response. Yet he felt nothing. What level of mastery could possibly manifest such power? I'll ask you once more, why did you leave the cold pool? Her voice, crisp yet resonant, echoed through the small living room. Because I was being chased, Master Xie Shuijian whispered cautiously. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed sharply. The figure before him was indeed his master Yuanhong, elder of the Medicine Alliance. Then why is that strange fire on his body? Yuanhong pressed. Well, Xie Shuijian stammered, her face flushing crimson as she scratched the back of her head. Lin Tian declared loudly, they entered my body on its own. If you want it back, I can give it to you anytime. Oomph. Do you think you're the holy body of Dan Yang? That they would enter you of its own accord? You dare to do it, yet you dare not speak of it. What kind of man are you pretending to be in front of me? Yuanhong twirled her delicate fingers, and a ball of blue flame ignited in her palm. The scorching heat was so intense that even from several meters away, Lin Tian could feel a stinging pain on his skin. Master! Xie Xianjian rushed to stand before Lin Tian, spreading her arms wide. Could it be possible, he really is the holy body of Dan Yang? Yuanhong's slender frame trembled. With a gentle flick of her jade-like hand, a streak of blue flame shot into Lin Tian's body. She closed her eyes, focused her spirit, and after a moment of swirling the flame within him, suddenly opened her eyes in astonishment. You truly are the holy body of Dan Yang. And what's more, you possess the nascent holy body of Liuli. He. Xie Shuijian's face lit up with a smug smile, about to praise herself, when she heard Yuanhong close her eyes, nod, and say, very well. Remove his Dan Yang sacred body. He still possesses the Liuli sacred body, so he won't be completely crippled. In that instant, Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Xie Shuijian was drenched in sweat. Chapter 36, The Apprenticeship Controversy. Attacking someone right off the bat? Trying to harvest the holy body? Dig my ass. Abyssal Rainbow Blade. Lin Tian summoned the Abyssal Rainbow Blade. Even if the enemy's strength was unfathomable, he would never surrender meekly, nor offer his neck for slaughter. Even in death, he would fall charging forward. Blazing Abyss Annihilation Blade, first 4 members scorching the heavens. Lin Tian roared, unleashing a fiery slash that erupted in a shower of flames. Whoa, you're actually doing this? Xie Shui was stunned. Her master was a martial marquis level powerhouse, after all. Ding! As expected, Lin Tian's blade slammed into an invisible wall. But when he tried to withdraw his blade, he found himself unable to pull it free. You dare attack me with a blade? Do you know what realm I'm in? What my status is? Yuanhong glared at Lin Tian, fury boiling in her eyes. Attempting to harvest my sacred body is no different from robbery. Even if you were 100, 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than me, I, Lin Tian, would still dare to draw my blade against you. Lin Tian gripped the Yuanhong blade tightly, his words ringing out with unwavering resolve. Even under Yuanhong's overwhelming aura, his body trembled involuntarily, but this was due to the pressure of her cultivation level, not his own will. Yuanhong stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. After a long moment, she snorted coldly. So young, yet so full of yourself. I advise you not to be so hot-headed. Otherwise, one day, you won't even know how you died. Question mark. Lin Tian looked utterly bewildered. This woman with such a vast power disparity, why didn't she just attack? Why was she still spouting threats? But he wouldn't let his guard down. I may not defeat you, but I won't surrender. Want to harvest my sacred body? Kill me first. Lin Tian roared. Yuanhong sighed helplessly, pressing her hand to her forehead. He. I told you he's stubborn, didn't I? When it comes to matters of principle, he simply won't lie. Xia Shuiyan approached Wen Fueling with a smile, massaging her legs as she spoke. Lin Tian couldn't help but frown slightly. Oh dear, junior brother Tian, put down that knife. It was just a test. My master is a gold rank elder of the Medicine Alliance, a martial lord level powerhouse. When taking disciples, she looks not only a talent but also character. Otherwise, if she ended up with an ungrateful traitor or a backstabbing villain, wouldn't that be courting trouble? Xia Shuijian waved at Lin Tian and urged, hurry up and become her disciple. My master may seem stern and angry on the surface, but deep down, she probably adores you. Ahem. Cough 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 cough. When Fueling forced a cough, her voice strained yet still ethereal and melodious. Was that really the case? Lin Tian stood frozen in place, gripping the Yuanhong blade, utterly motionless. At that moment, when Fueling frowned and said, to dare draw your blade before someone hundreds of times stronger than you, your courage is commendable but utterly foolish. Even with your innate dual saint physiques, a talent rarer than rare across all of East Continent, excessive rigidity invites breakage. Had Xieshua not pleaded with me endlessly, I would never have granted you this chance. Now, all you need to do is pay 30 million credit points, and you may become my disciple. 30 million? Xia Shuijian was dumbfounded. Master, didn't you say it would be free, and that you'd even give him 30 million credit points? When Fueling erupted in fury, when did I ever say I'd subsidize him 30 million? That's utter nonsense. Of course, if you can't come up with the money, it's no problem. You can borrow it from me, and I'll set the interest rate as low as possible. When Fueling reined in her anger and turned her gaze back to Lin Tian. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian sheathed his sword and bowed. Master Wen, sparing my sacred body is already an immense favor. This matter of borrowing 30 million, this junior believes it need not trouble you further. You have that much money? When Fueling narrowed her eyes. Lin Tian declared loudly, I never intended to become your disciple in the first place. What? Xia Shuijian's mouth fell open at the words. How could Lin Tian possibly say such a thing? Her master was a martial lord level powerhouse, a 7th rank alchemist. With Lin Tian saying this, didn't it make it seem like Wen Fueling wanted to take him as a disciple, but he refused? How humiliating for Wen Fueling. Oh no, oh no. Xia Shuijian dared not open her eyes, hoping it was all a hallucination. Oh, is that so? I've never forced anyone to take me as their master either. Shuijian, let's go. When Fueling stood tall, her expression impassive. But without the solid color pill, he won't be able to continue tempering his body. Once silver or gold skin appears, his divine body will be exposed for sure. Xia Shuijian cautiously glanced at Wen Fueling. Let's go. Poof. When Fueling gave a light snort, grabbed Xia Shuijian's arm, and strode away. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. A huge weight lifted from Lin Tian's heart. A martial lord level powerhouse was simply beyond his current capabilities. Growing stronger was now his most urgent goal. Given my current cultivation level, I may struggle against formidable foes. Therefore, techniques like creation tier martial arts and superior body movement methods that enhance my combat prowess are my only viable options. Moreover, slaying enemies allows me to rapidly accumulate berserk points, stacking new golden attributes. The first golden attribute was Hundredfold Talent, the second was Jade-like Golden Body, the third was Holy Body of Danyang. What could the fourth golden attribute be? Lin Tian's heart swelled with anticipation. He immediately resolved to return to his original dormitory to cultivate. Inside the dorm, since Wei Shan was hospitalized, only he had the key. Thus, after so many days, the place felt eerily damp and dusty. Li Yanwan lay shackled to the floor. Scattered around him were only food scraps, but judging by the torn remains, it was clear these weren't eaten by Li Yanwan, but rats. If not for you, I might not have returned alive, let alone obtained the third golden skill slot and gained so many opportunities. But this immortal realm you speak of, I've never heard of it at the Martial Arts Academy. This world is far vaster than I ever imagined. One day, I will come find you in the Hall of Cultivation. Lin Tian retrieved frozen meat from the refrigerator, thawed it, warmed it, then placed it into Li Yanwan's mouth, using his to push the food down for digestion. You know what? The cold pool earth core fire might be frigid, but it's controllable. His control was still a bit clumsy, though. Pushing the flame too forcefully down his throat might have hurt him, causing Li Yanwan's body to gag involuntarily. Still, getting it down and staying alive was already a win. After completing this, Lin Tian summoned the Yuanhong blade again, attempting to imbue it with the cold pool earth core fire. Replacing the flames of the blazing abyss extinction blade with this fire would undoubtedly elevate its power to a whole new level. No sooner said than done. As Lin Tian swung the blade through the living room, simulations raced through his mind. Bolstered by his hundredfold talent, his progress accelerated relentlessly. He was undoubtedly a discipline demanding immense mental strength and control. It could be molded like water and attached to the Yuanhong blade, but achieving the stacking of its unique properties was extremely difficult. How exactly did Xia Shuijian control thee back then? Lin Tian was utterly perplexed. Textbooks never taught such things. But he possessed memories from his past life. Anomaly fire is still fire. Since all flames are composed of molecules, they likely follow standard chemical electron orbitals. Of course, the structure of the strange fire might be different, otherwise, it wouldn't be called the strange fire. So, what if we simulate and deduce based on this direction? Atoms typically have multiple electrons orbiting in 4 distinct shells, S, P, D, and F. The farther out the shell, the harder the electrons are to control. The s orbital, however, usually holds only 2 electrons, the easiest to master. If I control these 2 electrons, could I indirectly control the entire atom? Though I can't harness its unique properties, the heterogeneous flame itself is immensely powerful. Lin Tian proceeded step by step according to his hypothesis. He discovered that with each operation, his proficiency in wielding the heterogeneous fire had risen by an entire tier. Previously, he relied on instinct and sensation to mimic Xie Shuejian's control of the. Now, he had grasped the true technique. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Tian spun his right hand, causing the cold pool earth core fire in his palm to whirl into a fiery vortex. Damn it, I actually pulled it off. Chapter 37, Running for Squad Leader. Conservative Estimate. This strike, infused with the cold pool earth core fire and paired with a creation tier martial technique, could effortlessly slay a copper-skinned martial artist of the same realm. Even a silver vein martial artist would suffer severe injuries if struck. But consider the third tier of martial mastery. Copper skin martial masters possess a base vitality of 300 points, silver vein martial masters have 600 points, and gold viscera martial masters reach 1000 points. Attempting to confront a gold viscera martial artist head-on at the copper skin martial artist level is simply too difficult, almost impossible. Swish, swish. Lin Tian flicked his wrist, and the Yuanhong blade instantly retracted into his meridians, vanishing into his body. The cold pool earth core fire followed the blade into his dantian, condensing into a miniature lotus flower. Nourished by qi and blood alongside spiritual energy, it was both a consumable resource and a precious treasure. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door outside the sleeping quarters. Lin Tian, come out. The general wants you to participate in the new round of officer selection for the Imperial Guard. Even though you haven't reached the rank of copper-skin martial artist, your body tempering at the 3rd level qualifies you to compete for the position of squad leader. The speaker was Shi Yong. Originally, Wei Shan should have been the one to deliver the notice. Well, what battlefield is free from bloodshed and sacrifice? Centurion Shi. Lin Tian stepped out of the dormitory door and bowed his hands in greeting. Hey! Hold on, don't call me Captain Shi anymore. Shi Yong propped his left hand on his hip, extended his right hand forward, and declared haughtily, call me Shi, Captain of the Personal Guard. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Shi. 3rd tone guard captain? Yeah. It's Shi, 2nd tone. You read it 3rd tone, and that just makes it Oli Gue, Shi Yong snapped angrily. Lin Tian, oh. Shi. 3rd tone. Shi Yong, Shi. Lin Tian, Shi. 3rd tone. Shi Yong, Shi. Lin Tian, Shi. Shi Yong touched his forehead, wiped away a cold sweat, and muttered under his breath, are you doing this on purpose? Bro, I'm from Jiangnan. It's only natural I have a bit of an accent, right? Lin Tian spread his hands innocently. Shi Yong's eyes darted around. Then how do you say Shi? Shi. Lin Tian declared decisively. Shi Yong, then from now on, you'll call me Captain Shi. Yes, Commander Shi. Lin Tian shouted. Shi Yong was stunned, pointing at Lin Tian and snapping, you really think I won't lay a finger on you, huh? Just kidding, Captain Shi. Lin Tian grinned. Shi Yong looked thoroughly displeased. He swiftly stripped off his uniform, assumed a fighting stance, and declared, come on then. Since you're running for officer, let me, your personal guard captain, give you a proper trial run before you do. Is that so? Then bring it on. Lin Tian growled, his skin suddenly covered in bronze-colored mystical patterns that spread from his palms up to his cheeks. Copper skin. Martial artist? You've already reached copper skin martial master? Impossible. You were only at the 3rd level of body tempering before. How could you advance so rapidly in just a few short days? Shi Yong stared in disbelief at the copper-plated skin covering Lin Tian's body, unable to fathom what he was seeing. Captain Shi, please enlighten me. Lin Tian waved his hand. Shi Yong was utterly speechless. At this rate, within 10 days or half a month, Shi Yong would be surpassed by Lin Tian. Fighting? He wouldn't stand a chance. In another month, Lin Tian might even become his superior. Ahem, Lin Tian, let's address matters one at a time. Since you've already reached the copper-skin martial artist realm, why not skip the corporal rank altogether and run for sergeant? Shi Yong coughed tactically. Elections can wait. Guard Captain Shi, are you afraid? Lin Tian asked, his fighting spirit burning brightly. Back when he was at the 2nd level of body tempering realm, he wasn't afraid of Shi Yong. Now that he'd reached the copper-skin martial master realm, if he didn't thoroughly beat Shi Yong, wouldn't that advancement have been for nothing? Brother, take my advice, the barracks have military regulations. You can't just start brawling whenever you feel like it. That would get you disciplined. Shi Yong blinked rapidly. Sigh. Lin Tian shook his head. Stone, the personal guard captain, no longer possesses the courage of yesteryear. How pitiful. How lamentable. You brat. Fine, I admit I can't be as bold as before. After all, as the captain of the Imperial Guard, my most crucial duty isn't charging into battle anymore, it's protecting General Jiang. Shi Yong sighed softly. Protecting General Jian? Lin Tian murmured. It seemed Shi Yong had matured after the battle at Waliji. Come on, I'll handle the paperwork for you. You can go straight to compete for the position of squad leader in the Royal Guard. If you can become a company commander, you might even have a chance to return to Jiangnan Martial Arts University as a freshman instructor. Shi Yong added. Return to Jiangnan Martial Arts University as an instructor? Ha, hey. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. In just over a month, it would be the day when martial arts universities across the Great Xia Empire opened their doors. If that little scoundrel Zhao Hu arrived full of enthusiasm only to discover that his instructor was none other than Lin Tian, now a 1,000-man captain and a golden viscera martial artist, what would he think? He'd probably feel as miserable as if he'd eaten a handful of olives. Squad leader, centurion, 1,000-man captain. Though the time is short and the task daunting, I, Lin Tian, thrive on pushing my limits. Lin Tian clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fiery determination. At the same time, within the alchemy workshop of Xiantai Pass, black rock walls stood fortified, copper furnaces blazed fiercely, iron chains suspended alchemy boxes, and medicinal vapors swirled over cold walls covered in intricate talismanic patterns. Xia Xuejian fanned the flames with a palm leaf fan, yet her gaze kept drifting toward Wen-Fuling, who sat composed in the grand armchair. Seeing Wen-Fuling still resting with eyes closed, seemingly immersed in her own world, Xia Xuejian quietly lowered the fan, letting it settle softly on the floor. She then tiptoed, preparing to leave. Just as she was about to step out of the alchemy workshop, Wen-Fuling's soft command suddenly echoed behind her, "Come back." Tap tap tap. Xia Xuejian's face flushed crimson as she pouted, her nimble little feet tapping the floor. With a look of grievance, she protested. Master. If you wish to qualify for promotion to Martial King, shouldn't you take a peerless genius like Lin Tian as your disciple? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Lin Tian might be a bit stubborn, but if you treat him well, he'll be utterly devoted to you. Wen-Fuling opened her eyes, sighed softly, and said helplessly, "You're still young. You don't understand that men in this world are all faithless creatures. If you don't make him pay a price, how could he ever learn to cherish? Has Master been hurt by men before?" Xia Xuejian asked curiously. Wen-Fuling fell silent. Xia Xuejian pressed on, "Master, I'm your good disciple, just tell me you wouldn't tell others because you're afraid of gossip, but I'm your own disciple if you won't even tell me, that's being too formal, isn't it? Alright then, Master. Just tell me his name? That's all I'll ask." Xia Xuejian grinned, leaning closer to Wen-Fuling. Wen-Fuling looked at the clingy Xia Xuejian and sighed helplessly, also surnamed Lin. His given name is Yao. Lin Yao? Lin Tian? Hee, those names sound so pretentious. They go and pick such grand names without considering whether their own destinies can bear the weight. But Lin Tian, I think he's got potential. He possesses the heavenly twin saint physique. Master Xia Xuejian tugged and pushed Wen-Fuling's arm, swaying back and forth with a coquettish voice that left Wen-Fuling utterly at a loss for how to handle her. Enough, Xuejian. Give your master some peace. You're my direct disciple, I'll tolerate your antics. But Lin Tian hasn't even formally joined the sect yet, and he dares to attack me. Even when I tried to intimidate him, he showed no fear whatsoever, humiliating me right there on the spot. Such a person, even if he has an excellent temperament and is destined for greatness, refuses to accept discipline. Aren't you afraid he'll bring down a huge disaster on both me and you? With your strength as a golden viscera martial artist, can you handle the consequences? Wen-Fuling sneered, her eyes narrowed. Oh my. Xia Xuejian burrowed into Wen-Fuling's embrace, pouting, "But I'll still have you backing me up. You silly child. What if your master isn't around one day, or falls? Who will protect you then? That Lin Tian with his measly copper-skinned martial master cultivation? Oomph. Lin Tian is still young, untouched by society's harsh realities. But in the military camp, it's the same. Let him suffer a bit, taste some misfortune. He'll naturally come crawling to me, begging to be taken as a disciple." Wen-Fuling retorted, clearly annoyed. Chapter 38, Brute Force Over Skill. Xiantai Pass. Military Camp Headquarters. Cold iron weapon racks stood on the platform, black banners hung with trial by fire talismans. At the four corners of the training ground, drums inscribed with talismanic patterns beat, their thunderous roar splitting the air. Deputy General Jiang Ming stood atop the platform, his cold gaze fixed on his sword. Yet, as he watched Lin Tian among the squad leaders vying for command, astonishment still gripped him. The entire Imperial Guard fell in the battle against the River Tribe. Even Captain Wei Shan was gravely wounded and hospitalized, unable to fight back, barely clinging to life amidst a pool of blood. Yet despite this, not a single one of them regrets it. On the battlefield, facing enemies 100 times our number, if we surrendered or showed fear, we would die even more miserably. But if we dared to draw our swords, even in death, our enemies would respect us, even tremble at our memory. You are all brothers of the White Robe Corps. You should know that the Imperial Guard bears heavy responsibilities but also receives the finest treatment. If you have come here, you must have prepared yourselves for this struggle. I'll say it again, if you have the strength of a squad leader, you can be a squad leader. If you have the strength of a platoon leader, I'll make you a platoon leader. If you can only reach the second level of body tempering, then you'll just have to be a loyal guard. Yuanhong currently holds the position of captain of the Imperial Guard. Whoever defeats him becomes the new captain. But if you lose, you forfeit even the chance to become a squad leader or squad master. You'll remain a mere guard. The personal guard unit has 500 men in total, with 3 squad leaders and 6 platoon leaders. You only get one chance. Defeat is defeat. Therefore, I advise you to know your limits. Do not reach beyond your grasp and squander this golden opportunity for promotion. Jiang Ming's words rang out with force, his voice resonant and full, each syllable clear to every ear. But none heard it more clearly than Lin Tian. Jiang Ming was practically standing right in front of him. Yet Lin Tian remained utterly unmoved. Glancing around, Jiang Ming whispered, "Lin Tian, you're on the wrong side. You should be standing with the squad leader." "General Jiang, didn't you just say that even when facing a formidable enemy, one must dare to draw their sword? That even if defeated, the enemy would respect you? So now that I'm here, why should I retreat?" Lin Tian replied. Jiang Ming's eyes widened in fury. "Are you stupid? Is this the time to be showing off?" Just then, Yuanhong approached Jiang Ming, clasping his hands respectfully. "General, don't listen to his nonsense. He's actually broken through to the copper-skin martial artist realm." "What? That fast?" Jiang Ming was stunned. Just moments ago, Lin Tian was only at the 4th level of body tempering. How the hell did he break through to the copper-skin martial artist realm in such a short time? Unbelievable. Absolutely insane. Wait a minute. You little bastard. You're deliberately messing with me, aren't you? Fooling your own superior? You think that's amusing, huh? Jiang Ming scolded, though a broad smile spread across his lips, revealing pearly white teeth. Deep down, he was genuinely happy for Lin Tian. Not at all. Besides, General Jiang didn't ask either, did you? Lin Tian replied with deadpan seriousness. I didn't ask? Then shouldn't you have volunteered the information? Lin Tian. I never imagined you were actually this kind of person, so sly. Jiang Ming exclaimed in renewed astonishment. Following a general around, one has to learn something, right? Lin Tian chuckled. Whether it was framing others at the ranch or coming up with unconventional solutions while teaching combat techniques in the barracks, Jiang Ming's unconventional way of thinking often proved invaluable in resolving tricky situations. All right. I'll be waiting for your good news. Jiang Ming murmured softly. Turning around, he centered his breath in his lower abdomen and bellowed. Next, I'll announce the competition rules. It's simple, a tournament. Whoever stands last will naturally be elected squad leader or squad sergeant. There are 10 champion spots total, 1 for Yuanhong, 3 for squad leaders, and 6 for squad sergeants. If there are no objections, then I hereby declare the tournament officially open. Jiang Ming bellowed. The 600 recruits gathered from the 3,000-man captains began selecting their teams. Yuanhong stood at the center of the arena, spear in hand, yet no one stepped forward to challenge him. The platform for the 6 squad leaders drew the largest crowd. Many among them were willing to take a gamble. If they lost, they could still join the Imperial Guard as bodyguards. However, ultimately, including officers, the Imperial Guard would only retain 510 men. It was worth noting that squad leaders had the most grueling and exhausting duties. They spent nearly every day immersed with the soldiers, training together, eating and sleeping alongside them. Yet, they attracted the most candidates. Sergeants, however, belonged to the command tier. They had their own private training quarters and primarily oversaw troop inspections and sergeant duties. Yet, competition for these positions was the least intense. After all, those who could reach the martial master rank were few and far between. Martial artists at the tempered body realm who joined the military would, without special opportunities, find their cultivation levels largely stagnant. Most officers hail from martial arts universities, yet they typically remained low-ranking officers. Senior management positions were almost entirely controlled by the children of martial arts masters and military officers. Thus, the position of squad leader had become highly coveted among martial arts university graduates. But this was precisely what Lin Tian desperately needed. He was currently staying in the dormitory at Weishan and did not have his own private training room. Moreover, becoming a squad leader would grant him the freedom to take on solo missions. Whether slaying demons or eliminating soldiers of the Great Slave Dynasty, this was a crucial avenue for accumulating his fury points. After all, military operations weren't always available. Tap tap. Without hesitation, Lin Tian silently summoned the Abyssal Rainbow Blade, treating it as an ordinary third-grade weapon. Then, with a single bound, he was the first to step onto the squad leader's platform, standing at its very center. Kid, this isn't where you belong. Go back to competing for your squad leader position. Before I beat you to tears and you run crying to General Jiang. A young-looking man with dark, angular features advanced aggressively, a long spear in hand. Yuanhong, graduate of Suzhou Hangzhou Martial Arts University. Copperskin martial artist realm. Vitality, 407 points. Specializes in wielding a silver spear. Kid, even if you break through to Copperskin martial artist with 300 vitality points, you still stand no chance. Better surrender now. Behind Yuanhong, a lean, muscular man with a hooked nose sneered coldly. What if I take on all of you with my 300 vitality points? Lin Tian raised his Yuanhong blade, its tip pointing at every challenger present who sought to compete for the position of squad leader. Ha! What an arrogant fool! My chi blood stands at 407 points, while Rinlei's reaches 535 points, far surpassing mine and nearing the realm of a silver-veined martial artist. You can't even match my vitality, yet you dare boast about taking on all of us? Let me teach you a lesson first. Yuanhong seized his silver spear, wielding it like a white dragon. His attacks were relentlessly fierce, clearly a disciple of Jiang Ming. But if that was all he had, he wouldn't last a single exchange against Lin Tian. Chapter 39, Instant Kill. Clang! Lin Tian parried with a backhand block. The Yuanhong blade effortlessly parried Yuanhong's silver spear. Ha! Yuanhong was utterly shocked. Lin Tian's vitality was 300 points, while his own stood at 407 points. A staggering 107-point difference in vitality equated to at least 100 kilograms of strength disparity. How could Lin Tian possibly block his strike? Take this. Iron Chain Barrier. Failing with his first strike, Yuanhong swiftly changed tactics. He spun around, sweeping his spear horizontally toward Lin Tian's other side. The sharp spear tip sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Lin Tian, however, evaded with a light step backward, elusive as a phantom, impossible to pin down. The mysterious footwork. It's actually the phantom step. Damn it! Did the general teach him such advanced footwork too? The surrounding squad leaders were stunned. Even Rinlei found it hard to stay seated. His vitality was solid at 535 points, and agility was his specialty, but going up against a top-tier movement technique was still a tough challenge. I must confirm just how advanced Lin Tian's footwork has become. Otherwise, I might make a fool of myself later. Rinlei crossed his arms, his hawk-like eyes fixed on every move Lin Tian made. Dragon's 3 nods. On the stage, Yuanhong thrust 3 rapid jabs, aiming for Lin Tian's throat, chest, and lower abdomen, all dodged. Yet Lin Tian's footwork was elusive and unpredictable, evading every attack with grace and ease. Lin Tian, are you a mouse? Is dodging all you can do? Dare you face me head-on? Every attack dodged, Yuanhong was so enraged he cursed loudly. Draw your sword and strike. The next second, Lin Tian suddenly closed in, brandishing his Yuanhong blade. A searing flame slashed down swift and breathtakingly fierce. Damn it! Yuanhong gritted his teeth. Who could have anticipated Lin Tian's sudden sneak attack? But it didn't matter. Though his footwork couldn't match Lin Tian's, he could still dodge. And counterattack. Yuanhong spun on his heel, thrusting his spear backward with blinding speed, aiming straight for Lin Tian's head. If this strike connected, it would surely pierce Lin Tian through and kill him. Clang. Hit. Hit. Ha 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 ha. Yuanhong roared with laughter. But suddenly, he realized something was terribly wrong. Why did the tip of the gun emit a metallic clang when it struck Lin Tian? Could Lin Tian's head be made of iron? And it hadn't broken. It hadn't broken through at all. Clunk. At that moment, Yuanhong suddenly felt the tip of his gun being grabbed by a hand. He looked up to see it was Lin Tian. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Lin Tian scratched his temple with the gun barrel, chuckling softly. You're surprisingly considerate, aren't you? You knew I had an itch here, so you pulled out your gun to scratch it for me. Are you some kind of mind reader or something? Yuanhong's massive frame shook violently. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Die. Die for me. Enraged, Yuanhong unleashed his most powerful technique, a barrage of gunfire as fierce as a torrential downpour. Yet, the very next second. Bang! Lin Tian countered with a back kick, sending Yuanhong's gun flying. He then slashed Yuanhong's body with the flat of his blade, snarling. Think you're something special? This is a tournament, a contest of skill. You want my life? Today, for General Zhang's sake, I'll spare your worthless existence. But mark my words, if you ever show me disrespect again, killing you will be as easy as turning my head. You'll be nothing but a head on the ground. On the ground, Yuanhong struggled to rise, but could only cough hoarsely. Cough cough, pft. He coughed up a pool of blood. Shock. The entire crowd was stunned. Who could have imagined that Lin Tian, a copper-skinned martial artist with 300 chi blood points, could toy with Yuanhong, who possessed 407 points? And even finish him in a single strike? Such power only a silver-veined martial artist could reliably suppress him, right? What are you staring at? Is anyone else coming forward to challenge him? Hurry up, make quick work of it. Or, you can all come at me together. Lin Tian stood proudly atop the stage, his sword dancing in the air as he surveyed the crowd below. It wasn't that he was inherently arrogant, but a Yunting's counterattack had truly caught him off guard. Without his jade-encrusted golden body, capable of withstanding a full power strike from an equal opponent, he might have been instantly decapitated. His combat experience against peers and higher-ranked opponents alike was sorely lacking. If he could use this opportunity to make up for his shortcomings, it couldn't be more perfect. Why aren't you moving? Lin Tian swept his gaze across the challengers, only to find them all averting his eyes, utterly afraid to meet his stare. At that moment, Renlei stepped forward, clasped his hands in a bow, and forced a laugh. Brother Lin Tian, your strength is undeniable. If you insist on taking on 10 opponents alone, I suppose that's perfectly fine. Right? Everyone. Come on up. Give Brother Lin Tian 10 opponents. With that, Renlei gestured toward the crowd. The crowd instantly understood his meaning. Right. 10 of us against one of you won't lose a thing. Lin Tian deserves to take on 10. Damn it, 2 horizontal strokes and 1 vertical stroke make it to do, 2 dots and 1 stroke make it a handle. Just charge in and it's done. In an instant, the crowd on the stage closed in around Lin Tian, leaving no room to breathe. Lin Tian couldn't care less. They wanted to put on a show? But he was here to fight to the death. If he didn't fight to the death, how else would he gain combat experience? And so, on the stage. Draw and slash. Draw sword, slash. Draw, slash. Lin Tian's blade erupted like a tiger charging down a mountain, unleashing near slaughter. Ah! No! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Holy! Ding 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 ding! Bang! The squad leaders, all copper-skin martial masters, had come today to compete for the position of squad leader in the personal guard regiment. Yet unexpectedly, they were utterly routed by Lin Tian, a mere cannon fodder recruit. Even as they racked their brains devising every possible tactic against Lin Tian, his formidable physique, masterful swordplay, and terrifying footwork rendered all their schemes meaningless. Every trick in their arsenal became nothing more than another entry in his own strategic playbook. Though he could have instantly annihilated them all, Lin Tian chose to prolong the battle. For it is precisely within such drawn-out struggles that the true nature of man and the depths of human character are laid bare. Fortunately, after thoroughly exposing every opponent's hidden cards and tactics, Lin Tian finally kicked each of them off the stage one by one. Feigning mercy, then striking suddenly? True alliance, then betrayal? Combined resistance, 1 attacks, 1 distracts, 1 ambushes? Excellent. These tactics and strategies, they all belong to me, Lin Tian. Lin Tian twirled his blade, sheathing the Yuanhong sword at his waist. On the stage, he stood alone. Below the stage, every last competitor lay defeated. Yet even so, he seemed to have expended little energy. He's freaking insane. Yuanhong shook his head in disbelief. If he was this strong at the copperskin martial artist realm, once Lin Tian reached silver vein martial artist, he probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. The crucial thing was, this kid's growth rate was fast, downright absurdly fast. He might even surpass him by next month. Unbelievable. Absolutely defies the heavens. Not just Yuanhong, but many sergeants, personal guards, and even passing centurions present all witnessed the seemingly invincible, near unbeatable Lin Tian. They felt as though a new star was rising before their eyes. Chapter 40, Solid Color Pill. Holy crap? You just took down every sergeant capable of advancing to squad leader? Lin Tian, I really underestimated you. Jiang Ming, returning to camp, saw the sergeants receiving treatment on the ground and then looked at Lin Tian on the stage. He couldn't believe his eyes. He knew Lin Tian possessed exceptional talent, but never imagined it would reach such heights. Instant kills against peers? Taking on 10 opponents alone? And many of them were elite graduates from proper martial arts universities. They'd undergone systematic training. However, though these men appeared severely injured, Lin Tian hadn't broken any bones or damaged their vital organs. General, I have fulfilled my mission. At that moment, Lin Tian clasped his hands in a respectful salute. Jiang Ming's face immediately lit up with pride. General, Lin Tian single-handedly took down the entire group. If the military requires only silver vein martial masters to serve as centurions, I believe he could even command the personal guard. Yuanhong also clasped his fists in salute. His words were certainly exaggerated, but Lin Tian's prowess was indeed that extraordinary. Indeed, Lin Tian's prowess is evident to all. Jiang Ming nodded, scanning the ranks of the personal guard camp. He declared in a clear voice. I hereby declare, Lin Tian shall be the first squad leader of the Imperial Guard. The moment the words left his mouth, the assembled personal guards immediately shouted in unison. Salute, Squad Leader Lin. Facing the assembled soldiers, Lin Tian bowed with clasped fists and declared, as your squad leader from this day forward, I pledge to lead you with unwavering dedication and tireless effort, easing the burdens of General Jiang. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ming stroked his chin and laughed heartily, who knows? In a year or two, I might just be the one needing your help. Once a general, always a general. Lin Tian declared. Good brother. Jiang Ming slapped Lin Tian on the shoulder, his smile pure and heartfelt. Having a brother like you is the greatest blessing of my life. Of course, don't slack off for our sake. Find every way to grow stronger. In a month, our Xiantai Pass commander will select outstanding officers to compete in the Northern Wilderness Military District's Grand Tournament. The ultimate victor will become a 1,000-man captain and receive a marrow washing pill worth 60 million, the most valuable elixir for breaking through from martial artist to grandmaster. Most crucially, the winner will serve as the chief military instructor at a martial arts academy. But there's a prerequisite: you must become a centurion. That means you need at least the strength of a silver-veined martial master. The military competition, those who excel will become a 1,000-man captain and serve as the chief instructor at a martial arts university? For descendants of military families, serving as a martial arts university's chief instructor is a source of immense pride. It shines brightly on one's resume and credentials. But for Lin Tian, the marrow washing pill was important, yet becoming the chief instructor mattered even more. He couldn't wait to see Zhao Hu, who had framed him and stabbed him in the back, end up watching as Lin Tian not only survived but rose above him. Becoming a silver-veined martial artist? Challenging, but not impossible. Lin Tian took a deep breath. He currently possessed 300 chi blood points, while a silver-veined martial artist required 600 points, meaning he only needed 300 hours of diligent training. The real challenge lay in obtaining the cultivation methods for a silver-veined martial master. If he didn't seek a master, perhaps he could find a way to obtain it elsewhere. Move into the new dorm first. Tomorrow you'll lead the team out to hunt demons. Jiang Ming added at that moment. Hunting demons? Lin Tian frowned. He had hoped to train more. That's correct. We're not at war right now. Soldiers are usually trained by their squad leaders, while senior officers handle overall coordination and relaying orders. The intermediate squad leaders naturally take on the task of demon hunting. Otherwise, what do soldiers eat to build their vitality? Air. Hunting demons earns credit points. It's both a way to make a fortune and hone your skills. Jiang Ming explained. Damn. I was worried about where to repay my crime loans and accumulate rage points. This way, I could hunt by day and cultivate by night, or vice versa. It's far more cost-effective than pure cultivation. After all, any of those golden traits alone would be enough to drive the world mad. Understood, General. I'll hunt down as many demons as I can. Lin Tian said indifferently. Yet a blazing fighting spirit radiated from him, burning fiercely from within. Jiang Ming and Shi Yang exchanged a glance, their eyes seeming to say, just as expected, this kid is a killing machine. At dusk, the setting sun bled crimson. The dust crept over the dark silhouette of Xiantai Pass from the Northern Wasteland, the iron spikes on the battlements bathed in the last sliver of golden light. The bronze alchemy furnaces in the workshop hummed and trembled. Escaping purple smoke tangled with the sunset hues, coalescing into eerie whirlpools within the howling sandstorms, as if they were inhaling and exhaling the very essence of heaven and earth. Creak. When Fuling pushed open the door and looked at Xie Shuijian, who was fanning herself. Is the solid color pill ready? She asked calmly. It's done. I didn't leave for a single moment. Xie Shuijian awoke from her drowsiness and replied in a coquettish voice. Is that so? Then why is the window in the alchemy workshop open? When Fuling inquired. Xie Shuijian jolted awake, hurriedly rising to stand beside Wen Fuling. She pouted. Oh, master, you wouldn't believe just now. Lin Tian was so impressive he took on 10 copper-skinned martial artists of the same realm single-handedly, completely dominating them. He pulled off all sorts of tricks. It was so thrilling. And unlike those second-generation martial artists who only know how to show off, he seemed to be doing it to hone his combat experience. He's truly extraordinary. No matter how special he is, he must still obey discipline. Without respect for teachers and the martial way, without proper conduct, how can he become a true martial artist? When Fuling scolded, hiding the surprise in her eyes. But master, aren't you afraid someone else will snatch him away? Then your solid color pill would be refined 100 times over. Xie Shuijian lamented. When Fuling shot Xie Shuijian a speechless sideways glance. Do you think I'm you? Her got sucked away, and you're still defending her. You're so kind-hearted. What will you do when you meet bad people? It won't happen. I still have you, master. Xie Shuijian flashed a dazzling smile, teeth gleaming. Master, do you think I should go persuade Lin Tian? Xie Shuijian asked again. When Fuling's face darkened instantly. Don't you dare go near him, she growled. Xie Shuijian tapped her index fingers together, looking thoroughly displeased. He absolutely must learn a lesson. If he never hits a wall, how will he understand his master's strength and well-intentioned efforts? When Fuling scolded. Her beautiful eyes gazed toward the horizon, yet her expression grew solemn. Lin Tian's resolve was something she hadn't anticipated. Moreover, this resolve seemed identical to that of a certain person from her past. No, a faithless man. She could not allow her disciple to possess the very essence of that faithless man. He must be broken. Late at night. Inside the new dormitory. Bringing Li Yanwan here had taken Lin Tian a tremendous effort. Even though he was in a state of rigor mortis, his physical strength surpassed that of a copper-skinned martial artist. Trying to grab his wrists proved futile, they were stiffer than a corpse's limbs. Lin Tian could only clasp his legs, yet the body remained rigidly upright, more zombie-like than any actual zombie. Li Yanwang might not wake up, but he absolutely couldn't be lost. After all, he might prove invaluable in critical moments. The deep, quiet night isn't conducive to martial arts training. I'll continue cultivating the advanced cultivation method father gave me to enhance my chi and blood. Lin Tian sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered his cultivation state. His chi and blood swiftly began to surge, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Initially, it proceeded incredibly smoothly, progressing even faster than during his previous body-tempering martial artist realm. But gradually, the spiritual energy grew increasingly sparse, as if it were drying up. His body felt unbearably uncomfortable, like someone suddenly thrust into a vacuum. What on earth was going on? Could it be that bastard Li Yanwang had drained it all? Chapter 41, 5th Level of Body Tempering. PSSSHHH. As Lin Tian pondered this, a series of giggles echoed from the rafters. Xia Shuajian covered her mouth, but upon being discovered, she let out a hearty laugh. What are you staring at? I used MY to drain all the spiritual energy. What did you think it was? Oh, it's you. Why did you suddenly come to my room? Doesn't your master keep an eye on you? Lin Tian sat on his meditation cushion, looking up at her helplessly. Hee, I snuck in. A mischievous glint flashed across the girl's apple-cheeked face as she beckoned. What are you standing there for? Come up. I've got something delicious for you. It's a specialty I bought at Xiantai Pass. Let me see. Lin Tian leapt onto the beam, sat down, and accepted the small red fruit Xieshua Jian offered. He popped it into his mouth and chewed. Juicy sweetness spread across his tongue, tangy and refreshing, lingering at the back and sides. What kind of specialty fruit is this? It's pretty tasty. Lin Tian remarked. It's a vermilion fruit. Delicious, but poisonous, Xieshua Jian chuckled. Pfft. Lin Tian's eyes widened in shock. He tried desperately to spit it out, but it was too late, he'd already swallowed it. Why did you give me a poisonous fruit? Lin Tian demanded angrily. Oh, come on, it's delicious. Don't worry, I've got the antidote ready for you. Here you go. Xia Shuajian handed him a crimson pill. Poof. Lin Tian snatched the pill and popped it into his mouth, assuming Xia Shuajian wouldn't harm him. The moment the pill touched his tongue, a wave of heat began to surge through his body. Spiritual energy surged into his body like a raging torrent, while his vital energy and blood began to boil and surge. This isn't the antidote. This is a body tempering pill. Why did you give me a body tempering pill? Lin Tian was utterly stunned. He was a saint body cultivator at the 5th level of body tempering. Taking this would transform his skin from copper hard to silver hard, boosting his defenses to the next tier, but it would also expose him. Ha! Did I give you the wrong pill? Then take this one quickly. This is the antidote. Xieshua panicked and handed over another pill, a large one, about the size of a ping-pong ball. Are you sure this is the antidote? Lin Tian asked, his body burning hot and drenched in sweat. Yes, it will definitely neutralize the poison. Xia Shuajian declared with certainty. At this moment, the effects of the body tempering pill were taking hold. If he didn't continue refining it, it would instead harm his body and damage his kidneys. Forget it. Lin Tian snatched the pill and shoved it into his mouth. The pill entered his body. Scarlet flames ignited from his bone marrow, his tendons and veins glowing red like molten iron. The body tempering pill was taking effect. Yet another pill dissolved into a deep blue cold current, surging forth to condense chi into an ice crystal armor. As the two energies collided, tearing through flesh, crimson fruit pulp suddenly erupted. A crimson mist, carrying the potency of the elixir, swirled into a taiji vortex pattern at his dantian. Scarlet and azure energies coiled like dragons around a pillar, ice and fire tempering the bones until smoke rose. Silver scales and copper-hued runes flickered beneath the skin. The two immense medicinal forces, blended by the vermilion fruit's pulp, fused perfectly into one. 1 hour later, Lin Tian discovered his vital energy had surged by a full 60 units, reaching 360 units. A layer of impurities once again surfaced on his body. Body tempering 5th realm. Achieved. But when the patterns unique to martial masters appeared on his skin, they weren't silver, they were copper. Could it be that was the solid color pill? It wasn't poisonous at all. Lin Tian was overjoyed. Of course not. Why would I give you something poisonous? Right? Xia Shui sat on the beam, swinging her fair legs. Lin Tian's expression darkened instantly. His voice grew solemn. I'm deeply grateful you went to such lengths to boost my strength. I'll repay you. But I don't like this method. Ha? Isn't improving strength a good thing? So many people beg me for it, but I won't give it to them. Plus, many people have no limits when it comes to boosting their strength. I know you're not like that, which is why I'm willing to help you improve. What's the problem? Do you have some kind of spiritual purity complex? Xia Shuajian covered her chin, speaking unhappily. It's not about purity. It's about not accepting favors without merit. We're not related, and you're helping me like this. Plus, your master has a grudge against me. I don't want you to give so much to someone who can't repay you right now. This puts me in a really tough spot. Lin Tian frowned deeply. We're friends. Aren't we? Xia Shuijian said with a smile. Lin Tian snapped, this isn't about friendship. It's about dignity. Do you understand? Dignity. I refuse to lose my dignity in front of you. We are friends, but that doesn't mean you can disrespect me. I don't want your charity. Got it? Oh, alright. Fine then. Xia Shuijian lowered her head, hopped down from the beam, and stuffed her hands into her pockets, looking like a little girl who'd done something wrong. She glanced up at Lin Tian, who was still fuming, and whispered, then I won't give you any more pills from now on. Lin Tian, Are you still mad then? Xia Shuijian asked again. Why would I be angry? Oh, alright then. I'm heading back to the alchemy workshop to get scolded by my master. Get scolded? Lin Tian looked at Xia Shuijian, whose face bore a hint of hurt, and his gaze softened involuntarily. After all, Xia Shuijian was still so young. Having been so well protected by Yuanhong, she was inexperienced in the ways of the world. It was only natural that she had unknowingly upset him. Her heart wasn't inherently bad, nor was she acting maliciously. Then I'll give you this creation-grade martial technique, the Blazing Abyss Annihilation Blade. Or my Abyssal Rainbow Blade? Lin Tian spoke as he summoned his Abyssal Rainbow Blade, while the Blazing Abyss Annihilation Blade required verbal invocation. Haha, what would I need this thing for? I'm not like you, bloodthirsty. Xia Shuijian laughed. I'm not bloodthirsty either, Lin Tian replied. But through killing, I grow stronger. Only through killing could he gain his berserk points. Xia Shuijian blinked and said, isn't that exactly bloodlust? Lin Tian pondered for a moment. Damn it, that actually makes sense. Alright. The truth is, all the pills I gave you were made from my extra practice. My master doesn't know about them. Besides, she made these pills specifically for you. It's just that my master loves to discipline others. She is a martial lord, after all, and she values her reputation. I hope you'll consider formally apprenticing under her when the time is right. That way, you won't embarrass her nor compromise your dignity. If you can manage that, it'll be your way of repaying me, okay? Xia Shuijian said with a smile. This smile seemed gentler and more mature than before. Well, for my master to become a martial king, she needs 3 disciples with Class A talent. You and I only make 2. Since she treats me like her own daughter, I naturally want her to grow stronger. That way, I can relax and enjoy being a little princess. Or, what if you become stronger than my master and protect me instead? Xia Shuijian wrapped her arms around Lin Tian's arm and said affectionately. Fine, I agree. But you have to follow my pace. Lin Tian said earnestly. No problem at all, Xia Shuijian exclaimed excitedly. Finally, this dilemma is about to be resolved. So what are you going to do now, little junior disciple? Xia Shuijian asked again. Practice swordplay. Lin Tian declared decisively. Xia Shuijian felt so wrong she was on the verge of tears. Is this guy an idiot? Then go practice your sword. Xia Shuijian pouted. Lin Tian sat back down cross-legged on the ground and began mentally rehearsing the second variation of the Blazing Abyss Annihilation Blade. The first form, embers scorching the sky, could unleash towering blades of flame already mastered. The first variation of ashen feathers scorching the sky was Crimson Crow's Cry, capable of unleashing 9 crow-shaped blades of fire. These would then converge into a single, colossal Crimson Crow blade of astonishing power. When used by a copper-skin martial artist, it could slay a silver-veined martial artist. The second variation is City Burning Lock. It requires slashing 9 massive Crimson Crow blades. When the fire crows collide, they form a ring-shaped fiery prison whose temperature increases every second, capable of melting even the walls of Shintai Pass. Even Golden Viscera Martial Masters and Jade Marrow Grandmasters would struggle to withstand this strike. However, Jade Marrow Grandmasters could heal their wounds with Jade Marrow, allowing them to endure the attack. By sacrificing themselves, they could kill the user. Even so, this alone demonstrates the monstrous power of the City Burning Lock. With the imminent mission to lead an expedition beyond the pass and slay demons, mastering this technique would undoubtedly grant dominance over regions teeming with first-tier demons. Chapter 42, Leading the Team Out of Seclusion. In the dormitory. Lin Tian practiced his sword techniques relentlessly. Seeing this, Xia Shuijian couldn't help but feel exasperated. You fool, you big fool, you're such a fool. But then she couldn't help but sigh softly. After all, in this dog-eat-dog world, weakness is an original sin for boys. It was no wonder Lin Tian worked so hard. She could only hope he would grow stronger soon. The wind passed without a trace. The night passed swiftly. Lin Tian had fully mastered the theoretical cultivation of the Burning City Law technique. Yet, lacking sufficient spiritual energy, executing it was nearly impossible. Forcing it would only damage his meridians. It seems one must possess the strength of a silver vein martial artist to unleash this technique. Copper skin involves engraving runes onto the skin's surface to greatly enhance defensive power. Silver tendons refers to tendons thickening like mercury. At such high density, joints snap like bowstrings. With expanded and fortified meridians, explosive power increases threefold. Let's see if I can achieve it during this hunting expedition, Lin Tian declared with boundless ambition. He then arrived at the personal guard camp. The door to the captain's office was open. He stepped right in. Reporting for duty, Captain Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood at attention, his voice echoing through the room. Ah, you're here. I'll get straight to the point then. Yuanhong tapped a document on the desk and said, your squad has a mission. This is an order from the town commander. You must go to Duanyu Mountain and eliminate at least 3 first-tier demonic beasts. Bring back whatever's valuable demon cores, claws, for whatever you can get your hands on. Rumor has it they're gathering materials for a third-grade alchemist, but what exactly they're using them for isn't our concern. A third-grade alchemist? Could it be for Xie Shuejian? Lin Tian thought to himself. That place, Duanyu Mountain, is no place for peace. At that moment, Yuanhong rose and walked to the window. Gazing at the indistinct silhouettes of the surrounding mountains, he spoke slowly. The outer regions are manageable, lots of low-level demons, but first-tier demons aren't uncommon either. The most troublesome are those things flying in the sky, hawks, strange birds, they'll strike you out of nowhere. He turned back, his face expressionless. Just a heads up, don't venture deep inside. Stick to the foothills, mostly monkeys and jackals down there. Those creatures bite too, but it's better than running into the flying ones or the things lurking deeper inside. Get the job done, but keep your asses alive. No casualties. Yuanhong's voice was flat and monotone, devoid of any inflection. Yes. We'll complete the mission. Lin Tian responded crisply. He couldn't help but marvel at how much Yuanhong had changed since becoming the personal guard captain, a man who once charged into battle with reckless courage. Perhaps he yearned to be that centurion charging headlong into battle, but with Wei Shan retired, Jiang Ming's safety now rested on his shoulders. Steadiness was non-negotiable. Yet every army needed a centurion who could both bear the burden and fight fiercely. With Yuanhong now the captain of the guard, he must strive to become that centurion. This was also the path he must take to exact vengeance on Zhao Wu. Captain Shi, your subordinate takes his leave. Lin Tian bowed with clasped fists. Yuanhong acknowledged. After that, Lin Tian arrived at the barracks assigned to him. 40 men stood in perfect formation, with 2 burly men in their 30s at the front. Spotting Lin Tian approach, they immediately stepped forward and saluted with clasped fists. Sergeant! Sergeant! Their voices boomed with the crisp efficiency characteristic of military ranks. Your humble servant, Jia Fei, serving as captain of the left 5th squad. Your humble servant is Lu Bo, serving as squad leader of the right squad. Currently, 39 soldiers are at your disposal, squad leader. Lin Tian's gaze swept over them, and he nodded. Both were at the peak of the copper-skin martial artist realm, their aura steady and composed, clearly seasoned veterans. You should both be aware of the mission. Each squad leader will command 14 soldiers. The remaining 9 will be under my direct command. Lin Tian's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity. His gaze swept over the entire squad once more as he declared in a resonant voice. From this day forward, I am your squad leader, Lin Tian. I have one rule: obey orders and follow my commands. On the battlefield, if I tell you to go east, you cannot go west. When I tell you to cut off a demon's head, you don't just slice off its claws. Got it? Everyone chorused in unison, understood. Excellent. Lin Tian was pleased with the response. Turning his head, he called out again, Jia Fei, Lu Bo. Present. Each of you go organize your squads, inspect equipment, and collect supplies. Departure in half an hour. Yes, sir. The camp soon echoed with the clanging of armor and the clatter of supplies being collected, a bustling yet orderly scene. Lin Tian watched it all unfold, a sigh of relief escaping him. His first time in command, and he hadn't felt intimidated. In fact, he was actually enjoying it. Whether it stemmed from his hundredfold talent boost or was simply innate. In any case, this marked the beginning of his tenure. Duanyu Mountain? Lin Tian had arrived. The group departed from Xiantai Pass, heading southeast toward Danyue Mountain. The 40-strong group formed a standard military column, marching along the desolate official road. The journey was monotonous, so Jia Fei leaned over to Lin Tian. Sergeant, do you know why this mountain is called Broken Peak? Jia Fei asked, a hint of mystery in his expression. Lin Tian shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Ha. Jia Fei perked up with excitement. Legend has it that long ago, this mountain wasn't called Broken Peak Mountain. It was simply called Peak Mountain, soaring skyward, stretching endlessly. Then, our human race's legendary figure, the North Waste's king, clashed here with an unparalleled great demon. The battle shook the heavens and earth, plunging the world into darkness. In the end, the great king of the Northern Waste struck with a single blow. Jia Fei mimed a slashing motion, spittle flying. With a single stroke, he cleaved the endless Yu Mountain in two. That's how Duanyu Mountain came to be. The surrounding soldiers couldn't help but gasp in awe. Holy cow, severing a mountain range with a single stroke? The king of the northern wastes is beyond fierce. That's nothing short of divine magic. A true act of reshaping heaven and earth. No wonder it's called Broken Peak Mountain, so that's how it got its name. Lubo approached, his expression grave. The king of the northern wastes legend may stir the blood, but the dangers of Broken Peak Mountain are very real. This mountain range stretches thousands of kilometers east to west, with considerable width north to south. The demons and monsters within are truly too numerous to count. This time we're only venturing into the outermost regions, primarily the domain of first-tier demons, though we might occasionally encounter second-tier ones. Deeper still, third-tier, fourth-tier, fifth-tier. I've heard rumors that even seventh-tier creatures lurk in the innermost reaches. Lubo lowered his voice and continued, so, squad leader, we absolutely mustn't venture deep into the heart of the mountains. We should just complete our mission in the outer regions. Safety comes first. The soldiers nearby visibly tensed, some instinctively reaching for their weapons. Seventh-tier demons? One breath from that thing, and their entire squad would be wiped out. Lin Tian listened to their murmurs, his heart burning with excitement. The more demons, the better. A first-tier demon? Perfect. Slaying demons grants rage points. Rage points could be exchanged for golden attributes. This Broken Peak Mountain was nothing short of a treasure trove, delivering experience and gear right to him. He couldn't wait to charge into the mountains and unleash a killing spree. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged as he merely nodded. Proceed as planned. Stay alert to our surroundings. Lubo and Jiafei exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of surprise. They'd expected this greenhorn rookie to be reckless and impulsive, but instead, he reminded them of their former personal guard captain, Wei Shan. Looks like they couldn't pull any tricks after all. Time ticked by. By evening, the group reached the outskirts of the Broken Peak Mountains. Looking up, the massive mountain bodies appeared as if cleaved by an axe, their exposed rock faces pointing straight up toward the sky. Mountain after mountain stretched endlessly, the sky darkening and cloaked in a hazy gray. The wind carried a faint scent of blood and the musky odor of beasts. Distant beast roars echoed faintly, while large shadows occasionally swept across the sky, weighing heavily on the heart. Set up camp here. Build fires. Maintain vigilance. Lin Tian commanded. The soldiers sprang into action. Watching the camp take shape, Lin Tian shifted his feet and added, Jiafei, Lubo, the camp is yours. I'll go scout ahead. No sooner had Lin Tian finished speaking. He had already turned and disappeared into the dense forest beside them. He had to see for himself what this legendary Mount Duanyu truly harbored. After dark, Mount Duanyu looked even more eerie than it did in daylight. Lin Tian moved through the woods with light, almost silent steps. His ears strained to catch every sound around him, his nose discerning the myriad scents in the air. Suddenly, he halted, tilting his head slightly upward toward a large tree nearby. A branch had just swayed, something was there. Lin Tian slowed his breathing and approached cautiously. There were claw marks on the ground, likely left by monkeys. Yuanhong had mentioned that monkeys were common at the foot of the mountain. He followed the tracks deeper into the forest. Lin Tian pursued the creature for several hundred meters. Suddenly, the branches ahead shook violently as a dark shadow darted past. That was it. Lin Tian didn't pause, instead lightening his steps further as he circled around ahead. He wanted to get a clear look at this creature. The dark figure paused in its movement, halting on a tree branch before slowly turning its head. Moonlight filtered through, illuminating its face. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening slightly. It wasn't a monkey face. Its flesh twisted, eyes blood red, radiating a fierce intensity. Its mouth gaped, revealing 2 rows of long, gleaming white fangs, sharp and elongated, dripping with saliva that glinted coldly in the moonlight. A thick, foul stench filled his nostrils. Lin Tian sucked in a sharp breath, his hand clenching the knife hilt so tightly his knuckles turned white. Every muscle in his body tensed as he stared fixedly at the creature. This thing was nothing like the monkey Yuanhong had described. Something felt seriously off about Mount Duanyu. Chapter 43, The Mutated Monkey Troop. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. There it was, clinging to a tree branch, a low growl of hoo-hoo forced from its throat. Its mouth stretched wide, revealing white teeth, drool dripping down. Lin Tian's wrist flickered as his thumb pushed open the knife's guard. Clang! The blade sprang out half an inch. Moonlight glinted off the edge, casting a flash of white light. Cut! Lin Tian roared, his feet sinking into the ground as he lunged forward, charging straight at the tree. The monster shrieked, its limbs clawing at the trunk as it scrambled upward. Lin Tian reached the tree's base. Without even drawing the blade from its sheath, he slammed the scabbard against the trunk with all his might. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the tree shook violently. The monster lost its grip, screeching as it plummeted from above. Twisting midair, it snapped its massive jaws toward Lin Tian's face, 2 rows of fangs that made one's scalp crawl. Lin Tian didn't retreat, instead, he stepped forward, tilting his head to dodge the snapping fangs. His left hand shot out, fingers clenching tightly around the monster's throat. Without drawing his blade, Lin Tian swung his right hand, gripping the hilt, and brought it crashing down onto the monster's head. Thud! The monster's eyes rolled upward, its struggles growing weaker. Lin Tian slammed it to the ground, planting his foot firmly on its chest. He held back from delivering the final blow. The creature regained consciousness and began thrashing wildly, twisting its head to bite at Lin Tian's ankle. Whoosh, whoosh. Blazing fast. A sharp sting shot through his ankle. Lin Tian looked down to see 2 holes in his pants, but the skin remained intact, no bruising or swelling. His golden body was protected by the glass-like barrier, such minor injuries were nothing. But damn, this thing had sharp teeth. Wait, something's not right. Lin Tian glanced down. A faint layer of black mist rose around the bite marks, and a tingling sensation began to crawl inward along his skin. This creature's teeth are poisonous. Ha 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 ha. The monster, thrilled to have finally wounded Lin Tian, let out an excited shriek and lunged forward again. But suddenly, it sensed danger. In the next instant, Lin Tian's aura shifted. The playful teasing vanished, replaced by a palpable killing intent. A flicker of fear crossed the creature's blood-red eyes. It turned tail and fled, darting deep into the forest. Lin Tian followed the creature's escape route at a steady pace. With a single stomp, the cold pool earth core fire erupted from his ankle, effortlessly dispersing the toxins before devouring them. Not to mention the Danyang holy body. While he wouldn't claim immunity to all poisons, this particular venom was hardly a challenge. Still, it served as a warning. The demons lurking within Duanyu Mountain couldn't be judged solely by their size and strength. One had to guard against these insidious tactics as well. Lin Tian shifted his stance, following the monster's scent and tracks as he pursued. Passing through a dense forest, the scene suddenly opened up. A small valley lay before him. Moonlight spilled down, and the sight below made Lin Tian's eyelids twitch. Dense as thorns, the valley was swarming with those mutated apes. At least several hundred of them. Some crawled on the ground, others clung to cliff walls, and still others crouched on rocks. Their blood-red eyes fixed themselves on Lin Tian at the valley entrance. The air thickened with a pungent stench and an air of frenzied tension. Hoo-hoo! Roar! After a brief silence, the entire valley erupted. The mutated apes seemed to have spotted some irresistible delicacy. One after another, they let out shrieks and charged toward Lin Tian, jostling each other in their haste. The scene resembled nothing less than disturbing, a monkey nest, a mutated one at that. Anyone else would have been scared stiff. Instead of retreating, Lin Tian advanced, a look of excitement even flashing across his face. Bring it on! This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. Draw and slash. With a clang, the long sword shot from its scabbard, a streak of blade light sweeping out like a whip. The foremost few apes were cleaved clean in two, their gore and entrails splattering across the ground. Ding! Slain a tier 1 demonic beast mutant monkey, gained +1 rage points. Ding! Slain a tier 1 demonic beast mutant monkey, gained +1 rage. The system notification echoed in his mind. Lin Tian's spirits soared. This is it. His feet danced with the stealthy steps, his form darting and weaving nimbly through the monkey horde. His long sword swung, each strike claiming the lives of several apes. Draw and slash. Draw and slash. He repeated this motion over and over, simple, direct, and efficient. The monkeys were too numerous, swarming from all directions. Their claws and fangs relentlessly attacked Lin Tian, yet they could scarcely graze the hem of his robe. In this chaotic melee, the mystic step proved an utterly divine technique. Like a ghostly shadow, Lin Tian danced beneath the blood-red moonlight, unleashing a carnage feast amidst the frenzied monkey horde. Blood spattered everywhere, severed limbs and arms flew chaotically. The stench of decay mingled with the tang of blood, searing the nerves. Lin Tian grew more exhilarated with each kill, feeling his very blood ignite within him. Ding! Slain a tier 1 demon beast mutant ape, gained +1 rage points. Ding! Slain a tier 1 demonic beast mutant ape, gained +1 rage points. Ding! Slain a tier 1 demonic beast mutant ape, gained +1 rage points. The notification sounds rang out continuously. Soon, the number of mutant apes slain by his blade surpassed 100. Current rage points, 110,000. 100 points. Lin Tian glanced at the system panel. He was still far from upgrading the golden attribute. Not enough. Still not enough. The fierce glint in his eyes intensified as he fought with even greater ferocity. His blade flashed faster, his movements more elusive. No longer content with slaying several with a single stroke, he now pursued maximum efficiency. Each strike aimed to fell as many foes as possible. Thud! Splash! The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed incessantly. In the valley, the corpses of monkeys piled higher and higher. 200. 300. Lin Tian was now in a bloodthirsty frenzy, his body drenched in blood, resembling a demon risen from hell. The remaining apes began to show fear, their attacks noticeably slowing, some even retreating. At that very moment, roar! A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the valley. The sound carried unparalleled fury and overwhelming pressure. All the mutated apes froze as if paused, halting their movements before scattering to the sides, parting to make a path. A massive figure emerged from the shadows. At least twice the size of an ordinary ape, its deep crimson fur glistened over bulging muscles. Its fangs were longer and thicker, and its blood-red eyes burned with savagery and cunning. Mid-stage Tier 1. The Monkey King. This creature's aura surpassed even that of a typical silver vein martial artist. The Monkey King fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, nostrils flaring as he snorted, saliva dripping from his fangs and corroding the ground with a hissing sound. It saw the corpses strewn across the ground, saw the blood-soaked human. Roar! The Monkey King pounded his chest, producing a dull thud, then charged violently toward Lin Tian. Its speed was blinding, carrying a vicious wind. Lin Tian was not alarmed, but rather delighted. Right on! His chi and blood surged within him, and a crimson flame erupted from his long sword. Draw and slash. With a single swing, the blade sliced toward the Monkey King, carrying a scorching aura. The Monkey King neither dodged nor retreated, instead slapping his palm-sized hand directly onto the blade. Clang! Lin Tian's blade was blocked. Only a faint white mark appeared on the Monkey King's palm. What incredible toughness! Lin Tian's wrist went numb from the shock. The Monkey King's strength was overwhelming. Failing to land the blow, the Monkey King's other claw whipped toward Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian activated his footwork of the mysterious path, narrowly evading the attack. The Monkey King's assault continued relentlessly, his twin claws striking in rapid succession with such force and momentum that the air itself crackled with the impact. Lin Tian was forced back step by step, yet the thrill on his face only grew more intense. Now this was interesting. He drew a deep breath, his chi and blood surging wildly within him. The power of his lapis lazuli golden body and the holy body of Dan Yang reached its peak. Ash feathers scorching the sky. The long blade traced an airy arc, its tip igniting with a crimson glow as it stabbed toward the Monkey King's heart. The flames dancing along the blade's edge were cold and terrifying. This strike was swift, precise, deadly. The Monkey King seemed to sense the deadly threat and tried to dodge, but Lin Tian's blade was faster. Thud! The Monkey King's massive body stiffened abruptly, the savage glint in his eyes fading rapidly. It lowered its head to look at the blade piercing its chest, then raised its gaze to Lin Tian. It opened its mouth, attempting one final roar, but only managed to spew a mouthful of black blood. Thud! Its massive form crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Monkey King. Slay. Chapter 44, The Chip in the Brain. Ding. Defeated a mid-stage demonic mutant Monkey King, gaining plus 100 rage points. Current rage, 326 10,000. The system notification sounded. Lin Tian exhaled a breath of stale air, gazing at the Monkey King's corpse sprawled on the ground. The stench of blood clung heavier to his body. A silver vein martial artist level Monkey King can yield 100 rage points? As expected, only by slaying stronger demons can one rapidly gain rage points. Which means I absolutely must push myself to enhance my strength as much as possible. Lin Tian twirled his blade in a flourish before sheathing the abyssal rainbow blade. Chirp chirp. Squeak squeak. Seeing their leader slain, the remaining mutated apes fell into complete panic. Shrieking, they abandoned their fallen comrades and fled deep into the valley, vanishing in an instant. The valley was left littered with monkey corpses and thick with the stench of blood. Lin Tian did not pursue them. His gaze fell upon the massive corpse of the Ape King. A mid-stage demonic beast of the first rank, its brain must hold something valuable. He stepped forward, enduring the foul stench, and pried open the Monkey King's hard skull with his blade. Sure enough, inside lay a fist-sized crystal stone, emitting faint energy ripples. A demon core. Lin Tian reached out to take it. It felt icy cold to the touch, yet its texture was oddly peculiar, not like a pure energy crystal. He flipped the crystal over. On the back, embedded like a nail-sized metal plate, were exquisitely fine circuit patterns. A chip. Lin Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized this thing. But such technology could only exist within the Great Xia Empire. Ever since humanity entered the martial era, where powerful martial artists dominated everything, technology had been held solely in the hands of the strong. After Emperor Xia Taizong Li Longtian unified China, all high-tech items were confiscated and made the property of the imperial family. A product like this chip, the crown jewel of industry capable of embedding itself within a demonic creature's brain, was undoubtedly a high-grade chip. How could such an advanced chip possibly exist within the mind of a mutated Monkey King? Could it be that someone from the Great Xia dynasty was conducting demonic experiments here? Using demons as test subjects, implanting chips to control or catalyze mutations? SSSSHHH. A chilling breeze rustled through the trees. A chill rose from Lin Tian's back. Something was terribly wrong here. It involved the Imperial Court's secret experiments. The waters were too deep for him to wade into now. He swiftly tucked the demon core and its embedded chip into his robe. This place was no longer safe to linger in. Lin Tian assessed his bearings and swiftly departed the blood-soaked valley. Not long after his departure, a shadowy figure appeared silently in the valley. The black-clad figure surveyed the scattered monkey corpses, especially the decapitated Monkey King, his eyes blazing with fury and shock. Who did this? His deep voice trembled with suppressed fury. The Monkey King was a crucial part of his experiment and now it had been killed. Even the control chip had been removed. This would disrupt his plans. The man in black scanned the area with a sinister glare, finding no clues. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. The plan must continue. One Monkey King dead? Just create another. He pulled another identical chip from his robe and reached out. An ordinary monkey, trembling in the distance, was drawn toward him by an invisible force. Squeak! The monkey struggled in terror. The black-clad figure remained expressionless. With a flick of his finger, the chip embedded itself precisely into the monkey's skull. Roar! The monkey's shrieks turned into a low growl as its body began to swell abnormally. Muscles bulged, fur rapidly darkened to a deep crimson, fangs lengthened, and fear in its eyes was replaced by savagery. Seconds later, a new, slightly weaker but equally ferocious mutant ape king stood where it had been. The black-clad figure gave a cold snort before merging back into the shadows and vanishing. By the time Lin Tian returned to the temporary camp, night had deepened. Jia Fei was still keeping watch. Spotting Lin Tian's arrival, he saluted. Upon entering the main tent, Lin Tian wasted no time. He sat cross-legged and inspected his haul. Besides the special demon core embedded with a chip, there were also some shattered demon cores obtained from killing ordinary mutated apes earlier, not particularly valuable. However, his rage points had surged to over 300. That was the true treasure. If he could maintain today's rate of gain, then at over 300 points per day, reaching 10,000 points of rage would only take a month. If I could slay higher-tier demons, it might be even faster. Lin Tian began circulating the supreme cultivation technique his father had given him, restoring his depleted vital energy. Under the relentless surge of vital energy, the lapis lazuli golden body and the holy young physique slowly yet steadily strengthened. The exhaustion from a night of relentless combat gradually faded. The next day, the team assembled. Lin Tian rose early and instructed Jia Fei and Lu Bo to assemble the team. Today, we're pushing deep into the outer reaches of the Blackwind Mountains. Our objective is to hunt down first-tier demons and secure their demon cores. Lu Bo, you lead Squad 2 to search the eastern sector. Jia Fei, you lead Squad 3 to the west. I'll lead Squad 1 north. Maintain contact. If you encounter danger or powerful demons, signal immediately. Lin Fei announced. Yes, sir. Lu Bo and Jia Fei responded in unison, leading their squads of about 10 men each away. Lin Tian also tapped his own subordinates, 9 seasoned veterans from the cannon fodder unit. Brother Lin, we're under your command today, a squad member grinned. Let's go. Lin Tian's words were concise and to the point. The group moved swiftly toward Duanyu Mountain. Before long, they encountered a troop of monkeys. These monkeys leaped and played among the trees. Upon seeing the humans, they merely stared curiously, showing no signs of aggression. Their fur was normal in color, their builds average, and their eyes were bright and alert. They were ordinary wild mountain monkeys. Their strength levels hovered around the second and third tiers of the tempering body stage. Lin Tian frowned. Last night in the valley, he had encountered bloodthirsty, frenzied mutant apes. Why were these ordinary creatures appearing in daylight? Could it be that the mutations only occur at night? Brother Lin, should we kill them? One subordinate asked. Kill them. Lin Tian ordered. Even a mosquito is meat. Though ordinary monkeys lack demon cores, they could still provide a tiny bit of insignificant fury points. Lin Tian charged forward first. The others followed suit. Pop. Splatter. Blades flashed and several monkeys were slain. Ding. Defeated a common monkey. Gained rage plus 0.5. Ding. Defeated a common ape, gained rage plus 0.5. Ding. Killed a common monkey, gained rage plus 0.5. Though fewer than mutated apes, they still granted rage points. At the same time, Lin Tian noticed that the system notification only sounded when he personally killed the monkeys. Monkeys killed by his subordinates did not grant him rage points. It seemed this rage points could only be earned through his own hands. With this realization, his strikes grew even faster. The others watched Lin Tian slaughter the monkeys with the ease of slicing through melons, their jaws dropping in astonishment. This newcomer, Brother Lin, was truly formidable and possessed a genuinely savage streak. Soon, the entire group of ordinary monkeys was wiped out. Lin Tian glanced at his interface. Current rage, 361 10,000. Killing dozens of ordinary monkeys only increased his rage by 50 points. The efficiency was far too low. The party pressed onward. Along the way, they encountered several more monkey groups, all of which were, without exception, ordinary wild monkeys. Lin Tian's doubts grew heavier by the moment. Could the valley filled with mutant apes yesterday have been a figment of his imagination? Impossible. The thick scent of blood, the frenzied aura, and that mid-stage first-tier ape king, none of it could be faked. The only explanation was that these monkeys were strange. Perhaps they only mutated at night? Or perhaps they only mutate within a specific area? Like that valley last night? Lin Tian pondered these questions as he continued slaughtering the monkeys. Evening fell. The three teams gradually returned to the temporary camp. Jiafei and Lubo's squads came back empty-handed, not even a single hair from a first-tier demon, let alone anything else. Only Lin Tian's team, relying on killing ordinary monkeys, could afford an extra meal that night. Campfires blazed across the encampment, filling the air with the aroma of roasting meat. Lin Tian took a portion of grilled meat and walked to the side, eating silently. His gaze kept drifting toward the direction of yesterday's valley. The ordinary monkeys encountered during the day, the mutated apes encountered at night, and that chip from the Great Xia dynasty. Everything felt eerily off. He had to figure it out. Night deepened. Snores filled the camp. Lin Tian rose silently, shouldered his pack, grabbed his long sword, and vanished swiftly into the night. He was going back to that valley to see what was really going on. Chapter 45, The Jackal King. Lin Tian moved swiftly, his memory of last night's route etched clearly in his mind. He moved swiftly through the dark mountain forest. The closer he got to last night's valley, the more distinct the faint, lingering scent of blood became in the air. It was the same valley, but now it was saturated with a bloodthirsty aura. Accompanied by low, oppressive grinding sounds, pairs of crimson eyes flickered between the shadows of the trees. Indeed. Those docile, harmless monkeys of the day had truly transformed into bloodthirsty, frenzied beasts by night. Their forms seemed larger than seen during the day, muscles bulging, fangs bared, their bodies reeking of a nauseating, savage stench. Someone was up to no good. Is this valley a testing ground? What's the purpose? To cultivate demons? Roar! A nearby mutated ape spotted Lin Tian and leapt down from the tree with a sudden burst of foul-smelling wind. Bring it on! He growled low, thrusting his feet into the ground as his long sword traced a cold arc through the darkness. The mutant ape was still mid-air when Lin Tian severed its head with a single stroke, hot monkey blood spurting out. The Yuanhong blade glowed brighter, its blood-sucking properties intensifying its radiance. Ding! Kill, mutant ape. Obtained rage +1. Compared to killing dozens of ordinary monkeys during the day for just a few points, this efficiency was worlds apart. Lin Tian's actions sent ripples through the valley like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake. The entire valley's mutant apes were roused. Roars echoed in waves as countless blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Tian. Trees swayed violently as shadowy figures emerged. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of mutated apes closed in on Lin Tian from all directions. Lin Tian drew a deep breath as his fighting spirit surged. He needed rage points. A massive amount of rage. The blade flashed. Monkey blood spattered, severed limbs scattering everywhere. The thick stench of blood spread, driving the remaining mutated apes into a frenzy. Ding! Kill mutated ape, gain rage points +1. Ding! Kill mutated ape, gain rage +1. Ding! Kill mutated ape, gain +1 rage. The alert tones rang incessantly as the fury gauge on the panel surged rapidly. Half an hour later, the roars within the valley gradually subsided. The ground was littered with the corpses of mutated apes. Lin Tian stood amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, his entire body coated in viscous, foul-smelling blood. Current rage level, 435 10,000. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the valley. Lin Tian's pupils contracted sharply as he snapped his head up toward the source of the sound. From the darkness, a shadow emerged, a figure a full size larger than the other apes. Nearly 2 meters tall, its body bulged with massively defined muscles. Its dark red fur glowed, and its eyes burned like smoldering coals. Though not as powerful as last night's creature, it still radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. It slammed its chest violently, producing a series of dull thuds. The next instant, it dropped to all fours and charged toward Lin Tian. Right on time. Instead of retreating, Lin Tian advanced, a faint golden glow flickering beneath his skin. He sidestepped the charge, his long blade sweeping upward in a fluid motion, striking straight for the Monkey King's nape. With a wet thud, the blade pierced precisely into the soft side of the Monkey King's neck. Lin Tian's arm muscles tensed as he twisted the blade violently, the steel churning within the Monkey King's throat as blood spurted wildly. The massive Ape King's body swayed, the savage glint in its eyes fading rapidly. After a few convulsions, it fell utterly silent. Ding! Defeated early-stage mutant Monkey King, gained rage points +50. Lin Tian cleaved the Monkey King's skull open with his blade. Suppressing his revulsion, he probed inside with the tip of his blade. Sure enough! Another chip, faintly gleaming with a metallic sheen. Conclusive proof. These monkeys' mutations were definitely man-made. And this method of implanting chips to control mutations, it likely wasn't confined to just this valley. Lin Tian couldn't fathom it, but he knew this might be an opportunity for him. He needed rage points to boost his strength, and these modified mutant creatures were ready-made experience packs. As night deepened, the mountain forest grew increasingly eerie. After walking for about an hour, Lin Tian halted his steps. Ahead lay the territory of the jackals. Moonlight filtered through sparse foliage, illuminating the scene in the clearing. A dozen figures roamed the clearing, gnawing at something. Their bodies were nearly twice the size of ordinary jackals, their fur a filthy grayish-brown. Most eerily, rows of sharp, ghastly white bone spines protruded from their spines. Indeed, the jackals had mutated. Several mutated jackals surrounded a massive boulder, gnawing at it with their gleaming, cold fangs. The hard rock crumbled in their mouths like crisp cookies, easily broken into chunks and swallowed whole. A viscous, rust-colored liquid dripped continuously from the corners of their mouths. Where it landed on the ground, it emitted a faint, sizzling sound of corrosion. These beasts gnawed through iron like mud, spines protruding from their backs. Each one had reached the early stage of Tier 1. A dozen early-stage mutated jackals. This force was even more troublesome than that group of mutant apes earlier. Surrounded by these monsters, even with his glass-like golden body, he wouldn't fare well. Retreating first was the wiser choice. Lin Tian crouched low, retreating slowly and carefully, trying not to make a sound. The moment his toes shifted, a surge of murderous intent suddenly erupted from behind him. Hair stood on end across Lin Tian's body as he instinctively rolled forward. Where he had stood moments before, a swift, silent shadow darted past. Beneath the dark tree shadows, a pair of crimson eyes, like burning coals, stared straight at him. Those eyes slowly drew nearer, the moonlight gradually outlining its form. The Jackal King. Standing about 5 feet tall, it possessed broad shoulders and a massive frame. The bone spines along its back were thicker and denser than usual, gleaming with a metallic sheen. The aura radiating from its entire body far surpassed that of its early first-tier counterparts, carrying a weighty, mountain-like oppressive presence. Big trouble. Oh whoa! The Jackal King raised its head, letting out a deep, menacing howl. The dozen or so mutated jackals on the clearing instantly ceased gnawing at the rocks. They turned their heads in unison, their bloodshot eyes locking onto Lin Tian. They closed in on Lin Tian from all directions, forming an encircling perimeter in the blink of an eye. Each mutated jackal bared its fangs, growling menacingly from deep throats, rust-red liquid dripping from the corners of their mouths. The Jackal King did not attack immediately. It paced slowly, its crimson eyes fixed on Lin Tian as if appraising its prey. The silent pressure was more heart-stopping than any direct attack. Running? There was no escape. The only way out was to fight his way through. Take out these smaller ones first. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened as his chi and blood surged through his body. Trace hiding steps. His figure abruptly blurred as his footsteps followed an arcane rhythm, darting swiftly within the tight encirclement. The jackals saw only a blur before their eyes as their target became elusive and impossible to lock onto. Ash feathers scorching the sky. A fierce blade flash erupted. As Lin Tian seized the moment, a mutated jackal lunged and missed, his figure appeared ghost-like at its side. His long blade, carrying a scorching aura, slashed viciously at the jackal's relatively vulnerable neck. Splash! The blade pierced flesh. Scorching blood mixed with rust-red fluid spurted forth. The mutated jackal let out a wretched howl, its body convulsing as it collapsed, its life force rapidly fading. Ding! Defeated a Stage 1 early mutant jackal. Gained rage points plus 10. Just as expected. These mutated jackals yield even more rage points than the mutated apes. With one strike landed, he didn't linger. He activated the shadow step again, his figure vanishing instantly from the spot, blending into the surrounding jungle shadows. The death of their comrade enraged the remaining mutated jackals. They became even more frenzied, lunging wildly in the direction Lin Tian had vanished, their claws and bone spurs scraping against tree trunks and rocks, sending sparks flying. But Lin Tian's speed was too swift, his movements too elusive. The next moment, like a specter in the night, he appeared silently behind another mutated jackal. Thud! Another mutated jackal fell. Ding! Defeated a Stage 1 early mutant jackal. Gained rage plus 10. In mere moments, a full 7 mutated jackals had fallen beneath Lin Tian's blade. Their corpses lay scattered across the clearing, the thick stench of blood mingling with the metallic, decaying odor that filled the air, making one want to vomit. The remaining mutated jackals visibly grew restless. They formed a circle, scanning the surrounding darkness warily, hesitant to launch another attack. The Jackal King, who had been coldly observing the entire scene, finally saw an uncontrollable flame of rage ignite in its crimson eyes. 7. In mere moments, 7 of his subordinates had been slaughtered by this human. The Jackal King suddenly lowered its head, its limbs tensing as thick bone spines bristled upward, gleaming with a cold, menacing sheen. Its massive form transformed into a bolt of gray-black lightning, tearing through the air with a vicious howl as it charged toward Lin Tian's location. Chapter 46, Skull-Shattering Stone Golem. A late-stage first-tier Jackal King possessed a staggering 1000 HP. Lin Tian, even at full power, only managed around 350 HP. How could he possibly win? A head-on clash would leave nothing but bone fragments. The Jackal King roared again, its voice brimming with savagery. Fixing its gaze on Lin Tian, it thrust all 4 limbs violently against the ground. Boom! The ground exploded into a crater. A gray-black figure swept through the air like a gust of wind, charging straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's pupils contracted sharply as his chi and blood surged through his body. Trace stepping. His body left a trail of afterimages, narrowly evading the Jackal King's attack. The Jackal King slammed into the spot where Lin Tian had stood moments before, shattering the hard rock ground into splinters that flew everywhere. This beast was indeed brute strength without brains. The remaining mutated jackals, seeing their leader's display of power, howled and charged forward, attempting to surround him. Opportunity. Instead of retreating, Lin Tian advanced. Pushing his shadow step technique to its absolute limit, his body blurred into a shadowy form as he charged head-on toward the Wolf King. Seeing his prey dare to return, the Jackal King's bloodshot eyes blazed with fury. Ignoring everything else, he charged headlong once more. Lin Tian timed his move perfectly. Just as the Jackal King was about to collide with him, he twisted his body, sliding past the massive beast. The savage impact of the King Wolf's charge slammed squarely into one of its unfortunate underlings following behind. The sound of shattering bones echoed. The mutated jackal didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into a pulp by its own leader. Ding! Defeated a stage 1 early mutant jackal. Gained rage plus 10. Nice work! Lin Tian cheered inwardly, his feet never stopping. The Jackal King seemed to freeze for a moment, confused as to why its charge had missed its target and instead killed one of its own. But its brain clearly couldn't sustain such complex thought for long. Spotting Lin Tian still moving, rage once again overpowered its fleeting confusion. Another charge. Lin Tian repeated his tactic, once more exploiting the elusive nature of his footsteps of the vanishing to guide the Jackal King straight into another subordinate. Another mutated jackal met the same fate. Ding! Defeated an early-stage mutant jackal. Gained rage plus 10. The remaining 2 mutated jackals were utterly dumbfounded. Witnessing their leader's reckless charge and glancing at the 2 blurred pools of blood on the ground, their survival instincts finally overpowered their bloodlust. The 2 wolves exchanged a glance, tucked their tails between their legs, whimpered, and turned tail. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the dark jungle. The Jackal King's eyes darted about. It seemed to finally realize it had been used as a pawn by this cunning human. A deafening roar erupted, filled with unprecedented fury and murderous intent. The trees in the clearing trembled violently at the sheer force of the roar. The Jackal King no longer charged blindly. Its bone spines erupted violently, each one standing on end, flashing a chilling, heart-stopping glint. Its massive frame crouched low, muscles bulging, a terrifying aura locking onto Lin Tian. Lin Tian's scalp prickled with dread. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. The Jackal King pursued relentlessly, its massive form crashing through the landscape. Trees as thick as boughs were as fragile as weeds before it, easily snapped and crushed. Lin Tian dared not pause for a moment, pushing his speed to its absolute limit. Fortunately, he possessed the jade gold physique. This unique physique not only granted his physical body astonishing defense but also possessed monstrous regenerative capabilities. The vital energy depleted from consecutively unleashing the vanishing steps and scorched feathers was rapidly replenishing, allowing him to sustain this breakneck escape. As he ran, he scanned the terrain. He had to find a way to shake this creature. Ahead, a sheer cliff face loomed. Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he charged toward the cliff. Once he scaled the cliff, the bulky creature would be unable to follow. He sprinted to the base of the cliff and began scrambling upward with hands and feet. He was nearly 10 meters up, temporarily out of the Wolf King's reach. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air above his head. A claw covered in grayish-black fur, its nails jet black as ink and gleaming with a metallic sheen, suddenly shot out from a crack in the rock face. Aiming straight for Lin Tian's face. Damn it! Lin Tian's soul nearly left his body. Without a second thought, he twisted his waist violently, flipping backward while releasing his grip on the rock face. The claw sliced past his nose, the gust of wind stinging his cheeks. Had he been half a second slower, his skull would have been split open. Mid-air, Lin Tian adjusted his posture. His gaze caught sight of a crooked tree trunk jutting out from the cliff face below, not far away. He reached out desperately and caught the crooked branch by the skin of his teeth. The immense impact nearly snapped the limb. Finally stabilizing his body, he looked up, still shaken, toward where the claw had just reached. A head emerged from the rock crevice. Grayish-black fur, pointed ears, and small eyes flashing with savage light. Its mouth was wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Then another head appeared, and another. One by one, diminutive humanoid monsters emerged from the crevices. They scrambled nimbly up the cliff face, moving on all fours as their razor-sharp claws dug effortlessly into the hard rock. Rock-claw fiends. The Northern Waste's bestiaries recorded these creatures as pack-dwelling beasts with exceptionally sharp claws, adept at ambushes, and generally possessing mid-first-tier strength. That earlier ambush strike definitely carried mid-tier power. The cliff face was densely covered with rock-claw fiends, at least 20 or 30 of them. Below, the Jackal King had also reached the base of the cliff. It glared up at Lin Tian, roaring furiously, clawing relentlessly at the rock face in a desperate attempt to climb upward. Above him was the swarm of rock-claw shades below, the enraged Jackal King. Lin Tian's mind raced. Could he provoke the Jackal King into fighting the rock-claw demons? Letting the tiger devour the wolf? Crack! Rumble! The sound of rock scraping echoed, and Lin Tian's expression changed drastically. That sound was coming from beneath his very seat. Gravel tumbled down as the rocky outcrop, along with the crooked tree, slowly rose from the cliff face. Dirt and fragments peeled away, revealing a humanoid silhouette cobbled together from countless rock fragments. It possessed no facial features, only a massive head formed from angular rocks, 2 thick stone arms, and 2 short, stout stone legs. A savage aura radiated from its entire being. The skull-shattering stone golem. Another North Wastes beast. Judging by its size and presence, its power was certainly no weaker than the Jackal King's. At least late first tier. What the hell kind of place is this? Out of the wolf's den, into the tiger's lair. Now even stones have become spirits. The skull-shattering stone golem turned its massive head toward Lin Tian, a faint red light flickering within its hollow eye sockets. The rock-clawed shriekers on the cliff face began chattering frantically, seemingly in cahoots with the stone golem. The stone golem let out a deep, muffled roar, raising its massive rock arm to smash down at Lin Tian, who was hanging from its shoulder the crooked tree trunk. The rock-clawed demons plunged toward Lin Tian from the cliff face like dumplings dropping into boiling water. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed inwardly, daring not to linger a moment longer. He kicked off the tree trunk and sprinted back toward where the Jackal King stood. The Jackal King, seeing Lin Tian actually come down on his own, was about to pounce. But then, it saw the colossal stone monster rising from the cliff face, followed by the swarm of rock-clawed demons charging alongside Lin Tian. Boom! The massive body of the Jackal King collided violently with the stone fist of the skull-shattering stone puppet. A shockwave rolled out, sending fragments of rock flying everywhere. Both being brute force monsters, the blow ended in a stalemate, each staggering back several steps. Lin Tian seized the moment, flickering back to a relatively safe distance. Watching the 2 late-stage monsters clash head-on, he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Over a dozen rock-clawed shadowy creatures swarmed the Jackal King like flesh-eating maggots, instantly covering its body. Their razor-sharp claws clawed frantically at the Jackal King's thick fur and bone spines. Sparks flew everywhere. Though the Jackal King possessed astonishing defense, it couldn't withstand the sheer numbers and razor-sharp claws of the rock-claw fiends. Soon, gashes appeared across the Wolf King's body. Rust-red blood mingled with its gray-black fur, leaving it looking utterly battered. The Jackal King, in agony, violently thrashed its body, flinging several rock-claw shades away. Then, it opened its gaping maw, snapping down on one of the rock-claw shades. With a crunch, it bit it clean in half at the waist. Meanwhile, the skull-shattering stone golem launched another assault, its massive stone fist pounding down like a battering ram against the Jackal King. The Jackal King, pinned down by the stone golem's frontal assault while also having to fend off the rock-claw fiends clinging to his body, instantly found himself at a disadvantage. It let out furious, unwilling roars as wounds multiplied across its body, its breath growing increasingly erratic. Perfect opportunity. Strike while the iron is hot. His chi and blood surged once more, his strength pushed to its absolute limit, radiating a scorching aura. The blade of the long sword in his hand gradually took on a crimson glow, as if flames were burning upon it. The air grew scorching hot. He poured every ounce of his strength into this single strike. Scarlet Crow's Cry. Chapter 47, Rapidly Building Fury. Boom! This strike fused the power of 9 crimson ravens into one, unleashing an astonishing aura. One strike. The Jackal King was cleaved diagonally in 2. Crimson crows soared skyward as the Jackal King's massive corpse crashed to the ground, front and rear, the stench of blood spreading. Ding! Defeated late-stage level 1 Jackal King, gained 300 rage points. Finally did I slay this bastard? Lin Tian gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. That single strike, Crimson Crow's Cry, had nearly drained half his strength. He glanced at his attribute panel. Rage points, 1980. Nearly 2,000 points. This exhaustion was worth it. His gaze shifted to the skull-shattering stone golem still standing there in a daze, and the rock-claw fiends lurking on the cliff face, their movements growing restless. If he could do this a few more times, he'd repeat the process. Wouldn't that be a ready-made source of experience? What is speed farming? This is speed farming. On Mount Broken Peak, the moon had already begun its descent toward the west. Time was pressing. Lin Tian suppressed his aura and slipped away from the chaotic battlefield, continuing to creep deeper into the northern wastes. He needed to find new prey to lure that stone lump over. He navigated cautiously through jagged rocks and withered shrubs, his focus razor-sharp as he remained alert for any imminent danger. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the sound of water reached his ears, and the air grew humid. Ha! Wetlands? A wetland in this godforsaken wasteland? He slowed his pace, parting waist-high dead grass, and suddenly, the scene opened up before him. A marshland lush with water plants appeared before him. Moonlight spilled across the murky water, reflecting shimmering ripples. Too quiet. Something was wrong. A dark shadow shot out from beneath the water, carrying a foul, fishy stench, and lunged straight at Lin Tian's face. Lin Tian's hair stood on end. He twisted his waist backward sharply. The shadow whizzed past his nose, crashing with a thud where he had been standing moments before, sending mud splattering high into the air. A giant snake as thick as a water barrel. The giant serpent flickered its crimson tongue. From the surrounding marshland, a swarm of smaller snakes began to emerge. Though small in size, these young snakes all carried the aura of early to mid-first tier power. The giant serpent's aura was wildly ferocious, clearly late-stage first tier. Damn it! We've stirred up a hornet's nest. These snakes were swift, especially in this wetland environment, their natural domain. The giant serpent let out a shrill hiss, its massive body slithering through the swamp with surprising agility, moving as fast as a black lightning bolt. The smaller snakes followed close behind, forming a dark, surging tide of snakes chasing after Lin Tian. Just as they were about to catch up, the lead giant snake suddenly halted. Ignoring Lin Tian mere inches away, it turned its head and slithered toward a protruding rock nearby. The rock glowed with a peculiar metallic sheen under the moonlight. The giant snake opened its massive jaws and bit down on the rock, tearing off a chunk of the hard stone. Its throat rolled as it swallowed the chunk of rock. This snake eats ore? A rust-eating viper. The Northern Wastes bestiaries documented it, a venomous serpent subsisting on ingested metal ores. So that's what it was. Watching the giant serpent still gnawing at the ore, then thinking of the skull-crushing stone golem waiting for its dinner on the other side. A mischievous grin tugged at Lin Tian's lips. Got it. Make the snake swallow the stone. He quietly backed away, dodging the smaller snakes still in pursuit, circled around, and found a nearby ore block that also emitted a metallic sheen. This stuff seemed fairly common in this area. Lin Tian returned to the edge of the area where he had lured the monsters earlier, clutching the ore. He took a deep breath and hurled the ore with all his might toward the direction of the skull-shattering stone golem. The rust-eating viper mother, gnawing on the ore, abruptly raised its head. Its cloudy vertical pupils fixed on the ore's landing spot, its crimson tongue flickering faster. The giant serpent let out a shrill hiss, its massive body instantly pivoting to charge toward the ore's landing spot. The smaller snakes received the command as well, following like a surging tide. Meanwhile, the skull-crusher golem sensed the commotion, its heavy head turning toward the rust-eating viper's approach, red light flickering within its hollow eye sockets. The rock-clawed demons on the cliff face stirred, letting out shrill cries. Soon, the two great beast clans collided. The skull-crusher stone golem's massive stone fist slammed down with overwhelming force toward the lead rust-eating viper mother snake. The rust-eating snake twisted its body nimbly, evading the direct blow. It opened its massive jaws and spewed a torrent of dark green venom. The venom splattered onto the skull-crusher golem's rocky body, sending up wisps of white smoke as the stone corroded into small pits. The skull-shattering stone golem roared in pain, its other arm sweeping out in a horizontal strike. The rust-eating viper mother snake repeated her tactic, relying once more on speed and agility to evade, while continuously spewing venom or slamming its rust-scaled body into the stone golem. Crack! Crack! Fragments of stone flaked off the skull-crusher golem's body. Its once indestructible rock form began to show cracks under the rust-eater's relentless assault. The small rust-eating vipers also clashed fiercely with the rock-clawed demons. Though the rock-claw fiends possessed sharp claws in overwhelming numbers, the rust-eaters were equally agile and carried venom. In an instant, the air filled with a cacophony of screeching, hissing, cracking stone, and the corrosive sound of venom. The skull-crusher golem and rock-claw fiends found themselves at a disadvantage. Though the skull-crusher golem possessed immense strength, its sluggish speed caused its attacks to repeatedly miss, leaving it vulnerable to the rust-eater mother snake's relentless venom and collisions. The rock-claw fiends were also entangled by the smaller snakes, suffering heavy casualties. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as the chi and blood within him surged once more. Fatigue was suppressed as a searing power surged through his entire body. He pushed the power of his jade gold body and holy yang physique to its absolute limit. The abyssal rainbow blade blazed with a blinding crimson light once more, its flame-like patterns seeming to come alive. The air warped, waves of heat rolled. Lin Tian's eyes snapped wide open. Now! Crimson crow's cry. The blade, ablaze with crimson flames, struck with a force that seemed to sever everything in its path, slashing viciously toward the serpent's vital spot. The rust-eating viper sensed the deadly threat, letting out a terrified shriek as it twisted its body to evade. The crimson blade sliced through the rust-stained scales of the mother snake like cutting through tofu. The searing blade sank deep into flesh, scorching its nerves and organs. Large patches of charred flesh and blood gushed forth. The crushed cranium golem's massive head seemed to grasp what had transpired, its hollow eye sockets blazing crimson. The massive stone fist slammed without flourish onto the mortally wounded rust-eating viper mother. The massive body of the mother snake stiffened violently, then collapsed limply as life rapidly drained from it. The young rust-eating vipers, seeing their mother slain, instantly panicked and scattered in all directions. Lin Tian stood nearby, watching the scene unfold, his heart skipping a beat. A golden opportunity. He forced himself to ignore the waves of weakness washing over his body, darting forward to the rust-eating viper mother's corpse. His long blade swung down, severing its last thread of life. System notice: defeated late-stage rust-eater snake, gained 380 rage points. Current rage points, 2,360. Success! Lin Tian's heart leapt with joy, but immediately, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. His spiritual energy, or rather, the vital energy within his body, was nearly depleted. 2 consecutive bursts of the crimson crow's cry at its limit had placed an immense strain on his body. Worse still, the hollow skull stone golem's empty eye sockets had already turned toward him. The skull-shattering stone puppet behind him let out an angry roar, seemingly intent on pursuit. Yet it too bore injuries, severely corroded by the rust-eating viper's venom, its movements noticeably slowed. Lin Tian kept his head down and sprinted forward, sweat streaming down his temples and into his eyes. The roar behind him grew fainter and fainter until it vanished completely in the wind. A sliver of pale dawn light appeared on the horizon. Leaning against a rock, he gazed at the distant outline of the cannon fodder camp. His tense shoulders slumped. Another day survived. Thrilling, but what a rewarding day. Chapter 48, The Fourth Golden Word. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Lin Tian was roused by the clamor outside his tent. He opened his eyes, feeling as though a truck had run him over. Every bone in his body ached. His jade gold body and wholly young physique were slowly repairing the damage, but yesterday's back-to-back extreme activations of Crimson Crow's Cry, coupled with the relentless pursuit by the skull-shattering stone golems, had taken a tremendous toll. Damn it, I almost didn't make it back. Those pitch-black caverns beneath the cliff, who knows how many demons lurk in there. Jia Fei and Lu Bo cursed as they crawled into the tent, their faces still haunted by terror. Awake, Sergeant? Jia Fei raised an eyebrow. Seeing Lin Tian already seated, Lu Bo hurriedly reported, Sergeant Lin, we found a prime spot. Right below that western cliff face, it's densely packed with demon lairs, definitely first tier. Yeah. We saw it with our own eyes. Several groups of monsters coming and going, their aura is definitely first tier. Just a bit too many of them. We almost got stung by a poisonous scorpion that burst out of the ground, but luckily we ran fast. Jia Fei exclaimed excitedly. The two men described the spectacle beneath the cliff with flying spittle, their eyes flickering between excitement and lingering fear. Lin Tian listened, massaging his throbbing temples. We can't go there, he said flatly. Huh? Why? At the deepest part of that place lurks a late-stage first-tier monster. Going there with just our group would be like delivering ourselves on a platter, Lin Tian explained. Huh? How do you know that, Sergeant? Lin Tian shot them a stern look. Did you think I went out wandering every night for nothing? Jia Fei and Lu Bo instantly fell silent. Only then did they recall that Lin Tian had gone out alone for 2 consecutive nights. No one knew exactly what he was doing, and no one dared to ask. Now it seemed clear this young squad leader certainly wasn't idle at night. A sudden sense of awe welled up within them. To operate alone in the Northern Wastes at night and gather intelligence on a late-stage first-tier demon. This squad leader's strength was likely far more profound than they had imagined. Where shall we go today? Jia Fei asked respectfully. Lin Tian stood up, cracked his joints with a series of loud pops, and said indifferently, Follow me. Without further explanation, Lin Tian led the way out of the tent. Jia Fei and Lu Bo exchanged glances. Though puzzled, they immediately gathered the rest of the team and followed. The group followed Lin Tian in silence, heading toward the direction of Jackal Valley. After walking for about an hour, the familiar entrance to the valley came into view. It really is here. Their spirits lifted, and they quickened their pace. Within the valley, shadowy figures flickered indeed. Another pack of dark blue creatures appeared, the Northern Wastes jackals. These jackals seemed to have recently migrated here, still acclimating to their surroundings. Their numbers were neither too large nor too small, roughly 30 by visual estimate, comparable to the pack they encountered yesterday. Perfect. This number is just right. Enough to give us a run for our money, but not overwhelming. The others were itching to get started. Though yesterday's hunt with Lin Tian had been exhausting, the rewards were substantial. Everyone had earned their share of credit, and that was real, tangible benefit. Lin Tian watched the jackals in the valley, a faint smile curving his lips. Last night, he'd set the tiger upon the wolf, deliberately luring the scent of that gravely wounded rust-eating viper mother snake into another demonic territory, sparking chaos. This pack of jackals was likely swept up in that turmoil, fleeing to this abandoned valley. Get ready to move. Old rules apply, you distract them, I'll take care of the harvest. Jia Fei and Lu Bo now followed Lin Tian's every command without question. They immediately directed the others to spread out, flanking the wolves from both sides to trap them within the valley. The jackals spotted the intruders, letting out vicious howls as they bared their sharp fangs and charged. Though the cannon fodder soldiers varied in skill, they possessed basic combat training. Under Jia Fei and Lu Bo's command, bolstered by Lin Tian's steadying presence, their morale soared. Shield bearers formed the vanguard, spearmen and axe wielders provided flanking support, while archers offered covering fire from the outer perimeter. The clang of clashing weapons filled the air. Lin Tian didn't rush into the fray. Like a ghostly apparition, he moved along the edge of the battlefield. His objective was clear rage points. Only by slaying them himself could he gain the frenzy points. A jackal had its front leg pierced by a spear, howling in agony as it collapsed. Lin Tian thrust his foot forward, and a crimson blade flashed in an instant. The wounded jackal's head flew clean off, blood spattering everywhere. System notice, killed a stage 1 early stage jackal. Gain 10 rage points. Over here, Sergeant Lin. This one's almost done for. Lin Tian immediately turned, sweeping his blade horizontally to precisely sever the neck of another jackal entangled by soldiers. System notice, defeated an early stage level 1 jackal. Gain 10 rage points. The ensuing battle became almost entirely Lin Tian's personal show. His blade work was crisp and decisive, each strike landing precisely on vital points without wasting a shred of energy. Crimson blade flashes lit up the battlefield repeatedly. With each system notification, his rage points steadily climbed. In less than half a day, the last jackal in the valley collapsed with a wail beneath Lin Tian's blade. Current rage value, 3,179 points. Lin Tian leaned on his blade, breathing heavily. The valley was thick with the pungent stench of blood, the ground littered with over 20 hyena corpses. 23 beasts. Holy cow, I've slain 23 jackals in half a day. You've exceeded the mission objective. You're definitely going to get some serious merit points for this. The others chimed in, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Lin Tian. Too strong. This Lin squad leader was practically a human killing machine. With him around, the efficiency of demon hunting skyrocketed like a rocket. Before, when their squad went out for a day, hunting down 7 or 8 early-stage demons was considered incredibly lucky. They had to proceed with extreme caution, fearing casualties. Now, under Lin Tian's leadership, they'd taken down 23 in just half a day, with only a few minor injuries on their side. The difference is just insane. Brother Lin, should we head back for a rest first? Jia Fei asked at this point. Having slaughtered so many beasts and reaped such massive rewards, cutting their losses now seemed the safer choice. We're already here, how could we not farm more monsters? Lin Tian's lips curved into a faint smile. These jackal corpses and their demon cores are solid achievements. We can trade them at the quartermaster's office for credit points, military merit, and cultivation resources. We'll stay in this area for a few more days and keep hunting. Lin Tian's current strength had quietly established him as the undisputed core of this makeshift squad. Alright. We're with you, Brother Lin. Let's keep at it. Right. Kill more. Let's trade for resources. Jia Fei and Lu Bo were both fired up. After all, as squad leaders, they'd get their share of the spoils too. Over the next few days, Lin Tian's squad operated within this region. By day, they hunted down isolated or small groups of demons. Jackals, poisonous scorpions, and even numerous unranked but dangerous beasts became their targets. Through repeated battles, Jia Fei, Lu Bo, and the others developed increasingly seamless coordination, with their combat prowess showing slight improvement. Of course, the bulk of their victories still relied on Lin Tian's terrifying killing prowess. Come nightfall, while the others rested their weary bodies at the makeshift camp, Lin Tian would slip away alone, vanishing silently into the night. No one knew exactly what he did during the night. They only knew that by the next morning, Lin Tian always seemed to have recovered his energy to a remarkable degree. Jia Fei and Lu Bo vaguely suspected Lin Tian wasn't idle at night, but they wisely kept their questions to themselves. Thus, they hunted in teams by day, while Lin Tian pursued his own extra meals by night. His rage gauge surged rapidly. 5,000. 7,000. 9,000. Finally, at dusk on the 5th day, after Lin Tian dispatched the last stubbornly resisting mid-tier Windblade Leopard with a single strike, the long-awaited system notification sounded in his mind. System notice, defeated mid-stage Windblade Leopard, gain 150 rage points. Current Berserk points, 10,030. 10,000 points. He had finally gathered enough. Do you know how long Lin Tian had waited for this day? Tonzi. Draw the 4th golden attribute. Right away. Right now. Chapter 49, 1 shot, 1 kill. Ding. Consuming 10,000 rage points, initiating golden attribute roll. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the golden attribute, Divine Talent Hoi of the End. E of the End, the ancient primordial god Hoi, who condensed vital energy into power and channeled spiritual essence into arrows. Capable of firing 9 consecutive arrows or creating a 9-star constellation. Even at the Copperskin martial artist realm, one can borrow its might to slay a golden viscera martial artist. This is fantastic. This is like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. I've been struggling with a lack of effective ranged attacks. Whenever I encountered flying or fast demons, I felt completely helpless. Now with this Archer of the End, it's like adding wings to a tiger. The best part? It doesn't even require a physical bow. You simply transform your vital energy into a bow and spirit energy into arrows. It's incredibly stealthy and absurdly powerful. And it can threaten even golden viscera martial masters? Does that mean, as long as his spiritual energy holds out, he could stand right here and pick off every demon outside Shantai Pass one by one? This feeling is unbearably exhilarating. Lin Tian felt the power surging within him, itching to find a target to test his newfound abilities. Sergeant Lin? What's wrong? Lin Tian turned to see Jia Fei, Lu Bo, and the others staring at him with concerned expressions. Nothing. Just killed those bastards and had a bit of an epiphany. Pack up. We're heading back to the pass. Lin Tian sighed softly. Though innate divine abilities were powerful, they were useless without a chance to wield them. He could only suppress his burning urge to act. My squad leader. Jia Fei and Lu Bo beamed with delight. These past few days following Lin Tian had left them exhausted as dogs, yet their gains were beyond anything they'd ever dared dream of. Just the demon corpses scattered on the ground, skinned, dismembered, and stripped of their essence, along with those priceless demon cores. Once they turned these in at the military supply office, the merit points and credit points they'd earn would be enough to live it up for quite a while. Several hastily requisitioned carts were packed to the brim. Mostly they contained the flesh and blood materials from the jackals and wolves. While not as valuable as demon cores, these were still crucial strategic supplies. They could be used to produce military rations, medicinal concoctions, or feed the tamed war beasts within the army. The tasks of extracting demon cores and cutting materials were naturally handled by specialized logistics soldiers. Their job was simply to transport the intact corpses back. The convoy creaked and groaned as it set off on the return journey. The setting sun stretched everyone's shadows long, yet the atmosphere was far less lighthearted than on the way out. Jia Fei gripped his blade, his gaze darting warily across the sky. Lu Bo was even more tense, his left arm still wrapped in thick bandages from the wounds sustained during the ambush a few nights prior. Blood Feather Vulture. A vicious flying demon that feasted on carrion and flesh. They were most active at night, moving with blinding speed. Their claws and fangs were razor sharp, and their feathers carried a corrosive, poisonous blood, making them extremely troublesome foes. A few nights prior, their makeshift camp had been ambushed by a small flock of bloodfeather hawks, targeting the jackal carcasses they had piled outside. Although Lin Tian intervened in time, slaying two and scaring off the rest, Lu Bo was struck by the wing of a bloodfeather eagle during the melee. Its feather slashed his arm, and the wound still throbbed faintly. Damn bloodfeather hawks. I wonder if they'll come back, Lu Bo cursed. Lin Tian shrugged indifferently. If they come, so be it. We're not afraid of them. Sergeant, those things are tricky to deal with. They fly high in the sky, out of reach of our blades. Last time, if you hadn't reacted so fast, we'd have been in trouble, Lu Bo said, clasping one hand to his chest. Yeah, Brother Lin, especially at night when visibility's poor. They dive down from above, impossible to guard against. Jia Fei groaned. Out of reach? Perhaps before. But now. Lin Tian glanced up at the sky as it gradually darkened, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Night deepened. The convoy lit torches and moved slowly along the rugged mountain road. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the rumble of wheels and the occasional chirp of insects. But then. Shriek! A shrill, piercing cry rent the night sky. Immediately, more shrieks echoed from all directions. They're here after all. Everyone looked up simultaneously. By the light of the torches, dark silhouettes were circling overhead. Their wingspans were enormous, each flap stirring a wave of foul wind. Moonlight occasionally fell upon them, revealing their metallic sheen feathers and the cold glint reflecting off their sharp talons. At least a dozen bloodfeather eagles circled in the sky. Each exuded a presence no weaker than the early-stage jackal they had slain earlier. Several were clearly stronger, reaching the level of silver vein martial masters. What sent chills down their spines was the colossal figure soaring at the very apex of the flock. That bloodfeather eagle was nearly twice the size of ordinary ones, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters. Its feathers glowed a deep, dark crimson, and its eyes flickered with a cruel, bloodthirsty light in the night. The Eagle King. Lu Bo gasped in shock, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. Late Stage 1. A Bloodwing Eagle King comparable to a gold viscera martial master. Sergeant. Quick. Abandon the vehicle. Run. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Jia Fei shouted. These demonic materials might be valuable, but compared to our lives, they're worthless. Better safe than sorry. Run? Why? Lin Tian sat firmly on the cart's shaft, not moving an inch. He lifted his head, gazing at the bloodfeather Eagle King circling overhead. His face burned with fierce resolve, and within his heart, he thought only, come on, bring it on. Let's use this beast to test the power of his innate divine abilities. Chief Lin, these are over a dozen bloodfeather eagles, including the Eagle King late-stage Tier 1 beasts comparable to golden viscera martial masters. We can't defeat them. Jia Fei's expression was equally grave. Though he had great confidence in Lin Tian, the sheer scale of the threat before them truly exceeded their capabilities. Lu Bo, where's your bow? Lin Tian asked. It's over there. Brother Lin, what do you need the bow for? My arm. Lu Bo struggled to draw the longbow before him. His bow was a military-issue heavy bow, requiring considerable strength to draw. But with his arm injured, he simply couldn't manage it. Your arm's injured. You can't draw it. Lin Tian stood up, walked straight to the weapons rack, and took down the longbow. I'll handle it. You? Lu Bo and Jia Fei both widened their eyes in shock, while the other soldiers looked utterly bewildered. They'd fought alongside Lin Tian for days and had never once seen him touch a bow and arrow. Brother Lin's swordplay was brutally fierce. Slaying demons was as easy as slicing melons for him. But fierce swordsmanship didn't mean he was good with a bow. Archery was a technical skill. For untrained hands, just getting an arrow released was an achievement. Hitting a flying target? A bloodfeather hawk moving at high speed? It was pure fantasy. Lin, are you sure you can do this? Don't push yourself too hard. Lu Bo frowned. Whether I can or not. Why not give it a shot? Lin Tian weighed the longbow in his hands, feeling its resilient flex. The divine power of the Archer of the End quietly activated. A surge of scorching vital energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his arms and pouring into the invisible bowstring. Hum. The air seemed to vibrate slightly. The surrounding celestial and terrestrial chi, as if drawn by some force, began to converge frantically toward the bow in Lin Tian's hands. An arrow formed entirely of pure spiritual energy enveloped the wooden shaft. Though merely in energy form, it radiated a more dangerous aura than any steel-tipped arrow. Lin Tian's gaze locked firmly onto the bloodfeather eagle circling and soaring in the sky. The bloodfeather eagle seemed to sense the threat, letting out an uneasy screech as its wings flapped faster. Lin Tian's arm remained steady as a rock, his chi surging and spiritual energy gathering. The bowstring was drawn back by an invisible force, slowly reaching full tension. Whoosh! A golden spirit energy arrow shot from the bowstring, silent as it sliced through the air, leaving only a faint afterimage in its wake. In the night sky, the targeted bloodfeather eagle didn't even have time to react. Thud! The golden arrow pierced straight through its skull. Not even a scream escaped its throat. The massive body of the bloodfeather eagle stiffened abruptly in midair, then its wings drooped limply. Like a kite whose string had snapped, it plummeted straight down from the sky. Thud! The corpse slammed into the ground nearby, kicking up a cloud of dust. Did it hit? Lu Bo rubbed his eyes, his voice dry as he asked. Looks like it hit. Jia Fei replied instinctively, his tone equally filled with disbelief. Just one arrow? That was a bloodfeather eagle, renowned for its speed and cunning. Wasn't this Lin's first time using a bow? What the hell kind of archery is this? One shot, one kill. Even a god descending from heaven couldn't pull off something this absurd? Chapter 50, the arrow comes. Ding. System notice, rage plus 100. Friendly reminder, unlocking the 5th golden stat requires 100,000 rage points. Current progress, 258 100,000. Lin Tian heard the notification sound without so much as a flicker of concern. 100,000 points, that was quite a lot. But these feathered bastards before him? Aren't they just rage points delivered right to his doorstep? In the sky, the dozen or so remaining bloodfeather eagles, witnessing their comrade struck down by a single arrow, went completely berserk. Their eyes turned blood red, radiating a savage, vicious aura. The Eagle King let out a soul-shaking, piercing cry, its massive wings beating violently. The dozen bloodfeather eagles ceased circling, adjusted their flight, and plunged straight toward the convoy. Damn it! They're charging! Get out of the way! The men were terrified out of their wits. These creatures plunged from the sky at terrifying speeds. Their bodies, merely at the tempered body realm, couldn't react fast enough. Thud! 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 During their descent, the bloodfeather eagles opened their beaks, spewing forth sheets of dark red liquid. The liquid carried a pungent, foul stench, falling like rain. It's corrosive blood rain. Find cover. Lu Bo knew firsthand how deadly this stuff was. Even a single drop could corrode flesh and bone. Soldiers scrambled for cover, some diving under vehicles, others raising their shields. Where the blood rain struck the ground, wisps of white smoke rose as the hard frozen earth corroded into small pits. Several soldiers caught off guard were splashed by droplets, instantly letting out piercing screams as the flesh on their arms rotted away at a visible pace. But it wasn't over yet. Diving closer, the bloodfeather eagles suddenly flapped their wings. Countless steel-like feathers shot forth like a hail of arrows, blanketing the entire convoy. These feathers were razor-sharp, their lethality matching arrows fired from the strongest bows. We're done for. We can't dodge them. Jia Fei's expression was utterly panicked, filled with dread. But the blood rain corroded, the feathers swarmed, and above, over a dozen vicious demons watched with hungry eyes. The shadow of death hung heavy over every heart. Many closed their eyes, waiting for death to come. Facing the overwhelming onslaught, Lin Tian showed not a trace of fear on his face. His left hand gripped the bow, while his right hand plunged into the quiver. He drew 3 wooden arrows at once and knocked them onto the bowstring. The divine power of the Archer of the End activated once more. Vital energy surged, spiritual energy coalesced. Hum. The bow drew to a full moon. 3 golden streaks of light shot from the bowstring, silent except for the blinding afterimages of extreme speed. They struck with pinpoint accuracy, meeting the 3 fastest diving bloodfeather eagles head-on. The bloodfeather eagles didn't even have time to react. Their massive bodies jerked mid-air as their heads were pierced clean through, crashing straight down to the ground. 3 corpses crashed to the ground, kicking up even greater clouds of dust. Before the crowd could react, Lin Tian's right hand plunged into his quiver once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows. Arrow knot, bow drawn all in one fluid motion. 3 streaks of light shot forth once more. The entire sequence flowed like water, so swift it was dizzying. Lin Tian remained expressionless, his movements uninterrupted. The 3rd triple shot. Golden light blazed across the night sky. System notice, 9 bloodfeather eagles slain, rage plus 900. It all happened in the blink of an eye. 9 blood-feather eagles, diving down with fierce momentum, were all shot dead on the spot like dumplings dropping into boiling water. The relentless barrage of corrosive blood rain and feathered attacks abruptly ceased with their demise. Only scattered drops of blood and a few feathers fell into the void, devoid of the earth-shattering might they had possessed moments before. The entire camp fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, frozen in place as if under a spell, dumbstruck as they watched Lin Tian standing motionless, slowly lowering his bow. What had just happened? All 9 blood-feather eagles, all hit? Lu Bo's lips trembled as he struggled to utter those 2 words. Those were blood-feather eagles. Mid-stage demons. Renowned for their speed and agility. All 9 dove in for a coordinated attack. Brother Lin drew his bow 3 times and fired 9 arrows? And all 9 blood-feather hawks were gone? Every single one got a headshot? Is this even humanly possible? Is this really a copper-skinned martial artist? A copper-skinned martial artist taking out 9 mid-tier demons one by one like they're birds? Is that even possible? The other soldiers were completely petrified, their eyes fixed on Lin Tian with a mix of fanatical admiration and awe. One moment they were teetering on the brink of death, and the next, the crisis was resolved? That man who rarely spoke, yet possessed unfathomable strength. Sergeant, you're incredible. Archer God. He's the Archer God. No one knew who shouted at first, their voice trembling with the excitement of having narrowly escaped death. Cheers erupted in waves, every brother gazing at Lin Tian with burning eyes. Fear vanished completely, replaced by unparalleled admiration. With a leader like this, what the hell was there to fear? Screech! An even more frenzied shriek erupted, like thunder cracking across the heavens. The Eagle King, witnessing his entire brood slaughtered in mere moments, plunged into utter fury. A terrifying aura erupted from its body. The imposing pressure of a golden viscera martial artist surged like a tangible storm, sweeping across the land. A violent wind arose, whipping sand and stones into the air. The makeshift tents in the camp were instantly torn apart and blown away. Even the carts laden with supplies were violently overturned by the furious currents. Their cargo spilled across the ground. Duck! The soldiers' hearts, which had just settled, leapt back into their throats. They were blown haphazardly by the gale, unable to stand steady. Several draft horses, terrified, broke free from their reins and bolted, neighing frantically as they fled for their lives. The remaining horses, unable to flee in time, were instantly cowed by the terrifying pressure. Foaming at the mouth, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The blood-feather Eagle King's crimson eyes locked onto Lin Tian. Lin Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he drew his bow once more. 3 arrows flew simultaneously. Golden spirit energy arrows tore through the air. Yet the blood-feather Eagle King's speed was simply too swift. All 3 arrows capable of instantly killing ordinary blood-feather eagles missed their mark. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, undeterred. 3 more arrows flew. The blood-feather Eagle King seemed to be toying with him, its massive wings clapping together like 2 shields. Clang! 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 The 3 spirit energy arrows were forcibly blocked by its wings, producing only the clanging sound of metal against metal, not even scratching a single feather. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged as he drew his bow for the 3rd time. This time, he anticipated the blood-feather Eagle King's movement. The blood-feather Eagle King seemed to sense the danger too, twisting its body abruptly. Among the 9 arrows, one finally struck its mark. But this arrow merely grazed the edge of the blood-feather Eagle King's wing. The golden spirit energy arrow exploded upon impact, yet it left only a faint white mark on its iron hard wing. Whoosh! Lu Bo and Jia Fei sucked in a sharp breath. 9 arrows, and only 1 hit? And that 1 arrow hadn't inflicted any damage at all. This blood-feather Eagle King is ridiculously strong. A demonic beast at the golden viscera martial artist level possessed defense this terrifying? Brother Lin's arrows couldn't even pierce its armor. The 2 exchanged glances, seeing only horror and urgency in each other's eyes. Lu Bo felt the quiver at his waist empty. He snapped his gaze toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian instinctively reached for his own quiver equally empty. The standard issue wooden arrows had been completely depleted. Sergeant! We're out of arrows. Run! Lu Bo stamped his feet in panic, bellowing, "This bastard's too fierce. We can't beat him. Better safe than sorry." "That's right, Sergeant." Jia Fei chimed in urgently. "Forget the cart and cargo. Our lives come first. We'll cover you, get out of here." The gains they'd painstakingly hunted demons and gathered materials for over these days now seemed utterly worthless compared to their lives. Facing the golden viscera's blood-feathered Eagle King in its berserk rage, they saw no chance of victory. To continue fighting would be suicide. Yet, Lin Tian discarded the longbow in his hands. His face showed no trace of panic at running out of arrows, nor the slightest hint of retreat. Meeting the blood-feather Eagle King's frenzied gaze, his expression only grew more resolute. "Warm-up's over. Now it's time to get serious." Lin Tian slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and made a hollow grasping motion toward the ground below. Within his dantian, vital energy erupted like a volcano. The jade gold body and the holy young physique activated simultaneously, channeling scorching, colossal power that surged wildly through his meridians. Hum. The air trembled once more. A streak of golden light, even more brilliant and solid than before, gathered in the palm of his hand. The light swirled, swiftly forming the outline of an ancient yet majestic longbow. The archer of the end. This was the true form of the divine power known as the End of E. Using vital energy as the bow, spiritual energy as the string. Lin Tian gripped this divine bow, composed entirely of energy, and raised his head. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto the Bloodfeather Eagle King circling overhead, poised to launch another attack. Left hand holding the bow, right hand fingers drawn like a sword, he swung with all his might. Arrow, come. Chapter 51, Slaying the Bloodfeather Eagle King. This is a divine innate ability. Lu Bo was dumbfounded, his eyes bulging wide as he stared fixedly at the golden energy bow in Lin Tian's hand and the arrow composed entirely of pure energy. His breath caught in his throat. What the hell? A natural divine ability? Jia Fei beside him jumped at the sudden outburst, instinctively asking. A natural divine ability, Brother Fei. That's a natural divine ability. Lu Bo was so excited he could barely form coherent sentences, pointing at Lin Tian with trembling hands. Legend has it that only descendants of ancient masters who touch the laws of heaven and earth have the faintest chance of awakening it. We Huaxia people have many ancestors who lived in prosperity, so our awakening probability is slightly higher than those barbarians outside. But it's still an absolute rarity. Senior Lin's blood transforming into a bow, spirit energy into arrows, he's a natural-born marksman. We're saved. Jia Fei listened, his eyes wide and his mind buzzing. 1 in a million? Killing enemies beyond his level? Brother Lin actually had this kind of trump card? This is unreal. The other soldiers gaped in disbelief, staring at Lin Tian's godlike figure as their minds went blank. They knew Lin Tian was formidable, his swordplay brutally devastating, but never imagined Brother Lin harbored such an earth-shattering trump card. In the sky. The Bloodfeather Eagle King, which had been brimming with arrogance and preparing its fatal strike, suddenly felt its crimson feathers bristle the instant Lin Tian channeled his energy into the arrow. It sensed the overwhelming scent of death. That golden arrow had locked onto it. Screech! The Bloodfeather Eagle King let out a piercing, shrill cry, its voice filled with terror and despair. All traces of its earlier ferocity vanished. Its massive wings flapped frantically as its enormous body shot upward, its head whirling in an attempt to flee. Revenge? Prey? None of it mattered anymore. Survival. It must survive. But it was too late. Lin Tian steadied the longbow, forged from condensed vital energy, in his left hand, while his right hand drew back the bowstring formed from spiritual energy. Hum. The bow drew to a full moon. Blinding golden light illuminated the entire night sky. The arrow, formed purely from spiritual energy, emitted terrifying, heart-stopping fluctuations. No sound. Only a streak of golden light, so fast it defied the naked eye. The streak tore through the night, and the Bloodfeather Eagle King, fleeing for its life, froze midair. Its movements froze in an instant. The next second. Put. The golden streak pierced through its neck, penetrating its entire skull. The Bloodfeather Eagle King's eyes, once gleaming with savage intent, instantly lost all their luster, turning dull and lifeless. It didn't even manage a scream. Its massive body, drained of all strength, plummeted straight downward like a meteorite. Crash! The Bloodfeather Eagle King, whose power rivaled that of a golden viscera martial artist, slammed heavily into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a massive crater gaped in the earth. Within it lay the twisted corpse of the Bloodfeather Eagle King, mangled beyond recognition, dead as a doornail. Dead silence. Dead quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned. Soldiers remained frozen in their previous positions, prone, crouched, shields raised, unmoving, as if turned to stone. Jia Fei's mouth hung open, his eyes bulging wider than copper bells, as if his soul had left his body. Lu Bo collapsed onto the ground, hands braced against the earth, staring dumbly at the deep pit. Late stage 1. That was a late-stage demonic beast comparable to a gold-rank martial artist. Gone with just one arrow? The Bloodfeather Eagle King, which had been so imposing moments ago, scaring the crap out of them and nearly wiping them out, was taken down by Brother Lin with just one arrow. Holy! Lu Bo's lips trembled as he finally managed to utter 3 words, his eyes reddening whether from excitement or fright, he couldn't tell. He'd seen it with his own eyes. He'd actually witnessed the power of a divine talent. It was mind-blowing. This was beyond anything humanly possible. This is a divine ability? Jia Fei's voice was dry and hoarse, filled with disbelief and dazed confusion. A copper-skinned martial artist took down a golden viscera martial artist with a single arrow? That's a full 2 tiers above. No wonder they say divine abilities are 1 in a million. This power defies all logic. The soldiers finally snapped out of their shock. The look in their eyes as they stared at Lin Tian could no longer be described as mere admiration. It was awe akin to mortals gazing upon deities. Sergeant Lin is incredible. Sergeant Lin is unbeatable. After a brief, deathly silence, deafening cheers erupted. The ecstasy of having narrowly escaped death filled every heart. Lin Tian slowly lowered the longbow formed from his vital energy and spiritual essence. The bow and arrow dissolved into the air like bubbles. System notice: defeated late-stage Bloodfeather Eagle King, gained 1000 rage points. Current rage points, 1330. Lin Tian felt a tinge of surprise himself. He knew the power of the Endbringer E was formidable, but he hadn't expected it to be this strong. The demonic beast, a golden viscera martial artist tier foe that had previously defied all his efforts, had actually been instantly slain by a single arrow. Yet, while exhilarating, the cost was immense. That single arrow had drained nearly 80% of his vital energy and spiritual power. A hollow ache and stinging pain radiated from his dantian and meridians. Fortunately, the lapis lazuli golden body allowed him to recover at a pace far surpassing ordinary mortals. Otherwise, he might not even be able to stand steadily now. It seemed this ultimate move couldn't be used lightly anymore. It had to be saved as a trump card. Or, he'd have to find a way to get some pills to replenish his mana. Though the glass-like golden body healed quickly, it couldn't sustain such extreme depletion indefinitely. Unfortunately, in this world, cultivation resources like elixirs and spirit stones were tightly controlled by the major factions. For them, the lowly cannon fodder, obtaining them was incredibly difficult. A single demonic beast at the golden viscera martial artist level yielded 1000 rage points. 100,000 points. Meaning he'd need to slay 99 more Bloodfeather Eagle Kings? Lin Tian's lips twitched. These things aren't exactly cheap. Still, having a clear goal was better than drifting aimlessly. Pack up, tally the spoils, and prepare to return to the pass. Lin Tian suppressed his inner thoughts and gave the order in a deep voice. The group roared their agreement, morale soaring. The exhaustion and fear of earlier vanished, replaced by excitement and determination. So many Bloodfeather Eagles slain, including an Eagle King. How many merit points and credit points would that be worth? We're rich. This time we're truly rich. Everyone scrambled to reload the scattered cargo onto the vehicles, carefully lifting the corpses of the Bloodfeather Eagles onto the spare trucks. The corpse of the Bloodfeather Eagle King was the absolute priority. Its demonic materials were comparable to those of a gold-rank martial artist, worth a fortune. Though several horses bolted in fright and a few perished, the remaining animals, supplemented by manpower, could barely manage to haul everything back. The caravan set off once more, yet the atmosphere was utterly different from before. Every man stood tall and straight, occasionally casting reverent glances toward Lin Tian, who led the way at the front. With Lin Tian among them, no demon or monster could intimidate them. Perhaps the commotion from slaying the Bloodfeather Eagle King had frightened away other demons in the vicinity. The journey ahead proceeded with unusual ease. The first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, and the imposing silhouette of Xiantai Pass came into view. Finally, they were back. Chapter 52, Doubt. Clang, 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 clang. The massive gates of Xiantai Pass creaked open slowly, emitting a dull, grinding sound. Sunlight streamed through the gates, illuminating the scarred ground within. Phew! Finally back. Lu Bo exhaled deeply, his entire body relaxing as he plopped down onto a nearby stone block. Jia Fei looked equally exhausted, though his weariness was overshadowed by excitement. He patted the large cart beside him, laden with demonic materials. Once we're here, we'll be safe. Xuanti passed the Great Xiao dynasty's most crucial military stronghold in the Northern Wastes. Rumor had it the entire fortress was cast from celestial meteorite iron mixed with northern mystic iron ore. Not even demons could breach its walls. Even ordinary martial lords would struggle mightily to smash through them by brute force. And that was before considering the permanent garrison of a Zhenjiang-level commander Qinping, the Zhenjiang. He was a being beyond even grandmasters, a true pillar of stability. With him here, Xian Iron Pass stands as solid as a mountain. When we get back, we're gonna live it up. All this first-tier demon material, plus that carved king. Converting it to merit points and credits? We're looking at tens of thousands, easy. As squad leaders, we'll each get 1,000 or 2 in credit points equivalent to 10 grueling missions out in the field. Following Brother Lin really pays off. Just then, several soldiers clad in standard armor approached, each bearing an additional Duke insignia on their chest. The leader had narrow, triangular eyes and a blank expression, his gaze sweeping over the cart piled high with goods. Routine inspection. What's loaded on these carts? Recognizing them as military supervision office personnel, Lu Bo instantly switched to a smile, pulling a small metal card from his pocket and discreetly slipping it over. Thank you for your hard work, sir. It's just a token of my appreciation. Nothing valuable, just some cheap wolf materials we just brought back from Mount Yuanyue. The triangular-eyed inspector weighed the credit card in his hand. It contained exactly 100 points, not a penny more or less. He twisted his lips into a smile and tucked the card into his coat. Lu Bo and Jia Fei exchanged a glance, both visibly relieved. Paying to avoid trouble, an old rule. But who knew? After taking the money, the military governor showed no sign of letting them pass. Instead, he waved his hand and barked even louder. Open it up. Let me see. Lu Bo's smile froze. Sir, but... I already said it's just scrap metal. Cut the crap. I said lift it, so lift it. This is official business, got it? Soldiers immediately rushed forward, yanking off the heavy tarpaulin covering the cart. A mountain of demonic materials was instantly exposed to the sunlight. Hides, claws, fangs, these were relatively normal. But mixed among them were also large quantities of blood-red feathers gleaming with a metallic sheen, sharp claw hooks, and atop it all the enormous, dark-blooded head of an eagle king, radiating a savage aura. Gulp! A chorus of swallows echoed around them. Soldiers and junior officers who had just returned from beyond the frontier, each dragging their own share of spoils, crowded around, craning their necks to get a better look. Those are feathers from a bloodwing eagle, right? And claws? So many? Not just that. Look at the one on top, that's a bloodfeather eagle king. A late-stage bloodwing eagle king? Is that for real? What's the deal with this unit? How did they get so much good stuff? They must have hit the jackpot, snagging it from some beast-tied battlefield, right? A buzz of skepticism and envy filled the air. No wonder Lin Tian and his cruise haul was simply too dazzling to ignore. Especially the corpse of that bloodfeather eagle king worth a fortune, enough to make any copper-skin martial artist, silver vein martial artist, or even a gold viscera martial artist green with envy. The military governor's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of that eagle king's head, his face immediately betraying undisguised greed and suspicion. A squad leader who had just returned snorted derisively, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I'd bet 80% it's just scavenged. When did Broken Peak Mountain ever have so many bloodfeather eagles? And an eagle king, my ass? Think we're fools? Exactly. Some big shot must have killed the eagle king and snuck the carcass back here. Otherwise, how could a handful of them possibly take down a bloodfeather eagle king? That's ridiculous. Facing the surrounding skepticism and the scrutinizing gaze of the military governor, Lu Bo and Jia Fei looked grim. They wanted to argue but didn't know where to begin. Lin Tian frowned, stepped forward, and stated calmly. These beasts were all slain by us on Broken Peak Mountain. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the area. The military governor gave Lin Tian a forced smile. Oh? Killed on Duanyu Mountain? Then this late-stage first-tier bloodfeather eagle king, you killed it too? Yes. We killed it with our strength. Is there a problem? Lin Tian replied coldly. Ha 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 ha. The military governor burst into exaggerated laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke. By your strength? With just a bunch of misfits like you? A copper-skinned martial artist leading a few tempered body martial artists? Tell me, what strength do you possess to kill a bloodfeather eagle king comparable to a gold viscera martial artist? The surrounding crowd joined in the uproarious laughter. A copper-skinned martial master defeating a golden viscera martial master? And one renowned for its speed and ferocity like the bloodwing eagle king? That's some next-level bragging. Boy, you must be tired of living. Daring to falsify military achievements and attempt to deceive our inspectorate. Guards, seize all these demonic materials of unknown origin. Take them back for thorough investigation, the inspector barked sternly. I'd like to see who dares. Lin Tian's eyes turned icy cold as his right hand gripped the hilt of the Yuanhong blade at his waist. The blade slid half an inch from its sheath. SHHSHHH, its icy glint seemed to freeze the surrounding air. The military police soldiers, intimidated by Lin Tian's imposing presence, halted in their tracks, daring not to advance further. The military governor, however, stepped forward, drew his own blade, and pointed. Very well. You dare draw your sword? Are you rebelling? Resisting arrest and defying the law, your crime is compounded. Sergeant Major, don't be rash. Lu Bo, scared out of his wits, quickly grabbed Lin Tian's arm. I remember now, this damn military governor is Hao Kai, one of Yang Tai's men. Jia Fei whispered into Lin Tian's ear. Yang Tai? Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The name sounded familiar. That's right, Military Governor Yang. The deputy commander of the Xiantai Pass Military Command, Yang Tai. He's a Grandmaster of Martial Arts Foundation way out of our league. Jia Fei explained. Grandmaster of Martial Arts? He remembered now. Back at the execution ground, it was this Yang Tai who had forcibly beheaded Song Yi, cutting off the trail to the traitor. Just what he feared most. Sergeant Major, let's swallow our pride for now. Give him 70% of this shipment. Just smooth things over. Don't cross Military Governor Yang, or we'll lose our lives here. That's right, sir. A wise man avoids immediate loss. We stand no chance against a Grandmaster. Half? Even 70%? Lin Tian's fingers whitened as he gripped the knife handle. These materials were paid for with his and his brother's lives. They were earned through Lu Bo's arm wound and the near annihilation of their entire unit. Why should they be handed over to these parasites for nothing? A cold, authoritative voice cut through the air from nearby. All this commotion, what a disgrace. The crowd automatically parted to form a path. A pot-bellied middle-aged man, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, slowly made his way forward. His gaze swept across the scene, silencing all commotion. Lu Bo and Jia Fei saw the man approaching, and the color drained from their faces instantly. Why? Yang. Military Governor Yang. Lin Tian's pupils also contracted sharply. That figure, that attire, that face, there was no mistake. It was Yang Tai, the very man who had stood high above the execution ground, treating human life as worthless straw. That bastard. A single word from him now could cost him his life. Chapter 53, Cutting Off the Fuel. The moment Hao Kai saw the visitor, he immediately bowed and scraped, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Commander Yang. What brings you here? The surrounding soldiers and officers watching the spectacle fell silent, lowering their heads, afraid to meet the newcomer's gaze. Lin Tian stood his ground, offering no salute. He merely stared coldly at the burly figure and that revolting face he'd once seen on the execution ground. Enemies meeting face to face only intensified their mutual hatred. General Yang seemed oblivious to Lin Tian's presence, or perhaps he simply dismissed him. His square face bore the stern authority of a bureaucrat as his gaze swept over the chaotic scene, finally settling on Hao Kai. What's going on? Making such a racket at the city gate first thing in the morning? What kind of spectacle is this? Hao Kai bowed even lower, pointing at Lin Tian and the cartloads of goods as he exaggerated his report. Your Excellency. This lad just returned from beyond the frontier with his crew. He hauled in this cartload of goods. I conducted a routine inspection and asked him where it came from. He actually claimed he hunted it all himself on Duanyu Mountain. There are plenty of beasts in the Broken Peak Mountains, but look here, sir. This is all Bloodfeather Eagle material. And the most outrageous part? There's even the head of a Bloodfeather Eagle King. That Bloodfeather Eagle King is a late-stage Tier 1 beast, with strength comparable to a gold viscera martial artist. As a squad leader, he's only a copper-skin martial artist according to the Great Xia Dynasty's military regulations. What could he possibly have used to slay a Bloodfeather Eagle King? I suspect they got incredibly lucky, stumbled upon a beast hide or some noble clearing demons, then secretly scavenged the corpses to claim military credit. I was about to seize these suspicious materials for investigation when this brat dared to draw his sword against the law. After hearing this, Inspector General Yang strolled leisurely to the cart. His sharp eyes scanned the mountain of demonic materials, lingering briefly on the gruesome head of the Eagle King. He let out an unreadable snort and turned to face Lin Tian, his eyes brimming with contempt. You're the squad leader of this unit? A copper-skin martial artist? Oof. A copper-skin martial artist leading a bunch of quenched body realm nobodies. Tell me, how did you manage to kill a late-stage first-tier Bloodfeather Eagle King comparable to a gold viscera martial artist? Superintendent Yang Tai delivered the accusation with an authority that commanded respect without needing anger. Lu Bo and Jia Fei were so terrified they dared not breathe. Lin Tian met his gaze, neither humble nor arrogant, and replied, I killed it with my strength. Ha ha ha. Yang Tai seemed to have heard the most laughable joke, his massive frame shaking as he sneered, by your strength? By your copper skin realm strength? Or by these underlings of yours who can barely hold their weapons steady? Suppressed chuckles rippled through the crowd. Everyone knew the gulf between Copper Skin Realm and Golden Viscera Realm was like crossing a chasm. Defeating foes 2 tiers above wasn't unheard of, but defeating the Bloodfeather Eagle King, renowned for its speed and ferocity? Only a fool would believe it. Boy, in the military camp, discipline is paramount. Picking up corpses or claiming a bit of undeserved credit, those are minor offenses. The superiors might turn a blind eye. But what you absolutely should not have done is lie to your superiors. And to dare to argue when the evidence is clear that is contempt of military law. Hao Kai's hand shot out like lightning, his voice as cold as ice. Guards! This man falsely claimed military merit and deceived his superiors. By military law, he shall receive 50 strokes of the cane in public to serve as a warning to others. Yes, sir. Several burly imperial guards immediately stepped forward, each wielding a specially crafted military rod as thick as an arm, its surface faintly pulsing with spiritual energy. Lu Bo and Jia Fei cried out in unison, their faces turning green. This was no ordinary flogging. The executioners were master-level bodyguards from the Inspector General's office. 50 strokes from these clubs wouldn't cripple one's cultivation, but they'd certainly beat someone to a pulp, leaving them bedridden for at least 10 days to half a month. Sergeant Lin, just admit your mistake. Back down. Say we found it. Better safe than sorry. Lu Bo pleaded urgently. Yeah, Sergeant Lin, arguing with Inspector Yang never ends well. Just admit it, saving your life comes first. You can't take this beating, Jia Fei pleaded earnestly. Yet Lin Tian stood there, knuckles white from gripping his sword hilt, ice cold and unyielding, saying nothing. These spoils were earned with the lives of all our brothers. Why should we throw it all away just because of some bull from that dog of a military governor, Hao Kai? Just as the guards wielding batons moved forward. At that moment, a voice as clear as silver bells rang out over the crowd. Hold on. The crowd parted once more, revealing Xie Shuajian stepping forward. What's going on? I can sense someone with immense authority here. Could it be General Yang? Xie Shuajian's bright, beautiful eyes glared at General Yang. Upon seeing Xie Shuajian, a twitch involuntarily ran across General Yang's thick-skinned face, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Still, he forced a smile, clasped his hands in a bow, and softened his tone considerably. Not at all, not at all. With Master Alchemist Xie present, how could I presume to address you as Your Excellency? It's merely a minor matter. I wouldn't dare trouble Master Alchemist Xie with it. A trifling matter? It certainly doesn't look like one to me. Commander Yang, what business couldn't be settled through proper discussion that it had to resort to military law? Xie Shuajian spoke eloquently, her arms crossed over assets that belied her age. Superintendent Yang's face darkened. Master Alchemist Xie, you may not be aware. As you know, Lin Tian is now a squad leader. He returned with his team, and their vehicle contained a large quantity of Bloodfeather Eagle materials, including a late-stage first-tier Bloodfeather Eagle King. He insists he killed it himself. But how could a mere copper-skin martial artist possibly slay a Bloodfeather Eagle King, whose strength rivals that of a Gold Viscera martial artist? This is clearly a case of scavenging carcasses from the beast hide, falsely claiming military merit, and then speaking insolently to this officer while refusing to admit his mistake. That is why I applied military law and administered a slight punishment. Xie Shuajian turned to Lin Tian, her gaze carrying a hint of doubt and inquiry. Lin Tian, is he telling the truth? Did you really kill these Bloodfeather Eagles? Lin Tian declared with certainty, I killed it. I used my innate divine ability to slay it. What? At this declaration, not only Yang Tai but even Xie Shuajian was stunned. Innate divine ability? When did Lin Tian awaken innate divine abilities? How come she knew nothing about it? What nonsense was this little fool spouting? She might have been able to wriggle out of other situations, but innate divine abilities? That wasn't something you could just make up on a whim. If exposed, falsely claiming military merit and deceiving A would be an even greater offense. She wouldn't be able to protect him. Seeing Xie Shua's panic, she quickly shot Lin Tian frantic winks and wild signals. Oomph. Yang Tai sneered, his mocking gaze fixed on Lin Tian. If you'd claimed Master Xie helped you kill it, that might have been believable. But claiming you possess innate divine abilities? Are you out of your mind? Do you even know what innate divine abilities are? That's something only one in a million prodigies might possess. If you truly had innate divine abilities, would you be thrown into the North Wastes as cannon fodder? Yang Tai clasped his fists and turned to Xie Shuajian with solemn earnestness. Master Alchemist Xie, this youth deceives his superiors and subordinates alike. Now he dares to lie to you. If left unpunished, he will only grow more brazen. This violates not only military law but basic morality. This. Xie Shuajian frowned deeply. Yang Tai seized the chance to put her on the hot seat. How could this possibly end well? The gazes of those around them toward Lin Tian were suddenly filled with contempt and mockery. There must be limits to bragging, right? To actually claim innate divine abilities? At that moment, Lin Tian added, as it happens, my innate divine ability only awakened just now. The crowd felt their scalps tingle. No way. Dude. This is a natural divine ability. He actually claimed to possess one? Doesn't he know when to quit? In that instant, no one could tell if Lin Tian was genuinely foolish or just playing dumb. Alright, Inspector General Yang, I think we should let this matter drop. Regardless of how these materials were obtained, I'll take them. The price will be calculated based on the Military Merit Office's market rate. Xie Shuajian waved her hand, a look of worry now visible on her delicate face. The smile vanished from General Yang's face, his expression turning grim. He couldn't refuse Xie Shuajian's request, but looking at those cartloads of demonic materials, especially the priceless corpse of the Bloodfeather Eagle King, could he really let that young upstart Lin Tian get away with it for free? This was a massive windfall. Yang Tai gritted his teeth, silent. His gaze inadvertently swept over a corner of the cart, where he spotted a fist-sized crystal stone, shimmering with an earthy yellow glow, buried among a pile of claws, fangs, and fur. His pupils suddenly contracted. A crystal core. And the shape and aura of this crystal core, it belonged to a monkey? Yuanhong Mountain. Monkeys. A thought flashed through General Yang's mind. In the Broken Peak Mountains, there was only one type of monkey like demon. Could it be? Chapter 54, Inborn Divine Ability? Suddenly, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Yang Tai's eyes as he looked at Lin Tian. How keen was Lin Tian's insight? He immediately sensed the shift in Yang Tai's gaze. It was a cold, venomous gaze that made the hairs on his body stand on end. But to seek his death over a mere grudge? That didn't make sense. Could it possibly be related to the monkey crystal in the car? Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. He recalled that monkey had been unusual, seemingly the product of some experiment. Could it be that the man conducting experiments on Yuanhong Mountain was this Yang Tai? But Yang Tai was under the command of Garrison Commander Chen Ping. Could it be that even Chen Ping? Gasp! Lin Tian sucked in a sharp breath, feeling as though he'd stepped into a bottomless vortex. The waters of Xian Tai Pass ran far deeper than he had imagined. Still, with Xie Shuajian present, Yang Tai wouldn't dare make a public move. For now, he was safe. But that might just be wishful thinking. In any case, he must find every means to strengthen himself. That was the only true path forward. Just then, another voice echoed through the air. It was not loud, yet carried an undeniable authority. Xuejian, why haven't you gone to the alchemy chamber yet? Xia Xuejian's face fell upon seeing the visitor. Reluctantly, she called out, Master. The one who arrived was Rune-Filled, a 7th-rank alchemist of the Medicine Alliance and a martial marquis-level powerhouse. Even in her feminine form, even standing there doing nothing, one could sense a colossal, mountain-like force of vital energy surging within her. The stronger one's cultivation, the more palpable this sensation became. Upon seeing Rune-Filled, Yang Tai's thick-skinned face twitched violently. He immediately bowed deeply, his posture extremely humble. Senior Elder One graces us with your presence. This humble servant, Yang Tai, failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me, please forgive me. That Elder One would deign to visit our Shintai Pass to guide us in alchemy matters is truly a blessing for the soldiers of the Northern Wastes. On behalf of Commander Chen, I offer our deepest gratitude for your noble generosity, Elder One. MHM. Rune-Filled gave him a faint glance before her gaze settled on Xia Xuejian. Military affairs are not something we alchemists typically meddle in, that is the rule. Have you completed your alchemy assignments? Have you mastered the alchemy techniques I instructed you to learn? Oh, Master. Xia Xuejian sighed dramatically, stamping her foot as she pointed at Yang Tai. They're picking on Lin Tian. They don't believe he killed the Bloodfeather Eagle King. Now they want to steal his stuff and beat him up. As the senior apprentice sister, I have to step in, right? Rune-Filled scolded, he's not my disciple. What's it to me? Since when are you his senior sister? This is nonsense. Now come with me. With that, she reached out to grab Xia Xuejian and pull her away. Oh, I'll walk myself, I can walk. Xia Xuejian quickly dodged away, her face flushed red as she pouted in hurt. She shot Lin Tian a helpless glance, her eyes brimming with worry and apology. Lin Tian, you must be careful. After that, she shot Yang Tai a fierce glare and threatened, you young fellow, mark my words, if you dare bully Lin Tian, I'll beat you to a pulp. Yang Tai grinned, clasping his hands in a bow. Not at all, not at all. Master Xiedan is joking. This humble servant will handle matters impartially. As if Rune-Filled had a bone to pick with this kid too. And Xia Xuejian was merely Rune-Filled's disciple. With his master holding back, how dared the disciple lay a finger on him? Lin Tian, Lin Tian. I intended to kill you outright, but it seems you've interfered with that certain someone's plans. If that's truly the case, then you're doomed beyond redemption. Of course, I won't let you off now either. Yang Tai's face darkened as he thought these sinister thoughts. The air around them seemed to freeze. The soldiers watching the spectacle sensed the terrifying killing intent and dared not approach. Yang Tai strode down from his elevated position to stand before Lin Tian. Without uttering a single word, the murderous aura erupting from his body caused Lu Bo and Jia Fei's legs to buckle. They collapsed with a thud, teeth chattering violently. The surrounding soldiers and officers watching the spectacle were pushed back as if by an invisible giant hand, retreating in a clamorous rush, their faces etched with terror. The killing intent of a grandmaster. This kid has thoroughly enraged Grandmaster Wu Ji. He's going to get his brains beaten out right here. Thud. 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 At that moment, a crisp, unison march echoed from the city gates, carrying the grim aura of steel and warhorses. The sound grew closer and louder, shaking the ground with each step. The crowd stirred once more, turning their heads in unison. A squadron of soldiers clad in white armor, bearing powerful bows and long swords at their waists, marched into view with perfect precision. Each bore a stern expression and piercing gaze, radiating the blood-soaked aura of battle-hardened warriors. The White Robe Army. At the head of the formation stood a tall, well-built man with handsome features. He too wore a white robe, but his was more ornate, adorned with the insignia of a general on his shoulder. He appeared to be only 27 or 28 years old, yet possessed a steady demeanor and calm gaze, carrying an air of authority born of long-held command. Another Martial Foundation Grandmaster. General Sun Yen of the White Robe Army has returned. Didn't General Su lead a second expedition to hunt down the Yulajai and Donovan tribes? How could he return so swiftly? The surrounding soldiers murmured among themselves. Yang Tai glanced past Lin Tian to the man behind him. The fleshy rolls on his face twitched unnaturally, and deep in his eyes flashed a palpable sense of apprehension. Sun Yen, have Waliji and Donovan been captured? Yang Tai responded, his face ashen. Sun Yen didn't pause his stride, leading the white-robed soldiers straight into the center of the field. His gaze swept indifferently over Lu Bo and Jia Fei, collapsed on the ground, then glanced at Lin Tian, whose face was as cold as ice. Finally, his eyes settled on Yang Tai. We're of equal rank. Why do you speak as if you were my superior? Furthermore, the squad leader of my White Robe Army Field Regiment returned with a full haul. You stationed your men here to deliberately cause trouble, didn't you? Humph. Yang Tai sneered contemptuously. Which eye of yours saw me looking for trouble? When has Yang Tai ever wronged anyone at Shintai Pass? You know full well who this squad leader of your White Robe Army is. What strength does he possess? You must be well aware. But tell me, how could a copper-skin realm cultivator, accompanied by a few tempered body realm followers, possibly slay a Bloodfeather Eagle King? He brought back these demonic materials, claiming he killed them all on Broken Peak Mountain, including a late-stage first-tier Bloodfeather Eagle King. Falsifying military achievements. He refuses to admit it, even daring to make excuses about some so-called divine talent or supernatural ability. Stealing corpses to claim military honors, lying to deceive superiors, and showing contempt for military law. I will punish him according to the law now to set things straight. Yang Tai raised his hand and bellowed, "Guards! Carry out the sentence." "Hold on!" Su Qi roared at the top of his lungs. The masters wielding clubs dared not move, yet they couldn't stay still either, shifting their gazes nervously. "Lin Tian, he claims you possess divine abilities and killed the Bloodfeather Eagle King. Is that true?" Sun Yan turned to Lin Tian. Lin Tian declared in a clear voice. "Yes." A single word, spoken with unwavering conviction. Sun Yan met Lin Tian's unwavering gaze. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. Turning to face Yang Tai, whose expression had darkened, he stated calmly, "He possesses innate divine abilities." "Commander Yang, what false claims of military merit are you talking about?" Yang Tai was nearly laughing in anger. "Sun Yan, you bastard, are you following suit? Natural divine abilities? 1 in a million? Are you joking? Do you take me for a fool?" Sun Yan's eyes turned cold as an invisible pressure radiated outward. "What? You intend to lay a finger on my men?" Clang! The white-robed soldiers behind him stepped forward in unison, right hands gripping their sword hilts. A cold, murderous intent coalesced, surging directly toward Yang Tai. The air seemed to freeze solid. The terrifying pressure turned the faces of the surrounding officers and soldiers pale, their feet involuntarily retreating a step. The personal guards from the Military Supervision Bureau behind Yang Tai trembled violently, their weapons slipping from their grasp. Yet Yang Tai swept his sleeve and roared. "Sun Yan, are you plotting rebellion? For a lowly soldier who falsely claimed military merit, you dare lead the White Robe Army to attack my military command office?" Sun Yan's expression remained impassive, his gaze cold and unyielding. But he showed no sign of backing down. Lin Tian looked at Sun Yan standing before him, at the White Robe Army soldiers poised for action, and felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He couldn't let General Su bear the blame for storming the inspectorate and openly rebelling because of him. Lin Tian took a deep breath, pushed aside Lu Bo and Jia Fei who stood in front of him, and stepped forward. The next moment, his qi and blood surged within him, and a profound, powerful aura began to rise from his body. His right hand shot up, fingers splayed toward the sky. Lin Tian uttered a low, resonant command that pierced the clouds, echoing throughout the city gate. The Archer of the End. Arrow, come. Chapter 55, Astonishing the Crowd. An indescribable ripple erupted from Lin Tian's body, spreading outward with overwhelming force. All eyes were drawn to the light coalescing above his right hand. Golden specks, like fireflies, crystallized from the void, growing ever more numerous and luminous. They swirled and converged, ultimately coalescing above Lin Tian's outstretched fingers into a single arrow. An energy arrow composed entirely of golden light. A natural divine ability. It really is a natural divine ability. Good heavens, what am I seeing? A squad leader from the Cannon Fodder Regiment has awakened a natural divine ability? All the surrounding soldiers and officers, including those who had just been mocking Lin Tian. All the onlookers, soldiers and officers alike, including those who had just been mocking Lin Tian. That profound, powerful aura seeming to transcend everything could not be faked. It was absolutely not the kind of fluctuation emitted by ordinary martial arts or spirit artifacts. Gulp! Hao Kai swallowed hard, his face drained of color as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He recalled his earlier arrogance and the 100 credit points he'd accepted. Damn it! If this kid possessed innate divine abilities, then slaying the Bloodfeather Eagle King, it might just be possible. Yang Tai's eyes locked onto the glowing arrow in Lin Tian's hand, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. After all, how could this be possible? A lowly outcast salvaged from the execution grounds, a copper-skin realm brat he regarded as mere dirt had actually awakened a divine talent 1 in a million? Thank goodness he hadn't taken Wen Fueling as his master. Otherwise, with the Medicine Alliance and Sun Yan's dual protection, he'd never sleep soundly again. Yet Sun Yan too was stunned. Staring at that light arrow radiating terrifying energy, his eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. When he had said, "I believe you," half of it was to protect his subordinate, and half was admiration for Lin Tian's unyielding gaze. Deep down, he hadn't fully believed a copperskin realm cultivator could slay a Bloodfeather Eagle King. Yet now, this kid, he really wasn't bluffing. Lin Tian truly possessed such an unearthly trump card. The white-robed soldiers behind Sun Yan were equally stunned. Their gaze toward Lin Tian had shifted from initial pity and a hint of disdain to utter astonishment, even tinged with a trace of awe. A innate divine ability. How many martial artists dream of possessing such a thing? And now, among the White Robe Army, a formidable figure with innate divine abilities had emerged. Lin Tian gripped the light arrow, his aura surging. His gaze remained calm as he looked at young Tai, whose face had turned ashen. Now, do you still think I'm lying? Damn, what sheer dominance! Lin Tian is merely at the copper-skin martial artist realm, yet he's facing a martial foundation grandmaster. For a moment, envy and jealousy flickered across the faces of every soldier present. Oof. Yang Tai's face alternated between green and white, looking utterly dreadful. His eyes darted back and forth, yet the undeniable truth before him left him no choice but to believe it. Yet to simply concede defeat was something he refused to accept. Just then, Sun Yan's voice rang out again, striking Yang Tai's heart like a heavy hammer. Commander Yang. Now, do you still believe that my White Robe Army squad leader was falsely claiming military merit? Is it so difficult for a copper-skinned martial artist with innate divine abilities to slay a Bloodfeather Eagle King comparable to a Golden Viscera Realm cultivator? Or could it be that from the very beginning, Military Governor Yang wasn't here to investigate military achievements at all? That you deliberately targeted me, Sun Yan, and my White Robe Army? The final words exploded like thunder from a clear sky. Yang Tai's body trembled violently as he snapped his head up to stare at Sun Yan, his eyes blazing with fury and shock. Sun Yan! You're making baseless accusations. When have I ever targeted you? I'm merely enforcing the law impartially. Yang Tai roared. Oof. Is that so? Sun Yan sneered coldly, his gaze icy as he fixed it on him. The killing intent from the surrounding white-robed soldiers coalesced once more, pressing down on Yang Tai until he could barely breathe. Damn it! Yang Tai clenched his fists. He knew that if he continued to argue, this madman Sun Yan might actually dare to confront him head-on with the White Robe Army. If word reached the town commander, he'd be in serious trouble. Fine. Very well. Yang Tai gritted his teeth, forcing the words out through clenched jaws. Since General Su vouches for your men, this Inspector General naturally trusts them. He shot Lin Tian a vicious glare, his eyes seeming to devour him whole. Let's go. Yang Tai flung his sleeves and led his equally terrified personal guards, along with the dazed, squint-eyed military governor, through the crowd. They slunk away in disarray. Watching Yang Tai's retreating figure, Lin Tian dispersed the light arrow in his hand, and the profound aura vanished along with it. Thank you, General Su, for your timely intervention. Lu Bo and Jia Fei scrambled to their feet, showering Sun Yan and the white-robed soldiers with profuse thanks. It's nothing. Sun Yan waved dismissively, his gaze returning to Lin Tian with growing admiration. Lin Tian. Yes, General. Lin Tian answered loudly. Are you interested in joining my personal guard unit as a squad leader? Sun Yan asked. The words sparked another wave of gasps from the surrounding crowd. General Su's personal guard regiment was renowned throughout the entire White Robe Army, indeed, the entire Xiantai Pass as an elite force. Those who entered the commander's personal guard were all elite warriors selected from hundreds, each at least at the Silver Vein realm. Moreover, the perks and resources afforded to the commander's personal guard far surpassed those of ordinary field regiments. More importantly, becoming General Su's personal attendant meant boundless prospects. Lu Bo and Jia Fei's eyes lit up. They stared at Lin Tian excitedly, frantically signaling him. Accept it. Quick, accept it. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. Yet Lin Tian shook his head firmly. Thank you for your kindness, General, he said calmly. I wish to remain with the field regiment. The surrounding soldiers froze in shock. Turning down the general's personal guard to stay in the field regiment as cannon fodder? Was this kid out of his mind? Su Jin, the deputy commander beside Sun Yan, a burly man whose aura was as solid as a mountain, clearly a blood furnace grandmaster, couldn't help but speak up. Lin Tian, are you sure about this? The general's personal guard isn't open to just anyone. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With your talent, staying in the field regiment is a waste of your abilities. Lin Tian clasped his fists once more, his tone unwavering. Thank you for your advice, Deputy General Su, but my mind is made up. He could never forget the care brother Jiang Ming had shown him, nor the brothers in the field regiment, though not the strongest. They were willing to fight and die alongside him. Su Jin frowned, about to plead further, but Sun Yan raised a hand to silence him. He gave Lin Tian a long, searching look, as if suddenly understanding something. If that is your choice, I shall not force you. Sun Yan dropped the subject of the personal guard regiment and changed the subject. By the way, Deputy General Jiang Ming. During a patrol a few days ago, he encountered an ambush by the He tribe. He was wounded by their chieftain, Yulajai, and is now recuperating at the garrison hospital. What? Brother Jiang. Damn Yulajai. General, how badly is Deputy General Jiang injured? Lin Tian was shocked and furious, but he knew this was not the place for anger. Sun Yan replied calmly, his life is not in danger. It's only a minor injury. He'll recover with some rest. Understood. Thank you for the update, General. May I withdraw now? Lin Tian bowed respectfully. MHM. Sun Yan nodded. Without hesitation, Lin Tian departed decisively. He then summoned Lu Bo and Jia Fei, who were still a bit dazed, and pulled the carts laden with spoils of war, hurrying toward the hospital inside the pass. Su Jin watched Lin Tian's receding figure and couldn't help but remark, "Third brother, that kid is truly a freak. He possesses astonishing talent yet remains so deeply loyal and principled, choosing to stay with the field regiment rather than join the Imperial Guard. What a pity." Sun Yan gazed at Lin Tian's retreating figure and remarked indifferently, "A pity? Not necessarily." Chapter 56, Centurion Selection. Xuante Pass Hospital. The pungent smell of medicinal solutions filled the air. Lin Tian hurriedly asked around until he found Jiang Ming's hospital room. Pushing open the door, he saw Jiang Ming propped up in bed, his face somewhat pale, his left arm wrapped in thick bandages. Yet he seemed in fairly good spirits, bragging to another wounded soldier beside him. "Brother Jiang!" Lin Tian called out, his voice catching slightly as his eyes instantly reddened. Jiang Ming froze upon seeing Lin Tian, then burst into laughter. "What the hell are you doing here, kid? Why the mournful face? I'm not dead yet." Lin Tian rushed to the bedside in a few strides. Seeing the bandage on Jiang Ming's arm, his nose stung. "Brother Jiang, you. It's nothing, nothing." Jiang Ming patted Lin Tian's shoulder with his uninjured right hand, grinning widely. "Just a scratch. Got ambushed by that bastard Waliji. Nothing serious, a few days rest and I'll be fine. But what about you, kid? Heard you pulled off something big this time?" Lin Tian sniffed and briefly recounted the events. Jiang Ming listened with his heart pounding. When he heard about the Bloodfeather Eagle King and Yang Tai's harassment, he was so furious he started pounding the bed, "That old bastard Yang Tai. He just loves picking on us lower-ranking guys. And that Waliji, if I ever see him again, I'll skin him alive." After venting his anger, Jiang Ming turned to Lin Tian with a look of pride. "Good lad, you've done your big brother proud. Your innate divine abilities have surfaced. I knew you weren't ordinary. By the way, I already recommended you to General Sun Yan. So, did General Su contact you? Join his personal guard regiment, that's where you belong. Don't waste your potential in my field regiment." Lin Tian shook his head, looking at Jiang Ming earnestly. "Brother Jiang, I won't go. I, Lin Tian, am born a member of the field regiment and shall die as its spirit." Jiang Ming froze, then felt his own eye sting. He slapped Lin Tian's shoulder hard. "You're something else, kid. That's guts. Since you've made up your mind, I won't try to change it. Oh, and I've got some good news for you. Our Xiantai Pass is about to hold a military competition. Commander Chen himself will personally select centurions from every company. With your current strength and innate divine abilities, you absolutely have a shot at competing. This is your chance to leap through the Dragon Gate. You'd better seize it, kid." Centurion. That's an officer commanding 100 men, a rank and authority far surpassing that of a squad leader. More importantly, it means gaining the personal attention of Commander Chen Ping. The exact competition rules haven't been finalized yet, but the timing is set in stone. It's in 2 weeks. The official notice has already come down. Lin Tian, this is your chance to rise to the top in one fell swoop. Jiang Ming slapped Lin Tian's shoulder, his eyes burning with excitement as he exclaimed in near disbelief, "With your current strength, you can take down a Bloodfeather Eagle King at the Copperskin Realm. Add in that, divine ability? Wow, you're practically a monster. This grand competition is tailor-made for you. You absolutely must secure that centurion position for me." Lin Tian nodded firmly, a surge of fervor rising within him. "Brother Jiang, rest assured. That centurion position is mine. And once your injuries heal, we'll go out together and wipe out every last one of those filthy tribes from the Great Slave Dynasty. That bastard Waliji dared to hurt you? Once I'm strong enough, he'll be the first one I slaughter to avenge you. Ha 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 ha. Good lad, you've got spirit." Jiang Ming's blood boiled at the words, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly. "When you become a commander someday, it's not impossible for me to follow you around. Then, we'll tear this damn place apart together." "You're being too modest." Lin Tian frowned. Was he implying Lin Tian held a higher rank than Jiang Ming? Though reluctant, it was inevitable, the path he must walk. The medic beside them stared in disbelief. This new squad leader was talking a big game, wasn't he? Swept away the Great Slave Dynasty tribes? Slaughtered the River Tribe chieftain Eulagi? But then, recalling the news he just heard, this kid really did take down the Bloodfeather Eagle King and awaken some kind of divine power. Lin Tian and Jiang Ming exchanged a few more words, confirming his injuries were indeed minor and only required rest, before finally relaxing. Back at the field regiment's barracks. The familiar, simple dormitory. He pushed open the door. A faint medicinal scent wafted through the air. A slender figure sat on his hard wooden bed, swinging her legs back and forth, holding a tuft of foxtail grass she'd plucked from somewhere. "Xia Shuajian? You finally remembered to come back." Xia Shuajian leapt off the bed upon seeing Lin Tian, hands on her hips and cheeks puffed out in accusation. "Just now at the city gate, you looked so imposing, leaving General Yan speechless." "Feeling pretty smug, huh?" "It was okay. Mostly thanks to General Su's help," Lin Tian replied indifferently. "Hee hee, I never imagined you actually possessed innate divine abilities. This is truly unbelievable." And you also have the Danyang Divine Body and the Liuli Divine Body. You're simply more extraordinary than any of those divine sons or imperial princes I've seen. They rely on imperial dynasties and sacred lands, but you're purely gifted. Xia Shuijian recalled Lin Tian's arrow and still found it astonishing. I'll explain that in detail another time. Did you need something? Lin Tian blinked, feeling guilty, but no one was getting the truth about the system. Of course I have business, urgent business. Xia Shuijian immediately adopted a stern expression, spreading her small hands. Where are they? Hand over everything you brought back this time, the bloodfeather eagle materials and the corpse of that eagle king. What for? A trade. I'll swap them for pills. What do you need? Body tempering pills? Color fixing pills? Or healing potions? I've got them all. Lin Tian considered it. What he needed most right now were pills to boost his strength. This was indeed a good option. Alright, I'll take the body tempering pills and the color fixing pills. No problem. Your materials, especially that bloodfeather eagle king, are worth a fortune. I'll give you one body tempering pill and one color fixing pill. How about that? Fair deal, right? Agreed. Lin Tian agreed decisively. These were precisely what he needed, and the Bloodwing Eagle King was highly valuable, nearly equal in worth. Xia Shuijian's face immediately lit up with a smile. She thought to herself, just as expected, now Lin Tian had no psychological barriers. Here you go. Xia Shuijian pulled 2 jade vials from her storage ring and handed them to Lin Tian. She added, I'll take the materials for now. Once I've processed them, I'll send you any extra credit points. Oh, and my master the Venerable One has been observing the night sky and calculating the stars. I can't make this up. Anyway, she received news about a new lead on a strange fire. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. He had personally experienced the power of a strange fire, the cold pool earthfire still nurtured within his dantian. It seems to be called Frost Valley Crimson Spirit Flame. Located in the extreme Frost Valley of the Northern Realm, it's said to be a flame spirit born from the most frigid lands, extremely rare. My master plans to set out for Extreme Frost Valley next month to seek this Frost Valley Crimson Spirit Flame. She says it's preparation for my future participation in the World Alchemist Tournament. World Alchemist Tournament. Lin Tian listened to these distant concepts, a wave of emotion washing over him. At the same time, a twinge of guilt surfaced. He had absorbed Xia Shuijian's cold pool earthcore fire. According to their agreement, he owed her one type of. Now that a new lead on a strange fire had emerged, he couldn't offer any help. Chapter 57, 6th Tier of Body Tempering. What a pity. My strength is too low now, or else I could have gone with you to explore the Northern Realm. Lin Tian sighed. No worries. Places like Extreme Frost Valley are full of ice lumps and danger. With your current cultivation, you'd just be a meal for the demon beasts. Xia Shui, hands tucked behind her back, leaned forward slightly and whispered mischievously as she drew closer to Lin Tian, once I follow master and get my hands on that crimson spirit flame, my alchemy skills will skyrocket. Then I'll come find you in Jiangnan to play, and take you to eat the most delicious osmanthus cakes. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she stood on tiptoe. Lin Tian looked at her, his old face flushing slightly. Examining her closely, Xia Shuijian was truly beautiful, her body radiating a pleasant fragrance. She was even more captivating than the superstars he'd encountered in his past life. After all, women who cultivated martial arts didn't suffer from menstrual or hormonal issues. Their qi and blood were abundant, radiating vibrant health. Well, say something, don't just stare at me like that. Xia Shuijian frowned. Lin Tian blinked, forcing himself to stay calm. Sure. Well, I'm off then, gotta go deal with those bloodfeather eagle's feathers. Xia Shuijian stuck out her tongue. You better hurry up and cultivate, so you can turn your skin golden sooner, okay? She scampered out with light steps, like a little fox who'd just snatched some candy. But halfway out, her petite frame suddenly halted. She glanced back with a smile, as if she'd seen through everything, then walked away with an even brighter grin. Lin Tian scratched his nose, puzzled by Xia Shuijian's amusement. After watching her leave, he closed the door behind him. He walked over to the bed, sat down, and picked up the 2 jade bottles Xia Shuijian had given him. Pulling out the stoppers, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted toward him. Merely inhaling it made the qi and blood within his body surge. One was a body tempering pill, the other a color solidifying pill. Without hesitation, Lin Tian poured out a body tempering pill and tossed it straight into his mouth. The pill dissolved, a searing energy surging down his throat into his abdomen before exploding outward, flooding every limb and bone. Veins pulsed beneath his skin, bones itched, and muscles strained. A suppressed growl escaped Lin Tian's throat. He closed his eyes, clenched his jaw, and channeled the potency to scour his body. Beads of sweat poured from his forehead and neck, quickly soaking through his coarse cloth garments. The sweat carried a pungent, metallic stench, leaving dark stains on the floorboards. Black, oily impurities squeezed from his pores adhered to his skin surface. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Lin Tian sat cross-legged, channeling every ounce of energy into the process. Inside, his body felt like a forge, repeatedly hammered by the medicine's power. His consciousness focused solely on guiding his chi and blood, growing numb to the physical agony. Time ticked by as darkness fell outside. When the Quinty Dan's potency fully dissolved within him, a faint popping sound echoed from his core as if shattering an invisible barrier. A surge of vital energy far more potent than before surged through his body. 480 calories. 6th tier of body tempering. Lin Tian abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glint flashing deep within his pupils. He looked down at his arm. The skin was no longer its previous bronze hue, but now radiated a faint golden sheen, as if dusted with gold powder. Golden skin! He extended a finger and dug it into his arm with force, yet not a single mark remained. It was as hard as a defensive tower. Lin Tian stood up, walked to the table, clenched his fist, and casually slammed it into the hard wooden corner. Crack! The corner shattered, wood splinters flying everywhere. He raised his fist, bearing only a faint red mark, not even a scratch on his skin. Even if he stood still now, it would take several slashes from an ordinary golden viscera martial artist to breach his defenses. Of course, this was only skin-deep defense. His bones and internal organs weren't yet resilient enough to withstand the true chi vibrations of a golden viscera realm expert. I need to conceal this. Lin Tian murmured to himself, picking up the solid color pill, pouring out one, and swallowing it. Visibly, the faint golden sheen began fading rapidly, reverting to its original bronze hue. Unless scrutinized by a powerhouse far surpassing his own, no one could detect the anomaly in his physical form. He drew in a breath and slowly exhaled, feeling the surging chi and blood within him. Clenching his fist, his knuckles cracked softly. While advancing his cultivation realm was one thing, he couldn't neglect the cultivation of his martial foundation. After all, the Blazing Abyss Annihilation Blade was a creation-tier martial technique. Lin Tian closed his eyes, and the energy pathways of the sword technique crystallized clearly within his mind. He channeled his chi and blood, circulating it along specific meridians. A searing, primal force began to gather in his right hand. Extending his right hand, he pressed his index and middle fingers together like a short blade, slowly slashing downward toward the front. The air before his fingertips visibly distorted, heat waves radiating outward. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Tian's forehead. His chi and blood were being depleted rapidly. Merely simulating the opening stance of the first move already placed a heavy burden on his body. Gritting his teeth, he repeated the opening stance of the city-burning lock over and over. With each repetition, the scorching heat at his fingertips grew more intense. A vision of a sea of flames flickered before his eyes, burning cities and desperate cries flashing by in an instant. Lin Tian abruptly withdrew his hand, his chest heaving as he exhaled a cloud of hot, stale breath. He glanced at his palm, then looked out the window. The horizon was already tinged with the first light of dawn. Time to head to camp. The Lost Steps technique would have to wait for another night. Lin Tian rose, splashed cold water on his face, changed into clean military fatigues, and pushed open the door. Field Regiment Camp. Soldiers gathered in small groups, murmuring about yesterday's events at the city gate. Good morning, Sergeant Lin. Soldiers kept approaching Lin Tian to greet him, their demeanor noticeably more respectful than before. Lin Tian acknowledged each one before making his way to his unit's designated area. Why, isn't this our field regiment's great hero, Sergeant Lin Tian? The speaker was a burly man with a rugged face, dressed in the uniform of a captain of the guard, none other than Shi Yong, Jiang Ming's former captain of the guard. Enough, Captain Shi. Stop teasing me, Lin Tian sighed. Shi Yong nodded with satisfaction, but then let out a soft sigh himself. Lin Tian frowned. What are you sighing about, Captain Shi? I'm sighing over how things have changed. Wei Shan retired, General Jiang is hospitalized, and our White Robe Regiment even has a new acting deputy commander. Shi Yong explained. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Such parachuted leaders were notoriously reckless. The new deputy commander is Yang Jianrun. He's only 23 years old, yet he's already a Jade Marrow Grandmaster. He's the prodigy of the Yang family, the clan of Yang Tai, the military governor, and has just been transferred from the personal guard unit of the garrison commander. Lin Tian, I fear we're both in for trouble soon. Shi Yong looked at Lin Tian helplessly. As someone who had suppressed Lin Tian from the very beginning, he knew all too well how fiercely the new leader would burn his first 3 fires. Yang Tai's clan member? And a Jade Marrow Grandmaster? Lin Tian clenched his teeth. That old fox Yang Tai had just been humiliated yesterday, and now he sends one of his clan's prodigies to serve as acting deputy commander? Lin Tian sensed something was amiss. Just then, a loud shout interrupted his thoughts. Assemble, all. General Yang has arrived. Everyone, assemble at the drill ground. The soldiers in the camp sprang into action, swiftly running toward the central drill ground. Let's go. Shi Yong also dropped his slacker demeanor, straightened his armor, and joined the ranks running toward the drill ground. Lin Tian remained silent, but no matter what came his way, he was ready to face it head-on. Lin Tian had never been one to back down. Chapter 58, defeated in a single move. On the training ground. Thousands of soldiers from the field regiment stood in perfect formation, each unit neatly arranged. Soon, a group ascended the reviewing platform. At the head stood a man clad in silver commander's armor. Tall and upright, his features were undeniably handsome and dashing, though an air of unshakable arrogance lingered between his brows. He was the newly appointed acting deputy general, Yang Jianrun. Yang Jianrun's gaze swept slowly over the soldiers below, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and scrutiny. The soldiers, too, were sizing up this new acting deputy general. Yet they never imagined Yang Jianrun would immediately launch into a tirade. Is this the field regiment of the White Robe Army? A bunch of misfits and stragglers, old, weak, and crippled. Compared to the commander's personal guard regiment, they're nothing but a pack of worthless dogs. The words sent shockwaves through the ranks below, faces flushing with fury. The field regiment might not match the elite personal guard, but that didn't mean anyone could insult them. Shi Yang's face turned ashen on the command platform, and he couldn't help but step forward. General Yang, the garrison commander's personal guard consists of Golden Viscera martial masters at the very least. Our field regiment is mostly at the tempered body realm. How can you even compare? Oh? No comparison? A mocking smile curled the corners of Yang Jianrun's mouth as he looked at Shi Yang and teased, so you're saying higher cultivation levels automatically mean greater strength? Let me tell you this, even if those elite guards were at your cultivation level, they could still knock you flat with one hand. I, Yang Jianrun, hail from the garrison commander's personal guard regiment. What? Got a problem with that? If you're not convinced, come up and spar with me. It'll be a good lesson for you greenhorns to see what real elite soldiers are made of. A blatant provocation. Shi Yang had always been quick to flare up like a lit firecracker. Though he'd tempered his temper somewhat after becoming captain of the personal guard, being publicly humiliated like this by Yang Jianrun in front of the entire regiment, how could he possibly hold back? Bring it on! I'll see just how formidable you are, coming from the personal guard regiment. Shi Yang roared, snatching a silver spear from the nearby weapons rack and leaping onto the open space at the center of the command platform. Yang Jianrun curled his lips, drew the sword at his waist, and flicked it through the air in a flourish. A faint smile touched his mouth. Since you're so eager to get beaten, I'll give you a hand. Clang! A shrill clang erupted. Shi Yang's spear-wielding arm shook violently. His palm split open, blood seeping from the wound. Unable to steady himself, he stumbled backward 3 heavy steps, his foot stomping so hard it cracked the stone tiles beneath him. Before he could catch his breath, Yang Jianrun's sword tip flashed before his eyes, a cold gleam cutting through the air. A fresh gash appeared on Shi Yang's neck. He grunted, his grip on the silver spear slipping as it clattered to the ground. Yang Jianrun flipped his wrist, striking Shi Yang squarely across the chest with the flat of his blade. Shi Yang flew backward like a torn sack, crashing onto the floor below the stage. He struggled twice but couldn't get up. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Yang Jianrun sheathed his sword, its tip pointing diagonally toward the ground. He lifted his chin, his gaze sweeping the silent soldiers below with a sidelong glance. Not a single one of you field regiment soldiers can fight? A bunch of useless trash. The soldiers below flushed crimson, veins bulging on their necks, yet none dared step forward. The White Robe Army strikes fear into every tribe of the Great Slave Dynasty, not just because of their strength, but because of their courage to fight to the death. The courage to draw your blades, even when the enemy is strong and we are weak. A voice high-pitched and crystal clear pierced the deathly silence of the training ground. All eyes turned. Lin Tian emerged step by step from the crowd that had instinctively parted, a Yuanhong blade in hand, striding directly toward the command platform. The reputation of the White Robe Army was earned with the blood of our brothers. It's not something you can trample with empty words standing here. Lin Tian declared loudly. Yang Jianrun scrutinized Lin Tian from head to toe. The contempt on his face froze momentarily before he burst into a loud, booming laugh, his shoulders shaking with amusement. A mere copper-skin realm brat dares to spout such nonsense before me? You say I won't tolerate defilement? Then prove it with your strength. Let me see just how tough this so-called military spirit of yours really is. Come on. Make your move. Poof. Lin Tian remained silent. But in the next instant, his feet moved with an eerie rhythm. His form became as elusive as a ghost, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The traces of the wind. Yang Jianrun's smile froze slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Blazing speed. He instinctively raised his long sword, preparing to block. But Lin Tian's speed exceeded his expectations. A crimson flash streaked past. Yang Jianrun felt a chill on his scalp. Reaching up, he touched the spot where several strands of severed hair drifted down. Lin Tian's figure had already materialized several meters behind him. The Yuanhong blade pointed diagonally toward the ground, its tip still clinging to a few strands of black hair. That brat actually cut off his hair. Yang Jianrun's pupils dilated in shock as he froze in place, utterly unable to believe his eyes. For a moment, the arena fell into an eerie, deathly silence. But after the brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted across the training ground. Lin Tian is mighty. Lin the squad leader is mighty. On the command platform, Yang Jianrun's face instantly turned ashen. What utter humiliation. He, a venerable Jade Marrow Grandmaster, had his hair sliced off by a mere copper skin realm insect in front of thousands? You little bastard. You're asking for death. Yang Jianrun roared furiously, unleashing the terrifying aura of his Jade Marrow realm cultivation. A pressure far surpassing that during his battle with Yong swept across the training ground like a tsunami. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze solid. The cheers below the stage abruptly ceased. Every soldier felt as if a mountain had crushed them, struggling to breathe, their faces turning pale. The Jade Marrow Grandmaster was getting serious. Yang Jianrun's figure transformed into a streak of light, moving so fast it was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. His long sword erupted with a blinding silver glow, carrying a terrifying force capable of tearing through anything as he slashed toward Lin Tian. This strike carried at least 70% of his full strength. Damn it! Lin Tian's pupils contracted sharply, every hair on his body standing on end. He tried to dodge, but the terrifying pressure locked him in place, rendering even his elusive footwork useless. He could only hold the Yuanhong blade horizontally before him, summoning every ounce of his qi and blood to pour into the blade. Clang! A deafening clang echoed through the air. Lin Tian felt an irresistible, terrifying force collide with the blade. His arm instantly went numb, the web between his thumb and index finger ripped open, and blood spurted wildly. A mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the front of his robe crimson. The Yuanhong blade flew from his grasp, plunging into the nearby soil with a humming vibration. Lin Tian struggled to rise, yet felt as though his internal organs had shifted out of place. Every bone in his body felt as if it were about to shatter, and darkness swirled before his eyes. The power gap between a Jade Marrow Grandmaster unleashing full force was like an unbridgeable chasm. The entire training ground fell silent once more. The soldiers who had been cheering moments ago now fell utterly silent. Yang Jianrun stood atop the command platform, looking down coldly at the motionless Lin Tian below, his eyes icy and filled with murderous intent. Chapter 59, The Killing Ground. Yang Jianrun held his sword at an angle, looking down at Lin Tian coughing up blood on the ground. The murderous intent in his eyes was unmasked. Is this all the strength you possess? And you dare call yourself a squad leader? A worthless copper skin realm trash dares to bark at me? From this day forward, you are no longer a squad leader. Crawl back to being a platoon leader. The soldiers below erupted in commotion. Some seethed with anger, others stared in shock, but most dared not voice their outrage. Yang Jianrun's gaze swept across the formation, settling on a soldier at the front with a fawning expression. He Yunting. Present. The soldier named He Yunting snapped to attention, stepping forward and bowing deeply. You will be the new squad leader. Ecstasy instantly flooded He Yunting's face. He knelt with a thud and began kowtowing repeatedly toward Yang Jianrun on the command platform. Thank you, General Yang, for your promotion. Thank you, General Yang. This subordinate will devote his life to serving the general. I will brave boiling water and blazing fire without hesitation. He had been a strong contender for the squad leader position before, only to have it snatched away by Lin Tian. The resentment had been festering inside him, and now this opportunity had fallen into his lap like manna from heaven. Yang Jianrun didn't even glance at him as he withdrew his long sword and sheathed it. All men, heed my command. Tomorrow, the entire army will march to sweep through Danyue Mountain. Be prepared. No one is to hold us back. With that, Yang Jianrun turned and strode swiftly down from the command platform, leaving the drill ground. The newly appointed squad leader, He Yunting, scrambled to his feet and scrambled after Yang Jianrun, bowing and scraping. The atmosphere on the drill ground grew oppressively heavy. The soldiers looked at Lin Tian lying on the ground, then at the retreating figures of Yang Jianrun and He Yunting, their expressions complex. Sergeant Lin. Lu Bo and Jia Fei were the first to rush forward, fumbling to help him up. Lin Tian waved them off, bracing himself against the ground as he struggled to sit up. A sharp pain pierced his chest and a metallic taste filled his throat. That sword strike had shaken his internal organs to the brink of shattering. Had it not been for his jade gold body and holy body of Danyan automatically shielding him, absorbing most of the force, he would likely be dead now. Even so, he suffered severe internal injuries. Yang Tai, having suffered a major defeat at his hands yesterday, had sent his clan's young disciple, Yang Jianrun, today. He had come to establish his authority, wounding Yong, severely injuring Yang Tai himself, and demoting him to a squad leader. Now he was being ordered to immediately lead the entire field regiment to Danyue Mountain? That place was treacherous terrain, teeming with demonic beasts and fraught with danger. Crucially, there were mutated demonic beasts lurking there. Lu Bo stared at Lin Tian's pallid face and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his voice urgent. Sergeant! How are you? Are your injuries severe? Jia Fei spat on the ground, his fists clenching so hard they cracked. Damn it! That Yang Jianrun is a real piece of work. He hit you that hard, clearly targeting you. We just drove off the old bastard, and now this young punk shows up. First thing he does is demote you, then orders us to go to Duanyu Mountain tomorrow. That place is no safe haven, Sergeant. Sergeant, this is too much to swallow. That Yang bastard's bullying us with his power. But we brothers can't do much to help you. Lin Tian wiped the blood from his lips, the sticky sensation making him frown. He looked at the anxious faces of his two brothers, then glanced around at the soldiers nearby, all keeping their heads down, afraid to look this way. I'm fine. This little wound won't kill me. And by the way, I'm not a squad leader anymore. Call me a corporal. He steadied himself on Lu Bo and Jia Fei's arms, slowly pushing himself to his feet. His body swayed, a sharp pain shooting through his chest, but he forced himself to stand tall. He said nothing more, his gaze sweeping across the training ground before finally settling on the direction of his own barracks. To avoid being bullied, to protect his brothers, there was only one path. Become stronger. Become stronger than anyone else. Second-generation martial artists? Descendants of martial clans? Ha! One day, Lin Tian would trample the bones of nobles and officials beneath his feet. Returning to that humble dorm room, Lin Tian pushed open the door, tripped over garlic cloves at his feet, and nearly fell. Inside, a woman in plain robes sat on the only wooden chair, holding a teacup whose steam had long since dissipated. Yuanhong lifted her eyelids. Her gaze lingered briefly on Lin Tian's blood-stained collar and pallid face before shifting away, her tone flat. Looks like you've gotten yourself into trouble. Lin Tian slammed the door shut behind him, leaning his back against the rough plank. He gasped for breath, saying nothing. Yang Jianran Yang Tai's nephew, a Jade Marrow Grandmaster, has just taken command of the field regiment after rising through the commander's personal guard. On his first day, he specifically requested to lead the expedition to Duanyu Mountain. And I just received word. 3 Jade Marrow Masters have secretly departed from Xiantai Pass. Their destination is also Duanyu Mountain. Yuanhong added. Hearing this, Lin Tian's heart sank. With Yang Jianran included, that made 4 Jade Marrow Grandmasters. The target of such a force was self-evident. This was clearly a trap set to kill him. Yuanhong looked at Lin Tian and said calmly. Now, do you still stand by your earlier choice? Borrow 30 million credit points, become my disciple, and I can ensure your safety. I can even help you eliminate the trouble of Yang Jianran. You don't have to go to Duanyu Mountain. Lin Tian fell silent for a moment before lifting his head to meet Yuanhong's gaze. His eyes were clear and resolute as he clasped his hands in a bow. Thank you for your kindness, Elder One. But I still cannot accept. Yuanhong's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of irritation visible. Why? Can't you see? This is a death trap set for you by Yang Tai. Duanyu Ashan will be your final resting place. You know it's a suicide mission, yet you still insist on going? Lin Tian stood tall, though his internal injuries throbbed with pain. His voice remained steady. I have my own convictions. A true man knows what to do and what not to do. Some things, though impossible, must be done. Some places, though known to be lairs of dragons and tigers, mountains of blades and seas of fire, even if death awaits, one must go. His gaze swept over the room's sparse furnishings, finally resting on the Yuanhong blade lying quietly in the corner. If this battle claims my life, Lin Tian shall never return. Then the fire at the heart of the cold pool is rightfully Xia Shuejian's destiny. I ask Elder One to take it back and return it to its rightful owner. And this blazing abyss annihilation blade technique, a legacy my father left me, a creation tier martial art, I also offer it to the Elder. This Yuanhong sword has accompanied me thus far, a fine weapon indeed. Lin Tian steadied himself against the doorframe, raising a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His chest heaved once before he clasped his fists in a bow toward Yuanhong, bending deeply. I ask only one thing of the Elder. If I do not return, should the opportunity arise, please convey a message to my father. He paused, his Adam's apple rolling. Tell him. Lin Tian didn't disgrace him. He didn't become a coward. Yuanhong remained motionless, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian, his straightened spine, the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. The room fell silent, broken only by his stifled gasps. After a long while, she spoke, her voice devoid of emotion. The fire of the cold pool's core belongs to Shuejian. When the time comes, I'll accept it without question. She picked up the now cold cup of tea from the table, her fingertips brushing the rim before adding, and from what you said, it seems you miss your father deeply? What was his name? My father, his name is Lin Yao. Clatter! The teacup in Yuanhong's hand fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. Brown tea water mixed with shards splashed out, soaking the hem of her skirt. Yet she remained frozen, as if nailed to her chair. Her face drained of color, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Tian. She sprang to her feet, her body swaying from the sudden movement, her voice trembling. Who did you say? Say it again. What's your father's name? Lin Tian was momentarily stunned by her reaction but replied nonetheless, Lin Yao. Chapter 60, The Deal with Yuanhong. Yuanhong swayed slightly, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, the turmoil in her eyes had been forcibly suppressed. She remained silent for a long moment before speaking again, her voice hoarse. What about your mother? Who is she? Lin Tian frowned, puzzled by the sudden question, but answered nonetheless, my mother is a nurse. Poof. Yuanhong let out a faint, ambiguous chuckle. How unambitious. Don't you dare speak that way about my mother. I'm talking about your father. My father was injured by a prodigy of the clan. His meridians were severed, his cultivation destroyed. Everyone looked down on him, but my mother never left his side. She cared for him all along. You call him lacking ambition? He has more ambition than anyone. Lin Tian snapped. As Wen-Fuling listened, the coldness on her face seemed to melt slightly, replaced by a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Is that so? She murmured softly before lifting her head, her expression hardening back into its usual cold detachment. Enough. I won't take you as my disciple. However, I can pass on some fundamental alchemy techniques to you and permit you to act under my name outside this place. But I have one condition. I want to see Lin Yao. Lin Tian frowned in confusion. What exactly is your relationship with him? Go back and ask him yourself. Wen-Fuling cut him off. Tell him an old friend owes him something from the past and wants to repay it, and check on his injuries while he's at it. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. His father's injuries. He pressed his lips together, then nodded after a few seconds. Agreed. I have conditions too. Only after I become a 1,000-man captain and can return to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Wen-Fuling glanced at him, her eyes unruffled. Agreed. Focus on your recovery. She rose, smoothing imaginary creases from her skirt hem. Go to Duanyue Mountain tomorrow. You won't die. With that, she flicked her hand, sending several items landing on the table before Lin Tian. Without another glance at him, she turned and pushed open the door, her figure quickly disappearing beyond it. A palm-sized jade token, smooth to the touch, bore an ancient character 4-1 on its front. Its reverse featured a gourd flask design, faintly emanating a medicinal fragrance. There was also a jade bottle containing several emerald green pills, clearly no ordinary items. Finally, there was a jade slip containing the method to break through to the silver vein martial artist realm. Lin Tian gazed at the items on the table, then at the tightly shut door, his expression complex. Tomorrow he would head to Duanyue Mountain, facing an unknown deadly trap. Without hesitation, he picked up the jade bottle, poured out a jade green pill, and popped it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, releasing a cool, gentle medicinal energy that surged through his entire body, nourishing his damaged meridians and internal organs. The excruciating pain in his chest rapidly subsided, and the turbulent qi and blood within his body settled. A warm current flowed into every limb and bone. The internal organs previously shattered by Yang Jianrun's attack were healing at an astonishing rate. He could even sense his total vital energy and blood rising another notch. Lin Tian closed his eyes and focused inward. Just one pill had increased his vital energy by 8 units. He was now only 112 units away from the 600-unit threshold of the 7th level of body tempering, the Silver Vein realm. At his current cultivation pace, even without sleep, it would still take 112 hours. Time was pressing. Lin Tian wasted no time. He immediately sat cross-legged, picked up the jade slip inscribed with the breakthrough method for Silver Vein Martial Masters, and pressed it against his forehead. A flood of information surged into his mind. He gathered his focus and began channeling the full power of the Danyang sacred body, absorbing the sparse energy in the air while simultaneously refining the residual potency of the body-tempering elixir within him. As the first light of dawn began to spread across the sky outside the window, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes. After a night of arduous cultivation, his vital energy had surged once more to 496 units. He was now just 104 units away from advancing his cultivation stage. Though his injuries had healed significantly thanks to Wen-Fuling's pills, a night of cultivation left him somewhat weary. Lin Tian rose, splashed cold water on his face, changed into clean military attire, slung the Yuanhong blade over his back once more, gathered his belongings, and pushed open the door toward the training grounds. On the training ground, the soldiers of the field regiment had already assembled. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Yesterday's display of force by Yang Jianrun, coupled with Lin Tian's public humiliation and demotion after being severely wounded, had left everyone's morale low. Sergeant! Lu Bo and Jia Fei spotted Lin Tian approaching and hurried over, their faces etched with concern. Sergeant, are you okay? Lu Bo whispered, observing Lin Tian's complexion, which seemed somewhat better than yesterday's but still caused him unease. Relax, I'm not dying, Lin Tian said, patting his shoulder. His expression remained unreadable. Damn it, that Yang Jianrun and that lackey He Yinting, just you wait until I get my hands on them. Enough. Cut it out. He walked to the spot where his squad leader position had once been, now occupied by a smug-faced He Yinting. Lin Tian stood expressionless at the rear of the formation. The surrounding soldiers regarded him with mixed expressions, some sympathetic, some regretful, others schadenfreude-filled or indifferent. On the command platform, Yang Jianrun stood clad in silver armor, his gaze sweeping over the ranks below. When his eyes fell on Lin Tian, a barely perceptible cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He's just putting on a brave face. Wait until we enter Duanyue Mountain and encounter those demon beasts, then we'll see if he can still stand so straight. Advance. The column began to move slowly, heading toward the gates of Xiantai Pass. Lu Bo and Jia Fei stayed close by Lin Tian's side. Sergeant Lin, be careful. Lu Bo still instinctively used his old title. Yes, Sergeant Lin, stay close to us. Stop calling me sergeant. A sharp voice rang out as Yuanhong strode over, looking down his nose at the three of them. Didn't you hear General Yang's orders? Lin Tian has been demoted to squad leader. Now, I am the squad leader. He pointed at Lin Tian, his face bearing undisguised malice. Lin Tian, you head to the front of the formation and lead the way. What? Lu Bo and Jia Fei's faces paled. Sending someone who had suffered severe injuries just yesterday to lead the way at the front? While the outer reaches of the Duanyu Mountains were relatively safe, stray demon beasts still roamed the area. The front position was the most dangerous spot. Yuanhong. This is personal revenge. How dare you? Yuanhong's eyes narrowed. I'm carrying out military orders. What? Do you intend to disobey? He shot Lu Bo and Jia Fei a sinister glance. You two, stay put in the formation. No helping. Anyone who dares move will face military justice. Lu Bo and Jia Fei trembled with rage, their fists clenched so tightly their nails dug into their flesh. But in the military, orders were absolute. Rank crushed all opposition. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Tian was taken away. Lin Tian glanced at Yuanhong, who wore a smug look of petty triumph, then at Lu Bo and Jia Fei, their faces twisted with fury yet powerless to act. His gaze drifted toward the distant, towering peaks of the Duanyu Mountains. Without a word, he silently adjusted the Yuanhong blade strapped to his back, then stepped forward. Alone, he walked to the very front of the column. Chapter 61, Returning to the Broken Peak Mountains. Yuanhong followed closely behind Yang Jianrun, his face plastered with a fawning smile. General Yang, you're truly formidable. Those two moves yesterday knocking that brute Shi Yong flat like a dead dog? The brothers were all stunned. Now that's real skill. If you ask me, that Lin Tian is nothing but a stubborn rock in a latrine stinking in hard. A lowly copper-skinned realm punk dares to bare his teeth at you? He must be tired of living. Yang Jianrun kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, as if he hadn't heard a word. Yuanhong pressed on with his flattery. General, I hear that Lin Tian, not knowing his place, wants to join the Centurion selection at Xintai Pass? What makes him think he's worthy? He's not even fit to polish your brother Yang Wu's shoes. At the mention of Yang Wu's name, Yang Jianrun's pace slowed slightly, a distinctly arrogant curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Oof. My brother Yang Wu, just 21 this year, is already a silver vein martial artist. This Centurion selection is the stage prepared for him. He shot Yuanhong a sideways glance, his tone dripping with innate superiority. Yuanhong's eyes lit up instantly, his bow deepening. Indeed, indeed. Young Master Yang Wu is a phoenix among men, heaven's chosen one. Who else but him could possibly qualify for this Centurion position? It's a done deal. Yang Jianrun seemed thoroughly pleased by this flattery, lifting his chin slightly as he continued. This selection is different from before. No more empty, pretentious trials within the pass. We're heading straight to the Great Slave Dynasty's territory to prove ourselves. We'll go deep into their tribes, take heads, and seize loot. Whoever slays the most enemy commanders and brings back the most valuable spoils will be the top dog. My brother has the strength, but to secure first place without a hitch, he'll need a fine steed. The general is right. A hero deserves a fine steed. Young Master Yang Wu must have the finest mount. Yang Jianrun's gaze swept toward the distant, layered peaks of the Broken Peak Mountains, a barely perceptible flicker of intensity passing through his eyes. Deep within the Duanyu Mountains lie treasures. The cloud splitter, its mane is fiery as molten coal, hooves so hard they carve pits into stone. When it charges, the earth trembles 3 times within 10 zhang. It exhales sulfur-scented smoke that can blind enemy horses across the battlefield. But what's truly terrifying is its ferocity. It craves blood. The more enemies it slaughters, the more unnerving the crimson glow in its eyes becomes. Yuanhong listened, his mouth watering, eyes wide as saucers. Good heavens! This isn't a horse, it's a monster of the battlefield. Adult crackclouds are formidable, packing early second-tier strength. But newborn foals are only mid-first tier, about even with a silver vein martial artist. Bringing you to Broken Peak Mountain this time, while I call it a sweep, my real objective is to capture a crackcloud steed foal for my brother, Yang Wu. Yuanhong immediately pounded his chest emphatically. General, you'll see. I'll risk my own life to secure this divine foal for young Master Yang Wu. Yang Jianrun gave a faint humph through his nose in response, then ignored him completely, striding forward. Lin Tian walked alone at the very front of the column. The rugged mountain path posed no challenge to him. His hearing was astonishingly sharp. Every word of the exchange between Yuanhong and Yang Jianrun behind him had entered his ears without missing a syllable. Centurion selection, infiltrate enemy territory, slay generals and soldiers, seize supplies? This selection process seemed tailor-made for him. Growing stronger through slaughter, he loved that rule. And that crackcloud steed. Yang Jianrun had raved about it endlessly, hooves that shattered rock, sulfuric fumes and miasma surrounding its body, bloodthirsty and warlike. If he could get his hands on one. But that old fox Yang Tai had just suffered a major setback at his hands yesterday. Now his nephew Yang Jianrun had arrived today, seeking to establish dominance and suppress him, pushing hing toward a dead end. When Fuling's words echoed in his mind, 4 Jade Marrow Grandmasters. Such a massive operation just to capture a foal with the strength of a silver vein martial artist? Give me a break. This Yang Jianrun definitely has ulterior motives. Demoting him to squad leader and deliberately assigning him to the most dangerous vanguard position, wasn't that just to make it easier to strike or to have him devoured by demon beasts? Alarm bells rang in Lin Tian's heart. His qi and blood surged silently within him, the power of his glass-like golden body and holy body of Dan Yang poised to unleash, not daring to relax for even a moment. The main force continued along the winding mountain path. The deeper they ventured, the more treacherous and precipitous the terrain became. A faint, lingering scent of blood mingled with the damp, musty odor of decaying vegetation began to permeate the air. The surrounding soldiers grew tense, gripping their swords and spears tightly as their watchful eyes scanned the pitch-black forest, fearing something might suddenly burst forth from the shadows. Finally, as the sun neared the horizon, the column reached a relatively open valley enclosed on three sides by mountains. Yang Jianrun surveyed the surroundings from his horse, seeming satisfied with the location. Send out the order. We will set up camp right here. All men, listen up. From this moment until we depart tomorrow morning, no one is to leave the camp without my orders. Anyone disobeying will be dealt with according to military law. Tonight, I will personally lead a squad to scout the surrounding terrain and look for any signs of demonic beasts. He Yunting. Select a few sharp-witted men to accompany me. Yes, General. He Yunting scrambled over like a dog called by name, his face plastered with a smile. He casually selected a few trusted men from his own ranks, his gaze drifting subtly toward Lin Tian standing at the edge of the group. A barely perceptible cold smile tugged at his lips before he swiftly led He Yunting and the others into the mountains and forests, gradually swallowed by the encroaching dusk. Lin Tian stared at the direction they vanished, his brows furrowing tightly. Better to stay at the camp for now and see how things develop. This would be the perfect time to focus on recovering his injuries and push toward the Silver Vein realm. Night fell completely. Several campfires crackled and popped within the valley encampment. Aside from a few patrols keeping watch, most soldiers had already retreated into their tents to rest and conserve their strength. Lin Tian sat cross-legged, clearing his mind of distractions as he channeled the full power of the holy yang body. He could distinctly feel himself drawing ever closer to the threshold of the Silver Vein realm. Woo woo woo! A piercingly shrill horn blast, sharp enough to tear through eardrums, suddenly rent the silent night sky without warning. Immediately afterward, the warning gong at the camp center was struck frantically. Its urgent, chaotic clanging sent shivers down everyone's spine. This is the highest level alert signal. It only sounds during large-scale enemy attacks or beast swarms. Enemy attack. Beast tide. The beast tide is coming. Countless soldiers, fast asleep, were jolted awake. Clumsily stumbling out of their tents in disheveled clothing, their faces etched with terror and bewilderment. Lin Tian's eyes snapped open. Almost instinctively, he grabbed the Yuanhong blade beside him and bolted out of the tent like lightning. He looked up toward the camp's perimeter, his pupils instantly constricting. At the edge of the forest surrounding the camp, countless pairs of eyes glowed in the darkness, illuminated by the flickering light of the campfires. A piercing, shrill chorus of screeches coalesced into a terrifying wall of sound, sweeping toward them. A sea of monkeys. These monkeys bore an uncanny resemblance to the mutated demon apes he had encountered deep within Monkey Valley. Only now, they seemed larger in stature, their eyes burning with an even more intense madness and savagery. The makeshift wooden fences surrounding the camp, under the onslaught of the monkey horde, shattered like paper, torn apart and smashed in an instant. A piercing scream rang out as a soldier, caught off guard, was pinned to the ground by 7 or 8 charging mutated demon monkeys. Before he could even struggle, he was instantly torn apart by sharp claws and teeth, reduced to a blur of bloody flesh. Blood spattered, staining the parched ground crimson. Lin Tian's heart felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched it, pounding wildly. So many mutated demon monkeys. How could they suddenly appear here? And launch such a precise attack on the camp? Yang Jianrun, He Yunting, and their group had barely left when the beast tide erupted? What kind of coincidence was this? Could it be that old bastard Yang Tai was pulling strings behind the scenes? Chapter 62, Beast Tide. Damn it! What the hell is that? Monkeys? Where did all these monkeys come from? Soldiers huddled together in a chaotic mass. Some swung their swords wildly, others stumbled and fell, their screams and curses mingling in the air. Fangs bared, the apes lunged from the darkness, clawing and biting anyone in sight. Soldiers fell one after another, their short, agonized screams echoing through the darkness. Some soldiers mustered their courage, raising their weapons to fight back. Blades struck the monkeys with a clang, sparks flying as the steel bent and chipped. Damn it! Their hides are too tough. Light torches. Burn them with fire. But the monkey horde had already scattered the formation, overturned tents, and chaos reigned everywhere with tearing and biting. Lu Bo and Jia Fei stood back to back, swinging their blades. Fei, right side. Lu Bo yelled, cleaving a charging monkey in two. Jia Fei flicked his blade backward, slicing through another monkey's throat. Beyond the monkeys, larger creatures surged from the darkness. Mutant wolves, leopards, several black bears as big as hills, and even millstone-sized scorpions dragging their tail hooks emerged. These creatures proved far more formidable than the monkeys. The 3,000-man captains of the field regiment in Lu, Wangzhe, and Gongfei, all at the Jade Marrow realm, became the backbone of the defense. They held the front line, managing to slow the beast tide's advance. Seeing their leaders, the soldiers behind gritted their teeth and followed. The battle cries rose in a deafening roar. Lin Tian's chest heaved as he wielded the Yuanhong blade, now only capable of chopping and sweeping strikes, its edge trailing viscous blood. A faint golden glow emanated from his skin, while crimson patterns flickered across his body. A layer of monkey corpses and fragments now covered the ground beneath his feet. Any monkey daring to approach within 3 paces was instantly severed. Rage +1. Rage +1. The alerts echoed incessantly in his mind. A mutated demon monkey, a full size larger than the others, roared as it charged forward. Its fist, as large as a clay pot, whipped through the air toward Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian planted his feet, causing the ground to dip slightly. His body surged forward to meet the demon monkey, sweeping the abyssal rainbow blade upward from below. Thud! The demon monkey's jaw split cleanly from jawbone to skull. White brain matter mixed with blood splattered all over Lin Tian. Its massive body crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. After a couple of convulsive twitches, it lay still. "Sergeant, well done!" Lu Bo shouted at the top of his lungs from a short distance away. "Duck!" Lin Tian roared, simultaneously lunging sideways to push Lu Bo out of harm's way. Whoosh! 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 Several dark shadows whizzed past where they had been standing moments before, embedding themselves in the tents behind them. The arrow feathers still hummed in the air. Arrows! Several soldiers, unable to react in time, were struck in the chest or neck. They collapsed without even a groan. Lin Tian looked up toward the woods outside the camp. In the flickering torchlight, he could see small figures among the dense monkey crowd, drawing bows and arrows, firing wildly into the camp. They can shoot arrows? Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He stomped his foot hard, sending dirt and rocks flying, and charged toward the monkeys like an arrow released from its bowstring. The Yuanhong blade cleaved a path before him. Monkeys blocking his path were knocked flying or cut down. His speed was astonishing. Before the bow-drawing monkeys could aim a second volley, Lin Tian had already closed in upon them. The blade flashed, and blood mist erupted. Charging into the ranks of ranged monkeys, Lin Tian swung his blade with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Rage +1. Rage +2. Rage +3. Rage points accumulated at an astonishing rate. Lin Tian felt an inexhaustible surge of strength coursing through his body. His movements grew faster and faster, the golden glow beneath his skin becoming increasingly pronounced. Good lad! Far away, the Anlu 1,000-man captain cleaved a mutated leopard's head clean in two with a single axe swing. Wang Zhe and Gong Fei noticed as well. Each parried a charging monster, their eyes lingering on Lin Tian for a moment before their brows furrowed slightly. Wasn't this kid only at the copper skin realm? His lethality was already approaching theirs. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, 3 figures that had blended inconspicuously among the ordinary soldiers near the camp's edge suddenly moved. Dressed in identical soldier uniforms with faces smeared in mud, their ruthless techniques stood in stark contrast to the surrounding troops. The air ripped apart by their movements, emitting faint crackling sounds. The fastest among them locked onto Lin Tian, who was slaughtering the distant monkey horde. "Lin Tian, is it? I'm Chen Taishan. Someone paid for your head. Don't blame me." Before the words had fully left his mouth, his fist, carrying a piercing gust of wind, slammed toward Lin Tian's back. The other 2 closed in from left and right, forming a pincer attack. Weapons gleaming in their hands, they sealed off every possible escape route for Lin Tian. 3 Jade Marrow Masters. Looking for death. The hairs on Lin Tian's back stood on end. Without hesitation, he twisted his waist with explosive force, abruptly halting his downward strike. The Yuanhong blade swept out, its crimson blade aura cutting through the air as it met the 3-pronged attack. Chen Taishan let out a savage laugh. His fist, as large as a clay pot, tore through the air with a piercing whistle, crashing directly into the blade of the Yuanhong sword. Lin Tian felt an indescribable force surge through the blade, his arm jolting violently as the web of his hand instantly split open, blood gushing forth. The Yuanhong blade nearly flew from his grasp. What immense power! His focus wavered for an instant. 2 poison-tipped daggers silently darted toward his ribs. Alarm bells rang in his mind. His waist twisted violently, and the luminous glow of his jade gold body flared instantly. The daggers struck the golden body, emitting a teeth-grinding friction sound as sparks flew everywhere. "You actually dodged my surprise attack, Zhao Fengchun? You've got some skills." Before he could react, a flexible sword darted like a venomous snake, sidestepping the Yuanhong blade and thrusting straight for Lin Tian's heart. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless. Lin Tian had nowhere to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the cold, gleaming tip of the blade rapidly enlarged in his pupils. "Sergeant!" Lu Bo and Jia Fei's eyes bulged with fury as they roared, desperate to rush forward. Yet they were held fast by several crazed demon monkeys, utterly unable to break through. At the critical moment, Lin Tian clenched his teeth, his heart pounding wildly as the power of the holy body of Dan Yang erupted. A torrent of scorching energy surged from within him, attempting to block the fatal strike. The sword tip pierced through Lin Tian's chest clothing, penetrating barely half an inch into his skin before being halted by a force even more resilient and fiery. Even so, a piercing blade aura still penetrated his body, stirring his internal organs as if they were about to shift out of place. Put! Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Well, Wei Dachuan, what's the deal with your soft sword? It can't even pierce through. A flicker of surprise crossed Wei Dachuan's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected his seemingly unstoppable strike to fail to kill Lin Tian outright. Lin Tian staggered back 3 heavy steps, each leaving deep footprints in the ground, before he could barely steady himself. His chest throbbed with agony, his ribs stung sharply, his sword-wielding arm went numb, and his chi and blood raged like a storm within him. A single exchange had already left him with significant injuries. 3 Jade Marrow Masters combined were simply too powerful, far beyond what he could withstand now. Don't just stand there. Finish this quickly before things get complicated. Chen Taishan bellowed in a deep, resonant voice. His fan-like hands clenched into fists once more, knuckles cracking like popping beans. The trio's coordinated assault rained down like a storm, wave after wave, leaving Lin Tian no chance to catch his breath. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian pushed his jade gold body and holy young physique to their absolute limits. His deep rainbow blade danced in a blinding whirlwind, desperately holding the line. Golden light flickered across his body, while the crimson patterns on his skin dimmed. New wounds constantly appeared on his body, while old injuries bled incessantly, their healing unable to keep pace with the new injuries. His sword swings grew noticeably sluggish, each parry accompanied by heavy gasps. Chen Taishan seized an opening, his right fist tearing through the air with a sharp whistle as it slammed squarely into Lin Tian's back. A sharp crack echoed from Lin Tian's back. His body stiffened, and he was sent flying forward. Thud! He crashed onto the ground littered with gravel and bloodstains, coughing up another mouthful of blood as the world around him twisted and swayed. Chen Taishan, Zhao Fengchun, and Wei Dachuan approached, forming a triangle around him. Cough, cough. Lin Tian coughed up a pool of bloody foam. Propping himself up with his sword, he struggled to lift his head, his voice raspy. Who sent you? Wei Dachuan stepped closer, crouched down, and tapped Lin Tian's mud and blood-stained face with the flat of his soft sword. Kid, remember this, next time, keep your eyes open. Some people aren't the kind you mud-legged peasant can afford to provoke. Is Yang Tai? Heh, you're not entirely stupid. That's right, General Yang Tai. He's made it clear leaving you alive will keep him from sleeping soundly. Yang Tai. Lin Tian braced his hands on the ground, knuckles turning white as his breathing grew heavier. Enough with the nonsense. Send him on his way. The words barely left his mouth when a tiny point beneath Lin Tian's chest skin rose slightly, pulsing once. Then, a drop of blood, an unnaturally vivid red, tinged with a faint golden glow, slowly seeped from beneath the raised skin, hovering above his body. Woho Great Essence Blood. Chapter 63, Martial Lord Great Essence Blood. What the hell is this? Chen Tieshan's fleshy cheeks twitched violently as his voice trembled, his body shaking uncontrollably. Woho Great Essence Blood. Zhao Fengchuan's voice cracked as he screamed, his eyes bulging wide, nearly popping out of their sockets. Wei Dachuan's hand gripping the soft sword shook uncontrollably. The color drained completely from his face, his lips trembling. Impossible. Where did he get this? Woho Great Essence Blood, a single drop could flatten a mountain peak. Damn it, using this thing to kill us 3 Jade Marrow cultivators? A Wuho-level powerhouse possessed a minimum vital energy of 3 million calories, capable of summoning the power of heaven and earth with a single gesture. Forget a single drop of essence blood, even a single hair from a martial lord could crush them into dust. That crystalline blood droplet pulsed violently, like a beating heart. Its radiance swept across the air, visibly warping the atmosphere. The ground cracked and shattered with a loud crunch. The mutated demon monkeys, charging forward with frenzied screams, didn't even get to utter a sound. Their bodies instantly turned to ash within the crimson glow. Chen Taishan, Zhao Fengchun, and Wei Dachuan were directly facing the blood bead. No! The protective aura shielding their bodies shattered with a pop before the crimson light. Their bodies, now nothing but mangled sacks of flesh, were hurled by the blast's residual force, crashing onto the ground over 10 meters away. Covered in blood, with countless broken bones, they gasped for air, their breaths labored and weak. The bloodlights slowly dissipated. A crater several meters wide remained where they had stood, the soil at the bottom scorched black. Lin Tian lay sprawled at the crater's edge, his entire body aching as if his bones had been shattered. The blast's edge had nearly torn him apart too. With great effort, he lifted his head to gaze at the 3 barely breathing figures nearby, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. He forced himself to his feet, retrieved the Yuanhong blade lying nearby, and dragged his gravely wounded body step by step toward Chen Taishan. Chen Tieshan's chest caved in, blood foam bubbling incessantly from his mouth. His eyes locked onto the approaching Lin Tian, filled with venom and bitter resentment. You! Splatter! Lin Tian's expression remained impassive as he swung his blade down. The head rolled to the side, eyes still wide open. Rage points plus 3,000. Lin Tian's heart jolted. A Jade Marrow Grandmaster had actually granted 3,000 rage points. He turned his gaze to the other two. Zhao Fengchun and Wei Dachuan's eyes were filled with terror. They tried to struggle, but lacked even the strength to move a finger. Without hesitation, Lin Tian swung his blade, ending both men's lives. A total of 9,000 rage points. Panting heavily, Lin Tian felt the surging power within him. The physical energy he had expended moments ago seemed to have been fully replenished, and his injuries were rapidly healing. This martial lord's essence blood, its power is terrifying. This must be the backup plan when fueling left for him. When she said he wouldn't die, she meant this. This debt of gratitude is enormous. But, Yang Tai. Lin Tian clenched his fists, glaring at that old dog. To resort to such treacherous means this grudge shall be avenged, or I am no man. He lifted his head, surveying the chaotic battlefield. The beast tide surged relentlessly. Though the earlier explosion of essence blood had cleared a small patch, even more mutated beasts poured forth from the darkness. Though the soldiers fought fiercely under the 3,000-man captains, casualties kept mounting. Screams, roars, clashing weapons, and the tearing of flesh mingled together, creating a scene straight from hell on earth. Damn it! How can these bastards never die? Hold your ground. Hold your ground. And Lu, Wang Zhe, and Gong Fei were all golden viscera martial masters, yet even they were gradually struggling against the endless tide of beasts, each bearing wounds. That bastard Yang Jianrun took He Yunting and the others out to scout the terrain, only for the beast tide to erupt? Now the camp was in ruins, yet as the deputy commander and overall leader of the army, he still hadn't shown his face. This is deliberate. Absolutely deliberate. Luring them here, then using the beast tide to slaughter them. In fact, this beast tide itself must be connected to Yang Tai and Yang Jianrun. Those mutated demon monkeys look far too similar to the ones in Monkey Valley. Just then, when Fuling's voice echoed directly in his mind, "Stop spacing out. Move. The great new dynasty's army is here. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. The great slave dynasty's army? He snapped his head up, gazing toward the forests surrounding the camp. Toot toot. A deep, resonant horn sounded from all directions, drowning out the roars of the beast tide and the battle cries on the field. The earth began to tremble. Suddenly, flames blazed brightly in the forests surrounding the camp. Countless torches flared up, spreading like wildfire toward the camp. By the light of the flames, a dark mass of figures surged forward like a tidal wave. At the forefront were two figures mounted on fearsome beasts, their auras terrifying. One was tall and burly, clad in blood-red heavy armor, wielding a door-sized greatsword, none other than Donovan, the Blood Furnace Grandmaster of the Great Slave Dynasty who had previously appeared outside Shantai Pass. The other, relatively slender yet with a sinister glint in his eyes, rode a black and white horse, twirling several throwing knives in his hands. He was none other than the other Blood Furnace Grandmaster, Eulogii. Behind them, the well-equipped tribal warriors of the Great Slave Dynasty glared with savage ferocity, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Upon recognizing the two leading figures, and Lu, Wang Zhe, and Gong Fei instantly turned as pale as ghosts. Blood Furnace Masters. Equivalent to the golden-bodied Arhats of the human race. The three of them are merely golden viscera martial masters, not even at the Grandmaster level. How could they possibly stand against two Blood Furnace Grandmasters? And the enemy brought so many tribal warriors. It's over. All over. Ha 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 ha. Scum of Shantai Pass. Didn't see this coming, did you? I'm back. Last time that old bastard Sun Yan chased me like a dog. Today, I'll collect every last bit of that debt with interest. Donovan swung his greatsword, roaring with laughter. Behind him, the warriors of the Great Slave Dynasty let out bloodthirsty howls, brandishing their weapons like a flood breaking through a dam as they surged toward the already chaotic camp. Lin Tian's pupils contracted sharply as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. When Fuling's warning, Yang Jianrun's disappearance, the assassin sent by Yang Tai, the sudden surge of mutated beasts, and the army led by the two Blood Furnace Masters of the Great Slave Dynasty. It all connected now. A mole. Yang Tai was the mole hidden within the upper echelons of Shantai Pass. He was the one who leaked the field regiment's whereabouts, and these mutated beasts were undoubtedly his doing. His goal was to weaken the field regiment's combat strength, coordinating with the Great Slave Dynasty's encirclement and annihilation. What a vicious scheme. What a vile motive. Thud. At that moment, Donovan swung his heavy blade down, cleaving a massive fissure in the ground. 7 or 8 soldiers in white robes, armor and all, were sliced into mincemeat. Eulogi's fingers flickered rapidly, launching several flying daggers. Where he learned such a technique was unknown, but they pierced the throats of several great Xia soldiers attempting to resist with deadly precision. The two Blood Furnace Masters, amidst the white robe army ranks, were like tigers among sheep, utterly unstoppable. The others tried to mount a defense, but their attack struck Donovan's crimson heavy armor without even scratching it. Instead, Donovan casually swung his axe, forcing them back and nearly cleaving one in two. Ha 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 ha. You worthless trash think you can stop me? Donovan leapt on his horse, swinging his blade. The valley ran red with the blood of his comrades, scattered limbs littering the ground. Lin Tian stared at the hellish scene before him, watching his comrades in arms, those who had once fought shoulder to shoulder, being slaughtered. It felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, the pain so intense he could barely breathe. There must be a way. There must be a way to save them. But facing two blood furnace masters, outnumbered by enemies, and that bizarre tide of beasts. This was a death trap. What to do? What on earth should he do? Chapter 64, One Arrow Slays the Blood Furnace. Just as Lin Tian's mind was about to explode, when Fuling's voice pierced his ears once more. That drop of martial sage's blood on your chest, you only used a fraction of it. The remaining power is enough to kill another blood furnace grandmaster. Save it. It could save your life in a critical moment. Take advantage of the chaos now and find a chance to escape. Escape? What about the others? Lin Tian asked. They're strangers to me. Why should I care? When Fuling replied coldly. Giggle. Lin Tian clenched his fists tightly, his gaze drifting over the Wuhuo's essence blood before him. On the battlefield, left 1,000-man Captain Chang Lu still fought fiercely, though his body bore several deep, bone-exposing wounds. Right 1,000-man Captain Wang Zhe's arm hung limply at his side, clearly crippled by Yulajai's flying dagger. Now wielding his sword with one hand, he fought precariously. Center 1,000-man Captain Gong Fei lay sprawled on the ground, his chest cleaved open by Donovan's door-sized battle-axe. His flesh was mangled beyond recognition, he was already dead. Only the two squad leaders, Lu Bo and Jia Fei, remained standing, back to back, their bodies drenched in blood, whether enemy or their own, it was impossible to tell. And the ordinary white robe army soldiers, one by one, they fell, hacked down, torn apart. This was Brother Zhang's own field regiment, trained from scratch. How could he just stand by and watch them all die? Lin Tian felt his molars grinding to dust. Even if he survived, living on would surely make him a regional overlord, perhaps even the world's strongest. But was this solitary existence truly what he desired? The strongest through mere survival, mere peace, mere endurance? What meaning was there in that? Even if I die here today, I'll take two with me. Lin Tian flipped violently, scrambling to his feet. With a powerful kick, his form shot forward like lightning. In a few swift bounds, he reached a warhorse, grabbed the reins, and swung himself onto its back. Donovan! Yulajai! You two bastards! Seated atop his horse, Lin Tian channeled his chi and blood, his voice booming like thunder across the entire valley. Donovan and Yulajai, who had been slaughtering the white robe army, froze in their tracks. They whipped their heads around, their bloodshot eyes locking onto Lin Tian. Lin Tian roared, "Recognize your old man, Lin Tian?" Donovan's facial muscles twitched violently. Veins bulged on his hand gripping the giant axe. "It's you? That little bastard who stole the..." Yulajai, mounted on his black giant spider, glared with a sinister glint in his eyes. "You should have stayed hidden inside Shintai Pass. But now, I demand you hand over everything. You trapped us inside Shintai Pass and made us turn on each other. You're asking for death." Donovan roared, and the monstrous beast beneath him let out a fierce growl. It launched forward on all four legs, charging toward Lin Tian. Waliji also drove his black giant spider to encircle them from another direction. "Sergeant!" Lu Bo's eyes blazed crimson at the sight, his voice a growl as he lunged forward. "Lin Tian!" And Lu and the one-armed Wang Zhe shouted in horror. The personal guard captain, Shi Yong, nearly burst a blood vessel. Those were two blood furnace grandmasters. Had that kid Lin Tian lost his mind? Wasn't this a suicide mission? The white-robed soldiers who witnessed this were dumbfounded. Had this new sergeant grown tired of living? Was he deliberately provoking two killing gods? Yet Lin Tian paid no heed to the cries behind him. His legs clamped hard against the horse's flank. The warhorse, pained, let out a shrill whinny and launched into a wild gallop, charging deep into the valley. "Ha ha ha ha! Think you can run? Run away? You little bastard, today I'll tear you limb from limb." Lin Tian pushed his horse to its limits, the rugged mountain path streaking past beneath the hooves. The oppressive pressure behind him grew heavier by the second. The auras of those two blood furnace masters bore down on him like two mountains, nearly crushing his breath. "Run! Faster!" He could feel the sharp intent to kill closing in behind him. Waliji's black giant spider was faster still, closing in from the rear flank. Several poison-tipped throwing knives whistled through the air, aimed for Lin Tian's back and neck. Without looking back, Lin Tian twisted his waist violently, narrowly evading the blades. A desperate struggle. Useless. Donovan closed the gap to less than 10 zhang behind Lin Tian. He raised his greatsword high, crimson chi gathering along the blade. Lin Tian yanked the reins hard, sending his warhorse rearing up on its hind legs. Turning to face the two pursuing blood furnace masters, he channeled his chi and blood with frenzied intensity, raising his blade to strike. Crimson Crow's cry. A piercing, shrill cry, like the caw of a crow from the primordial chaos, erupted suddenly. Behind Lin Tian, a vast, three-legged golden crow shimmered into view, its form engulfed in crimson flames. A scorching, domineering, and noble aura swept out. Donovan and Waliji's pupils contracted sharply. A creation tier martial technique? Both men exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes instantly filling with greed. So this brat really possesses a creation tier martial skill, no wonder he could steal kill him and seize his martial art. Lin Tian suddenly hurled the abyssal rainbow blade in his hand with all his might toward the gap between the two. The blade hurtled toward them, its vibrations catching Donovan and Eulogi's attention instantly. That was definitely no ordinary weapon. At the very least, it was a growth-type divine weapon. Greed overwhelmed everything. Both reacted almost simultaneously. Donovan abandoned his attack on Lin Tian, his massive frame leaping off the ferocious beast's back as his fan-like hand reached for the Yuanhong blade. Waliji also catapulted off the black giant spider's back. Left and right, they lunged toward the same target. Their paths crossed, their bodies aligned on a single straight line. Lin Tian stomped his foot violently. His warhorse let out a mournful cry as its hooves shattered, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Propelled by the force, he soared skyward. Mid-air, an ancient-looking longbow, engraved with strange patterns, materialized in his hands. The bow of the end. Bang! 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 Left hand gripped the bow, right hand drew the string. A crimson flame ignited at his fingertips, the very he had refined. Simultaneously, the remnant of the martial lord's essence, blood still radiating a terrifying aura, was forcibly stirred within his chest. It transformed into a slender thread of blood coiling around the strange flame. The bow was drawn to its fullest. A crimson rocket, forged from the essence of thee and the blood of the martial sage, radiating an aura of destruction, was knocked upon the bowstring. Arrow! Lin Tian unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling every ounce of his strength into this single shot. Boom! The bowstring snapped like thunder from the heavens. The crimson rocket, trailing a long, fiery tail, tore through the night sky, hurtling toward Donovan and Eulogi as they converged. Donovan and Waliji sensed the danger, but it was too late to dodge. In their eyes, only that ever-expanding crimson glow remained. Thud! The blood-red rocket pierced Donovan's massive chest with pinpoint accuracy. Then, with unabated momentum, it pierced the abdomen of Waliji, who followed closely behind. 1 arrow, 2 kills. The savage grin froze on Donovan's face. He looked down at the gaping hole piercing through his chest, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. The treasure armor, capable of withstanding the full force of a golden viscera martial artist strike, proved as fragile as paper before this single arrow. Life ebbed from him like receding tide. His massive frame crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Donovan, the blood furnace grandmaster of the Great Slave Dynasty, died instantly. Lin Tian, drained of nearly all his strength, plummeted from midair and crashed heavily to the ground, his vision darkening in waves. Waliji, though not immediately dead, was gravely wounded. The remnants of martial lord's blood and the strange fire within his abdominal wound were viciously devouring his life force. Clutching his stomach, he writhed in agony on the ground, a far cry from the imposing presence of a blood furnace grandmaster. The entire battlefield seemed frozen in time. Everyone froze, staring blankly at the figure lying on the ground, gasping for breath. What had happened? A blood furnace grandmaster had been knocked down? Defeated by that mere copper-skin realm brat. The soldiers of the Great Slave Dynasty looked as though they had seen a ghost. The ferocity and killing intent that had filled their faces vanished completely, replaced by boundless fear and bewilderment. Their war god, Lord Donovan, dead? Chapter 65, War God Lin Tian. And Lu's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a fist. His hand gripping the battle axe froze, the blade still dripping blood. Beside him, Wang Zhe, his arm severed, clutched his thigh with his sole remaining hand, eyes fixed on the smoking crater in the distance and the figure struggling to rise from its edge. Dead? Donovan, that blood furnace grandmaster, just gone like that? Killed by Lin Tian, with a single arrow? Gulp. Lu Bo swallowed hard, his throat parched as if on fire. Jia Fei beside him could barely hold onto his knife, shaking like a sieve. The squad leader, he took down that big guy. Killed? Lu Bo finished the sentence, his voice wavering like a sleepwalker's. Stone Yon, the personal guard captain who had always dismissed Lin Tian as merely lucky, now stood frozen stiff. His mind buzzed with a deafening roar, leaving him utterly blank. A blood furnace grandmaster. That was someone who could go toe-to-toe with a golden-bodied Arhat. How many years had it been since Xiantai Pass produced such a formidable figure? No, more accurately, in the entire history of Xiantai Pass, had any lowly copper-skin realm soldier ever killed a blood furnace grandmaster with a single arrow? This was bloody hell. From the shadows of a large tree, when Fueling murmured softly, This kid, he's got some real skill. She'd assumed the drop of essence blood was merely a life-saving charm, meant to explode at a critical moment to scare off enemies. Little did she expect Lin Tian would dare to play such a dangerous game using his essence blood as an arrowhead, combined with that bizarre bow and strange fire. And yet, his scheme had succeeded. Luring the enemy, drawing them together, then piercing their heart with a single arrow. What audacity! After all, he was facing 2 blood furnace masters. The slightest misstep, and he'd be the first to be turned into mincemeat. A copper skin realm cultivator going toe-to-toe with blood furnace masters and winning. This is interesting. Truly the son of that bastard. On the other side of the battlefield, Waliji writhed in agony on the ground, his face contorted by the excruciating pain in his abdomen. That damned crimson flame, along with that aura that made his very soul tremble, was ravaging his body. The essence blood of the martial sage. It must be the martial sage's essence blood. And that archery martial skill, its power was terrifying. That useless Donovan, just like that, dead. Ha! Waliji felt a tinge of schadenfreude, but the very next moment, he looked up and locked eyes with Lin Tian, who was struggling to his feet. Fear instantly washed over him. This kid was a monster. He definitely had a powerful master backing him. If he didn't run now, he'd be the next one to die. Waliji gritted his teeth, forcing himself to ignore the excruciating pain. He leapt to his feet, abandoning even his wounded giant spider mount. His form blurred into a dark shadow as he sprinted toward the valley exit. Lin Tian steadied himself with the endeavor, rising to his feet as if his internal organs had been ripped out, stars dancing before his eyes. That single arrow had nearly drained him of all his vitality and spirit. But as he watched Waliji's fleeing figure, a surge of rage ignited within him. Think you can run? Not so fast. Even if I can't kill you now, and even if it wasn't my power that struck down Donovan, that doesn't stop me from seizing the momentum. Lin Tian sucked in a sharp breath, glanced at Donovan's massive corpse on the ground, and roared with every ounce of strength left in him. Donovan is dead. Eulogy. You stray dog. Where do you think you're running? His voice, amplified by the power of his chi and blood, thundered like rolling thunder across the chaotic valley. On the battlefield, whether it was the white-robed soldiers locked in combat or the arrogantly strutting warriors of the great slave dynasty tribes, all movements froze. Every pair of eyes instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. What did they see? They saw the white-robed youth, leaning on a peculiar black longbow. Though his face was deathly pale and he swayed precariously, his posture remained rigidly upright. His finger pointed toward a massive, headless corpse lying on the ground, none other than Donovan, the Blood Furnace Grandmaster who had been so arrogant moments before. In another direction, another Blood Furnace Grandmaster, Eulogy, clutched his stomach as he galloped deep into the forest on his black and white horse, never looking back. His pitiful state bore no resemblance to the bearing of a master warrior. Damn it, it's true, Donovan is really dead. Lin Tian. It was Lin Tian. He killed a Blood Furnace Grandmaster. My god, one arrow. Just that one arrow. Eulogies escaped. That bastard got away. The entire battlefield erupted as if struck by a thunderclap. Shock. Ecstasy. Disbelief. Countless emotions exploded within the hearts of the White Robe Army soldiers. The despair and fear that had just filled their hearts were instantly replaced by a blazing fighting spirit. Even the Blood Furnace Grandmaster had been slain by Lin Tian. What the hell were they afraid of now? Charge. Slaughter every last one of these bastards. Avenge our fallen brothers. And Lu froze for half a second before snapping into action. A terrifying light flared in his single eye as he raised his battle axe high, roaring to the heavens. Field Regiment. Follow me to slaughter. Wang Zhe ignored the excruciating pain in his severed arm, snatched a knife from the ground with his remaining hand, and charged at the nearest enemy with a blood-curdling scream. Lu Bo and Jia Fei exchanged glances, seeing the same frenzied fire in each other's eyes. They roared, swinging their blades into the enemy ranks before they could react. Shi Yuan's blood boiled. Drawing his sword, he led his remaining personal guards like tigers descending a mountain. Morale soared to unprecedented heights. The White Robe Army, this force that moments ago had been slaughtered and on the brink of collapse, now fought with a frenzied intensity, unleashing astonishing combat prowess. Meanwhile, on the side of the Great Slave Dynasty, the tribal warriors were all dumbfounded. Lord Donovan is dead? Lord Eulogy has fled? How could this be? He was a Blood Furnace Grandmaster, their tribe's war god, an invincible being. How could he be defeated by a mere human brat? Watching Lord Eulogy scramble away on all fours, then turning to face the white-robed soldiers charging like mad tigers across the field. A terrifying thought spread through the minds of every soldier of the Great Slave Dynasty. That boy is a god of slaughter. If he could kill even the Blood Furnace Grandmaster, charging him would be suicide. Even Lord Waliji fled. What the hell were they fighting for? Run. Lord Waliji has fled. We can't win. Run. Panic spread like a plague. Tribal warriors who moments ago had been fierce as demons now looked as if they'd seen ghosts, their first thought being to flee. The defeat came crashing down like a mountain collapsing. No organized command was needed. The elite warriors of the Danu dynasty turned tail and fled, abandoning armor and weapons, cursing their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. The side that had been encircling the enemy now found itself being hunted down. The battlefield situation reversed in an instant. Lin Tian watched this dramatic scene unfold before him, tugging at the corner of his mouth to reveal a weary smile. Leaning on the endeavor, he watched as Enlu and Wang Zhe, accompanied by the howling White Robe Army soldiers, pursued the fleeing Great Slave Dynasty troops, slaughtering them mercilessly. The mutated beasts, once ferocious beyond measure, seemed to sense the collapse of their core force. Chaos erupted among them. Some turned on each other, while others fell victim to the bloodthirsty White Robe soldiers, who slaughtered them indiscriminately. Blood-stained robes struck terror into all foes. Chapter 66, Kill the donkey after using it? As for that old bastard Waliji, clutching his stomach, he fled faster than a rabbit, abandoning even his giant black spider. The battle cries on the field gradually grew sparse. White-robed soldiers leaned on their weapons, surveying the corpses and devastation strewn across the ground, gasping for breath. Even now, they still couldn't believe it. Had they truly won? They had actually repelled an army led by 2 blood furnace grandmasters and a wave of beasts? A complex gleam flickered in Lu's single eye as he approached Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe clutched his severed arm with his sole remaining hand, his face deathly pale, yet his eyes burned with an unusual intensity. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he managed, "Olden, we won. Rest well now." And Lu helped Wang Zhe lie down in the carriage, his heart aching. These were his own brothers who had fallen. He glanced at Lin Tian, leaning precariously on his bow in the distance, then at Donovan's corpse, its eyes still wide open in death. His brow furrowed deeply. Just then, Yong approached, his face smeared with blood, panting heavily. "Captain, order us to break camp. By military order, we should hold our position here and await reinforcements. But the situation is unclear now. Deputy General Yang and the others haven't returned yet. The Great Slave Dynasty's men may have fled, but who knows if they'll launch a counterattack. I suggest we retreat back inside the pass first to preserve our strength." And Lu and Wang Zhe exchanged glances, both seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. Retreat? That would be disobeying orders, desertion in the face of battle. By law, it was punishable by death. Yet if they stayed, what if another wave of enemies attacked? How could their battered remnants withstand it? Just then, the sound of urgent horse hooves grew louder from the distance. What the hell? How did the camp get wrecked like this? Everyone looked up to see Yang Jianrun, accompanied by He Yunting and a dozen personal guards, storming into the devastated camp with faces ashen. The sight of the river of blood before him made Yang Jianrun's eyelids twitch violently. Rage and shock threatened to explode within him. How could this happen? This wasn't part of the plan. The field regiment should have been crushed by the beast tide in Donovan's forces. How could so many still be alive? His gaze immediately fell upon Lu, Wang Zhe, and Yong standing there and Lin Tian, who should have perished at the assassin's hands. What the hell were you thinking? Why didn't you follow orders and defend the camp? You let it fall to ruin. Yang Jianrun reined in his horse, his posture demanding answers. Seeing Yang Jianrun, the pent-up anger in Lu's heart flared up instantly. Damn it, we're fighting for our lives here, and you show up now to lay blame? But there was nothing he could do. Military law was strict, and rank crushed rank. Resignedly, Lu clasped his hands and reported, "Deputy General Yang, our unit was stationed here when we were ambushed by a combined assault of mutant beasts and 2 tribal armies from the Great Slave Dynasty. The leaders were the Great Slave Dynasty's Blood Furnace Grandmaster Donovan and Yulajai. Our forces fought valiantly but suffered heavy casualties. 1,000-man Captain Gong Fei was tragically killed in action. At the critical moment, Lin Tian single-handedly turned the tide, beheading Blood Furnace Grandmaster Donovan and severely wounding and scattering Waliji. Only then did we rout the enemy and preserve the remnants of our field regiment." And Lu's voice rang out with unwavering resolve, yet beneath its steadfastness lay the palpable thrill of having narrowly escaped death. The surrounding white-robed soldiers, hearing this, stood tall, their gazes fixed on Lin Tian with fervor and reverence. "What did you say?" Yang Jianrun sounded as if he'd heard the most absurd joke, his voice suddenly rising as he pointed at the distant, staggering figure. "You mean him? Lin Tian? He slew Blood Furnace Grandmaster Donovan?" He Yunting beside him scoffed, "And Xian, you must be joking. A mere copper-skin realm brat like him could kill a Blood Furnace Grandmaster? Do you think they're made of clay? What kind of joke is this? Lin Tian killing Donovan? Impossible. He's not even at the Jade Marrow realm. It must be a mistake. It must have been some passing expert who secretly intervened and dealt with Donovan earlier. This kid is just grabbing credit, and Lu and the others have been fooled too." At this thought, Yang Jianrun's expression darkened, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. "Very well, Lin Tian. You bastards sure are tough. Assassins couldn't kill you, the beast tide and the army couldn't finish you off. Now you dare to claim credit? You're practically begging for death. Nonsense." Yang Jianrun cracked his whip sharply, the sound echoing through the air as he barked, "And Lu, you must be delirious from your injuries. The Blood Furnace Grandmaster is a formidable opponent. How could a mere corporal hope to stand against him? It must be that a master from the Commandant's mansion passed by earlier and secretly intervened to slay Donovan. Lin Tian, you have the audacity to claim credit for the Commandant's victory, deceive superiors and subordinates alike, and sow discord among the troops. Your treachery deserves death." The moment these words left his mouth, the entire camp fell silent. The men exchanged bewildered glances, their faces frozen in shock. That earth-shattering arrow had clearly been shot by Lin Tian. The gaping hole in Donovan's chest, the pitiful sight of Yulajai fleeing in disarray, they had witnessed it all clearly. How could this suddenly become the garrison commander's achievement? "Lieutenant Yang, you're mistaken. We saw it with our own eyes. It was Corporal Lin Tian who killed Donovan. We all saw that arrow. Corporal Lin risked his own life to take down the enemy. Several White Robe Regiment soldiers who had narrowly escaped death couldn't help but speak up in defense, their voices growing chaotic. And Lu urgently added, Lieutenant General. This is absolutely true. I and all my brothers in arms can testify. It was indeed Lin Tian. Enough. Yang Jianrun's face turned ashen, and he roared fiercely. The overwhelming aura of a Jade Marrow Realm Grandmaster erupted from him like a crushing mountain, bearing down on everyone present. Soldiers of lesser strength paled beneath this pressure, gasping for breath. I am the deputy commander of this expedition, in charge of the entire army. My words are military orders. Yang Jianrun's gaze was icy as he swept his eyes across the crowd, his voice as cold as ice. Lin Tian has falsely claimed credit, undermining military morale. By law, he deserves execution. Are you kidding me? Military law is ironclad, how dare a lowly soldier point fingers? Rebellion, is it? At this thought, Yang Jianrun's expression darkened further. He Yunting. Your subordinate is here. He Yunting responded immediately, his face wearing a fawning expression. Seize him immediately and execute him on the spot to uphold military law. Yang Jianrun roared. He intended to seize the moment to unleash his fury, using Lin Tian as a sacrificial lamb to make an example of him and restore his authority. Ha! At that moment, a bloodthirsty gleam flashed in He Yunting's eyes. He drew the dagger at his waist and approached Lin Tian with a savage grin. Lin Tian stood there, pale-faced and swaying, yet his gaze remained eerily calm as he coldly stared at Yang Jianrun. Yang Jianrun refused to believe, or rather, he refused to accept that it was Lin Tian who had killed Donovan. He needed a scapegoat, a reason to erase his own achievements, even to erase himself. For his very existence was a thorn in the side of both Yang Tai and his nephew, Yang Jianrun. However, just as He Yunting was about to reach Lin Tian, dozens of White Robe Army soldiers spontaneously formed a human wall in front of Lin Tian, using their own bodies as a barrier. Gripping their weapons, they glared at He Yunting with eyes burning with fury and resolve. Chapter 67, Beheading Yang Jianrun. Get out of the way. Are you all trying to start a rebellion? He Yunting roared in fury. Lu Bo drew his sword and declared, if you want to kill Brother Lin, you'll have to step over my dead body first. His roar emboldened the surrounding soldiers who had gathered spontaneously. They shouted in unison, that's right. Sergeant Lin saved all our lives. Anyone who dares touch him is declaring war on the entire White Robe Army. More silent soldiers unconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons, edging closer together as their eyes locked onto He Yunting. Looking for death. He Yunting gritted his teeth, seething with rage. Lu Bo was merely a squad leader, while he was a platoon leader, a true martial master, a copperskin martial master. Let's see who dares. Just as He Yunting was about to draw his blade, a thunderous shout erupted. And Lu grabbed a battle axe and deflected He Yunting's blade. He Yunting was utterly stunned. But remembering Master Yang Jianrun of the Jade Marrow sect stood behind him, his voice rose, trembling, Sergeant Wang. What are they doing? Disobeying military orders. Ha! And Lu's knuckles whitened as he gripped the battle axe. Wang Zhe, clutching his severed arm, trembled. Yet neither chose to retreat. Military orders were as immovable as mountains. Yet Lin Tiangang had just saved everyone's lives. He was the hero of the field regiment. Yang Jianrun was calling a deer a horse. He intended to silence witnesses by killing them. And Lu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and shouted at Yang Jianrun on horseback, Lieutenant Yang. Lin Tian slew the enemy commander, a great achievement. Even if there are doubts, he should be escorted back to the pass for the garrison commander to judge. How can you execute a meritorious soldier here? Lieutenant General. Please reconsider. Shi Yong also stepped directly to the front of the human wall, holding his sword horizontally across his chest. Yang Jianrun's pupils dilated violently as fury erupted from his throat. Insolence! Do you even know military law? Do you still recognize me as your deputy commander? He yanked his spear from the saddle, jabbing the tip at the soldier blocking his path. Get out of my way. Or die. The soldier's legs trembled slightly, but he glared defiantly and refused to budge. You're asking for death. Thud. The spearhead pierced the soldier's chest. Blood spurted out. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at Yang Jianrun before collapsing to the ground. Whoever blocks my path next meets the same fate. I am enforcing military law. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will be executed without mercy. Yang Jianrun roared at the human wall before him, blood dripping from the tip of his spear. Yet, this had no deterrent effect whatsoever. Instead, more soldiers pushed forward, crowding in front of Lin Tian. The veins on Yang Jianrun's neck throbbed violently. These thugs dared defy him over some Lin Tian? Fine. You all want to die. I'll grant your wish. He raised his spear, ready to thrust downward once more. Stop. Lin Tian shoved Lu Bo and Jia Fei aside, staggered twice, then stepped forward. Kill me? Fine. But don't touch another brother of the White Robe Corps. Yang Jianrun glared at Lin Tian, veins bulging on the back of his gun-gripping hand. Lin Tian. You colluded with the enemy. Stole military honors. Incited a mutiny. You deserve to die. This general will slaughter you, traitor, right now. He thrust his spear forward, the tip aimed squarely at Lin Tian. A chill swept over the young hero who had just saved everyone. But should a hero truly die? Amidst the chaos, Yang Jianrun's spear tip flashed with a cold, icy glint, nearly touching Lin Tian's nose. The killing intent radiating from this Jade Marrow Realm Master locked onto Lin Tian, making his already weakened body sway precariously. The white-robed soldiers around them glared fiercely at Yang Jianrun, their eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on their weapon-gripping hands. Yet they dared not move. Military orders were as unyielding as mountains. If a subordinate general intended to kill, they couldn't stop him. Could they really just stand by and watch their savior be murdered? Yang Jianrun! How dare you! Anlu's single eye bulged as he let out a beastly growl. Why wouldn't I? This general is cleaning house. Who dares speak out? Yang Jianrun roared back, his gaze unflinching. At the critical moment, a dull thud of steel-piercing flesh erupted abruptly. It didn't come from Lin Tian's side. The savage grin froze on Yang Jianrun's face as he looked down in disbelief. A blood-stained axe blade protruded from his lower abdomen. Blood dripped down the blade. He stiffly turned his head and saw the familiar face behind him. In Anlu's single eye, the earlier hesitation and struggle had vanished, replaced only by utter resolve. His grip on the battle axe was rock solid. You, Anlu, how dare you? Yang Jianrun's voice was hoarse, filled with shock and fury. Yang Jianrun erupted in a thunderous roar, his blood energy exploding with the might of a Jade Marrow Realm Master. His blood-stained spear swept out, aimed squarely at Anlu. General Yang, if you wish to kill Lin Tian, you must step over my dead body. If punishment must be meted out, let it fall upon me alone. The brothers of the White Robe Corps are innocent. Anlu wielded his battle axe, parrying Yang Jianrun's relentless attacks. But a Jade Marrow Master's vital energy reached 3,000 calories. How could a mere Golden Viscera Master possibly withstand that? Yang Jianrun's spear pierced Anlu's left arm, and he let out a wail of agony. But the others were no better off. Of the 3,000-man commanders, one was dead, 2 were wounded. Wang Zhe, the 1,000-man commander, was gravely injured, while Shuyong possessed only the strength of a silver-vein martial artist. Don't hurt my brother Lu. I'll fight you to the death. Shuyong reined in his horse and swung his spear, charging straight at Yang Jianrun. A flash of cold steel struck first. Then, crash! Yang Jianrun swept his blade horizontally, sending Shuyong flying through the air along with his horse. 600 HP versus 3,000 HP, a crushing defeat. Clang! Yang Jianrun stood tall on the battlefield, spear in hand, glaring at the White Robe Corps soldiers. He roared, "Today, I, Yang Jianrun, will purge all dissenters from the White Robe Corps. And for His Majesty, the Supreme Martial Emperor, I will purge you vermin from the military ranks. Is there anyone else who dares defy me? Step forward. Speak up. Speak up." Yang Jianrun was nearly consumed by rage. His overwhelming force struck terror into every soul who had dared to harbor thoughts of defiance. In ancient times, a single gun or bullet could make a nation's president lose his mind. But here, this is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. The strong cannot be defeated by mere numbers of the weak. But was this how injustice was to be accepted? Were they to spend their entire lives trampled underfoot by these arrogant, tyrannical second-generation martial artists and aristocratic scions? Red, caw, just as everyone was overcome with sorrow, a piercing, commanding crow's cry, as if it could incinerate all existence, echoed through the valley once more, though its power paled in comparison to the one that had struck down Donovan. The scorching aura and piercing screech still caused Yang Jianrun, enraged, to falter. His mind was shaken. His body stiffened. Now, trace stepping, before the eyes of all, Lin Tian's foot touched the ground lightly. His body closed in like a ghostly apparition. Gripping the abyss rainbow blade tightly in his hand, he swung it with all his might, tracing a sweeping arc. A head shot skyward, blood gushing like a fountain from the gaping wound in Yang Jianrun's neck. The headless corpse swayed twice before crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. Ding! Slain a Jade Marrow Realm martial artist. Rage value plus 5,000. The system notification echoed in Lin Tian's mind. The entire camp fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe Lin Tian had dared to kill Yang Jianrun. Even if it was a sneak attack, he actually managed to pull it off. It wasn't unheard of for powerful warriors to be killed by weaker foes due to carelessness, but such instances were exceedingly rare, and this had happened right before their very eyes. Thud! At that moment, the instigator, Lin Tian, collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. He's dead. Yang Jianran was dead. Lin Tian. The war god Lin Tian. Well done. He deserved it. In an instant, countless soldiers roared wildly, unleashing the pent-up emotions they'd suppressed all along. Lu Bo and Jia Fei rushed over immediately, helping Lin Tian to his feet. Mud caked their faces, but they paid no mind. Tears streamed down their cheeks. This was their squad leader, Lin Tian, the war god himself. Strong, invincible, he will surely stand atop the martial arts world. Chapter 68, Slaying Yuanhong again, and, quick, give me that bottle of Red Bull you scavenged from the Centurion selection contestants. Get Lin Tian to drink it, Lu Bo urged. Jia Fei swiftly pulled the Red Bull from his pocket, his face contorted with pain. I was saving this to keep myself alive, but now it seems Sergeant Lin deserves it more. Soon, the Red Bull entered his body. Though merely a blood-like stimulant designed to squeeze out physical potential, Lin Tian possessed both the glass-like golden body and the holy body of Dan Yang. The potion consumed a sliver of his latent power, indeed allowing him to stir once more. However, his vital energy was extremely thin, barely enough to stand. Lin Tian opened his eyes hazily, gazing at the world as if viewed through a blurred filter. Spotting the familiar faces of Lu Bo and Jia Fei, he couldn't help but feel relieved, so he hadn't transmigrated again after all. A mutiny. This is a bloody mutiny. At that moment, the fawning smile on Yuanhong's face froze, turning deathly pale. His lips trembled as he pointed at Lu and Lin Tian, his voice shrill and distorted. You've rebelled. You've rebelled. How dare you kill Deputy General Yang? He's the nephew of Inspector General Yang Tai. You're dead men. The Inspector General will never let you off. And Lu violently yanked the battle axe from Yang Jianran's corpse, blood splattering across his face. Raising the bloodied blade high, he shouted with every ounce of strength at the enraged white-robed soldiers. Yang Jianran colluded with the He and Shui tribes, plotting to betray our field regiment brothers. He has been struck down by our hands. His crimes are heinous beyond measure. He deserved this fate. Yuanhong, as Yang Jianran's traitorous accomplice who aided the tyrant, was equally a rebel. He too perished in the chaos of battle during this suppression campaign. The sheer volume of information left many minds reeling. Yuanhong nearly lost his mind upon hearing the final sentence. He stared into Lu's icy gaze as the white-robed soldiers slowly closed in around him. This was murder to silence him. No, Captain, hear me out. I'm not. Yuanhong screamed incoherently, desperately trying to defend himself. The next second, and Lu, despite his severe injuries, swung his axe and shattered Yuanhong's arm. Thud. Another axe blow severed Yuanhong's waist clean in two. Help! Help me! Yuanhong felt blood gushing wildly, life slipping away at an alarming rate. Lin Tian, it's yours now. The axe plunged into the ground, and Lu leaned against it, crouching halfway, utterly exhausted. Huff, huff. Lin Tian gripped the Yuanhong blade, regulating his breath as he stepped toward Yuanhong. The blade scraped along the ground, emitting a shrill, grinding sound like the footsteps of death, each step pounding relentlessly against Yuanhong's heart. Yuanhong was terrified out of his wits, scrambling backward on all fours, desperate to flee. But where could he possibly run? Surrounded by the murderous aura of the white-robed soldiers, he was completely trapped, with no escape in sight. Lin Tian stood before Yuanhong, towering over him with a cold, piercing gaze. Next time around, remember to keep your eyes open and choose your allies wisely. With that, his hand rose and the blade fell. Another head rolled to the ground. Ding! Slain a Silver Vein Realm martial artist. Rage plus 100. The white-robed soldiers surrounding them stared at the two headless corpses on the ground, then shifted their gaze to Lin Tian standing with his blade raised and Lu wielding his battle axe. Their shock slowly gave way to excitement. No one knew who shouted first. Then, in unison, they roared a deafening cheer that echoed throughout the valley. Sergeant Lin is mighty. Sergeant Lin is mighty. Wave after wave of cheers rose, as if they could overturn the entire sky. After resting for a while, Lu rose to his feet and looked at Lin Tian, his eyes brimming with admiration and satisfaction. He walked over to Lin Tian, gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder, and said in a faint voice, "Brother Lin, well done. Scum like that deserves to die. The brothers of the White Robe Corps are all our own people. No one will speak of this. If the sky falls, this 1,000-man captain will hold it up. Brethren, take care of your injuries," Lin Tian urged with concern. The White Robe Corps was truly a unique force within the entire Great Xia Imperial Army. This bond of comradeship was no less profound than that of ancient Imperial Guards. Yet in this world of relentless exploitation, how much longer could it endure? Just then, Lu Bo and Jia Fei galloped over, leading a sleek black stallion. Its saddle gleamed. It was none other than the hunting steed Yang Jianran had ridden earlier. Brother Lin. That bastard Yang Jianrun is dead. No one wants this horse now, it's yours. Exactly. Brother Lin. This spirited horse suits you perfectly. And Lu walked over, patted the horse's neck, and smiled at Lin Tian. Brother Lin. Don't be shy. Take it. Our field regiment doesn't have much to offer, but this horse is a fine mount. Lin Tian said nothing, took the reins, and deftly swung himself into the saddle, and Lu raised his hand and bellowed. Fall in. Take all the brothers' bodies with us. Back to the pass. The soldiers sprang into action immediately. Some carried the bodies. Others gathered their belongings, preparing to break camp. Hunting Cloud snorted. Lin Tian sat atop his horse, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding white-robe army soldiers, their faces still smeared with blood, yet their eyes gleaming with resolve. With a flick of the reins, Lai Yunshui surged forward, galloping ahead of the column and quickly leaving the main force behind. Not a word was spoken among the ranks, all eyes followed the receding silhouette of the rider ahead. No one felt Lin Tian had overstepped military protocol, for in this moment, he embodied the very soul of the entire army. As he rode at the forefront of the army, Lin Tian was lost in his own thoughts. All he knew was that this moment felt incredibly freeing. He simply wanted to let his mind go blank. Back at Xiantai Pass, Jiang Ming, his arm still bound in cloth, approached from the medical camp. Seeing Lin Tian return unscathed, a smile touched his lips. But the moment Lin Tian mentioned Yang Jianrun, the smile froze on his face. What the hell? Yang Jianrun, you guys killed him? Jiang Ming was stunned. This was ing. Trouble. Brother Jiang. That bastard Yang He. Sure, Yang beside him couldn't hold back, listing Yang Jianrun's disgusting deeds one by one. After listening, Jiang Ming's face tightened. He paced in circles twice, rubbing his hands. Brother Lin, I understand why you did it, but you've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Yang Jianrun is Yang Tai's own nephew. With Yang Tai's temper, do you think he'll let you off? Still, the Centurion selection is imminent. Even if Yang Tai wants to take you down, he'll likely hold back for now. He won't dare act immediately. Brother Lin, don't think about anything else now. Just train. Pump up your strength. On selection day, if you become a Centurion and have soldiers under your command, Yang Tai will have to think twice before moving against you. Let's hope so. Lin Tian sighed softly. He knew Jiang Ming was just trying to comfort him, but no matter what must come will come. He must find a way to grow stronger. Stronger.